Happy Tuesday morning, Rickies. We are the Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, the Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, too. We're brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. If you're looking to be the next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just go to cropmetcalf.com. Join their team today. You got a full Junks squad in this morning. I'm Cakes, joined by Jason Bishop.
Morning.
Hello.
What's up?
What's up with you?
Let's play golf today.
Let's not.
Bickle, let's go out there.
I mean, what is it going to be, about 32? Like,
I think between like 35 and 38.
Yeah,
So
it'll be awesome.
if you're into the cold and
my buddy
winter
played.
conditions, sure.
My buddy played when it was 40 and no wind. Said it was actually great. 40 and no wind was no problem.
Very good.
40 would feel like 70 today.
Yeah.
That's how cold it is.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, is it windy today too?
I don't know.
I don't think it's windy. It's just butt cold.
Mm-hmm.
I had to take my dog out in the middle of the night. She had to pee and poo. That was fun. 2:30 in the morning.
Sometimes that happens. Sometimes dogs gotta go.
What are you going to do?
I've been there, done that.
I know.
I just don't know what the point of having a dog is. All I hear is just stories of
Companionship.
I guess.
That's the
Yeah.
worst part is when that, and that doesn't happen very often. But 2:30 in the morning this
Well, how'd you know that she started
She
barking?
wakes up. She wakes up and she comes to the side of the bed and starts to whine.
Oh, when
Is
they
she
do
sleeping in your bed?
Foot of the bed every morning. Every night.
Now, the worst part about letting your dog out at 1 or 2 in the morning, and trust me, I've done it. I did it last night, is you can't just open the door and let them out because she starts barking at 2 in the morning. You're a public menace, and your neighbors are going to hate your guts.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, I know you have to do this because you don't have a fence.
No,
But even
I
with
gotta
a
walk
fence, I have to put the leash on, walk her until she does walk around the backyard until she does her business, come back in.
Yeah.
Then trudge back up to bed, look at my clock, look at my watch, and say, "Oh, I have to wake up
in 45 minutes."
Hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And it stinks. And these things happen.
At 2 a.m.,
It
are
is
you
what it
are
is.
you picking up the poo in the backyard?
Oh, are you insane? Of course not. That's for tomorrow or the next day.
Oh, but then you might forget where the poo is and step in it.
No, you'll find it. It gets frozen into a little pile. It's fine. I don't pick it up the night of. No chance. As soon as she's done her business, I go back inside, take off the leash, go back upstairs,
You can't go out there in the dark in the cold.
crash back into bed.
I couldn't imagine cleaning that up. It's something you got to wait for the next day.
You have to
Well, it's
wait.
not cleaning up. You just do your baggy
No,
thing.
no.
and-
That
Yeah, because you
bags
got to
for the
find it a little bit. It
walks.
takes a little while. It's cold. You don't want to be out
It's
there.
2 in the morning. It's the last thing you're thinking of. The only thing you're thinking of is getting back
I
inside.
don't think you're going to think about it today. Do you really think you're going to think about it today?
I mean, it might
That
fall by the
poo is going to be
wayside.
out there.
It might be frozen until February. I don't know.
Right.
But all I know is last night it was pee. But if it's poo, it just stays there till the next day or the next weekend.
All right.
It just happens.
It is what it is.
What are you gonna do?
Don't it-
Dogs gotta go.
You can't. If your dog's too big, you can't have like a doggy door where they can go in and out. Is there a certain
There
size
probably is a
threshold?
size cut off because once the dog gets big enough, then something else is going to be coming through that doggy door
That's
into your
true.
house.
That's true.
Oh, like a
Right.
fox or
a
something.
raccoon, a fox.
A drunk raccoon.
Yeah, something along those lines can
Wow,
get into your house.
I never even thought about that. Yeah, so those doggy doors are kind of a nightmare.
Yeah, but if your dog is
Yeah,
small,
but even small enough, I mean, you could get a squirrel. You can get
sure,
anything to come into there.
anything can come in there.
You're like, I couldn't imagine.
No,
I
but
would
they're
lose
not-
my mind.
They're not built that way. We have a doggy door.
Yeah.
Just that we inherited it.
Uh-huh.
But
Ah.
what do you mean
I
they're
think-
not built that way?
Oh, actually, we probably shut it down. We probably put a board over in the back. But I don't know that you can. I
The
guess
door
you can.
has
I guess
the
it does
dog has
go
to be able
both
to come
ways.
back,
That's
yeah.
true.
Yeah, it's a
Can't be
two-way
one
street,
way.
Ricky. It's not just
I don't
one-
know. I've never sweat like an animal coming in through our doggy door.
You
You
have
know
a
how
noodle it.
doors work.
Yeah. You have a noodle it. Yeah, that
Yeah.
would be.
Well, there are some doors which are one way.
Yeah,
Well,
not many.
I was
Not many
watching
that
the-
I've ever met.
I was watching the Diddy documentary yesterday,
I got through it.
and the first episode, they talk about a party that he threw.
Yeah.
It was going to be a celebrity basketball game. I think Diddy was just 19 years old.
What is that? Like a room where a door like has a knob on the outside, but not
Right.
on
Well,
the
that was
Locks
the
inside.
thing
you
at
in.
City
Can't get
College
out.
where like 9 people got trampled and
Yeah, 9
Yeah.
people died because everybody was trying to bum rush the show.
I remember the
and
story.
the doors were one way.
Yeah.
Hmm.
He's a terrible human being. He has
Yeah.
been for probably 40 years.
Established in the first episode.
Yeah.
that one I don't
I
know
didn't
if
see
I
that.
blame him as much, but all the other stuff I blame him.
yeah.
Yeah, well, when you have thousands of people and apparently only paid for $500 worth of security, It's not great.
You can blame that on being young and dumb.
Yeah.
I can maybe work my way around that. All the other stuff, though, no way.
I've only watched an episode and a half.
Yeah.
I was kind of watching it in between the Chargers-Eagles game.
Yeah.
I was watching that
Good
sporadically.
segue. Good segue.
I watched, all
Bad
the way
game,
really
but
to
good
the end.
segue.
I was watching this morning because I was up at 2 a.m.
When the Chargers got the ball back with roughly 2 minutes left in the game, down by a field goal, I
Yeah.
checked the box score. I think they had 11 first downs at that point.
Yeah.
And the Eagles only had 16,
Mhm.
something like that. I mean, it was just bad offense, but in particular from the Philadelphia side, Jalen Hurts had 5 turnovers in the game.
Yeah.
He had 2 on one play.
There was 3 turnovers
Well,
on one play.
He had a historic fantasy football play where the play you're talking about, he lost 4 points on the one play.
On one play, right?
Because he threw a pick that docks him. Then the guy who had the
Deshaun
pick,
Hand
Deshaun
fumbles it.
Hand, who's carved out a pretty long NFL career
Right.
from Woodbridge, right?
Yeah.
He's local. I mean, I saw the big fatty with the ball. I was like, he's going to fumble that ball. Even though he was covering it up with both hands, he fumbles. Jalen Hurts recovers the fumble of the pick that he threw, and then he fumbles it again, and then the Chargers get control of the ball.
Where's
It's
this?
never happened
Some
before.
Diddy's baby oil on that football?
Maybe,
What was
maybe
going on?
that could have been the
8
case.
turnovers in the game. Give it up for Justin Herbert, not because he played well. I mean, his numbers aren't great.
Yeah.
He was sacked 7 times. And you could tell his hand was definitely bothering him.
Right.
He started handing off with his right hand
Yeah.
when guys were going to the right.
Mm-hmm.
He started the game handing off with his left, and that was bothering him, so he
This is
switched it
very
up.
obvious, but I've now determined that the only thing Jalen Hurts is good at NFL football is the tush push.
He's-
At least at this right now, he is a very good tush push quarterback.
He sucks.
Other than that, he kind of
they,
sucks.
they
I can't
should they
believe
should
he
bench his ass. They won't, but they should bench him.
Wow.
He's
He's the main
devolved
reason.
into something pretty terrible.
He's the
actually.
main reason they're losing games. He's the number one reason.
Yeah,
It's not the offensive line. It's not
Wow.
AJ Brown. It's not Saquon not being what he was last year. It's Jalen Hurts.
I don't know how he got so bad so quickly. Maybe he's just been kind of bad all along. And it's been masked by the Saquon Barkley's brilliance last year, but he's a bad quarterback.
Yeah, but
He's
a couple
bad at passing
seasons
the
ago,
football.
he's in a rut for sure. And maybe he's a broken quarterback. But a couple seasons ago, take a look at his
So
passing
good.
No,
numbers.
Yeah,
I'm
He's
not
really
talking
good.
about a couple
Take a
seasons
look
ago.
at
I'm
his
talking about right now.
I know. Take a look at his Super Bowl performances. When he's been in the Super Bowl, he's passed very
Yeah,
well.
that's
But
what is so mind-numbing is how good they were last year and how good he was, especially in the postseason. Super Bowl MVP,
Mhm.
won a Super, and now he blows.
yeah, it was beyond the tush push. I mean, within the game, he had a couple nice passes to AJ Brown, but he was the first player to commit 2 turnovers on the same play since 1978.
Mhm.
He had 5 giveaways that tied the most by an Eagles player since 1978, matched Donovan McNabb, who did that as a rookie in 1999.
Mm.
And he had 4 interceptions in a game, first time since Michael
many
Vick did
did-
that in
How
2012.
many did Herbert have? How many interceptions?
One.
Just the one. His arm was hit on that one. Can't even blame him.
He had an amazing throw, which there's probably only 3 or 4 quarterbacks in the league who could do it, where he was rolling to his left and he just threw a missile
Right.
about 30 yards down the field on a guy who was covered and just like he had maybe a foot of space.
I think
and
that was
just,
the ball to Trey Harris. the
it was
rookie.
a just
Well, let me just say this.
ridiculous
I'm just
throw.
watching it now, the clips. The second one of Hurts, not his fault, went right through his receiver's hands. I don't know about the other
Yeah.
3. First one,
Well, the
probably
last
was.
one was his fault, and all they needed was a field goal.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was in
tie it up.
overtime,
Yeah,
and they were right there.
it was first down. It was a first down play, I believe.
Yeah, you know what was
Why aren't
crazy?
they running
What's crazy on that drive? They had a 4th and 4.
right before
They
that?
were at about the 40,
Midfield, yeah,
45 yard line. They potentially could have brought out their kicker for a 60-yarder to tie the game in overtime. They decided to go for it.
4th and
Drew
1.
him offside.
false fourth and four. They got a false or offside, so they got the
Yeah.
automatic first down.
Mhm.
And so then they were driving, and I just assumed they were going to win it once they got that. But terrible interception at the end.
Just a horrible throw. His QBRs in the last 5 games are 39, 26, 53, 19, and 27.
just brutal.
Those are just bad.
Yeah.
I mean, those are
It's
bad
just unraveling.
performances.
Just it's painful to watch.
It kind of looks like some of these balls, he is just kind of quickly just forcing them in.
Yeah, they I mean, they're probably still going to win the division. I mean, the division's still up for grabs between two teams.
But they're ripe for getting upset in the first round of the playoffs. Like, they look like a very vulnerable type of team.
Well, it might not be an upset at this point.
Yeah, true.
They've averaged 15.5 points over their last 4 games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they've got a month to try to straighten things out, but things are not looking good in Philly.
I mean, they haven't
right
scored
now.
more than 19 points in the last 5.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, they scored 21 against the Cowboys. But in 4 of the last 5, they've scored 19 or fewer. Who do they play? Oh, they get the Raiders next.
You know who he was going to in the corner of the end zone there? He was going to Dotson.
Yes, he was.
John Dotson.
He was going to Dotson. And I give the DB credit because he was covering the underneath guy,
Mhm.
and he read his eyes, and he jumped onto Dotson and made the play.
Yeah.
I mean, the defense player made a sick play, but I think Hurts is just staring his guys down.
Jahan Dotson with the whopping 12 catches this season and 1 touchdown.
Very
Unbelievable.
non-impactful, John Dotson.
Well, it's hard when your quarterback throws balls intended to you to the other team. That
That's also
hurts.
hard when your quarterback is regressing.
Right.
Like Jalen Hurts.
And it's
clearly
hard
is.
when you've got A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith ahead of you. You're
Yep.
probably not going to get that many
It's tough
targets.
to get targeted when those guys are 1 and 2 on the depth chart ahead of you. That is true.
But the Eagles play the Commanders twice. What do you think's going to happen in those
Oh.
games?
Well, we might get one.
Hey,
We might get one. We
yeah,
beat the
it's
Chargers.
possible.
If the Eagles
We beat
play
the
like
Chargers.
that,
That's true.
winnable games.
I can't imagine what the
It's hard
discussion
to
was.
imagine right now, but we're not going to get shut out. I'll bet anybody. We're not going to get shut out 2 weeks in a row. Anybody want to take the bet?
It's hard to get shut
Nobody
out.
gets shut
It's
out.
hard to
We're
get
gonna
shut
have a
out
better
1 week.
performance. We'll see what happens.
All right,
What
coming
an
up on the-
embarrassment that was.
Coming up on the show.
I don't even want to know what the discussion was yesterday for
Well,
4 hours.
No, it's just dumb.
It was just Misery Monday on repeat.
It
The
was
same
an-
thing we've been doing for 2 months.
No, that was an embarrassment.
It was
That
bad.
was an embarrassment Monday.
It was pretty
That's
bad.
what that was.
All right, coming up later on the show
They
here on a
suck.
Tuesday, Barry's Verluga, Washington Post columnist. He'll join us. We'll talk about his latest column regarding Jaden Daniels' rough sophomore season. That's coming up at 8:20. And Von Miller from your Washington Commanders, he'll join us at 9:20 right here on the Junks.
What's up, dogs? Let me tell you about my guy, Dr. Sean Coomer, and Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria. Dr. Coomer's a local guy, great guy, went to JMU, University of Maryland, dental school, was a high school quarterback, and he's been helping patients now since 2005. If you've got dental hesitancy, I did, but I went to see him. Elegant Smiles, they're going to do you right. They've got emergency weekend appointments, extended hours, and Dr. Coomer is going to make you feel comfortable and do a great job for you. I had a great experience. You will too. Book your appointment today at elegantsmilesdds.com or call 703-750-1099.
In case you missed the show yesterday, which you shouldn't do, you should get in trouble for that. But if you did, you missed our announcement that you can join us at Hyde Social in Clarendon, December 19th for our annual holiday show. We're taking it on the road. We're broadcasting live. Doors are open at 6 a.m.
Right.
for everybody to come in and join in on the holiday hijinks. Start your holiday early with us, the Junks at Hyde Social, Clarendon, December 19th. It's a Friday. Mike Marr is going to be there. He's the biggest Hyde Social flag waver maybe on the planet.
I feel like this is one of those situations where like you're favored by 9.5 and you go out there and win by 40.
Yeah,
Like, this is a
really?
big time home game for us, and we're just
Okay.
going to dominate.
All right, I like that. I like
I
your
like it.
optimism.
You know, I just wanted to mention quickly, just to give you guys some joy. I know you like to have joy when other people suffer. So
Not suffer immensely, like just little tiny suffering.
maybe it's just financial suffering or whatever. The last couple of days, I've been noticing it's been so cold on my main floor. And I'm
Mhm,
like,
yeah.
what is going on? My wife's in, she's like, no, it's fine. Or I go, it can't. I mean,
What was
I need
the
a
temp?
blanket. I have mine set at like 69, 70.
I mean, you are
Okay.
broadcasting right now in a full-blown like winter jacket.
Yeah.
Just
It's
so
a-
everyone
Well, it's
It's a
cold.
little warm
It's
in
cold
here,
in
but-
here.
for people that aren't watching, that can't see the visual.
Well, it's 68 in here.
I think
So
it's,
I don't know if you guys like
Okay.
68.
I
68 's a
actually
little
do
cold
like
for me.
60.
I mean, I'm wearing a knit cap, but I'm wearing a hoodie. Like I feel like this is good
Mhm.
for indoor.
my
I could
main
get away
my
with a
main
hoodie.
floor last night was set at 67. Upper was set at 68.
I think
All
those
right.
are great temps.
I like mine set at 70. We like to have everything 70.
Okay.
So it's been in the like 66 range.
Mhm.
And I'm like, what is going on? Finally, my wife admitted that it's blowing cold air.
Oh, okay.
But the problem is, it's fine. We have two, like a lot of houses. So the upstairs one's fine.
Mhm.
But that doesn't really, it's not even really helping because heat rises, right? So it's not even
Sure.
coming down at all.
Right.
So the main level's cold. I just don't feel like making that call. Crop always takes care of us. But if I need like a whole new system or something,
Yeah.
Yeah.
they're not going to give me a whole new system.
I mean, they'll give you a good deal.
they'll give me a
but
great
not
deal, of
give you
course.
just a full
Incredible. I mean, they'll do
freebie.
as good.
We're doing a free consultation,
Doesn't
and they
matter.
kept going and going.
Yeah,
I'm like,
you just close the
I
door.
said, you don't understand.
Yeah.
No matter what
The
you pitch to me,
consultations-
I'm not
The
going to say
consultations
yes.
will take 2 hours.
Yeah,
You never
first
want
of
to do
all,
that.
that's on you because all you have to do is go peek around the door, like if you have glass to see who it
And
is.
not even
and
answer
you
it?
see the guy in his polo and his khakis and his clipboard or his iPad. You're like, well, I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to sit here and listen to this guy spiel for 10 minutes when he tries to sell me, fill in the name of the service, whatever it is.
No, you don't listen
Well-
to spiel. You cut it off within 10
Or yeah,
seconds.
you say not interested.
Sorry,
door.
I'm good.
Then
Thank
the next
you.
thing he sees is the door closed.
The other thing you can
right
say.
in his
I'm
face.
too nice. I don't like to
Well,
do
okay.
that.
The other thing you can say if someone comes up to your house and wants to sell you something, all right, for future references,
Yeah,
I'm a renter.
that's a great one. Or you could do what
Very,
my
very simple.
this is what my neighbor
I
Kevin
don't
has
own the
done.
home. I rent it. Sorry,
My neighbor
bud.
Kevin next door, who's way handier than me, and that's not a very low bar to cross, but I've seen it on other neighbors' houses too. They have a sign right
No
next to the door,
solicitation?
no solicitors.
So, yeah, sometimes those
No
guys don't care about that.
solicitors. I mean,
Yeah.
they just make it clear.
Do those guys do they follow that?
No,
That I
not
don't
all the
know.
time.
I don't
Not all
know.
the time. Because I have some neighbors that have those signs, and I see people going up to
Yeah,
their door.
like if I had one and a roof guy came, I'd say, "Can you read? Are you literate? Look at the sign.
Right.
Sign right here."
Okay, but next time, just to make it unawkward,
Yeah,
I'm a renter.
I'm a renter. Okay, I like that.
What if a tree guy came cakes?
Tree guy, I would tell him to go further
Tree
down
trimmer.
the block.
He doesn't care. He's telling them to kick rocks.
Yeah.
No,
All right,
but
so
here's
hold on.
my
So you're-
dilemma. So am I just going to suck it up and call this guy and roll the dice that it's just something small and they'll take care of it? Like, what are the chances of something small? It's never something small. It's always something horrible. So I'm just assuming it's going to be something horrible.
I mean,
They're
it
going
could
to say
be.
you're going to need a whole new unit or something. And, or I'm just going to kick the can down the road and use some extra blankets and live like I live at Lynch's house.
Well, I think
Mm.
it's some.
It's only the main floor. The upstairs where I sleep is toasty.
yeah,
How's
but
your
the-
mom dealing with it?
She's fine with it. It's remarkable because she's sleeping on the main floor.
Yeah.
And she's fine with it. She has enough blankets. She says she's plenty warm.
Okay.
I'm shocked by it. Now she has to wear
So you run the coldest in the family.
Yeah, has
I'm
to
cold.
be. Yeah,
but
has
it's got to the
be.
point where it hit D. And even D yesterday said, you got to call Crop.
Yeah.
And in my head, I'm thinking, I don't feel like calling Crop.
Why? You feel
So,
like you call them too
this
much?
might be your call to
No,
crop.
because I just want to spend an extra 10K or whatever
Yeah.
it might be to get a new
They're
freaking
pretty-
unit.
They're pretty good about.
Oh, they're
taking
amazing with
care
me.
of us.
Yeah, but they're not going to give me a new unit. I always assume the worst.
Yeah, but you're not going
Well,
to
you
see the
can call-
bill.
you can
Dina's
call
gonna
my
see the
man-
bill. You're not going to worry
You
about
can call
it.
my man Dan Foley too. I mean, Crop and Foley are both great
I
clients.
mean,
I'm just-
those are your guys,
Yeah.
and I
no,
respect
but
them.
Crop is awesome.
I know, but Crop's
done.
my guys.
I understand that.
Yeah.
They've done a lot of stuff for me.
Yeah.
But we have a couple different spots you can call.
I feel like I can float between both because I'm not
No,
proprietary to either one.
I'm not a floater.
I can be a
I'm
floater. I think.
I am not a free agent.
Well,
I'm in a
Crop is
committed
on-
relationship with
Yeah.
Crop.
Crop
Well,
has
I
done
think-
many
Crop-
good
Then I
things
think
for
you
me,
need
too.
to call them.
What do they call that? But we've consummated the
Yeah, you have
relationship many
consummated.
times.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You've had your many conjugal visits.
Oh my god, we've had so many.
Well,
They've given me so much sex. Yeah.
Well, as it relates to HVAC
Yeah,
and
oh,
home
yeah.
repairs.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, redid my freaking bathroom. I mean,
That's
they've done
great.
so much.
if it's
Fantastic.
blowing cold air, you can't. It's only December 9th.
Do you don't think I could ride it out?
No,
I mean, you got to get through. You
it's
going to
be
get to,
cold
like, March.
through March. You got it. You
Now,
got
you got
it.
multiple months.
What if I I have a portable heater that my wife uses in the basement near her desk?
Well, that's going to catch your house on fire real quick.
She uses it. What if I just pull that up?
Why
from
don't you
her-
just go old school? I can't believe
I just
this.
don't want to
Like,
spend 10K.
when I was younger, living in the house where near where we all grew up, my parents had a kerosene heater in the the bottom
I
portion
don't
of the
really
house.
know what that means. A kerosene
Well, it
heater.
just means you
Like
pour
that.
kerosene in it, you
Yeah.
flick it on, and
Yeah.
it helps with, I guess, the main.
Are you
heating
even
unit.
supposed to use those indoors?
For
Or those one of those
all I
that you
know,
can
it could have
donk
been a
off?
gigantic fire hazard, but
Big carbon monoxide.
I think it was safe for indoor use.
Was it?
Otherwise, my parents were just being donks.
How about your fireplace, EB?
That's those fireplace. I have a fireplace, sure. I mean, I have a lot of wood.
I have a
but that doesn't really
fireplace.
put off that
I
much
have
heat.
never burned one log in my fireplace.
No, we use mine
Ever.
occasionally, a couple times, in the winter. I like fires, but it doesn't really.
If
it's not gonna
your
heat your house.
HVAC is out, will home insurance cover that?
I don't know.
I think you're grasping.
Home insurance won't cover if your
Not unless
HVAC
you
is
have
out.
one of those
I think
Nubs
you're
warranties.
grasping a little bit.
I mean, who
Not
knows?
unless
You always
what?
have some weird plans. But I
Unless you
don't
have a
those.
Nubs warranty, which I know you have.
Yeah, I know you always have warranties.
No, I don't know. I've never gone through.
Also, do you want your home insurance rates to go through the roof? Call them and say my insurance,
I mean,
my blower.
what do
is
you think?
broken.
What do you think covers the roof?
I mean,
If
usually-
you come out of pocket for
You
your
don't
roof,
cover my roof?
you're an idiot.
You don't cover my roof? Yes, right.
No,
here.
I think
Oh.
if you have normal.
Okay,
wear
that's
and tear-
that's different.
Yeah.
But if you have a roof issue and need a
Understood.
roof, your
Sure.
home insurance policy will absolutely cover it.
True.
Only
They
if
should.
there's some sort of
It's
act
got to
of
be
God.
an unusual thing. Yeah, if it's a normal wear and tear, they're not just gonna bless you with a new roof.
Yeah, if like a
If-
lightning bolt came through your roof and like
If your
Maybe,
roof is
yeah.
damaged to the point where you need a new roof,
If
your
it's
home
normal
insurance
wear and
policy,
tear, I don't think they'll cover it.
it's just incorrect.
No, EB's correct.
I think I am correct.
I didn't have water coming through my roof.
It doesn't mean you know.
Who do you
Yeah,
think?
but you'll have to have a. Now, look, I'm sure there's ways they game the system, and maybe you've forgotten. but you'll have to have like the roofing company tell the insurance company that there was wind damage or
Of course.
something caused it.
Of course, they're not going to say, "Yeah, there's a shingle out." They
No,
need
what
you to
Eric
do
is saying is
Normal wear
that
and
if it's
tear.
just because it's
I
20 years
I
old,
never replaced the roof because I had a leak. I replaced the roof because it looks freaking terrible.
Okay, well, if you're
That's an eyesore.
okay, that's different. What I'm saying is, if your
Yeah.
roof is damaged to the point where you need a new roof, your home insurance policy will cover it.
Well, I've never had that. I've only had
Well, it's
an
'cause you've never-
eyesore roof, and
Well,
then I
you-
replaced that because it looks terrible.
If you had someone come out and say, "All right, let's talk to the insurance company," they might have hooked you.
You run so many shenanigans. I don't run the games you run.
It's
I
not
don't know how
it's
to do
not
it.
a shenanigan. That's why you pay your home insurance. That's why you pay for it.
Okay.
I'm just telling you.
All
All
right.
right, let's go to Pat in Annapolis. Maybe he's got some good advice for your dilemma that you're in. The
I mean, maybe
pickle
the
that you're
good
in.
news is it's still blowing something, so maybe it's not completely dead. Maybe it needs
Yeah.
the heating version of Freon or something, if there's such a thing.
Yeah, I don't even know.
All right,
You know what
You
someone's
think I
gonna-
know how that unit works?
No. My refrigerator's so bad. I still haven't replaced that sub.
Yeah.
That Sub Zero. I'm literally
The
only
Nub
using.
Zero.
I have 3 doors for my refrigerator.
Yeah.
I'm literally using 2 of the 3. One door we don't even use. It's like a drawer. We just don't.
Right.
We
Just
just have
dead.
stuff jammed in. I'm like,
Mhm.
that's another 10 grand.
Right.
We're gonna wait.
His HVAC's out. His fridge is out.
Yeah.
He's got so many
Yeah.
issues.
Yeah.
So
gotta
many
wait.
issues.
I know. I got expenses, bro.
I know about that.
Let's go to Pat in Annapolis. Pat, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Bickle, this just happened to me a few months ago.
Mhm.
As long as your air's still blowing,
It's
mine was
true.
only a $50 capacitor for the heat pump, so
That'd
you might
silly.
be
$50
lucky.
would be silly.
yeah.
the flux capacitor.
$50 would
Yeah.
be silly.
How
How
many-
do you know where the flux
gigawatts
capacitor
of-
reference is from?
Yes, Back to the Future.
Silly. In the DeLorean time machine.
I don't know. You think it could be that? I think it is a good sign that it's still blowing. It's just blowing cold air.
I thought the same thing. Guy came back with a $50
Yeah.
part and
Oh, he hooked you.
$75 to install.
So
it.
it's
Really?
bad
About
if it's
13
just
seconds.
not going on, right? Is that when it's really bad?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I don't know.
That's
I
gotta
couldn't
be-
tell you.
that's got to be bad.
Yeah. I just don't want to deal. I always just assume the worst. If a doctor
I
calls and
generally
said we
assume
saw
the
something
worst.
on your blood test, I assume tumor, you
Right.
know, stage
Sure.
4. You know, anything.
That way you're relieved when it's not the worst.
I always
that's the
assume the
case.
worst. My son calls me middle of the day. I assume jail.
Yeah.
Something, something happened.
Right. It can't ever be good news.
I never ever assume good,
Mm.
which is
Probably not the best way to go
probably
through
ain't
life.
the greatest way. It's probably why I'm completely gray.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's probably part of it.
Everything in life, I assume the worst.
Mhm.
Skin's going to play today, probably be a disaster.
Well,
you know, whatever.
that's been playing out.
Yeah.
That's that one's been tracking pretty well.
right. But
Man,
anyway,
they-
that's my
All right,
current
so you-
dilemma. I
They
got. I
lose
don't
to the
know.
Giants. I mean, that's
Why wouldn't they lose to the
pretty low.
Giants?
That's pretty low.
Well, just
They
because
made
I think
JJ
there's a
McCarthy
bounce
look
back.
like Steve Young.
I mean, they're just battling for like a top 2 or 3 pick.
Jackson Dart will probably look like Steve Young too.
I know he'll probably look really effective against this defense.
The
wouldn't
NFL's
expect
weird.
otherwise.
We've all seen it. I mean, hell, the Browns. Remember how bad they looked against the Ravens?
Mhm.
And that it's not like they playing great sense, but they played better. They
Right.
certainly were more competitive last weekend. It's week to week. You just never know. It's a bizarro world, I think, unless you're one of the elite teams. And
Yeah,
we're
but with
certainly
8
not.
straight losses.
Well,
now I
yeah,
just
I was
kind
gonna
of
say-
expect more losses.
Yeah.
I think
Not expecting a lot of wins.
I think losses are more likely than the wins, but I do think that you're going to see a bounce back.
I don't know.
I don't know if
Not,
it's going to
not
turn
holding
into
my
wins.
breath on
It'll
it.
be a
Who's-
much better
Who's
performance.
mean,
going to
like-
play QB?
What do you
I think they'll play
categorize?
Jaden.
What do you categorize as
just
a
had a
bounce
boo-boo.
back? Like scoring points? Like what? Like
Yeah,
what
I mean,
does that
score
mean?
a touchdown.
Competitive game.
Oh, okay.
Competitive
All right.
game into the fourth quarter, and then anything can happen.
I mean, the Giants stink too, so maybe it will be a competitive
That's what I
game.
mean.
It's
It's
two
not like
bad
you-
teams
It's not
getting
like-
together.
yeah, it's not like you're playing the Rams or
Right.
I think it's possible. I think the Giants are 1.5 point favorites.
They are 1.5 point
Yeah,
favorites.
so it's not like
At home.
They
yeah,
did whoop up on the Giants in week 1.
week 1.
Could you
That
go
was
back
100
further?
years ago.
Could you go back
You
further?
might, why don't you go back to Frontier times while you're at it? Week 1. You know how different teams are from week 1 to week. We're coming into week 15.
Right.
It was Russell Wilson under center.
What is this person talking
Let's
no,
see,
but
about
I
over
am
here?
totally assuming Jaden's going to play. If they play Mario, all bets are off because he
I don't know
cannot.
who they're
He
gonna- I have no
cannot
idea.
quarterback a dub.
My initial lean was they're going to play Mariota, but I just don't know.
Maybe
I
they can
don't-
find a 44-year-old grandpa to quarterback for them.
I, mean,
That's
I,
love that.
I do too.
I thought I
I
was
think
getting
those are the greatest stories.
I thought
ever.
I was getting onioned when I first saw the report because the first one I saw was Andrew Luck is leaving Stanford to come back and play for the Colts. I saw that.
Oh, you saw that?
I saw that on my timeline. I said, "Well, that's that's got to be a joke.
Yeah, that's
but
not
then,
happening.
like half an hour later, I saw that Phillip Rivers, who I believe is 44 years old,
Mhm.
is getting a tryout with the Colts
Mhm.
today.
To me, the 44 doesn't phase me at all. I mean, we saw Tom Brady played 45. You see Joe Flacco playing right
It's just
now.
that he hasn't
It's
played
that
in
he
years.
hasn't
He
played
hasn't
since
played.
2020.
That's a
Right.
big problem.
5
That's
years.
the crazy one.
Well, it also
And he
tells
never
me if
did-
they're going to sign him, if he does start games, the game plan is hand the ball to Jonathan Taylor 28 times, don't throw picks, and just try to keep us in games.
And
Well,
it
why-
did make me think.
Why can't they could do that with a practice squatter?
It did make
I mean,
me
I
think.
guess
Why you
Yeah,
gotta bring in a
Makes some
50-year-old?
throws, he can make some reads. He
Yeah.
probably
Yeah.
could still make some
Yeah.
reads.
It did make me think, man, Anthony Richardson, and I know he was hurt. Like, he's not even in the equation
Well,
at
I guess
all.
his
He
injury
doesn't
mu-
even almost get
well,
mentioned in the articles.
They're either one, fudging the severity of the injury because
Yeah.
they just don't want to
What,
play him, or
what is the
two,
injury?
he was working out pregame with
Right.
like a resistance band,
Yeah.
and he snapped it accidentally, and it hit him in his eyeball and like fractured his orbital bone.
You're
And
kidding.
no,
but that
he's
was
been out
weeks ago.
He's been out
I know,
for
but
weeks.
He might be out. That could blind him or something.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So
I mean,
he's
that's a
like
bad.
I don't even consider him in the mix.
It's crazy that their depth chart was. I mean, Anthony Richardson at one point was potentially going to be the
Yeah.
starting quarterback.
I forgot
and
he
has
even-
been the starting
I
quarterback.
forgot he even injured
So
himself
the
because I was looking at the box. It's like Riley Leonard is in the game. Why is he in the game? Why isn't
and then Brett Rippon's below
Leonard's the
him.
backup.
They won't-
Yeah, he's the third stringer.
Wow,
it's
they
a
won't
mess?
play
If you're
Brett.
bringing in Phillip Rivers for a
The
tryout,
season's
you
over.
know it's a
The
mess.
season's over for them.
right?
Okay, let me tell you something. You guys can all mock it. I will root my ass
Oh, you
off for him.
pull for the
I will
guy.
too.
but
He
like,
would be the
Oh, that
by
would be a
far the
great
biggest
story.
I'm not an
biggest
ageist.
story ever.
You and I are similar in that regard. Like, I think that's a cool story.
I think it's awesome
do
that Flacco is still doing it at this age. It's great. But Phillip Rivers, from what I remember from 5 years ago, was having trouble evading the pass rush 5 years ago.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
only going to get
Well,
worse.
he won't be able to evade
With-
anything.
with
He can
5
maybe
years
make
of
a
rust
few
on him.
reads. He can
I-
maybe make a few reads and make a correct dump off.
I mean, I'd love to see him come back and lead them into the playoffs, but I feel like that's a very like thin.
All right. Well,
type of
if he
run
comes
out.
back and plays, he has to go to play the Seattle Seahawks on the road. It's over. All
yeah,
right. That's going to be
yeah.
ugly.
I mean, that's just not going to
It-
happen.
it's not going to happen. They play
I mean,
Seattle.
if he signs,
They got to play at Houston and at Seattle. Basically,
Oh.
the top two
Dude, I'm
defenses in the
Houston's
league.
desperate for them to
defense-
sign him.
Houston's
Desperate.
defense they'll basically dismember Phillip Rivers.
They don't have a
If he's-
better quarterback that's retired in the last couple of years, like in a year, like a Jason Kelsey. Like
Well,
they're talking about
I've
bringing
got a
Kelsey
name
back
for
to the
you.
Eagles.
Tannehill.
Yeah, why not bring Tannehill now? He's
I mean,
not that good.
he's not great,
but
but he's
he still has a big
fresher
arm.
than
Yeah.
Phillip Rivers.
Hmm.
I always thought
They
he
must
kind of
hate
sucked, but
Tannehill.
Rivers probably had a relationship
He did
with the
with-
Ursay family.
Yeah,
Yeah, wasn't
sure.
No,
Rivers
he had-
was
he had-
out
he had-
in Indy,
he-
right?
He
He
coached
was
with
for a
or
moment,
played
yeah.
for Steichen.
Yeah, no, for sure. I understand. Maybe they say he knows the system. We could plug and
Yeah,
play.
right.
But I agree with you. If he comes back on a short week and starts against Seattle,
Seattle?
on
No
the
way.
road, they will murder him.
Yeah.
But are they in a must-win situation for their playoff spot?
Yes.
Because they've been
Yeah.
sliding
they,
like crazy.
They need some dubs
He pr-
quickly.
He probably begged Indy for a tryout to get away from his 15 kids.
I
Mhm.
think Indy's lost 4 of their last 5,
I
Yeah.
think
if not 3 of their
If I
last
signed
4.
him, I
They've
don't
lost
think I
3
could
straight.
play him off the street in 3 days. I at
Probably
least
not.
need 2 weeks of practice. You know, get.
I think there are like 20 players on the Colts roster that are either the same age or younger than his 23-year-old daughter. That's how old he is.
Well, he's a grandpa.
Oh, he's a grandpa.
He has a
I didn't
grandkid.
realize
Does he have
he's a
kids and
grandpa.
play in college? Pull up one of the kids.
That I don't know.
What do you
I
mean?
just know that I heard that he is a
Well, he'd
grandfather.
be the first grandpa starting quarterback in the NFL, probably ever, right?
I doubt it.
Probably.
I doubt
I mean,
it.
recent era, the
I
modern
doubt
era.
it, dude.
You're probably right.
Some guys.
Oh, you might have had a bland.
Yeah, like George
It
Blanda
could have been
or
somebody, dude.
Ken
Sammy
Stabler.
Ball might have been a granddad.
Yeah,
I don't know.
you
How
don't
would I
know.
Dude, I know my buddy Gary.
Ken Stabler looked
he
really
was a
old.
grandpa at like 38. I mean,
Gurry H,
I think so. I
brother
mean,
Gino.
sometimes it can happen
know
at a
them
young
well.
age. It can happen at a young age.
These guys well.
Mhm.
All right, coming up later on the show, don't forget Barry's Verluga from the Washington Post. He'll join us at 8:20. We'll talk about Jaden Daniels with him. And Von Miller from the Commanders. He joins the show coming up at 9:20 here on The Fan.
All right, guys, if you're trying to sell your home, choosing the right agent is everything. You're not just hiring someone to list a house, you're hiring someone to protect your equity fight for your bottom line, all that good stuff. That's why you need to hit up sellers. That's why you need to hit up Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Empower Home Team with Keller Williams. While the average agent throws your home online and hopes someone notices, Empower Home Team launches a full-blown marketing campaign. Talking digital ads, buyer matching technology, high-impact visuals, and messaging that creates a real buzz around your home. The Empower Home Team doesn't just sit there. They sell fast. And not fast, they sell for more. Time and time again, their clients walk away with higher net proceeds and less stress. They're so confident in their abilities that if your home doesn't sell, what are they going to do? Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price you agree upon. That's their guarantee. So do me a favor. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Empower Home Team right now. Memorize this number, 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or check them out at DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Coming up at 7 o'clock, we're going to do two things. One, we're going to hit the Skins. Two, we're going to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see the Caps when they take on the Carolina Hurricanes this Thursday at Capital One Arena. So keep listening for your chance to win those tickets, and we'll give you the latest Commanders news as they prepare to take on the New York Giants this upcoming Sunday.
Is that a 1 o'clock game?
I believe it's a 1 p.m. kick, but I can double check that.
Think so.
Yep. So that's coming up at 7 o'clock. All right, JP's got the biggest sweet tooth of, I think, all of us combined.
I don't know.
here.
EB's right there, if not ahead of me.
So
I would say I'm there.
would JP be interested in this viral craze from a regional grocery store in the Northeast, from Connecticut, from Stu Leonard's? I'm not aware of that. I've never heard of that. EB, you've done more traveling up in that area than I have in Connecticut. Stu Leonard's grocery chain, Connecticut
Maybe.
based, some in New York.
Maybe.
All right. Well, their bit is ice cream, vanilla soft serve ice cream dipped in butter.
Ugh,
I don't think that would be my
that sounds
thing.
terrible.
Dipped in butter.
I like melted butter,
If it was chocolate, I'd go for it, Cakes.
chocolate and butter.
I mean,
No.
The
I'd
butter
try
just
it.
kind of taints it. I don't know. I like butter with like
Butter's
bread,
usually good on
butter
anything.
with corn.
Oh, butter with bread.
Butter on my
butter
steak.
on bread is the one.
Butter
thing.
on pancakes.
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
sure butter on ice cream though. I
butter
don't know.
on French toast.
Maybe
Yeah.
I'm sleeping.
I
Maybe you're
can't get into
snoozing
that.
on it.
I might be snoozing on it. I don't know.
I
don't
don't
know.
feel like I need it. I mean, I've been to Jimmy Cone 20 times out in Damascus. It's like a pretty well-known like soft serve place. It's been around since like the 60s or early 70s.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see them offering butter. I see them offering vanilla soft
Have you-
serve, twist soft serve, sprinkles, and or Jimmy's.
Yeah. Have you
Oh.
ever had that bulletproof coffee which has butter in
I
your
have
coffee?
not. Wasn't that a Will Levis thing?
I don't know. I think
We
you
put
do
mayo in his
Mayo
coffee.
in his
Put mayo.
coffee.
No,
That's
but
right.
I think people put butter in their coffee when they're doing like full on
stuff.
keto.
Yeah,
like,
man.
Yeah.
I tried it once and I was like, this is gross. I mean, I made 2 sips. I don't know. I can't imagine butter on ice cream.
I'm in a box on ice cream. It's got to have chocolate for me. It's got generally I really love chocolate with peanut butter. You know, if I go to like one of those fancy places with mix-ins, get some Reese's peanut butter cups with chocolate.
Glad you brought that up. I'm not gonna name the place because every place is a potential client and or sponsor.
All right.
But a fancy ice cream place. I saw this in a quick like Twitter or TikTok video. A dude walked into one of these places and they had the price points for like the small container of to-go ice cream, the pint, and then the quart. The prices, I couldn't believe, like the smallest box of ice cream was like $12.
Mhm.
The pint was like 19 or $20. And then I guess the gallon, the biggest one, was like $28.
Mm.
I mean, for ice cream. And he's like, I'm basically going to be in a coffin before I pay these crazy prices for premium ice
I
cream.
mean, if you go to those
I was
places and get a
blown away.
cone, and if you get, the regular size, it's going to be $6-7.
Sure. I mean, I can stomach that, but $28 for a gallon of ice cream? That's just robbery. Like,
yeah.
you go to a grocery store and you can get a gallon of ice cream for even like premium ice cream for like
what's
$6 or $7.
Well, what's premium? What's premium for you?
Haagen-Dazs.
Haagen-Dazs,
You can get
Breyers,
like,
like
for $6. You can get Haagen-Dazs.
probably a gallon.
probably
maybe,
depends
maybe
on
it's like
the
$8,
size of it.
$9,
Yeah.
but they're charging like triple that
Yeah.
in this place.
Yeah.
I mean,
When I go to Harris Teeter, I
gotta
look
draw
for
the
the
line.
red tags. You know what the red tags
those
symbolize?
BOGO tags.
Buy one, get one free.
Yeah, you and Mike Marr, you guys are big.
And if you look at that red tag, even if it's not Haagen-Dazs, if it's something similar, I always take advantage of that.
and you know that you don't have to buy 2 to get the price. You're just buying it at half price.
Well, did you see the
Yeah,
big?
but I always get the
unless it is marked specifically on the shelf, must buy 2 to get advertised price.
Did you see the bit
But
that
usually
some
I just get the
retailers
extra
are
one.
doing?
Yeah.
Like for Black Friday, and they were caught, and this went viral. I'm sure you guys saw it. Is some of these stores, I won't mention the names,
Mhm.
big retailers.
Yeah.
They'll say Black Friday sale. I don't know. Let's just say it's a cooler
Mhm.
for $23.99.
Yep.
And then they pick up the thing and they see that the regular price was $22.99. They actually priced it, but
Really?
they put the big red tag on it.
Oh.
and made it look like it's a
like you're
sale,
getting a silly deal.
but it's
Gotcha.
actually $2 more than what the normal
I
price
had
is.
not seen that.
Those sneaky
That's
rat
That's pretty
bastards.
diabolical.
Sneaky
That's preying
bastards.
on your brain. Like
Yes.
seeing like,
You
oh,
see,
this is a
that's the tag I
bargain.
want.
This
That's
is a-
the yeah.
This is a sale. And it's
Sale.
not. Yeah, that's not great.
Sneaky,
Yeah, there-
sneaky bastards.
There's something euphoric when you get a silly deal.
Feels good.
Your brain
It
feels
does,
silly.
It does
Oh,
feel
I
good.
Do. I do. I like it. It's therapy. Shopping therapy.
But not
Oh,
just
you
well,
get
not
a
just
deal.
buying something for yourself, but the
No,
fact
you get
that
a
you're
deal.
Yeah, you're
Oh,
getting
I
a
never
deal.
feel good about myself paying full price. If I pay
Nope.
full price, I feel like someone took advantage of
I feel
it.
like you got
my,
robbed.
my brain is in ecstasy anytime I can get like 50%
Such
off.
If I
an
get a
endorphin
deal,
rush.
Yeah.
I can rationalize it like you wouldn't believe. Like, but it's got to be a good deal, not like 10%. My wife gets like 10. She says, "Hi, I got 10% off." I go, 10%? What is 10%?
10%'s nothing.
I like 50%
Yeah,
off,
50.
60%
Now
off.
these likes the yellow tags at a certain grocery store. It's like 90% off.
Oh yeah. I got expired crab meat.
This crab can is dented.
Yeah.
95% off. I'm buying
Then I'm on the toilet for a week straight.
Just freeze it. That's kind of your go-to.
That's exactly.
Just freeze it.
Yeah, just freeze it.
Just freeze it. Spoiled meat.
Yeah. I think I have the 3 expired pork shoulders in my freezer.
Dude, that's my new hack. I've been buying, when I go out to eat, I've been buying pork
Okay.
because like I'll get like a pork, whatever you
Like
call
pork
it.
loin or a
Yeah.
pork chop
or
or
a
a
big ass pork chop.
with a bone in.
It's
Yeah.
half the cost of steak.
Ah, look at
It's
you.
still
Look at
kinda
this life
tasty.
hack.
And it's still silly. They put all the silly stuff and put the mushroom sauce on it. It's silly.
Mhm.
I'm like,
Pork,
what?
the other white meat,
Yeah.
that bit.
I'm like, why do people hate on pork?
I don't know. Usually,
That's
guy
like a
doesn't
nice.
hate on
If you get a
pork.
big ass thick pork, it's like that
Yeah.
thick. It's
Yeah.
all juicy. They put all the silly spices on it, whatever they do. It's silly.
Half the
Yeah.
cost.
I know. Well, the pork's like for brokies. I think
You know what?
I think pork's the
Well, he's
brokey
already
meat.
talked
I'm
about
a
that.
brokey.
He's
I
broke.
know. Pork's
I'm
the
a
brokey
brokey
meat.
right
He
now.
won't even
Sure.
fix his heat.
Hey, cut your corners
Well, I
wherever
told you what
can.
happened like 3 weeks ago. I went up to New York. I had to pay $9,000 for my daughter to get her teeth pulled. Did I ever tell you that?
No, I didn't hear that.
You guys didn't hear about that?
No, I did
She
not
had
hear that.
I had to have emergency wisdom teeth.
No, you
Oh.
did talk about it.
Yeah.
$5
I mean, that's just right out the window.
$5
Just cash.
Oh, cash money. Yeah. The dentist isn't about a payment plan.
No, the thing is, and here's the scam the dentists do. So my daughter was, I think I was supposed to not talk about this. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just talked about it. I didn't mean to. But
It's already out there.
You go to the dentist and you say, oh, are they emergency dentist, right? You're in New York City.
Are they in your network?
Are they in your network?
Right.
Yeah, they're in your network. Oh, great. We'll be there at an hour. We're having some wisdom teeth problem. I think we need wisdom teeth pulled. You go in there, look at you. Yeah, you need a wisdom teeth pulled. We're going to call the surgeon. Oh, great. The surgeon doesn't take the dentist that sees you.
Does, but the
takes
surgeon
But the
doesn't.
surgeon takes no insurance. That's how
That's-
they get.
That's how they get
trouble.
paid.
That's how they get you.
Yeah.
So anyway, hopefully, yeah, whatever.
I mean, my daughter's cosmetic dentist just retired recently. I can only imagine the pile,
Yeah, because that
the
didn't,
pile of money that
insurance
guy's
doesn't really
sitting
cover
on.
that, right?
Zippy chicks.
Yeah, if you just want more teeth
You
or
ever-
prettier
Do
teeth.
you understand when I paid that bill? I went into my wallet. I said, put X amount on this credit card.
Yeah,
He had to get a second
Then I said, put like
yeah,
some on this health benefits card.
yeah.
And then I broke out my checkbook, wrote a
Right.
check.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a big one.
Yeah,
It was a
nightmare.
Big bill.
Yeah.
Wasn't happy about it at all. But they're your kids.
My
You
my
pay for
daughter
the- you
actually
pay
got
for
a
the teeth.
special credit card. I won't say the brand or whatever it is, but you get all kinds of silly discounts. And it's not like American Express or something, but
Yeah.
it's a certain type of card where, I mean, it has benefits for everything.
Yeah.
Like you put your mortgage on, you put everything you
Good
can put on.
perks. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's nice.
I don't know. I might have to get that.
Might have to hit me to that.
Yeah.
Give me some
Jason's
intel on
You're
that.
a big American Express guy, right?
I got Amex. Yep.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll have whatever sponsor.
I pay $680 a year to have an Amex.
Let's get a
Mhm.
sponsor and give me a credit card, Valdez. Let's go. Let's do this.
How many times already in 55 minutes has Cakes begged for new sponsors?
I'm always trying to drum up business, JP. It's called being an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
You got to fend for yourself out there in those streets. It's the way it works. All right, coming up later on the show, Von Miller is going to join us. That's at 9:20. Barry Verluga from the Washington Post. He'll join us at 8:20 to talk about Jaden Daniels. Coming up next, we will hit the Skins here on The Fan.
All right, guys. EB here. FanDuel's the number one sports book for same game parlays, from points and rebounds to threes and assists. FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy to use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head over to FanDuel.com/EB to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Monday Night Football to wrap up Week 14 in the NFL last night in L.A. Chargers knock off the Eagles 22-19 in overtime. Jalen Hurts turned the ball over 5 times, including 4 INTs. Out in Ashburn, Jaden Daniels is sore, but there are no long-term concerns for his re-injured left elbow as the Commanders get set to play Sunday at the New York Giants. Dan Quinn trying to find a way to get his team back on track in the final month.
Talking to the team, I just mainly said that all of us, everybody in this room, the effort of what has to take place has to be proportionate to what we need to do, because this brotherhood can never be in this position again.
In Indy, with QB Daniel Jones out for the year, 44-year-old Phillip Rivers is reportedly getting a tryout today with the Indianapolis Colts. And The Athletic is reporting the Nationals are open to hearing trade offers for shortstop C.J. Abrams. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Junks are brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junks. They may be getting a call or a text from Eric Bickle shortly. You never know. All right, we're going to hit the skins that's cooked up by our friends at Oseo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, and premium cuts. They're grilled right at your table. A dining experience that is as fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the fam. Oseo means come on in.
So let's confirm that the Zach Ertz has a torn ACL. Brutal hit there.
That was bad.
Hate to see it. He's had an unbelievable career. I think he's balling there, and can't blame the guy. All the emotion that was coming out. That's the last way you want to leave. You saw Daniel Jones refuse to be carted off, but Zach Ertz couldn't put any weight on it. They ultimately carted him off. Guys don't want to get on that cart, and
felt bad for him.
It's probably the end. I think most people assumed he was going to retire at the end of the season. Be difficult to come back from that. He certainly can. I could see a guy saying, you know what, I want to end on my own terms and try to give it one more year. Maybe not here, but anywhere. But I noticed that Grant kept referring to him as a Hall of Famer. Maybe he is. I hadn't
Zach Ertz
really pondered it yet. But
does he have like the 5th most catches ever by a tight end? I think that's right.
I think he's in the top 10. I don't know where it is.
He
But
doesn't feel like a Hall of Famer. Jason and I were having a discussion before the show. They flashed something on the NBA channel. DeMar DeRozan is in the top 15 all-time scoring. I was like, really? He doesn't seem like a Hall of Famer to me, but maybe Zach Ertz will be a Hall of Famer because he's not in the class of Tony Gonzalez, or some of these other guys that have been in the Hall of Fame. Like, he's not Gronk. I don't think he's ever been the top guy.
If you look at,
does he have any All-Pro? Not Pro Bowl, All Pros.
He's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I don't know if he's ever been All Pro.
He's 5th all time in receptions.
He's 37th all time in the history of the league in receptions.
Has he ever had
He's 5th.
825.
Yeah, but give me the other accolades, like in season, like so you're saying 0 All Pros.
He was a Pro Bowler 3 times, but I don't believe he's ever been an All Pro.
I'm not trying to diminish his career. I just thought
he's had a good career, but he hasn't had a great career.
I didn't think necessarily a surefire Hall of Famer. Grant's been saying he is. Maybe he is. I mean, you could certainly make the case for it, I guess. He's top 5 all time. I mean, he's got more receptions than Shannon Sharp, Greg Olson, Jimmy Graham, Ozzie Newsome. I mean, he's got some Hall of Famers behind him.
His run in Philly from 2015 to 2019 was pretty remarkable. Here are his catches in that stretch: 75, 78, 74, 116, 88. With a good amount. I mean, not double-digit touchdowns, but he had a few 8-touchdown seasons sprinkled in there, a 6-touchdown season. Like, he's got a case.
He's got a case, but I didn't think of him as a surefire. But I'm not trying to diminish him at all. I'm just, I hope he makes the Hall of Fame.
And look, in his 2 years, in his 2 years here, he definitely exceeded expectations.
He resurrected his career.
The expectations were, you're picking up a has-been who's injured all the time, and I know he's going out with an injury, but He was durable and very productive
Put it
last
this
year.
way.
And he was surprisingly productive this year. Like when we started talking about, well, there are a couple guys out there who could be potential tight ends, targets for the Commanders in the offseason, whether it's Isaiah Likely or Kyle Pitts. His numbers match up quite well against both of them this year.
Yeah,
with flux at quarterback.
I think
It's
that
crazy.
118 that when he had, I think, or 116, I think that's an NFL record for catches by a tight end in a season.
Is it still?
I mean, that was a ridiculous year. 116 catches, 1,163 yards, 10 yards per reception. Found
That
the
was a
end
great
zone
year.
eight times.
And that's what he's averaged for his career is 10.4.
Yeah.
Which is below a lot of these guys, but it's on track with Witten. But here's what's remarkable. So he's had this this amazing career. I mean, Zach Ertz, I mean, if he's either in the Hall of Fame or on the verge of it, right? Or right on the edge of it. He played and he's had a long career. He played in 181 games.
Mm-hmm.
Tony Gonzalez and Jason Witten played in 270. That's crazy. In fact, Witten played 271, Gonzalez 270.
Yeah, those guys never missed games for injury.
And they played for
Doesn't
years,
look like it.
years longer. Like it's crazy the amount of games those guys played.
I mean, Ertz, after that run in Philly, he had years where he played in 11 games, 14, 3 games, 11, 10, 7. Like he missed good chunks of time.
Here's what I would make the case. If I was making a case for Zach Ertz, his numbers are right there with Shannon Sharp's.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Different era.
Okay. He's got more receptions. He's got a similar number of yards, similar number of touchdowns, 57 to 61. I mean, it's
you would never say he was the best of his era, but he was amongst the best at his peak.
Yeah.
Like he was in that grouping.
2015 to 2019, he was one of the best.
Competitive with like Travis Kelce's numbers,
if
obviously,
he gets
during
in,
that run.
it would almost be like a Don Sutton getting in.
The difference,
like a longevity thing, maybe.
Yes, the difference between Ertz and Shannon Sharp, since you brought it up, a couple of differences. Shannon Sharp was a 3-time Super Bowl champ, 4-time first-team All-Pro. And you tell me Ertz never made an All-Pro, and he made 8 Pro Bowls.
Does he have one ring, or is he not? Did he get a ring?
I think he's got one.
Yeah, he's got a ring.
Yeah.
From when they beat the Patriots in 2018 or 2017.
Okay. He's in the discussion.
That's the year he had a
I don't think he's
year.
surefire, but he
He's not
warrants
a surefire.
consideration.
He's not surefire.
I hate to see him go out on a cart like that. And as much as I've lamented him this year at times, I would like to see the guy be able to walk off on his own terms.
I feel like he's such a gamer. He'll try to
come back one more time.
He'll give it a try, but
he's got to miss basically all of next
He
year.
was kind of slow as it was.
He could
already.
come back in 9 months, possibly.
Maybe.
He's older.
He's older. I would say it's probably a year.
Well, if he's going to miss half the year, I don't know if it'd be worth it. That's probably it. It's probably done.
That's why he was crying, because he knew it.
Yeah, it's sad. So real quick, I want to go through just the PFF grades. I always get a kick out of that. And then we have some great audio.
It's got to be some bad ones.
Of Jay Gruden.
I can't even think who the top PFF grade is. You always ask
who would get a good grade from that game.
Well,
Nobody.
okay, let's start
They
with
all
the
should
offense.
get Fs.
Let's start with the offense.
All right, Chris Rodriguez. I'll go C-Rod. It's hard to go offensive line. Like it's tough to call that.
So Krosky Merritt's number one. He only played 10 snaps.
Okay.
But they liked what he did. And then you've got offensive linemen. You got Biotish and Tunsil. People are just raving about what Tunsil's done this year. Sinnott, actually, Cakes. He only played 13 snaps, but he's their 4th highest rated. Rodriguez, what's shocking is Rodriguez only played 22 snaps.
Yeah, the crime was that Rodriguez was averaging 5 yards a pop and was especially productive when they were under center. By the way, who was on the call last night? Was that Joe Buck and Troy Aikman?
Yes.
Yeah.
At one point in the game, it was almost like we were having a Junkies discussion. They were talking about the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
And the Eagles, now I might have the numbers wrong. I should have written it down at the time, but I don't do that. I'm just watching Monday Night Football casually. The Eagles were averaging 12 yards per play under center and like 3 in shotgun.
Mm-hmm. JP just he can't. It's like a dog with a bone. He can't get away from the being under center.
I noticed Jaden
growing
under center a few
momentum.
times. They had Jaden under center a few
They
times.
did. They handed it off, and they were. And at one point during that broadcast, they said that the Commanders were averaging 7 yards a play under center.
Mhm.
They were all handoffs though. But Chris Rodriguez was the guy getting it. It was mostly first down handoffs.
Correct.
And I'm still blown away that they didn't give him another shot. He runs it all the way to the 2-yard line or 1-yard line, and then they go pass.
I'd be a terrible play caller because I like the little passes. I figure you get 3 cracks at a pass, you're going to get one. And frankly, who was that? Debo should have caught it.
Yeah,
Right in his
he's got to catch that.
Are you
by
still
the way,
confident, by the way, that Debo's going to be here next year? I know that you were
I didn't say that.
You weren't confident before the season started.
Before the season?
Debo would be here next year. I think we have multiple bets on it.
That he would be here for 2 seasons?
That he would be here past the season he was
I
traded.
said
the
that.
book.
You'd have to I'd have to hear it.
Can we check in with our before
Pretty
the season
sure.
bets on?
Well, if I said that,
production?
I don't feel the same way.
Okay, yeah.
We need to
Which is
check in.
fine.
We need to check in
think
all
that-
the overs that
Yeah.
Cakes took this year.
I
on
probably
the
took a lot.
Commanders.
You know what? I might
He
use some
lost
extra,
all of those.
That's why I'm trolling for extra spots, JP, and extra clients, because I know I've got a lot of bets. That are
Give
about
yourself
to
a ding.
mature.
That's third time.
Well, that was the top of the PFF grades for offense. You know
Yeah.
who was the lowest rated offensive player?
Jaden.
Marcus Mariota.
Oh,
Marcus Mariota had it 23. That's about as low as I've seen.
well, Jaden has to be pretty damn low.
Jaden was 15th out of 20th. You know, he was 50s. I thought Jaden was mixed bag, some good, some bad, but I don't think he was horrible.
He got bailed out. I mean, ultimately,
The fumble would have been
the
bad.
fumble plus an interception, missed some throws.
But yeah, Mariota had a 23.
I thought
rating.
Jaden was awful.
I didn't think he was awful.
And I knew he was going to be rusty. I just didn't think it was going
I
to be
thought
that
he was
bad.
great on the first drive. I thought
Okay.
he was great on the first drive, and then
Nice
it
first
kind of
drive. He's
petered
gotta
out,
play-
but we didn't have the ball that much.
Was he
That
on the
was
field
thing.
for
We
4
didn't-
drives or 3?
Might have been
They have
only
a
for 3 because the second drive was a 3 and out, and then they had the drive to start the
Yeah, I
the
think
third
only
quarter.
3 drives.
Yeah, so I thought he was fine on the first drive. Second drive was a dud.
Look, he was 9
Then-
for 20. Yeah, he was known for completion percentage last year, so that's a surprise. And
Yeah,
you
but
know,
I didn't think he was horrible. I mean,
I
Jason
thought-
did. I didn't think he was
I
horrible.
thought the entire team was horrible.
Falcons,
Yes.
do you have
every
updates?
single player.
Bet book updates.
Yeah. It's with Eric, not with Jason.
Oh, it is.
Yes. Debo one and done for the comms. $10. Cakes, yes. EB, no.
So EB's confident he'll be here past.
Yeah,
the
you're
season.
lumping me in there.
Well,
I
I'm going
thought,
to
I
say
thought it was you.
I still think it.
I thought he was going to have a good
Look,
year,
I don't
but
think Debo's going to go out and get some big, massive deal from anybody. So I
No.
still think he has a chance to be back. Yes.
Yeah. he has a chance.
I mean, they're not going to give him top of the market money, but
Yeah, but why would you not test yourself? Like, go play other teams against one another. You know what I mean?
He's going to
Oh, yeah,
test the market.
he'll
He's
do
going
that.
He will.
to see what's available.
But he's
Yeah,
not
but I
gonna get-
really think he has some value, and I think honestly that injury, whatever it was, a heel, whatever it is, just sucked 50% out of him.
He had a good kick
yeah,
return
but
to
you know
start
what?
the game.
He'll have some
all
injury
right.
next year
Yeah.
too. Whoever he's playing with,
Maybe.
Yeah, man, he had a good kick return. Got out to the 40.
I
I
think
know, but he didn't look like explosive or anything. He just
he's got to catch that ball.
I think
in
the
end zone.
Commanders, their stance is going to be thanks, but no thanks.
We got to get
We're-
younger.
I
Yeah, we
feel
need-
I feel like he would get more money from another team than he would from the Commanders.
but
That's
if
probably
that's
going to
all
be the
he wants to
case.
do is get the highest dollar, then sure, then maybe they'll
Debo
lose him.
strikes me as a guy
That's
who
probably
wants
But if
what
the
he wants to,
maximum
maybe he
amount of money.
but maybe he'll say, hey, you know what? I want another crack at it with Jaden and these guys. I like the brotherhood. I like the guys.
I don't know if he's that bought into the
It
brotherhood.
depends on what the money difference is.
I feel like the majority of these players are
I think
mercenaries.
Debo's looking for
I
the
think that-
most dollar signs.
I think that's largely true.
Yeah, but if you're saying that he's
But I
had a
also don't
down
think
year,
he's-
there's not going to be a high
Yeah,
demand.
I don't think like there's gonna be 20 teams that want
if
him.
you're
No.
telling me that the Commanders
2 or
don't
3?
want him because he's older
Yeah.
and his production
Handful.
wasn't that great, why would a
Handful of
bunch of other
teams.
teams want to pay
I
him a
don't-
lot?
I'm not
No,
saying
it
there's
just
gonna be
makes
a
the
robust market.
No,
for
it just
him.
makes the
I
market bigger.
I just think the Commanders have done the Debo experience, and I think they're going to say we're going to pass on doing it for
For 2
more
years?
than more than 1 year.
I think
Yeah.
it depends on the cost.
Depends
You
on the
know
cost.
me, I think they need to draft a premier wide receiver.
That would be great.
I mean, it's just one less.
But if you
option they
draft a
have.
premier wide receiver,
True.
why not have him there? I mean, the whole thought was you were going to have 3 good receivers.
right, you're gonna get rid
Terry,
of Noah Brown. Everybody knows
Noah
that.
Brown, Debo.
I've
That
never
was the
considered,
thought.
You're gonna
I've never
have Terry.
considered Noah Brown a good receiver.
I've always thought he was good.
He's
when
like
he
a
played.
number 3 wide out.
Yeah, but
Okay,
that's fine.
maximum.
That's a starter.
But better than what
Yeah.
they have.
So if you get rid of Noah Brown and you get rid of Debo, you just have Terry. Then you're going to bring back Luke, who made some strides, but still learning.
He doesn't
And then
feel like a top
Jalen
3
Lane
guy yet.
Doesn't feel like a top 3 guy yet either.
Right. Then you got 2
Debo
holes
at
to
least
fill.
is a proven guy.
Right.
So
Yeah,
you know,
I
I
don't
still
know.
think it's reasonable that he could come back.
I do too.
Maybe
I could lose this bet.
I wouldn't
the
put
way.
money on
I
it.
think
Double,
it's 50-50.
double down on it.
No. I think it's 50-50. I think it's 50-50. Depends on the money. Now, if some freaking team like Carolina offers them, $20 million a year, well, we're going to lose them.
Well, that ain't happening. You ain't
You just
getting
never
$20
know.
million a year. You know that.
And by the way, okay, and then on the defensive side, highest rated starter, Jonathan Jones, Bobby Wagner, man, PFF loves him. They
Just
love
because he
him,
makes tackles.
I guess. Preston Smith in limited time, Quan Martin, Von Miller gets in there, leading sacker
Because he had the sack.
for this team, guys. Lowest rated starter, J.K. Javon Kinlaw.
Wow.
That's not great.
How about
You haven't really heard his name a lot in the
No.
last few weeks. Let's be
how
honest.
about Sandra Still and Noah I? Because
Sanders?
now they were playing zone, but
great.
it seemed like a lot of the passes were in front of Noah I and Sandra Still.
I agree. I mean, come on. The Vikings were on the field for 20 plays. Hello?
I know.
20. Well, maybe it was 19.
I think it was 19.
Okay,
but
19 play
close
drive.
enough.
When's the last time that happened?
Mm-hmm.
That was just awful.
And
It was
12 minutes
gross to watch.
It was.
12 minutes and 1 second.
Yeah.
They just every third down they converted
Everything.
Right.
because you're not getting pressure. Look, Von Miller's sack, and we're gonna have Vaughn on at 9:20. That was caused by Dron Payne. Dron Payne moved up
He
and
forced
and
McCarthy
Vaughn was
up.
kind of just
Yeah.
reading it, and then
It's true.
quarterback ran right into him.
All right, when we come back, we're going to get into some audio from Jay Gruden, who joined Grant and Danny yesterday. He's got some interesting things to say about the way Jaden Daniels is being handled by the current staff. We'll get into that next here on The Fan. We'll be joined by Barriers for Lugo, Washington Post columnist, coming up at 8:20. We'll talk about his latest column concerning Jaden Daniels from the Commanders. So that's in just about an hour. Right now, we want to get into some audio from former Washington coach Jay Gruden, who joins Grant and Danny weekly. Grant and Danny were broadcasting from Minnesota. They were lucky enough to be in person to see the 31-0 demolition in person in Minnesota. Jay Gruden had some interesting things to say about the way he feels the staff is handling Jaden and his injury.
Yeah, well, that's disappointing. If he could have returned to play, he should have gone back into play, for God's sakes. This is getting to be quite annoying for me as a ex-quarterback who played with many, many injuries. I know he's a franchise player, but, I mean, injuries happen. You got to play with pain a little bit. You're not always going to be 100% when you step out on the field. So you got to show your physical toughness at times, and you can't be babied by the coach or the trainers. I mean, you got to go out there and play. It's a left elbow, for God's sakes. You don't need it. I mean, just go out there and let it rip. You know, I was disappointed in the protection plan against the pass rush of Minnesota a little bit, but for the most part, he should go back and play if he can. It's a left elbow, for God's sakes.
Oh,
Man.
God, I couldn't agree more.
I know.
And he's channeling me.
Yeah.
He's channeling
if
me.
Gruden were the current coach, we know what would have happened this past
And by the
Sunday.
way,
He would have been back out on the field.
I feel like there's a part of me that feels like Jay is maybe thinks that Jaden wanted. No, Jaden wanted to play.
Yeah.
Jaden slammed his helmet.
Oh,
He
yeah.
wanted
It's-
to play.
It's
He
the
didn't
staff
like
holding him back.
that
Yeah.
they held him
It's
back.
not him.
Now, in DQ's defense, he just got his ass burned for keeping him in too long. And so I think he's got a little
He's thinking of that,
PTSD. He had
probably.
PTSD from the other day.
Right.
Normally, I think he would go back.
Yeah. If the game's
but look,
competitive,
But my
send him
advice
back
also
in.
to Jaden would be next time you get thrown and it hurts, you just got to pop up quicker. He realized it. He laid down there really hurt, and he was like, "Oh, I better get up," and he ran off.
But he held his arm.
He did.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
sure it
hurt.
hurts. I'm sure it hurts.
It hurt.
I know, but I'm saying it was an indicator that they put him in the blue tent and
I know,
all that
but it's
stuff.
just the left arm. What the F
I'm
could
with
possibly
you.
happen?
I'm with you. It's annoying
Should've
to me.
played him.
Yesterday, I was out, and a guy that I know a little bit said, "I almost called into your show today," and we start talking. And he is a shut down Jaden guy.
Oh, he is.
He's all
It's so
about
stupid.
the
Those
best
guys are
pick.
losers.
He's like, we can
It's
have the
so
number one
dumb.
pick. And I'm like, it's football. You
They're
got to
not-
play.
They're not fully shutting him down, and they're already competing for the number one pick.
Right.
What does
exactly.
it matter? You got to
Yeah.
get.
They might
That's
still
what I
get it.
told him. I was like, they were losing 14-0 when he was playing.
What are you talking about? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, I do think we have a better chance with him than Mariota. I don't know if
It's
close.
a
I don't even think it's close.
It's a fear thing, and I still think there's PTSD going back to RG3. That's
Oh my
why
God.
if you look at
There's
social
so
media, all the
much.
RG4 comments,
Mhm.
he's going to have to disprove it.
But that's why, JP, like I was saying yesterday, Jason wasn't here. I can't throw that into the injury prone bucket because that was just a boo-boo. He wasn't injured. He just
It's not a new injury.
it's not a new
it
injury.
just hurt. It got hurt because he threw him and it's still sore. They should have played his ass. And I'm not throwing that into the injury prone bucket. It is it
Okay, that's fine. But he is injury prone.
we'll see. There's more
Yeah.
evidence in your favor than in mine, I will admit.
Yeah.
I think,
But
And also-
that Sunday was not an evidence of injury prone. That was just it hurt,
Yeah, it hurt.
and they should have
He
played
could
him
have
the
gone
next
back in.
series.
I mean, Justin Herbert had surgery on his hand, non-throwing hand, on Monday.
Aaron
that guy-
Rodgers
that
is
guy-
playing
that-
with 3 fractures in his
That
hands.
guy was out there playing.
Daniel Jones is playing with a fractured
But I also
leg.
understand the other side where DQ is like, man, I got
He got
nailed. I got
roasted.
nailed to the cross
Yeah.
for keeping him in, and he
Yes.
injures
So
himself
I do understand
in
that
a
too.
blowout against Seattle. And he's sitting there. He's like, this is trending towards a blowout.
Yeah.
We're not really competitive.
I do
Do I-
understand.
What if it
that.
wasn't
that's
so?
why he
What
did
if
it.
it wasn't
Right.
so
Right.
lopsided?
If it was a competitive
Oh,
game,
like
better-
it
he
was
should've
like
played.
a one-score game.
I
oh,
think
if it's
he
a
would play.
one-score game,
Yeah.
He's probably in.
He's
I
going
think
to
he would
say,
play. I think.
wrap it up a little tighter,
Yeah.
give him another shot in the blue tent, and
I'd
we're
hope.
going back out
I'd
there.
hope so.
I would think.
I
We're-
don't know. Here's the thing: if they don't play him this week,
Well,
they're the
what's
world's biggest wussies.
what's
Yeah.
If they don't play him
Wussification?
And you
this
know
week-
what? And we're going to call him out too.
I called him out the all time. I said he should have played the week before.
Yeah, we're going
I
to call
said
him
he could
out.
play with a fake
Look,
arm.
Jaden Daniels is in year 2, barely into year 2 of his
Right.
career. He needs to keep playing football. He's not
And
a
it's-
10-year vet.
And it's not just him. Every second-year guy, whether
I
it's
agree.
Caleb Williams, Drake May, who's having an MVP caliber year, he still needs to develop.
Yes.
All the young quarterbacks need to play as much as possible.
Yeah.
So
Part of the reason
it's
why-
not just a Jaden thing. This is
Yeah.
all the young quarterbacks. Bo Nix, throw them all into the same bucket as far as experience.
I'm as annoyed as Jay is. When I saw Mariota try, I was just like, "Oh, this sucks."
Well, you hate
Yeah, it's
Mario.
just his left
It's not that I
elbow.
hate
You know,
him.
just throw him out
I
there.
mean, I did hate him the one day. It's just that I know what Mariota is. Like this is
Well,
what
when I saw watching the game at my house, when I saw Daniels on the bench and I saw Mariota jumping up and down, stretching,
Yeah.
I went to Pupatella.
That was your coping mechanism.
Yeah, I said I'm going to get meatballs.
Okay.
Because there's no reason to watch this disaster.
Mike Mars gives that double thumbs up.
There's just no reason to watch this disaster. It was an embarrassing game, and he should have been back in unless his arm was broken.
Unless they find a break or a tear. If Dan holds Jaden out because he's just saying, "Hey, we're just being cautious.
we're gonna let it heal.
We're gonna let it heal one more week." Then I've lost a little respect for Dan.
It
No.
does feel like they're babying him.
Right.
Yes.
And if you want to chime
And
in,
by the way, it's not
1-800-636-1067.
his- He wants to play.
Do you
can
think
tell.
the Commanders are babying him? And maybe you're in the department where you want to baby him and protect him.
Oh, there's so many
There's
fans who
definitely a
feel that way.
lot of fans.
I
Like
bet
the guy I
you,
talked
I
to
bet
yesterday
you
want to
50,
shut him down.
I bet you 50% of our callers are going to say, no, he can't play.
Yeah.
You
There is that
gotta shut him
contingent
down.
out there.
Now, maybe they're saying that because they want the top pick. All right, that's a little different. But if you are afraid that he's going to get hurt by playing him, well, then you never play him again.
Right.
You just
Right,
never
you're
play
always
him.
going to worry about
Right.
that. It's
Don't
gonna
play
be-
him next year.
Right.
Don't play him. It's a physical sport. Quarterbacks get hurt all the time.
Well, we had a shut him down caller yesterday. And what I wanted to ask him, I think we hung up on him before, was so let's say this exact same scenario happens in week 2.
Yeah,
You going to shut him down?
Exactly.
I'll tell you what.
And their defense will be, we were eliminated from the playoffs already. There's no reason you can't
Right.
win. You can't get to the playoffs. I don't care. He still needs to play and get reps.
Also, I don't understand why people have a sense of pride. You know what I mean? Like,
in
just
terms of
like go. Don't you want
don't
to
just
see?
lay
Don't you?
down.
Yeah. Don't you want to see your best foot forward as a team, as a
Yeah.
fan?
You want to see your
Tired of
best
watching
player.
all these
Yeah.
backups
You want to see
and
the
bums.
best player on your team playing for your
I
team.
mean, that's like that's what kids do when they play video games. They rage quit. You're rage quitting the season.
Mhm.
Oh, they do that all the time. Our fan base blows. Let me tell you something. We're a terrible fan base.
I would love for you to elaborate on that.
Like I have for 20 years. It's a terrible sports town. We're fair weather. We're nothing like the real traditional sports towns that
3 of the
support
4
their
teams are atrocious.
Yeah, and we don't go to
True.
games unless
Hey,
they're
Paul
good.
Simoni put
I'm
out a
part of
statement
it.
yesterday.
I saw.
I'm part of it. I don't.
He
for
wants
the
to
other
trade
teams,
everybody.
I don't have tolerance for the losing. I can't even be bothered with it. But now with the Skins, I can. For some reason, I can endure it, and I root
That's
for them
one you
every.
can
That's because you're
endure.
just
Just the
kind of
one.
used
It's
to
just
it.
I'm all
Outlier.
in on them. It's
Would-
my most entertaining team.
Would you look down on Dan Quinn if basically he's saying we're doing this out of precaution?
Yes.
Yes, I would.
I
At
wanted
this
him
point,
to play.
yes.
I know I was in the minority, and I was probably wrong, but I wanted him to play the week before because, again, the left elbow is dumb. It's you unless he's a classically trained pianist, he doesn't need it. It as far as football goes,
Tickling the ivories.
he doesn't need it. So I thought he should have played the week before.
He needs it for the functional. Dan Quinn couldn't
I'll
stop
also say
saying
this.
functional usage.
Yeah, he said that 100
I'll also
times.
say this: if I was his dad, if it was my kid, I've said this to my kids. It's different, of course. College versus pros, it's different. But I say, don't go to the trainer. Don't go to the trainer. They know, don't go to the trainer. You
And-
go to the
and-
trainer,
and why
all
is
of a
that?
sudden, now you're in the protocol. Now they got to do stuff with you. Just if I was Jaden, if I was his dad, I would say, pop up quicker, dummy.
And then tell
Why'd you
them.
lay down there like that, like a big baby? And then now they gave reason to pull you. If he was my kid, I'd say, you can't do that. That's ridiculous. It's actually embarrassing. Get up, haul ass off the field.
It was 2 seconds.
No, but it was enough that panicked the country.
the country.
The
I mean,
country was
his
panicked.
natural reaction, he landed on the
I know,
arm, was going to be
pop up.
immense
It hurts.
pain.
I know it hurts.
He did pop up.
Take 9
He
Advil.
popped up pretty good.
He did because he realized he messed up by laying there.
That's
He
a
realized-
seconds.
Four
No, no.
Advil.
I'm telling you, that's
I
what
don't think it
would've
was a
said
big
to
deal.
him.
He didn't pull a LeBron. LeBron will, if he gets his eye touched or something like that, he's down on the ground for
Of
2
course,
minutes.
He's a big baby.
800-636-1067 is the commander staff babying Jaden Daniels.
I did put that up as the poll of the day. You can vote at Junks Radio. Junkies poll sponsored by Surfside. Use the code Junks at store store.statesidevodka.com. You get 25% off select merch, tees, hats, hoodies like I'm wearing right now. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com.
AB, why don't you go to Kevin in Centerville? I think he's diametrically opposed to your take on
I think
Jaden.
this is the Kevin that's been diametrically opposed to me for 30 years.
The ex-canvasser.
Kevin, what's up, buddy?
What? Like, I get shots and shrapnel before I even start. I don't hate you, EB. You know that. I love the Junkies. That's why I still continuously call.
Thank you.
You are the ex-canvasser, though, right?
Oh yeah. I've been listening since I was in high school.
There
we
we go.
appreciate that.
Yeah. All right. So here we go. So we need to shut down Jaden for the rest of the season. Then we need to draft. We need to draft as many linemen and offensive players as possible, right? Then we need to sit him out all of next year so that we can
Oh, he's
test
being
everybody
facetious.
to make sure that they are A-OK before we actually put them into 27.
You actually agree with
So
that.
he's doing a
Sorry.
bit.
All right, so you
All right.
actually agree with us.
It's a good bit.
All right,
Yeah.
good.
All right,
You're
so you
being
actually agree,
facetious.
yeah.
All right, gotcha.
All right, let's go. Let me see here.
That's the one thing, and we'll have callers who just talk out of their ass. They actually already took care of the offensive line. They got a pretty good offensive line.
Yeah, but Jay might be onto something. They might be disrespecting the blocking schemes, et cetera, the pass protection.
Maybe the
schemes.
Vikings are known for having, Flores like kind of a really tricky defense.
Well, they were coming after him. They
Sure,
were
but don't
sending
you
guys.
agree with? I mean, Jay knows offense pretty
Yeah.
well, right? Good as anybody. He says he was a little disappointed in their pass protection schemes. He's
Uh-huh.
probably onto something.
Yeah.
Ed, what's up?
Gentlemen, how you doing? Excellent show.
Thanks,
Ed.
man.
I'm all for him playing. No one's talking about all the fans that spent their hard-earned money to watch a good product on the field and all season. I know injuries were bad, but we absolutely, even during training camp, they did not spend any money for a good product. I'm all for Jaden playing. If he can't play now, what makes you think he's going to be able to play at
Right.
the beginning of next season?
What do you
If
mean
he's
by
just
they didn't spend any
inside.
money for a good product?
Well, they had a lot of cap space. They never went out to get like a 2 or a 3 receiver.
They traded
mean,
for
yeah, I
Debo.
hope
Like
that's
that was their
incorrect.
Big
I mean,
splash move.
Yeah, but he's a
offensively,
gadget player.
they traded for Tunsil, who's highly compensated,
Yeah.
and Debo.
He is right though. They decided not to spend a lot of their cap room money. They're going to make their big move next year.
They had
We're hoping.
an extra surplus left over,
Right.
They
but
had
they
a
did
lot
make
of cap
moves.
room money they could have used.
But also to defend them, there are a lot of other teams that have lots of leftover cap room.
for sure, and they might have
Teams don't always
decided
just
that there was
splurge and
nobody
spend it
there
all the
that was
time.
worthy of their money.
Right.
Next year might be a
Right.
better crop.
They-
I don't blame them for it. It's fine. It's their approach. It kind of backfired. The season's gone to hell. I will say this though, getting back to Debo, if you look at Debo's numbers, he's actually had the second most receptions in his career, and he still have 4 games left.
Yeah, he's been
And
solid.
he's actually been available other than one game, and he's been playing hurt. There's no doubt about it. He doesn't have that same.
Yeah, he's
juice.
just not a factor in these games.
The big thing, and he's got 5 touchdowns. He's going to have like his second or third most touchdown. The problem is his yards per
Way down.
catch is way down.
Yeah.
He's more Zach Ertz like.
Well,
and he's
the guy-
giving you nothing
well,
running.
well,
Which
he
some
ga-
people thought that was going to
gave
be a
him nothing
bonus.
on the
Plus,
running
he
game.
also gives you. He's supposed to give you yak. That was the whole big attraction for Debo. Is he catches the 2-yarder and he can hit it.
Well,
for
that's the
8,
thing.
15
He's
or 20
down to
yards.
9 yards a catch, so you're getting very little yak.
Right.
Although a
Because
lot
they-
of them are just these bubble screens, which I
Yeah.
hate.
Yeah,
Which
but
I
I mean,
hate.
he's taking some to the house,
Yeah.
little screen, and he
But he can't do
weaves
it
his way
anymore.
through.
Right now, he's still that heel or something is bothering. Whatever that thing is, it's bothering him.
All right, 800-636-1067. We'll continue to take your calls. Is the Commander's staff babying Jaden Daniels with his latest injury? 800-636-1067. We'll take more of your calls next. Hail Nation, take your fandom up a notch. Check out the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. You'll get all the reliable AAA benefits like 24/7 roadside assistance, plus exciting Hail Nation extras like opportunities to win game tickets, attend exclusive events, and 15% off the online pro shop. Already a AAA member? No problem. You can upgrade for free. Head to AAA.com/commanders to upgrade or join today and become a true Commanders MVP and Hail Nation member. Is the Commanders staff babying Jaden Daniels heading into the Giants matchup this weekend? 800-636-1067. Before we get to the calls, Fabrice, can you re-rack the Jay Gruden audio from him joining Grant and Danny yesterday when he was asked how he would handle the Jaden Daniels situation? This was former coach Jay Gruden's response.
Yeah, well, that's disappointing. If he could have returned to play, he should have gone back into play, for God's sakes. This is it's quite annoying for me as a quarterback who played with many injuries. I know he's a franchise player, but, I mean, injuries happen. You get to play the man a little bit. You're not always going to be 100% when you step out on the field. So you got to show your physical toughness at times, and you can't be babied by the coach or the trainers. I mean, you got to go out there and play. It's a left elbow, for God's sakes. You don't need it. I mean, just go out there and let it rip. You know, I was disappointed in the protection plan against the pass rush of Minnesota a little bit, but for the most part, he should go back and play if he can. It's a left elbow, for God's sakes.
My only beef with what Jay said is there's a hint of Jay, in my opinion, there's a hint of Jay kind of insinuating that Jaden wanted to be out. Jaden did not want to be out.
Didn't
Jaden
look like
wanted
it.
to play.
Didn't look
he
like it.
wants to play every time he's wanted to play.
And look,
Yeah.
Jaden could just get up and this is not really his character, but he could tangle with Dan Quinn and or Cliff as far as he'd be like, you know what, I'm going back
I'm
in.
going back in.
Like no
if
matter
if you
what.
don't want me in, stop me.
And
Hard as a second-year guy.
Then,
It is
then
hard.
if I'm Dan Quinn, I'm going to pull him aside and say, okay, you can go back in. But if you get hurt, if you get banged up, you're going to take the bullets for this. I'm not going to stand up for you again. Like you want to go back in? You're going to be the guy taking the slings and arrows, not me.
What was
Get on out
what
there.
was the score of the game at the time? Was it 24-0?
I think it was
14.
14.
It was only 14.
14 or 17
I
nothing.
thought, it was,
14.
I thought it was 17.
Maybe
It
it
was
was
the
17.
first
Yeah.
drive of the second half.
Maybe it was
14
17.
nothing. He gets
and
hurt.
then
Then they got a field goal. Then Mariota came
Okay,
in,
yeah.
threw an
Threw an
interception.
I mean, the
and-
game wasn't out of hand. Although if you watched the game
Oh, it was kind of out
from
of
the
hand.
opening drive,
Yeah.
you probably figured that. But yeah, he should have been back in.
Yeah, but as a Commanders fan in that moment, before he gets hurt, you're thinking, okay, 14-0, terrible first half. But if we score here, it's a
Yeah.
one-score game.
Let's get back into it.
I mean, I know what I thought. First drive was great, just sputtered at the end. It sucked. And then the second one's like, didn't happen, 3 and out. And then here we are about to start driving again. So
My initial lean yesterday was that he would not play, but now that it doesn't seem like there's anything structurally wrong, I feel like he is going to play.
yeah.
Like unless something
should play.
pops up
He
the
should
next
play.
day or
Yeah.
two, like that we're not expecting, like I would expect him to be
Here's how
starting.
you know that they're being big giant wusses. If they just go take him and they put him under every machine under the sun
Right.
to find something, because I'm sure you can find something.
Mhm.
But as long as they're not doing that, and and he's just got to say, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm
Yeah, I
fine."
was gonna say, why can't he just say, I'm not doing it? I'm not doing that.
I don't know.
I feel good.
He can. Current poll results,
I don't know if you could say
50-50 basically. Are the Commanders babying Jaden Daniels?
I knew it would be 50-50.
All right, let's go to Toothpick, calling from Texas. Hey, buddy.
Hey, what's good? Hey, first off, let me say this, man. Once you think about it, this country only about 1% or maybe 1.5% will volunteer for the military. So of course it's going to be 50-50 right now when you have people that don't understand being there for the person next to you. You know what I mean? So as a quarterback, you're saying that you can't play when you're healthy, and you want
He
everybody
wants
else
to
beat
play.
up?
He wants to
I
play. Don't
understand.
get it twisted.
No, I'm talking about the people that don't want him to play. You can't explain that to any person in a locker room. This one person doesn't get to play when he's healthy, but everybody else gets to go
Yeah, it doesn't.
play beat up.
Yeah.
And you can't explain that. You'll lose a whole locker room. They won't want to work for you. So he has to play. If he can get out of bed, he has to play.
Yeah.
I'm on the side that Jaden plays.
Yeah,
He still
yeah.
has things to learn. Thanks
Yeah.
for taking my call, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Toothpick.
Thanks,
Appreciate it, buddy.
Toothpick.
All right, let's go to Michael in DC. Michael, what's up, man? You're on with the Junkies. Michael. All right. Sorry, buddy. Let's go to Gus in Arlington. Hey, Gus, you're on with the Junks.
Hey, guys. Do you think that Jaden's responsible for protecting himself, though? Because he was sliding forward a lot on this first few drives.
Yeah.
I know, but
Which made me
he's awkward with that
concerned
stuff.
because he has to protect his arm. And the coaches can't
No,
fight
he's
for
always
him.
just been awkward with that. I
Yeah.
don't think it was because he was protecting his
I don't
arm.
think he hadn't really learned how to do that yet.
Well, he needs to because he's getting hurt a lot, right? And so if I'm a coach,
There's a
I'm
lot of
sitting him
debate
for a game
about it.
because he needs to learn.
Guys slide and they get hit in the head. I mean, you could definitely get hurt slide. Sometimes it's unavoidable. Sometimes he plays football. He's gonna get hit. And sometimes it's gonna be awkward. I do agree. He probably takes more than his fair share of awkward hits, but it's not like the total 100% answer is slide feet first. That's not always gonna be.
Kind of depends on the situation.
Kind of depends.
Yeah.
Let's go to Sean. Sean, what's up, bud?
Hey, man. Good morning, guys.
Hey,
Thanks
Sean.
for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, man. Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm
Go
here.
ahead, buddy.
Okay. Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. And I just want to say this before I give you my comment. I appreciate you guys. Misery Mondays are a little better because we're all miserable listening to you guys discuss it, man. It's made it a little bit more tolerable this year. So thanks for that. As far as Jaden, I do think they're babying him. And I think Dan Quinn is second guessing himself because you guys remember all the media and the fan base about how he handled. Should Jaden have been in the game when he got hurt earlier
100%.
this year? I think he's listening to the media and the fan base. And I hate to bring this name up, man, EB. I hate to even bring it up. But, we've had a history, especially given RG3 and this fan base and how they second guess how he was handled that year. I know they're not even in the same league, but I think that's really what's going on. I think Dan
that's
Quinn
part of what's bothering the fans, and I think that Dan Quinn is probably being a little too reactionary to the media. I actually think you bring up some good points. I think that DQ is got some PTSD for just getting destroyed for having Jaden in at that point.
Oh yeah, how could he not? He has to have some of that residue left.
So that was playing in his brain. And you see Jaden go down there. I mean, the guy's, like I said yesterday, he looks like Exree Hip out there. He doesn't look like a football player. I love him.
I mean, I get that reference, but 5% of the audience.
You don't think? Is that too old of a reference?
Kevin
All right.
Durant.
I like it.
How about
I
Kevin
like the old
Durant?
school reference.
I mean, I think it's a great reference.
It's a great reference.
Because it's also it's great because it's more obscure,
it's
which makes it
niche-y.
great.
It's niche and obscure, which I like.
That's what makes
I'm
it
into
funny,
that.
though. But just Google Exree Hip if you don't know.
Skinniest
Harlem
skinniest guy
Globetrotter.
ever.
He just
I don't
that's
know.
what he looks like out there.
Kenny Abekwe could have given him a run for his money.
So I get it when you see him in that crumpled mess over there. It does scare you. But listen. If he's just gonna get hurt every time he plays, let's just find out now.
Right.
Let's just go through it. Let's just go through it now.
Then you got a plan for the future. If that's the case,
if he's just gonna get knocked out every game, let's just find out right now.
Yeah, then you have to have a contingency plan.
Yeah.
Just how fragile it is.
Yeah, let's just find out.
Right.
Now he played, what did we say, 20 games last year? He missed,
Yes.
there were two parts of one game. One game he got knocked out, and the other game he left, when the Cowboys were about to destroy him. Micah Parsons was personally going to put him in the hospital. They took him out. I thought it was smart. So he showed some durability last year.
Yeah.
He just did. Now this year, he's not been as durable, but everything's falling apart around him. It might just be one of those years. And maybe next year, maybe he doesn't play 20 games. Maybe he plays 15 out of 17. And then you can live with that.
They were just threading every needle last year, injury-wise, and
They
not
just
missing
avoided it.
games.
They
Like, it
don't-
was crazy.
Yeah, they were very lucky.
And it's completely on the other direction.
But
in
also, I have to say,
2025.
and I do think this the SEC is not the NFL, but it's about as close as you can get. And he played 55 games. Now, not so somewhere, I understand we're in the Pac-20 or whatever they call that league now. But, between what he did at Arizona State and what he did at LSU, he played 55 games. I don't believe he missed a game because of injury in college. So he showed some durability in college. He showed durability in his first year. This year's been a disaster.
Yeah.
The disaster. And all
It's
the
a
injury
recency
prone
effect,
people,
too.
you're getting the last laugh right now. But I'm not convinced that that's 100% the case yet.
Hey, Jay,
we'll see.
You don't have a Jaden voodoo doll at home because you're so in love with Drake May, do you? You're not the cause of this, are you?
No, I picked them to win. I wanted them to win.
Let's
I
go.
wanted them
All
to
right.
beat
You're under
Minnesota.
suspicion, though.
Let's go to
Hey, look,
Rob
Drake May's
in
the better quarterback.
Leesburg.
I know that.
Rob, what's up, pal? Going with the jokes.
What's going on, junkies?
What's up?
Hey, buddy.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I don't believe that they baby him in the sense that I think it's about the fan base or whatever. And like y'all said, I agree with y'all about him having PTSD. But I do believe that Dan Quinn need a light of fire under Cliff Kingsbury. Because we look at all these other coaches like Dan Campbell. He played against Dallas with backup linemen. What did they say? Same thing Dan Orlovsky said. I'm going to put Skipper in there, heavy jumbo, and I'm going to run them out of the pass rush. And Cliff Kingsbury don't do that. And then you have success under center, and you getting yardage. He wants to throw the ball all the time, or when it suits him, and it's not conducive to preserving the defense. That's why Buddy Ryan punched the offensive coordinator in the face on that run and shoot.
Kevin Gilbride,
Because
yep. I
he
remember.
kept on trying to throw the ball.
Hey, you know what? That's a great reference. That's a great reference. What a spectacular call.
Dan Quinn needs to have his offensive coordinator have his identity. Any place, anywhere, anytime.
Right.
And Cliff Kingsbury don't have that.
Right. Hey,
he don't have
that's a great call. Rob, that's a great call.
Look him
Thank
in
you.
the mouth.
The only
Rob.
problem with the call is the
Offensive
information.
lineman and don't use it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, man.
The only problem with the
It's a great
call,
call.
is the numbers aren't on the side. Right now, I'm on teamrankings.com. The rushing percentage of plays for the Washington Commanders is 6th in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
The only teams that run the ball at a more frequent rate are Seattle, Buffalo, Baltimore, Green Bay, and Chicago.
Yeah, but maybe we still need to run even more, especially given our lack of receivers.
Jason's talked about this. There's a perception that Kingsbury is this pass-happy guy, but he does want to run the football. Now, he didn't run the football after that first and goal in the first drive.
Critical situation. You might need to run it more.
All right, we'll continue to take your calls next at 800-636-1067. Jay Gruden thinks the staff is babying Jaden Daniels. Do you agree on that?
I like what Rob was saying. Rob was saying he's babying Cliff. That's who he's babying.
Yep, that could be the case as well. 800-636-1067. We'll continue to take your calls next. And don't forget, Barry Verluga from the Washington Post joins us at 8:20.
All right, guys. EB here for FanDuel. FanDuel's the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. And right now, it's a perfect time to join because new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet hits. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Just head to FanDuel.com/EB to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Commanders have only a month to go to try and salvage something out of what's been an incredibly disappointing season, on an 8-game losing streak heading into Sunday's game at the New York Giants, and Dan Quinn knows the fans aren't happy.
Yeah, and we feel exactly the same how upset we are. And so it's so important. We know what this organization means to the fan base. And so for us to have a performance like that and to have results like we've had, nobody is happy.
The 8-game skid is tied for the 4th longest losing streak in franchise history. Commanders are a 2.5-point underdog Sunday against the Giants. Monday Night Football last night, the Eagles dropped their 3rd in a row. Jalen Hurts had a fumble and 4 INTs as the LA Chargers knocked off Philly 22-19 in overtime. Hockey, the first-place Caps are off until Thursday night, home against Carolina. Wizards off all week. They'll play again Friday night against Cleveland. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Remember, you can join us at Hyde Social in Clarendon. December 19th is the date for our annual holiday show. We'll be broadcasting live. Doors open at 6 a.m. for everybody to come down and join us. Start your holiday early with us, the Junks. Hyde Social, Clarendon, December 19th. We expect to see you there. We expect that place to be packed out onto the sidewalk, I would think. There's people waiting to get in.
I expected this Junkies poll to be 90%.
What?
To 100%. They are babying him. It's obvious.
Yeah, totally.
And it's 50-50 right now.
Last I checked. I'll check it again. You can vote at Junks Radio. Give us a follow on Twitter there. Yeah, the poll results. See if it's changed.
I think you've got enough votes that it's not going to change much.
No, I don't think so.
It's at 52.9%. No.
That they're not babying him.
There are. We've talked to many fans. They think they should shut him down for the year.
That's different than. I mean,
that's stupid.
No, but that's
different than babying. I guess.
No, that's the epitome of babying him.
Of course.
That's the max.
Yeah,
that's babying him to the max.
That's storing him away for next season.
Yeah, but
that's
but they
crazy.
haven't done that yet. And the poll's about what do you think the Commanders are doing right now?
Well, because maybe they assume that they're going to hold him out again.
I don't think keeping him out of the Minnesota game is babying. I think it's babying if they keep him out for precautionary reasons against the Giants.
Right. Yeah.
Because in that moment, you don't really know what's going on. He's telling you he's fine, but he probably tells you he's fine every time he hurts himself.
And if all it is
when he dislocated his elbow, he probably told you he was
if all
fine.
it is sore, like that's been the buzzword for the last 24 to 36 hours. Elbow sore. You got to play with sore elbow.
There's a little. It's already 14-0. There's a little uncertainty with how he's feeling.
Right.
You're coming off getting lambasted by the fan base
That's
for
the biggest thing. He got roasted for keeping him in.
So I can see why you would do that for Minnesota, but if you're going to continue it into next week with soreness, or if he's 90% and not 100%, then that's babying. Right. That's being a wuss.
Well, there's definitely a portion of the fan base, and it seems pretty significant, that they want to cherry pick like the games, which I think is outrageous. If the guy's healthy to play, he should play. You don't go, well, they're taking on the Broncos.
Yeah.
They're the number 1 sack team in the NFL. The Giants, they've got Burns, they've got Thibodeau, they've got Abdul Carter.
Cakes did that yesterday, talking about the MetLife turf.
I'm not even just talking about like Jaden Daniels specific. Like that's been a bone of contention for a lot of players.
Should we skip the game then?
No, I'm not saying they. You know what they should do? They probably get a better playing surface at MetLife, but that's something that's
irrelevant to whether or not they're babying Jaden Daniels. It appears that they are. If he could have played and he wanted to play, but you put him in bubble wrap, that's babying.
All right, well,
I don't know how you can say no.
I would agree with you, but let's see what happens this week. If they hold him out this week, that's 100% babying him.
Do you think they babied him against Minnesota?
Yes.
Yes.
He wanted to play. He had a boo-boo. I said it all along. It hurt. He didn't injure himself. he had an injury that still hasn't healed 100%, and he landed hard on it. Normally, it would hurt a little bit, and it hurt a lot. I get it, but there's no risk of further anything. It just hurt.
Quinn had a flashback to the Seattle game. He knew that if he went and put him back out there and something worse happened,
he was going to get killed.
And he was going to, people were going to show up at his house with pitchforks.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
It was going to be.
He
can't worry about
in a tough spot.
He can't worry about the fans.
Yeah.
He can't worry about the media. He needs to be a
But
football coach.
he's trending towards Ronism, where literally Rivera could be in here, and I'm telling you, I feel like we were coaching a team. We could say something like, you probably got to cut that kicker. Boom, kicker's cut. Next thing you know, literally, I felt like he'd be responsive to things the media was saying.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case.
I think, by the way,
I
think that's a horrible way to run your team.
I think one thing that we're
Of course it is.
I think one thing we're not addressing when it comes to like Jaden Daniels playing in his future is, the personnel people. Adam Peters have a say in that. There are discussions, and so some of the babying may come down from up top where they're like, "Look, we got to protect our biggest asset." That's why maybe he didn't come back a week before. Because he probably could have played a week before.
We don't know. You're right. We have no idea.
Advocated for.
Right.
But if
I'm
he's
saying that the
cleared
front
by the
office
doctors,
probably
if he's
protects-
cleared and there's no issues, he needs to play Sunday.
Agreed.
100% he needs
the
to play.
doctor gives him a go,
They can always
he's gotta go.
finesse that doctor stuff, though. They can always tell the doctor what to say.
Okay, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, if he can play, he needs to play. You don't hold him out just to protect him. Doesn't make any sense.
And if he's just going to get hurt every damn time he's out there, then we need to know.
But don't you think they're babying him?
Yeah.
I assumed it's
I do.
unanimous in this room. Now, Cakes might be the wild card. You believe they're babying him, right?
Yes.
Oh, I
Cakes?
100% think
Yeah.
they
Should
are.
have played
That's
in the
why
preseason.
flabbergasted me that more than 50% say they're not babying him.
You should have played in the preseason. You got to play a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
Gotta
half
play a
the
little
league
bit.
doesn't. I'm not
Yeah, they're all
disagreeing with
wrong.
you. Young quarterbacks in particular like to see him get a rhythm. Maybe there's no correlation. I don't know.
I think they baby everybody. They baby pitchers. They baby everything.
I think second-year
Everybody's
quarterbacks
baby.
need to play a little bit in the preseason.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah.
let's go to Patrick. Patrick, Spotsylvania, what's up?
Hey, it's a little gut wrenching to me that last year we were talking about playoff seeding and stuff like that. Now our conversation is, are we babying Jaden Daniels? It's like the 180 we've taken is just so appalling to me. I don't know if you guys have taken a step back and just thought about that.
Yeah.
Well, how about we went from 3 wins a couple of years ago to 12, and then
And now
likely
back to
go back to 3.
Yeah, it's crazy.
3, 4,
I mean,
5 tops.
I mean, the beginning of the year, we all expected maybe a slight step back because of the division, the schedule gets harder, things just
Not be as lucky,
naturally
et cetera.
might take a step back, but not to this degree. But I think the whole conversation, guys, is they just have had they haven't had a plan with him. I think that's where we get into the babying. If they were to just shut him down, honestly, instead of in that Vikings game, let's be realistic. They're not, even if he played the rest of the game, are we coming back and winning?
No.
Absolutely not.
Well, they couldn't make a stop. Yeah.
Anybody. So
Probably not.
my thing is that we're putting him in a bad situation because our defense isn't stopping anybody. So what are we going to have to do the whole game to keep up is throw the ball, right? So
No, I disagree. I disagree with that. Look, it's unlikely.
He still has to play.
But when he was in the game, they're down by 2 touchdowns. They start with the ball in the second half. They could run the football. Did you watch the Bears-Packers game? First half, the Bears did nothing, right?
Yep.
And they were behind. They were behind 14-3 at one point. And then Ben Johnson made a point. It was like, you know what? We're going to run the football. And it worked. They weren't in a position where they just had to be pass happy when Jaden Daniels was in the game.
Mm-hmm.
That got out of hand after Mariota threw the interception and it gets to 24-0. But when Jaden was in the game,
it was still a game.
It wasn't
was
a
still game. Even
situation.
though it felt far.
Yeah, he wasn't just a sitting duck.
That's
back
another
there.
plus to playing Jaden. You don't have to see Marcus Mariota on the field.
By the
That's
way,
another plus.
it wasn't a situation too where Justin Herbert got sacked 7 times last night.
Yeah.
It wasn't a situation where Jaden was getting sacked left and right. He got hurt after he threw an interception.
Correct. I mean, he was getting pressured. They were blitzing every other play.
On occasion.
I know who
They
they're
were
not
blitzing
babying.
a lot.
Not babying Justin Herbert because he's missing both of his elite tackles and he had surgery.
He had a broken hand
6 days ago.
Yeah, and he's playing. And he was sacked 7 times.
Right.
That's what you do. And
That's what
by
you
the
do.
way, again, the
It's
careers
football.
are short. Even if it's a 10-year career,
And that's
it's
a little
still
different
short.
too
It
because
happens
they
quickly.
They're
I
on
know,
a playoff
that-
run.
that's
The
true.
Commanders aren't, but still, you need your young quarterback needs time to develop. He doesn't develop by watching Marcus Mariota from the sideline when his elbow is sore.
Quinn himself said that he wants Jaden on the field.
Of course he does, because
for
it's better for
development
him.
purposes.
It's better for his
I think-
long-term
But
prospects
in
to
this
have him out
game,
there.
he got gun shy.
I think he got scared seeing him on the field. Like that's why if I was Jaden's dad, I would have yelled at him. What are you doing laying down? Pop up quicker, get your ass off the field, and tell everybody you're fine.
I don't see a lot of his dad. See a lot of his mom, obviously. Not a lot of his dad.
I know. Well, he might need old EB to be a fatherly influence.
Surrogate dad,
Yeah.
Eric Bickle.
Let's go to Charlie. Hey, Charlie, you're on with the Junks.
Hey, yeah. Good morning, guys.
What's up?
I think your previous comment about Abear playing last night with a broken hand.
Herbert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
sorry,
Abear.
It's not Bobby Abear. It's Justin
Is
Herbert.
it like golf reference?
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
but the-
Charlie, bring a
he
little
sucked it
energy.
out.
Charlie.
Broken hand.
Charlie,
Go
you're
ahead.
killing me. I can't talk to Charlie. He's bringing me
Oh
down.
my gosh, you're killing him.
His energy is terrible.
Well, maybe he just got out of
His
bed.
energy is down here.
We've got up at 4. He probably got up at 8.
Yeah.
Let's go to
We shouldn't have more
He
energy
should be
than Charlie.
refreshed.
He should be fresh and ready to go.
go to Jordan, Mechanicsville. Hey, buddy, you're on with the Junks. Jordan,
Hey, how y'all doing?
What's up,
doing
Jordan?
great. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. I remember not too long ago I called in about 3 weeks ago, and I was jokingly kind of talking about how Jaden Daniels was just too small and we need to feed him more meat and nuts.
Yep.
And everybody started laughing and kind of clowning me. But at the end of the day, I got an even better idea. How about we just don't draft quarterbacks that are skinny and like to run?
I know, but it's too late.
It's almost.
I know.
It's kind of funny. It's kind of making me laugh.
That was my mom's bit.
No. I understand it's kind of late, but isn't that common logic? Isn't that common sense? Because remember, we have to pay these guys so much money at the end of the day. The market keeps going up for quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me you're going to put that kind of money in that kind of investment, and it could seem all good today, but then you're in the playoffs, but then you're in the Super Bowl, and this exact thing happened. It just doesn't make any sense. Now,
Here's where I would counter if you're going to allow me to counter. All right.
Okay.
Do you remember Randall Cunningham?
It's your show, not his show.
I do.
Randall Cunningham. Now, I don't have the numbers exactly. I don't know what happened year and out, but he was a pretty durable guy. Skinny quarterback. Like, yes, you're right. Common sense will tell you that a skinny guy is going to get hurt more often, but there are skinny quarterbacks who end up being pretty durable.
but
I'm looking at Cunningham during
Randall
the
was like
stretch.
Arnold Schwarzenegger compared to
Cunningham, I thought was a little bit bigger than.
Maybe a
And he was
little bit. He
taller.
was
He was
pretty
six-
skinny.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
6'4"
16
maybe.
games, 16 games, 16 games, 15 games. And there were some years where he had injuries, but
And he was
Um,
playing on the rock hardest turf you could ever find at the vet
That
back
is
in the day. I mean, that was no joke. That's like playing on concrete. That
I
guy's
don't think he
getting
was
beat.
that much thicker.
He just looked it. Maybe he wasn't. He just looked it. Jaden is a rail.
He's as skinny as possible.
He is a rail.
I've never seen a quarterback at this level.
Doesn't he have a
skinnier.
chunky soup commercial? Eat some more
He-
chunky. Bulk up. Load up on that chunky soup.
He's got that spindly frame. It's just there's nothing he can do, Kate.
I mean, in fact, Randall might have been skinnier. He's listed at 6'4", 212.
What is Jaden listed at?
It's like 6'4" and a half.
There's
Probably,
no way he's over 200 pounds.
probably 210, I think. 205, 210.
He's not.
Yeah.
That's what he's listed at. Doesn't mean that's
How
what he
tall did they
weighs.
say?
Jaden 6'4", 210. Basically identical. Cunningham 6'4", 212.
I'd like to see that.
You want it side by side?
I know my buddy played.
You have to look at SD, standard definition, if you want to look at Cunningham
Bro,
clips.
you know what? I refuse to look at standard
It's
definition.
close.
I can't do
you
it.
know, Ryan Keel said when he played in the league early on, he was trying to make it first before as a long snapper. He was trying to make it as a D lineman.
Mhm.
He would put quarter. What do you know? When you get
Rolls
those
of quarters.
rolls of quarters
Yeah.
in his shorts.
Okay.
When he would weigh.
Yeah.
All right,
Like
get a
put
little
his
heavier.
underwear or something. Yeah, to get a little heavier, just getting a few pounds. You know, I would like to see. Like, I still don't understand how Kyler Murray all of a sudden. Remember, he came out. He was like 6 foot or whatever the hell he was. Remember when they measured him?
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know how the hell he did that.
Right.
Must have been
He's
something-
5'9".
Yeah, he's
it
like
was something-
5'10".
Got
sort
an
of
old
heel
school
insert or
torture
something.
rack.
Yeah.
You know, and it's a different style
They're
of
hanging him.
quarterback.
Yeah.
But there are skinny quarterbacks who are pretty durable. Now, you have to learn how to take the hits differently. Jared Goff is butt skinny. Now he's drop back quarterback, but he doesn't, Matt Ryan was butt skinny, mostly durable
Jared
guys.
Goff, he has mastered the art of anytime he feels pressure, that ball's in the
he's-
dirt.
yeah.
That ball's by his running back's feet.
Right. And see, that's what someone like Jaden has to understand and
he
learn.
needs to learn that.
He
Yeah.
needs to be out there
Yeah,
to
but
learn
what makes
that.
him special is in that instance he can take off.
Right.
And get
At
to it.
times,
He
but
has
sometimes
the
you
option.
can't.
Maybe Cakes is right. When some guy's about to house it, just let him house it on an interception, on a
I
pick
totally
six.
stand by that. That's not going to play very well in the locker
Because if
room.
you run back, you get murdered.
Yeah,
the guys on the other side
You know
are
what?
licking their chops.
Jalen Lane, you go chase him down. Or Terry, you go chase him down.
Right.
I can't risk it.
They're licking their chops. They're like, "Where's the quarterback?"
Right. They want to destroy him.
Right.
And that's exactly what happened this past weekend.
I don't know if that would fly.
Well, if you want to keep your quarterback upright, that may he may have to be the exception.
Maybe it'd be understood.
My point is, of course, ideally, you'd love him to put on 30 pounds of
Right.
muscle and beef up. But he also has to learn how to take the hits.
Right.
This is who you have. I mean, but again, that's why he has to be out there.
Right. Needs the experience,
Yes.
game reps, game action. All right, we'll talk more Jaden Daniels next with Barry Verluga from the Washington Post. And don't forget, Von Miller from the Commanders joins us in just about an hour at 9:20. Time to head out to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We say good morning to Barry Verluga, Washington Post columnist. His latest column, controversial headline, but it grabs your attention. Psst, even a healthy Jaden Daniels hasn't been very good. It's the headline of the column. What's up, Barry? Good morning.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Doing great. It's been a crazy season. I can't believe where we are. I mean, I think everybody could have expected a little comeback, right? We talked about it in the offseason. They're not going to get as lucky. They're not going to be as good on fourth down. Even Jaden could have a little bit of a sophomore slump-ish, but nobody could have expected this. This is nutty.
I think we all kind of thought the reasonable expectation is better team, worse record.
Yeah.
And that could not have possibly included 8 straight losses. And it's not even just the 8 straight losses. Like, I thought they were going to win this weekend because the Vikings kind of stink on offense. Right? I mean, they don't stink on offense. They stink at quarterback.
Yeah.
The Commanders had taken a real step forward in that game against Denver that they could have won on the last play, 2-point conversion in overtime. They looked like they were playing hard. So I just figured, like, it's the right time to take another step forward. I think that's what Dan Quinn said. The practice evidence was we're ready to go forward, and it was like 10 steps backwards. So, we're where we are normally in December around here, which is like assessing the roster for what are pieces that will be helpful going forward. And that's a really kind of it's an unexpected position to be in right now, but it's also kind of a scary position to be in because, Zach Ertz's career is over. What do you do with Bobby Wagner? This is the oldest roster in the league, and that's okay if you were making a run at the NFC East title and a deep run in the playoffs. It's less okay if you're more in the conversation to be in the top 5 in the draft. So if we'd had this discussion in August and said, hey, it's going to be December, whatever it is, 9th or 10th, and this team is not only going to be eliminated from the playoffs, but be getting blown out by teams that aren't in the playoffs either, none of us would have guessed that.
Yeah, I think that's the more disturbing element is the fact that the Vikings the previous week, now I know it was with the third-string quarterback against Seattle. They were shut out.
Right.
And then they come and shut out the Commanders. It's the blowout losses and the way that they've stacked up throughout the season. That's really what's alarming.
I think Danny pointed out, Barry, that I think when was it Jays last year or whatever, when Callahan took over, they had 3 losses of 21 points or more. We've got 5 this year.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that season when Callahan was just
You
racing
thought that
through
was
the
the
games,
worst? Yeah.
The games were done in 90 minutes.
This is worse.
This is worse.
Yeah.
The Seattle and Detroit games at home, which were teed up for major audiences, a late afternoon and a night game. Those are the ones that, in a way, that kind of more stand out to me than the Vikings game, because you could make an argument that if they score from the 1 or the 2 on the 3, what are they doing throwing to Brandon Coleman from the 2-yard line?
He was open, though. He was open.
Yeah, sure, fine. And guess what? The quarterback wasn't accurate with it. So
he didn't throw it.
So let's get to
He
that,
held
Barry,
up.
because that's the crux of your article. What conclusion did you come to when Jaden is on the field actually playing?
So I just feel like there's not a lot of evidence. Like last year, you felt like, oh my gosh, I've got to watch this guy. He's one of the stars in the league and he can make anything happen at any time. And he just simply hasn't done that this year. He threw for 233 yards in the season opener against the Giants. He has not topped that total since then. And obviously his season has been in fits and starts, but he's played 7 times. He ran for, I think it was 62 yards that day, hasn't come close to that production on the ground. So he's not as dangerous as a dual threat, which is a huge part of his game and obviously causes a lot of angst because that's where he puts his body on the line. But if you go through his game by game, or you just think about it over the course of the year, like what's his standout game? What's the game where you go, holy cow, I'm so glad the Commanders have him. He's clearly the best quarterback from that draft. And they are so lucky that the Bears took Caleb Williams first so that they could take him second. And bypass Drake May. Like, there's just a lot of questions that, again, in August, you didn't think you would be dealing with. And I'm not at all saying that they made the wrong choice by taking him over May or that Williams is going to be better. I don't think we're there yet. I just think we're dealing with a season in which the big fear about him coming out of the draft has been realized. And it's not, yes, are these fluky injuries? Sure, you can say that. But it's also 4 of them. So at some point, is each injury a fluke? Maybe, but maybe it doesn't all add up to a fluke. So we're going to go into this offseason wondering a big if, like, if Jaden can play 16 or 17 games, then ... is possible.
Barry, I'm curious, obviously you point out some of the statistics that are down, the rushing yards per attempt, the passing yards, the completion percentage, all of this stuff is down. Did you talk to people who tried to explain why?
Not in the minute after the game. I mean, it's such a cluster after the game, and you're just like, you're lucky you're stepping over equipment, and it's just not a great scene in there. I mean, I do think, I did put the question to Quinn and to, Terry McLaurin, people who will try to give you a straight answer on the fact that people have been in and out of the lineup. That starts with Jaden, but it includes Terry. It obviously includes Noah Brown, who I don't want to overstate the importance of Noah Brown, because he's kind of just a guy. Like, we put a lot on him here because he's supposed to be their second best receiver, but he was cut by the Texans, right? So anyway, like, I do think, and Quinn said it, the word he used was continuity. Does that matter? It does matter. But McLaurin is like, is it a factor? Sure. But we can't hang it all on that, because, no one's going to feel sorry for any of these guys just because they've had people in and out of the lineup. Like, that's the NFL. So I also think, this is something to dive in, like, kind of during the week. I feel like he hasn't been as accurate. Like, he was really,
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just viscerally, it feels. Now, is that footwork? I don't know. This is a thing to ask Cliff on Thursday, right? Like, have his mechanics regressed because he hasn't been practicing as consistently as he did last year when he played all the time.
Yeah, I think that's more of it than anything. And I've said it, I think, since day one. I've said he's just been off a tick this year. And I said the guy, if he stays healthy, he's going to the Hall of Fame, right? So I'm in the tank for him. But I do, without question, he's been not the same guy as last year.
Right.
But here's what I will say, is any athlete knows, everybody that's ever played anything, you need the reps. He hasn't gotten the continuous reps. Not having the continuity of the other weapons, all of that is a factor. I don't think any one particular thing is, and he hasn't played as well. So it's a combination of all those things. I will say this, though, and I've tried to say this in the last few days, I still think all of that ability is in him. I don't think last year was a fluke. And when he's playing, even this past week, when he was decidedly so-so, very good first drive, I thought, but he wasn't able to close it out. And then there was just a few more plays and it was over. I still expect greatness from him every time he goes out there. I still think that greatness can happen. Maybe Barry, he's kind of losing that. For me as a fan, when he's in there, I expect and think he's capable still of greatness.
Well, that just means next year's a really big year.
Next year is massive.
Yeah, next year's the big one.
But you know what's also massive? This week. And the next
I think he's got to play. Yeah, no doubt.
The next 4 games can be massive.
Massive.
If he strings 4 together in which he stays on the field, in which he shows some of the ability that he had last year to just be incredibly dangerous in 2 different ways. Like, I mean, we lose the fact, when's the last great deep ball he threw? He threw one to Terry that Terry got hurt on against the Raiders, and he threw that really good ball to McCaffrey in against the Chargers that kind of turned that game, and really you were like, okay, that's Jaden Daniels, right? Like, if he provides 3 or 4 or 5 moments like that, and some consistency, some more accuracy, some yards on the ground with his legs, like, I think you could go into next year being like,
more confident.
Okay, if he stays healthy, he's still the guy, and we just need to build a roster around him. So I just think the next month,
it's massive.
Are they meaningless games? They're not, because this really matters.
No, it really does matter. But I'll say again, what goes hand in hand with that is, you could say, give him a break for it. It's just a fact. You can't play in fits and starts and be consistent. You got
to play. You got to be out
play
there.
a game and a half and then get pulled and then be hurt for 2 weeks and then play a half and then get pulled or get hurt and then miss 3 weeks of practice, then play 2 games. Like no one in the world, unless you're, a god and you're a 15-year vet. I mean, look at it. You can't be consistent that way. You need reps. All humans need reps. And he's just not getting consistent reps. And I think we're seeing his performance suffer because of that.
And I think if you go back to training camp, and I'm not going to put it all on the Terry holdout, but
it contributed. It must have.
In that time, a really, a thing that probably some of us said to different degrees was, well, at least this isn't Jaden's freshman year, rookie year. He's had reps with Terry. Well, the flip side of that is like, they're not like Joe Montana and Jerry Rice. Like they
Right.
need time together, right?
Totally.
Like it was 1 year and it was one awesome year, but like it's not like they're just doing it in their sleep. They've got to get, and it's Jaden with everybody. So I absolutely agree that the next month is massive, and it's important health wise that he be out there and physically able to do it, because that would alleviate some concerns. But performance-wise is just as important, just because it's been so inconsistent, and just like the lack of wow moments is kind of like now they're stacked on top of each other. And he provided so many a year ago; it's just a difference.
Do you think he'll play Sunday?
I do. I mean, if Dan said he could have gone back in and that game felt off, like I don't hold that against him, against Quinn. I think Quinn was maybe even overcorrecting because he knows he
had the
left him in
PTSD
the
from the
Seattle
other
game.
one. Yeah.
Right. And you could argue that the Vikings game was only 14-0 at that point, though it was, the interception was about to make it either 21 or 17. But I think if he's healthy, he's going to play. That has to be the answer, because otherwise you're like, wait a second, is this guy bubble wrap for the entirety of his career? Like
Right.
You're going to just truncate his season at 7 games and say like, okay, we'll move him through the offseason. And then you go into next year wondering what I think he's got to, I think he will play. And I think he's got to play.
He's got to play.
I
And
agree.
here's the thing: if
Totally
he goes
agree.
out there and he gets like some kidney contusion or something, that's more data.
That's different.
We need it.
Yeah, we got to see it.
and we need to see. You know what? Maybe this kid is actually going to be injury
Yeah,
prone.
we got to see it.
We need it.
Yeah, I think we have to see it the rest of the way. No doubt.
Barry, thanks as
Thanks,
always for
Barry.
your time, man. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it, guys. Anytime.
All right,
Yep,
thank
that's
you, buddy.
Barry Verluga from the Washington Post. Go check out his latest column on Jaden Daniels. Coming up at 9:20, Von Miller from your Commanders. He'll join us for his weekly segment. We'll do EB's entertainment page when we come back.
Hey, listen up. I want to tell you about Foley Mechanical. When my HVAC went out back in June, I called Dan Foley. He didn't just send his crew. He showed up himself. He was hanging out in the basement while his crew was doing their work. He owns 100% of the company. No franchise, no giant corporation, no private equity. He runs a tight ship, takes pride in every install. His team replaced my HVAC, my water heater, and my sump pump all in the same day. I saw firsthand how skilled and hardworking the crew is. These guys care. Dan cares. Foley Mechanical is full service, heating, AC, hot water, boilers. They specialize in older homes with radiator heat. They serve D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. They proudly install Amana HVAC equipment like they did at my house. So if you want quality service from a company that you can trust, please call Foley Mechanical. Ask for Dan Foley. Tell him Bish sent you.
Coming up right after the EP is done, you'll have a chance to win a pair of tickets to Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins tour. That's Monday, August 3rd at Jiffy Lube Live. So keep listening for your chance to win those tickets because it's coming up after the EP is done, after Eric Bickle is done entertaining you with EP stories.
So I do, buddy.
Yep. And of course, it's sponsored.
That's
Love
right.
Sponsors.
Sponsored by BMW of Fairfax. Hold on, I got the thing. I think the thing. Where's the thing? It's right here. It's right here.
Daily
I don't
Scramble.
always have it in front of me. It's not top of mind always. More interested in the stories than the other things. The entertainment page driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW of Fairfax. Ask for Miriam. She's the general manager. First, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and new vehicles right there on the website, bmwfairfax.com. I'll give you an example. My buddy Lucas, one of my closest friends, texted me yesterday that he called me. He's like, call me. And I go, yeah. He goes, I need to get Michelle, his wife, an X5. He goes, well, I was looking here. They live in
They're
Tampa.
ballers.
Huh?
They're ballers.
They're successful people.
See, I'm not the only one who has rich friends. Okay.
I mean, whatever. You work in life, you accomplish things. I mean,
I
people,
know,
you don't have to
I
be
know.
rich to have a BMW. That's news for you. You can get a used one. In fact, this was a used one. And he said, I found a 20
Previously owned, I think is the
a 2023
Yeah,
X5.
they don't like to say used.
Great deal.
Yeah.
And he goes, it's actually better price than anything here in Florida. He goes, can you, I know you do commercials for him. Can you? I said, sure. Texted Miriam. I said, my buddy, gonna pay in cash. He just wants to feel a little love.
Cash money.
Wants to feel a little love.
Straight cash, homie.
Cash.
Wants to feel a little love.
Yeah.
Knock some off the thing. Boom. Next thing you know, the car's getting sent to
That's a
Florida,
silly
to Tampa.
testimonial by proxy you just gave.
Silly testimonial.
Very nice.
By the way, one other quick. Man, maybe
You
I
should
got
get a
much time.
referral fee.
Ooh,
Oh, I would like that.
Brilliant.
I talk to them.
good
about that.
idea.
Funny anecdote. My sauna that we always talk about from Offenbach.
Yeah.
Get your sauna at Offenbach's. My buddy Doug, I just had lunch with yesterday. He just ordered his. It's about to be delivered. Getting it from Offenbach's because shocker of your boy.
Referral fee.
Yeah, there you go.
I should get it because he got
Clock
a
it.
big, he got a big
one.
one too. He got a big silly
Big
one.
Willie.
He got one you could live in. But there's an art. Remember that guy we talked about him before? That guy Brian Johnson, who is the guy that's his whole mantra is "Don't die."
Silly. See,
Oh yeah, I watched the
Oh, I knew you were
documentary
gonna say
about it.
So he's the guy
Yeah.
that
It's
he
definitely
took like his son's
thunderstruck.
blood, and he spends like $2 million a year just on his body. He's like a tech guy. He's got a bunch of money, and his whole
Guzzles
thing
like
is
500 pills a day.
he takes 5 million pills a day. He takes his blood every day. He's basically a weirdo. He's a health weirdo.
But he's also always in a sauna. Is that what you're going to say?
So he just did, and he does all his blood tests and everything. And they wanted to do. There's a famous study like from Denmark that everybody cites, where if you do sauna 4 times a week for 20 minutes, it reduces your all-cause mortality by 40%. You don't die. 40% less likely.
You just don't die.
Well,
okay, whatever. It's been heavily cited, but he wanted to do his own research on his own body. So he did the sauna. He did it for, I think it's same. He did it like 5 days a week, and you have to be over 160 degrees. Mine gets at 194, perfect. Anyway, all the biomarkers, it was like incredible. Like he said, he went even another. He says he's got like the body of an 18-year-old. Like he keeps reverse aging. All the biomarkers are incredible. The one thing though, as a male, that you have to be careful for is it kills your sillies, your spermies. Now you think, oh, what's the big deal? Jason doesn't even have
I don't
sex
care.
anymore.
I don't need them anymore.
Here's why it's important. I think I looked at that and I went, yeah, what do I care? I don't need those.
Right.
And then, but here's the kicker. Apparently your body, when it sees that you don't have any more silly spermies, it cuts down, it stops producing the testosterone needed for all that. So it can trigger lower T. Now, none of us want lower T.
No.
I mean, that's the worst thing on earth. If somebody says you're going to have lower T doing this, ain't nobody in the world going to do it.
Right.
So here's what you do. This is the solve. And he recommends it. Others, I've been seeing this solve and I questioned it. Now I understand it. And now I participate in it. Ice your Bozak. So you go into the sauna and you put ice on your Bozak.
Really?
Yes. And
Every time?
that way you get all the benefits, are the cardiovascular benefits, all of the releasing of the top, like the benefits are literally.
But the spermies don't die.
And this way, your testosterone stays up. In fact, your growth hormone goes through the roof when you go in the sauna.
Okay.
So but the key is I couldn't be more pro sauna. My life is dedicated to sauna. You got to ice your balls, though. You got to remember that.
Can you imagine?
How do you keep the ice from melting in the sauna?
I mean,
You go in there
ice
15
pack,
minutes.
You're
Ice
only have
pack?
20 minutes. You just put an ice pack. You sit on an ice pack with your underwear.
And do you have your
Okay.
magnesium under your feet at the same time?
I rub the magnesium on my feet
Vibrating
before I put my
place,
socks
you like,
on. I do my no, this is after I do my hum. I do my closed mouth hum.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Cakes, can you imagine if Dina has a headache and has to put the ice pack on her face or after it's been there?
It's pretty funny.
Can I tell you that?
Yeah, those need to be segregated in the freezer.
So here's I'll give
Yeah,
you a side,
you know what? They're right next to the hot pockets.
I'll give you a side story. This is
They're delicious. I would go lean pockets, but that's just
so
me.
after I get out of the sauna, I always have you're soaking, you're drenched in sweat. Remember, I told you men sweat way more than women in a sauna. It's actually you can look it up. It's a whole thing.
You know, go look at Tiger on Sunday at the Hero. He was sweating his balls off at the Bahamas.
Right. So for some reason, we react differently to heat than women do. Okay. I get out of there. My wife is sweating a little bit. I'm like, what is going on? I'm drenched in sweat. But part of that is I have my underwear on.
Yeah.
Right. It's soaking wet. When I put my wet underwear in the hamper, she starts eating, she gets bitter at me.
Right.
All right. I get yelled at.
So gross.
It's so gross. Right. So I hang it on the door in the basement shower bathroom where I take my shower. Now and it's gross, but then the next day it's dry. Now, because I ice my bowls, it's my underwear silly when I come out of the sauna. It's not all sweaty.
By the way, on the complete opposite end of this health,
is this too much
regimen
information?
I don't know.
spectrum,
I can't stop thinking about a curly Q by the ice tray.
Yeah, it's not great.
From,
Hopefully
from your
you're
ice
washing those
pack.
You're
off.
not going to do that.
So you're doing
not
all
gonna
this
do that.
health stuff. In about 7 minutes, we're giving away Motley Crue tickets. And Vince Neil and Tommy Lee have been doing nothing but through the 80s and 90s, they did nothing but blow and Jack Daniels.
I know.
And
Those guys have
banged
silly
every
jeans.
groupie known to man. And they're going to live forever. They're probably going to live to Keith Richards' age.
They also
They probably don't even know what sauna
but
looks
they
like.
also were sweating more than NFL players.
That's true. They're also working out. Like people sleep on the workouts when those guys are playing.
Oh, yeah,
Those
true.
concerts.
Okay, true.
Yeah.
I mean, Tommy Lee's in his upside down drum kit going crazy, but he's also guzzling a fifth of Jack
The
Daniels
heart was
while he's
pumping with
doing
those
it.
guys, even though they had cocaine in their system.
That is true. It's a good point.
You just anyway can't. I just cannot promote sauna life more.
Icy Bozak.
Just got to ice your Bozak.
Okay. All right.
There's some debate
It's a
whether or
life
not you
hack.
should do something for your brain too and put a little. But I don't do that. I don't worry about my brain.
How long? It's you have it on there for 20 minutes.
20 minutes. You don't even feel it because it's so hot. It's not like your.
What do you
balls
mean
feel-
you don't feel
it's not like you don't feel like you're freezing. You're like it's because it's so hot in there. But it keeps them nice and cool. But it's not like it's painful or anything.
so they're not sticking to the ice pack.
Yeah, no. It works. It's telling you,
Like
it works,
put your tongue on a pole.
it works brilliant. You know what I'll do?
It didn't work out for the guy in Christmas Story.
Yeah.
I'm gonna retweet that guy. So follow me on Twitter, X, whatever you call it, EB Junkies. I'll retweet the tweet where the guy went through all the biometrics and he gave all the explanations, all the great things that it does, but he gives you the explanation why you probably should ice your Bozak. There you go.
Okay. I will take that under consideration.
All right, let's get into EP.
Can we have you put an ice pack on it for the EP?
Well, I mean, you do probably need the heat to
Well,
counteract it a
then
little bit.
he would need to put his winter jacket on.
Yeah, I
If
don't
that-
like
if
I don't
that
like
was
to
the
be cold.
case.
Charlie Sheen, Cakes, he's been doing this book tour.
Mhm.
He's doing all of these interviews with everyone. Apparently, I don't know, is this even possible? He owes his ex, Brooke Mueller, $15 million in unpaid child support.
Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot of back child support.
I mean, what
And
are you
he's
gonna
got 2.5 men money, so he should be good for it.
What does he have to pay? $1 million a year in
I
child support?
don't know how many kids he had. Did he have 2
That
kids
sounds
with
right.
her? He was ordered to pay $55,000 a month starting back in 2011.
There you
Wow,
go.
that's a lot.
And that add up to $15 million with
Oh.
interest and everything else.
The
That's pretty
clock
close.
ticking, yeah. I
Oh,
would guess
55.
so.
It'd be like five. It'd be like five. Is that
600 grand a year, something like that.
500 grand a year?
It's a lot
Yeah,
of
yeah.
dough.
So 10 years, it'd be 6 million plus interest and everything. Yeah.
I mean,
15
that's
years, 10 million. Yeah, probably
Yeah.
gets close to
I hope
15
he's,
million.
hope he's maxing out his 401k. Hope he's got a company match.
Bonnie Blue, Cakes. You know Bonnie
I
Blue
know who
is.
she is.
Everyone knows who she is.
I have to say, if I ever stumbled upon a Bonnie Blue video, I've never clicked on one.
Okay.
Bonnie Blue.
I'm just so grossed out by just the idea of what this woman is doing.
Yeah.
You know, I think her claim to fame is at one point she had sex with 1,057 men in 12 hours. 1,057.
That's not even possible.
I mean, I think it's literally like guys are doing drive-bys.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, they're popping in and popping out, if you know what I'm saying.
Speaking of ice in your privates.
Yeah. But apparently,
Sarah, Yeti cooler filled.
she's
with
one of
ice.
these-
157. I mean, more than 20 minutes.
she's trying to outdo all these people, right? So they're doing all these outrageous bits. You got to be careful though, because she's in Bali,
Okay.
and apparently her and a bunch of male porn stars. I can only assume they are male porn stars. But I don't know. They were basically doing sexual activities out in public.
Okay.
Well, in Bali, that's a no-go.
That's no
Now,
bueno.
I don't think they're gonna cut her boobs off or anything, but she could be looking at like 15 years in the poke.
She's doing the bang bus.
I see what
She's
you
doing the
got.
bang
What it
bus
is?
out there.
Yeah.
And then you got caught, and now she could face up to 15 years in jail.
Make
What if
sure
she
you
was
look-
offshore with Captain Stabbing?
In
I don't
international
know. I don't know
waters.
what the
Anything
rules
goes
are
in
there.
international
In
waters.
international waters, everything's fair game, right?
TB's
Yeah.
I mean, that's a 30-year-old reference.
Hey,
Maybe
That's a
40.
genre. I don't know if I could recognize the guy, Captain Stabbing.
Well, you wouldn't recognize him now. He's probably in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
But could you recognize his junk?
No, because I honestly think it was more of a genre than it was a guy, because it might have been different guys.
How many conjugal visits do you think she's going to request?
I don't know, but they're saying it's likely that what they'll do is probably they'll show some grace, just ban her from the country, get her slutty ass out of there, and then she could just
Right.
never come back.
He gets booted.
That's likely what they're going to do.
Okay, all
And then last but not least, it looks like I guess it's that time of the year where Time always comes out. Now magazines are irrelevant, but people seem to still be interested in the Time magazine Person of the Year.
I'm not, but go ahead. Tell me who it is.
Well, it's kind of an iconic award.
All right.
It's Leo.
Well,
Isn't it?
I don't know that they've done it yet. If they have,
Oh, I thought it was DiCaprio.
well, I don't see him. I think there's.
I
If
thought I
they
saw it.
have, I got an old story.
I thought I saw that this morning, but maybe I was looking at
Then
something
I'm
different.
giving you an old
All right.
story and blame Valdez.
I'll give you a buzz or a ding.
Who is it?
Well, these are the odds.
Okay.
Okay. So at the bottom, Trump. He's
Okay.
too divisive. I don't think Trump will get it. Pope Leo. I don't. Maybe
It's an old story. It's Leo.
Oh, it's already been Leo.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
it
yeah.
was They were thinking the odds. So he was only 8% odds. They were thinking it was going to be AI. I would have bet on AI.
Leo DiCaprio greater than Pope Leo. Let's be honest.
It was Leo DiCaprio.
Come
What
on.
was he? What
Yeah,
was he?
Leonardo
Man of the Year?
DiCaprio is
What,
Times
for some
2020.
climate stuff.
Hold on, that says Entertainer of the Year.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, was
I
Pope
don't know.
Leo-
Maybe different.
Was
I
Pope
don't
Leo
think
in
so.
The Departed?
I don't think
It
so.
says
Man
it
of
says
the Year.
Entertainer of the Year. I
That's-
think
No, I think you're good.
Person of the Year is not decided.
I
yet.
think Person of the Year is undecided. I
That's
think you're
actually
still
that would
good.
be a great move by Time by making AI the Person
I think
of the Year.
AI. I think that's the leader of the clubhouse. That's probably who it should be.
That's
All right.
horrible. That's a horrible award. All right, we're going to hook up the 10th caller. Like we said, 800-636-1067. You're going to score 2 tickets to Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins tour Monday, August 3rd at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale right now. For tickets and more event info, go to thefandc.com/events. 10th caller right now wins. Don't forget, Von Miller joins us coming up at 9:20. Ever see a rookie try to steal second base without checking on the pitcher? Yeah, that usually does not end well. The same goes for investing. Making big financial decisions without a game plan, that is a rookie mistake. That's where Trajan Wealth comes in. Their fiduciary advisors have decades of experience helping clients plan for retirement, lower their investment costs, and optimize old 401ks from a previous employer. No guesswork, no gimmicks, just a solid strategy built around your goals. Avoid the rookie mistakes. Call Trajan Wealth today at 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600 or visit trajanwealth.com. When it comes to your future, you don't want to get thrown out at second base. Call Trajan Wealth at 202-929-6600, 929-6600 or online at trajanwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn said Monday that Jaden Daniels is sore, but there are no long-term concerns for his re-injured left elbow as they get set to play the New York Giants. Daniels' status for Sunday is uncertain. And Quinn, on To Tell the Truth Monday, acknowledged the obvious heading into the final 4 weeks.
Highly frustrating to miss the mark by so much. This brotherhood can never be in this position again. So that's every person for these 4 weeks finding that edge, finding that spark, finding what needs to get done. So we never find our way into this space again.
Monday Night Football, Chargers knocked off the Eagles 22-19 in OT. Jalen Hurts had a fumble and 4 INTs. And with Daniel Jones out for the year in Indy, 44-year-old Phillip Rivers, who's up for the Hall of Fame this year, is getting a tryout today with the Indianapolis Colts. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Junks are brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. If you're looking to be the next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just go to cropmetcalf.com. You can join their team. Joining us in about 18 minutes, Von Miller from your Washington Commanders, who are mired in an 8-game losing
He wasn't
streak.
very happy last Tuesday. When we had
He
him.
wasn't.
He was not.
He wasn't. Now, maybe he was
He
preoccupied.
hadn't slept.
He hadn't slept. Maybe he was preoccupied because, well, he hadn't slept, but it sounded like he was in a room with other people.
Mhm.
But he ain't going to be happy today.
He'll be a little happier though because he got a sack.
He did get a sack, though. It's
I
true.
know that make it a little.
He's getting
bit
a little
better.
bit clear. Yeah. True.
I don't care what anybody says.
Getting close to his incentive.
If you're on a team and the team loses, and that's obviously important. But if you play well and and they lose, you can handle it a little bit better.
Probably.
You
Maybe
just
a little
can.
bit, but
Yeah, but
when
I
you're
think you just
losing
can.
week in and week out, it wears on
Yeah, I
you.
think it just
That's true.
spoils
You know,
your
with
mood.
the Washington
That's true.
Wizards, I get it. Rebuild, but when you lose to this extent, it has to be hard. And I know there's a story about Cam Whitmore, and they don't love his attitude. Apparently, maybe he's missing practices, whatever.
That's been the knock on him since he was in
Well,
college.
he's got a weird face and a weird way about him.
Yeah.
But it's hard to
Very
stay up
disgruntled.
when you lose over and over again, and you're not even competitive. I would think it would be hard to show up for work. Like the people that persevere and do the extra work in those situations. And I know that Will Dawkins, who we have on quite regularly, the GM, talks about them having individual goals. It still has to be hard when you're just getting beaten down game after game after game. And that's kind of how it is with the Commanders. It's been 8 straight weeks.
Yeah, remember I was asking Will Dawkins this when we had him on a couple weeks ago. I said, these players that you've drafted and signed, they're not used to losing 12, 15, 16 in a row, get beat by 30.
They're used to being the best players on the court on winning teams.
Right.
Until they get to the NBA when
So they're not used
everybody
to
was the best player on
how
their
are they
team.
handling this?
And back to Von Miller, this guy's a Super Bowl champion, right? He's joined when he was with the Broncos, when Peyton Manning's there, they're winning all the time. Then he goes to the Rams, they win a
Winning.
Super Bowl. Then he goes to the Bills, competitive every
Go in the
year.
playoffs, yep.
I haven't checked. Maybe he's had a previous losing season, but he hasn't had many.
I doubt 8 in a row.
I mean, he's within striking distance right now. I mean, he has 135 and a half sacks. With another half sack, he passes both Jared Allen and Ricky Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
With another 2 sacks, he will tie Richard Dent and John Randall.
Yeah. All
3
Hall of
sacks,
Famers.
he gets to DeMarcus Ware level. Like, he's climbing that ladder.
And he knows it. Yep.
He's going to play somewhere. And he has said not only does he want to play next year, he wants to run it back with the Skins. He wants to run it back with the Commanders.
He likes living in Leesburg.
He just wants to run it back with these guys.
And
he
he
knows
likes
it's
these
been a
guys.
weird
And he's
year.
not going to approach Bruce Smith, who has 200, but he's going to be around like Lawrence Taylor level, top 10 all time. Lawrence Taylor at 142.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
How
you wanted to
many
bring
does-
up Derek Queen during the break.
Yeah.
And
Well, he had his first trip dub yesterday, and he's having some moments.
He's played good basketball. Now, he's on an awful team.
Mhm.
And sometimes you can have inflated stats on awful teams, and
That's fine.
You
He's
got to
showing
weigh
ability.
It.
He's showing the big league ability.
But I'm very surprised. I didn't think with his athleticism he would thrive in the NBA, but you could see the court vision. Yeah, I was telling Valdez just watching the highlights. There was one play that most guys don't make, and it wasn't some sort of like behind the back pass, but he's just at the top of the key 3-point line on the right side,
He's
and he
being
whips a
doubled or-
pass to the corner on the left side, and the guy knocks down.
We
the
did another
three.
one where he
So-
ripped an assist to the right side where he's being doubled or tripled there at the top of the key.
And so the question will be, should the Wizards have drafted Derek Queen, who was
Well, they're-
here locally? And I would say it's way too early.
There are a lot of Wizards fans locally that think they should have.
And that Trey Johnson
He's going to be good.
can knock down threes. And this is not a comp in terms of style of play, but I started thinking about, well, who's a guard that just kind of like blew up, that showed a little something? And Tyrese Maxey this year, he's averaging 31 and a half points per game. But if you look at his trajectory as a rookie, he only averaged 8 points.
Yeah.
Then the next year, averaged 17 and a half. And then he averaged 20.3. And I
Well-
might say that Trey might have more upside, like to be a premier scorer.
If he
in the
turns
league.
into Tyrese Maxey, then it's a grand slam.
Well, like I said, I'm not
Or
really.
that
They
close to that
play different.
level.
Tyrese Maxey's like a super speedy.
Maxey's just a phenomenal player. He was just awesome.
But my point is that guards can, you get in the league, then you can. I could still see Trey Johnson being a guy who eventually averages 25 points a game.
Man, we'll see. Will Dawkins hope so?
Well, that would
But
be
if he-
great. It'd
I mean,
be a huge hit if that's the case.
Of course. But yeah, I mean that was impressive that I saw that Queen he's shooting 50%.
Yeah, I mean, Valdez and I are talking about it. I remember, to Valdez's credit, he was on him, and I said, I don't know, I don't see it yet. It's just a little so raw. And Valdez said, I'll say this before the draft, I think his game translates better at the pro level than at college level, and I think you're exactly right.
Maybe athleticism is overrated in the NBA. I mean, Jokic is the best player in the NBA. He's not somebody that jumps high. Luka's knocking on the door at best player. He's not athletic.
He's just very skilled.
Sengun on the Houston Rockets is arguably their number one player over Kevin Durant. And
I think
he's
that's
another
what
plotter.
threw me with him too, as I saw he seemed like a plotter, like he seemed fluid, but
He's
just
unorthodox.
slow and
He's unorthodox.
awkward, go off the wrong
Yeah.
foot sometimes, and I just I don't know, man. But I think you're right.
And even in the NBA, they don't call walks. His signature play with the Terps
And
was that one
remember,
where he took about
that
four
former-
steps and hit a game
that
winner.
former Snake head coach, who I won't name, one of his quotes that I remember was, if Derek Queen was basically Euro, people would be talking about him as a top 2 or 3 pick.
Yeah, it's probably
because
right.
of his skill set and the way he
Yeah.
works. And
Yeah.
I won't mention that person's name though.
Well, I
because that
retweeted-
guy's a snake.
I retweeted highlights of him. So yeah, again, give me a follow, EB Junkies, and you could see the package, a 3-minute package of his highlights from his strip dub, and it is impressive.
That guy, by the way, is 7-1.
Yep, Nova 7-1.
I don't care. I hope he loses every conference.
Only
game.
lost to BYU, who of course has the player that maybe the Wizards would be interested in drafting.
I don't know. There's a lot of unrest from Terps fans. Valdez, you could speak to this. I see it on social media. They're very upset. Meanwhile, he's got like the number 3 recruiting class in the country coming in next year.
Correct.
They had all new players. I think they're being a little bit unfair to Buzz, to be honest with you.
I think people are scared that it's going to be like a 4 or 5 year thing, run its course, and then he'll move on. And then the product that they're putting out there really isn't that good.
No.
It's sloppy. It's sloppy basketball, and I think people realize how good of a coach Willard was compared to Buzz. But it's like
I think Buzz is a
I think
very good coach.
Buzz is a very charismatic coach, but maybe his X's and O's aren't as good as other coaches.
I just
But
think it takes time too, and it will be every year
it's-
that
All new
guys
guys.
aren't used to playing with each other,
Yeah.
and then there's gonna be a whole new crop next year.
Also, it's kind of he's kind of an old school coach in that way. He hasn't really embraced new basketball. I'm not talking about the portal, but just in terms of
threes
in terms
and
of
everything.
threes, in terms of
You might wanna
defense,
embrace that.
in
Old
terms
style.
in terms of like what you should be running on defense, your offensive sets, stuff like that.
I feel like if you're not embracing the 3-point shot, that you're just a full blown.
But he also brought in all these players who were kind of role players in other places. I mean, I
Yeah.
know he's got a good freshman, but they're all role players that were averaging 6, 7, 8 points a game.
I think it's too early. I think it's too early to judge, but it doesn't look kind of aesthetically pleasing basketball
But
right
people
now.
knew that as soon as they hired him. They knew that's what people warned, that Buzz plays that kind of
Like Buzz's
way.
players play hard,
Mhm.
but it's just like it's just so sloppy. You saw against Georgetown. That's when it first really poked its head out. How they couldn't really take care of the ball. How their shooting wasn't that great. And plus, you're coming off a team that that was a really good team. I mean, the Crab Five were a really good team. Then you go from that to this. It's just
The other thing is, and I don't want to be like hard on a player that's 18 years old, but their best recruit was Darius Adams, and he's not playing particularly great.
now in Buzz's
He's averaging 13, but he's shooting
pretty good for a freshman.
He's shooting 32% from the field.
I know.
32%.
Nobody seems to care.
But no, they care about that.
In
That's
his
low.
defense, 3 starters haven't been really practicing together ever since they got hurt. With Payne's injuries, Solomon was injured kind of like before the season started, and they looked rusty against Iowa the other day. And so, but they haven't really played together that much. So hopefully they kind of get it together against Michigan on Saturday.
Well, number 2 ranked.
Well,
Michigan.
Michigan
Yeah.
scores. You think Gonzaga scores? Michigan scores. They're averaging like 97 a game.
in college.
And
That's amazing.
they play Villanova tonight, I believe.
You talk.
K-Dub might get run out of the gym against Michigan.
You talk a lot about.
hope so.
At Michigan.
You talk a lot about reps with Jaden and how he's not getting reps with injury off and on. I mean, their three best players really haven't been practicing all season, and I think that was the first time they played was at Iowa.
I just give him a pass. It's his first year figuring it out here. I know it's weird. It's like a first year for every coach these days, but I give him a pass.
Michigan's last 3, they've scored 102, 101, and 101.
Yeah, they score.
It just doesn't look like very pleasing basketball. Like it's so sloppy. The sets are so sloppy. The shooting sloppy. Ball handling sloppy.
Yeah, and hopefully he's
that
identified that and he's emphasizing it. But
I don't think he's going to embrace the 3 and just have guys coming down there launching 40.
I mean, they shot 23s in the game. I think it's reasonable. I think you're overstating it that he doesn't like the 3. 23s is fine in a game.
He might like a 3, but he'd rather it be a little bit more set up than just the way guys play today, which is literally anything across half court is fair game. That's the way I see basketball.
Look, Willard, I think Buzz has more energy than Willard, but I think I thought Willard was one of the better X's and O's coaches that Maryland had, and that includes Gary.
Mm-hmm. Well, nothing could be better than Gary, so I don't care what you say. Gary's a freaking guy.
But when you
I know
your mouth,
I think Willard might have been a better X's and O's guy than Gary, but Gary all around better coach than Willard.
You?
I don't know.
I know.
This is heresy from a Maryland guy.
I can't even accept any of that.
You won't even acknowledge.
Nope. Gary's the close to a god for me as there is for a human.
Trust me, I'm a big
national title.
I am a big Gary guy. Don't get it twisted.
Mm-hmm. That's Matt Valdez saying that. So you guys know.
Also, apparently carrying a torch for that snake that used to coach at Maryland.
Oh, trust me. He is a snake. But I watch a lot of Maryland basketball in my life. He so much better than Turgeon, X's and O's wise.
Mm.
Willard was a really, really, really good coach.
Yeah. He always has been.
And that's why it was so sad to see him go out in the middle of the night and sneak out.
Said they're balling at Villanova. They're like 7-1.
Yeah, they're 7-1.
Would they have a tough non-conference, or
Well, they got Michigan tonight. Hopefully, they put
got
up
Michigan
125 on them
at Michigan.
That'd be fantastic. That would make my evening. That would please me greatly.
What's wrong?
What? Nothing.
Yeah. Okay.
I upset you with my Gary comment.
No, it doesn't upset me. I just can't. I refuse to acknowledge.
He dismisses it.
I
out
don't
of
care
hand.
if it's true or not. I just can't. It's not real to me. So.
All right, when we come back, we will be joined by Von Miller from the Washington Commanders.
To be fair, Kevin Willard's beaten Queens, Sacred Heart, Duquesne, LaSalle, Old Dominion, Temple, and Penn.
All right, so nothing yet. Nothing yet.
Well, he's stepping into the big leagues tonight.
So now he's
See
going
what
to
happens.
Ann Arbor that's averaging 100 a game.
Yeah.
Good. We'll all be huge Michigan fans.
Oh, big ones. I might even bet on him. No, I'm not going to do that. I'll jinx him. Not going to do that. All right, coming up next, Von Miller from the Commanders.
All right, here's your no huddle money play. Listen up. Northwest Federal Credit Union, the official credit union of the Washington Commanders. They want to put $200 in your pocket. Just open up your first checking account with them. Meet some easy qualifications. No trick plays, no fourth downs. Just a fast drive to free money. Get in the game at nwfcu.org/score200. Take command of your money this season. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required.
Coming up at 9:45, we'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Terps basketball game against Michigan. So keep listening for your chance to win. It's coming up at 9:45. Right now, we're joined by Von Miller, Commander's Edge Rusher. Listen to Von's podcast, Free Range, on the Odyssey app or download it wherever you get your podcasts. Von is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
Hey, Von, how are you? Good morning.
Howdy, guys. Good morning.
Hey, you know, Valdez, our producer, I got to credit him. It was his idea. He whispered in my ear. We have Tupac as your walk up. Did you watch the Diddy doc? Have you watched that yet?
Yeah, I watched it. It was it was crazy.
Crazy, right? Were you a Tupac guy or a Biggie guy, or both?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Tupac guy, but you know the thing about those documentaries that they can paint any narrative. I'm not saying that he did it or he didn't do it. I'm just, you know, anybody can paint any narrative with any documentary.
Right. So you weren't swayed, like you didn't at the end of that just go, man, what a despicable human being. You were just watching it and was entertained.
Yeah, I was just watching it just as, you know, because I was young.
Right.
I was young, like, and you know, I was like 5, 6 years old when all that stuff was going on. So that, like, to see the picture painted that way, like it was just interesting. But I'm not swayed in any way. I'm not saying that he did it or he didn't do it.
Right.
It was just an entertaining documentary.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Hey,
fair enough.
Did you ever get an invite to a Diddy party? Hopefully you turned it down if you did.
No, no party.
Okay.
What's the like, I don't know, biggest celeb's house you've ever been to?
I mean, you know, this is my 15th year in the NFL. I pretty much did it all. You know, I think All-Star Weekend was always great. Vegas is always great.
Who would you be in awe of? Like if you met someone though, like who would you be like, all right, this is a real idol of mine. I mean, you know, he's just a human, but this is a person that I've really always enjoyed their work.
Probably Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, really?
Oh, the physicist, the
Really?
scientist. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I think that'd be dope. You know, he always has some interesting perspectives, and you know, his thoughts on everything. I think it'd be cool to hang out and have a drink with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
So you haven't done that yet?
Which presidents did you meet when you visited the White House? I'm assuming you visited the White House when you won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, we was the last team that Obama had saw with the Broncos.
Right, that's surreal, right?
Yeah, and we didn't go with the Rams, so
Guessing I know why.
Why? Because it was Trumpy?
Probably.
I don't know.
Well, they probably should have gone. In my opinion, they botched it.
They should have.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter who the president. You got to go to the White House, take pictures.
Yeah.
Hey, Von, I was thinking about this, man. I know you're not happy after losses. Who is? But what was that flight back from Minnesota like? Did anybody talk?
Yeah, I mean, we always talk. You know, we got you know, the guys in the fellowship. We always, you know, watch film and, you know, kind of like, you know, just break down what happened in the game. You know, I was, you know, my thoughts was with Zach. You know, I just feel for my guy. You know, we're right around the same age, and you know, I've known him, you know, my whole career. Like when you ball like that, you know, and you're always going to Pro Bowls and stuff. You kind of know the guy, but I really have grown close to him just by being on the team with him this year. And you know, he's an amazing guy, and you know, to see him get hurt like that, it really just hurt my heart. So my thoughts is with Zach, and we just kind of like talked about, you know, the road ahead, and you know, I've had 2 ACL surgeries too, and you know, just kind of like, you know, was there for him and just leaned on him.
Right.
Do you feel like he's going to attempt to come back after a devastating injury like that at his age?
I mean, I don't know, but you know, for me knowing Zach, I think he's gonna try, but I don't want to speak for him, but
right.
I don't.
It's hard because you want to end on your terms, right? You don't want to end on that damn cart.
Yeah, but it's, you know, we talking about Zach Ertz here. He's a champion and, you know, a Hall of Famer. So he's I really don't know. It's still early. It was 2 days ago, but
yeah,
he's gonna be all right though.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so talk about your frustration after the last game. I mean, obviously, DQ said it all. Just like what can you say? Like disappointing all the way around. I know you got a sack, so that's good, but just overall, just not acceptable. I'm sure you guys all feel the same way. What's kind of going through your mind?
Yeah, it was I just echo what DQ said, and it kind of just it didn't happen like all at once. It was just kind of like, okay, they get 2 yards here, and we get another play here, and then they get the first down, and that first drive, like it was just like you get the second down, and then we get the third down, and it's just like, oh dang, they convert on third down, like a little easy pass, and then they score, and it was like, okay, we get the ball on offense, we drive down the field, have a penalty, we get the third down again, we get the goal line,
right,
and we go for all 4 downs, and we don't convert on fourth down. They get the ball on the 2-yard line, and then they just chip away at it, and then put together a 20-play drive, and
right
now they up by 14, and it just happened like gradual, and the whole time I'm thinking like we're gonna get going at some point, and we're gonna get a stop here. It just didn't happen.
When you're in the midst on defense of a drive like that, where you're basically on the field for 20 plays, and I don't know how many snaps you were on the field there, how tired are the guys playing and play out? I always wonder, you hear announcers talk about defenses getting tired, that the offensive line has an advantage there. Is that true or not?
No, I don't think fatigue. For me, I don't think fatigue or being tired, they never slip my mind. This is what week 13, 14?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys not. I don't think guys are tired right now. That's usually like the first month or so in the season. Well, I was just thinking about just making a play, or finding a way to make a play to get off the field, and it wasn't like they. It was just like a little. We run a zone, and he find the pocket in the zone, and like it wasn't nothing extraordinary, like just running guys off the ball, or like outrunning guys. It was just like a little chip here, a little chip there, and they put together a 20-play drive and scored.
What's it like? Bring us inside, like in a professional huddle between plays. Sometimes you see on the sidelines, okay, you guys maybe give up a drive. You guys are kind of, maybe one guy's freaking out, and at the other guys, you're trying to get on the same page. When you're on the field between plays, how often at the professional level do you have guys going, what are we doing? You know what I mean? Like, just like being negative, really, to be honest with you. Does that happen more often than you think, or is that kind of rare during a game?
I guess, for this season, fortunately, we haven't had that.
Mm-hmm.
For me, like I'm just super sensitive towards that, because I'm an optimistic guy, like naturally. So
right.
I'm super sensitive to that, and we just haven't had that. For me, I'm thinking about, I guess I'm delusional. I'm thinking about, okay, this is my play is coming. I'm about to make a play to change the game right here.
Right.
And I'm just like, trying to find my space to like do that. I'm trying to.
You're thinking about the next play.
Yeah, I'm trying to see where I can affect the play. Like it's, like I said, I guess I'm delusional. I'm like, man, I'm about to take over the game right here. This is my play. Like I'm about to make a game-changing play right here, and it just never came.
So when you say you're sensitive to that, when you hear that kind of thing in years past, are you the kind of guy that then steps up and says, "Hey, stop! We gotta stay together," or do you just let guys vent?
So it's every guy on the team is different, and me being a team guy, I know like which guys are which, and you treat everybody with respect, but you don't treat everybody the same, and you just got to know how to deal with whoever it is. And it could be like, hey, you pull a guy to the side and say like, hey, like there's other ways to do that. Like when you talk like that and people hear it, like it just creates like this ripple effect. There's multiple ways to address it, and in years past, I might before the game, after the game, or like, hey, pull him to the side right there, or like, hey, like it just depends, and every case is different. But fortunately, this year we haven't had any of that.
We're joined by Von Miller, Washington Commanders edge rusher. So what was your reaction to seeing Jayden take the hit? He grabs his elbow, makes his way over to the sideline. Take us through your reaction. And then also, what's it like when you're on the defense and somebody gets a pick? Are you immediately, like, is everybody just like searching for the quarterback, trying to block the quarterback and take him out of the play?
So I'll start with Jayden. Like, of course we were all tuned in. It was fourth down. We threw a screen. Van Ginkel is notorious for picking off screens. Like, yeah, he probably got 6 of those in his career. So immediately, like when I saw him knock the ball in the air, I knew it was intercepted. And we grab our helmets and you see like Jayden run after the ball, and you see Terry chase him down, and Jayden got pushed and fell on his elbow. And initially, I didn't think it was because it was just like it didn't look too bad. It looked too bad, but he had already injured the elbow. And he kind of grabbed at it, and he got up and came off the field. He's like, immediately you go and say, all right. Everybody's like, he's all right. And so if we get an interception, I'm just trying to find the clearest guy to block. If it's an offensive lineman, cool. Running back, cool. I'm just trying to shield to create a lane so my guy can get in the end zone.
You're not looking for the skinniest, scrawniest guy out there.
No, I'm not searching for a quarterback.
Right.
Have you ever lost 8 straight as a pro?
It's crazy because I was talking about this the other day. I think ever in my life I've lost 8 straight or 11 games in any season that I've ever played in my life.
Yeah.
And even though it's tough and it's adversity, like I just, I like to find beauty in everything. And, I was talking to some of the guys, and, you just kind of find that space to talk to guys one-on-one and just hey, as football players, especially at the pro level, you kind of get attached to outcomes, and wins kind of become part of your identity. I know, especially for me, winning Super Bowls and playing in big time games, you kind of hey, this is what I do. This is who I am. I play, and this is part of my identity. I'm a champion. I'm a winner. But at that same point, you can't let losses become part of your identity. Just because we lose, though, I'm not a loser. It's just a tough patch right now, and we're just going through it. You got to kind of find the beauty in everything and just find whatever lesson is to be learned and just apply it to your life.
Obviously the first time you've been through something like this is it to the point where you have to try something drastic, something totally different, or is it more back to the fundamentals? That's always the answer. Back to the fundamentals.
Me, I'm probably closer to the coaches than I am the players. This is my 15th year in the league, and I've been around all different types of amazing coaches. And the ones that have always stuck with me, and the lessons that I've learned with those coaches is, we're gonna coach it up in the off season. We're gonna coach it up in training camp. Obviously, it's always something to coach, and it's always something to get better at. But I'm not big into overcorrecting. I feel like the corrections should be learned during OTAs, training camp, when we put the defenses in, when we scheme in the defense. But as far as changing our whole scheme and changing things drastically, I'm not a fan of overcorrection. This is the way we came in, this is the way we're gonna come out. And especially from a leadership position, whenever you have the opportunity to be a GM or front office exec or coach or whatever it is, if I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna go out my way. I'm not gonna go out trying to take advice from somebody else or trying to, change everything. And then if I end up going out, I went out listening to somebody else. If it's not gonna work for me, I want it to be on my terms. And we got great coaches here. We got great, we got great guys in the front office, and we got great players too. For some reason, it just didn't come together for us. But we still got a lot of great players, and we still got the ability to make great plays. And I got 4 games left. If we're gonna go out, man, I'm going out swinging. I'm going out trying to, take a leg or arm or somebody with me. I'm trying to, we play the Cowboys and the Eagles, and they got hopes of going to the playoffs. I'm trying to take them out with me. If I'm not making the playoffs, I want y'all not to make the playoffs too. So that's just how I go about it.
Joined by Von Miller from the Washington Commanders, had a sack in the last game. Just curious, because you are very complimentary about this coaching staff. I want you to give me quick descriptions, and I'm going to start with some of the guys that have coached you in the past. What was Wade Phillips like?
So, man, Coach Phillips, he was, old school, going to run man. We're going to blitz the guys. We're going to depend on our star players to make plays. At that point in career, it was me, DeMarcus. I was in my prime. Just let me rush. We had to run games. Got the no-fly zone. Let them cover.
Let's go Sean McDermott.
Sean McDermott got a wrestling background. Hard-nosed coach. But at the same time, he was pretty cool. Like he had when you watch him on TV, you're like, man, that's the tough, hard-nosed coach. But he was one of the guys all about winning though, and all about getting the most out of guys. The expectation in Buffalo has been there for a long time, and he does a great job of really driving down anxiety and not, having each game be the same bite size.
And then DQ as a defensive coordinator.
DQ, man, he just he's a great leader. He's had a lot of championship guys. He's been 3 Super Bowls, maybe more. I'm just aware of 3 Super Bowls, and he kind of has the same feel let the guys figure it out. He's a great leader of men. He just you just feel this aura around him. You just want to be better, and you just want to play better for him. He gives the guys a space to do what they need to do. He trusts the guys, and I think all the coaches that he has up underneath him respect him in that same way. And it's just, man, it's just unfortunate that we're not able to get the wins to kind of complement his coaching style. But he's an amazing coach.
Von, when you finally call it quits, would you rather coach, be like a defensive coordinator?
He said GM, remember?
Or do TV?
I'd rather do TV, man. These guys, man. I don't know. If I was a coach on this, if I'm going through adversity, I start, hey guys, y'all go get me fired, man. And I'm gonna make sure y'all go out before me. Back when I was playing, I had, we did this, we did that. I had Champ Bailey. It's just that's just me, and I don't have that. I don't have the patience that these coaches that they possess.
But you could see yourself doing TV.
I can see myself doing TV. I've been watching. If I'm a coach, listen, I've been watching y'all for 16 months, and I'm telling you, all you got to do is do this, and you're gonna be a Pro Bowl player, All-Pro player, and then they go out there and do the complete opposite. I'll probably snap.
How would you deal with Jalen Hurts, who had an interception and a fumble on the same play?
Right. Yeah, it's like those. I think all the great players too. They just have this. It's like a gift and a curse. They can only see it from their lens. You first immediately say, okay, I would have did it like this, instead of having the patience to. And then the patience to be able to give them the tools to be able to do it their way. And all the great coaches that I've been around have been able to have that and possess that. And I'm just aware I don't have that.
Von, we'll talk to you again next week. Hopefully it's after a win against the Giants. We'll talk to you soon, man.
All right, guys. Appreciate y'all.
Yep,
Thank
it's
you, buddy.
Von Miller from your Washington Commanders. When we come back, we'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Terps take on Michigan in College Park. Bank local, cheer local. In business, every day is game day. Business is always moving up or down, but never still. That's why the Main Street Bank team treats every day like game day. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, Member FDIC, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. We're going to hook up caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to win 2 tickets to the University of Maryland men's basketball game Saturday, December 13th, as they host number 2 ranked Michigan. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/contest. 10th caller at 800-636-1067. You will win.
That's Saturday, correct?
That is Saturday, yes.
Jason, did
Correct.
you read Paul Taboni's letter to the fans?
I saw the email. I actually didn't read it. But I know there's a plan, but I think the plan involves selling some of their young
The
players.
plan seems to be trade off any sort of
Yeah.
any players that have any sort of value to other teams. They're
Trade
in
them
the
off.
market for trading. Trading them is starting completely over.
Yeah, I was just looking at their payroll for 2026. Everybody except for Trevor Williams is in an arbitration or a pre-arbitration deal.
Right.
That's how young this team is. And CJ Abrams is in arbitration 1, and Mackenzie Gore is in arbitration. Is he in 2? Yeah, he's arbitration 2. So he's got one more year of arbitration, then he's a freebie. So, yeah, I mean, I know the Yankees are interested in Mackenzie Gore. I don't know. I mean, Taboni's got a plan.
I think I'm just going to blind bet the under for Nats wins in 2026.
Do you know that he quoted
I don't
Morgan
care what
Wooten?
the number is.
I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to see the number.
He-
Probably going to be the low 60s.
Did you know he mentioned in the letter Morgan Wooten?
How would he know who Morgan Wooten is?
He just wrote, late DeMatha, high school coach and basketball Hall of Famer. Morgan Wooten often talked about a winning effort being the precursor to actual wins. The same is true in baseball.
Yeah, Jason, you
Well,
carry
Paul
that winning
Taboni-
effort throughout your life at this point from Morgan Wooten?
I should have told Paul Taboni I played for Morgan.
You should have. Why didn't you tell him? He's
if
our
I
friend
knew
now.
that he knew who Morgan was.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a long letter. It's well written. The problem with that sentence is basically just acknowledging they're not going to win for a while, because when you're talking about the precursor to wins, it's kind of like what the Wizards are doing, where he's basically saying, look, you're going to have to endure some pain.
Yeah. He's saying
You're rebuilding
endure
the
pain.
rebuild.
Yeah.
Right.
He's pulling the plug on the rebuild that's been happening for the last few years.
The current
Is basically
active
what he's saying.
payroll, this could change. I mean, obviously because of trades and signing guys, but it's 46,186,000.
Where does that rank?
Oh, it's got to be
Bottom five?
bottom 3 or 4.
That's pretty awful if he basically doesn't count the 3 previous years we were tanking.
Well, to him, whatever
know,
happened
like-
then doesn't exist.
Right, no,
Like
but it's brutal for us. Like it's actually
Yeah.
almost borderline unacceptable. Like, so those last 3 years where they were building prospects and trying to play young players and all that stuff, you don't like any of them? We got to start all over?
Well, I'm sure he likes some of them, but
to me, it's
sounds like-
borderline unacceptable.
it sounds like anybody with a big name and or value to other teams, they're going bye-bye. CJ Abrams,
actually-
pack your bags. Gore, pack your bags too.
The number I gave you is total payroll allocation. So that
includes Strasburg.
That includes people who are on the roster. Their current, I'm sorry, this is their current active, was that 26? Hold on. Their current active 26-man payroll?
Can I guess?
Yeah,
$21.5 million.
less.
Less than that?
Mhm.
Oh, 17 million.
Less.
10.
Slightly higher, 13.3.
Well,
wow.
And that's dead last.
All I'm saying is the message was fine. It's very well written, but it kind of spoke to me like the Wizards were speaking to me 2 years ago. He writes, progress comes from stacking good decisions on top of good decisions. Who would disagree with that?
Right.
In the 2 months I've been here, this has manifested itself most visibly in the construction of our baseball operations staff, hiring and maintaining some of the best talent in the industry to oversee player development, work in research and development, and oversee our hitting and pitching programs.
No, you're right. They're going to completely bust it, just like the Wizards did, and build it back up. Hopefully it works.
He could have saved a lot of words just by saying, you guys are going to have to be patient. We're going to stink for a few more years until we get this thing turned around.
Well, they've stunk
Thanks,
for 5
Paul
years,
Taboni.
right? Is this going to be like a 10-year rebuild? Could be.
I mean,
basically, if you include the Rizzo rebuild, which
trending
he didn't
that
want
way.
to call it a rebuild, but it was a rebuild.
Yep.
And now you're doing it over. As Valdez said, the rebuilding the rebuild. It's a do-over.
It's nuts.
Hey, real quick, let's go to Shanoob. He's an insurance guy. He wants to clear up the HVAC and roof stuff
He's
we
calling
talked
from
about earlier.
Aggieville, College Station, Texas.
All right, here we
Oh,
go.
man, you're in College Station?
What's up, buddy? You only got about a minute. What's up?
A&M.
Hey, what's up, guys? How y'all doing?
What's up?
You got less than a minute.
All right. Hey, big fan.
Thanks.
Grew up in Texas, but I lived in Virginia for a while. That's where I got hooked up with y'all.
Awesome. Thanks,
So
man.
here's the deal with insurance.
Mm-hmm.
You got to have physical evidence of a covered loss to get your roof replaced. It can't be wear and tear.
Right.
It's got to be hail damage, wind damage,
Right.
a fire, or something like that.
Right.
So
Tried to
it's part
tell
of my
you.
I was trying to
business.
tell
It's what I
Dave.
do.
No, I
so-
told you that. I said
Yeah.
if you have some damage.
I know. I said, but my damage is just it looks bad. It's wear and tear.
Oh, yeah, I agreed with you there.
Oh, okay.
But just because it's wear and tear, even if it just leaks, doesn't mean you're going to get your roof replaced. Because if you don't have any missing
I know.
shingles
No one's
or
giving you
hail
anything
damage,
for
for example,
nothing.
Well, it kind of depends on your insurance, because if you get an insurance rep comes out there and says, "Okay, I believe it," I had a really good insurance rep.
Yeah.
Some of them will say, "No chance,
Right.
unless you
Thanks,
have no
Shanu.
roof on your
Appreciate the call,
house.
man.
They're not going to give you the money."
Yeah.
It depends on the insurance rep as well.
Right.
I got lucky.
He's just a big bully. That's what you are.
Hey, no, it was the guy that I was dealing with.
Sure.
He's the one who submitted the report.
Yep. All right, we got to get out of here. We'll see you again tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley, they're coming up next.
It's hit rock bottom for Dan Quinn and the Commanders with that blowout loss to the Minnesota Vikings this weekend, an 18th hit now, and officially eliminated from the playoff. Dan Quinn trying to find a way to pull things together with 4 weeks to go.
It's been frustrating. It's been emotional. It's been all of those things. But once you get to, having to watch January, February football, like that sucks. And so you want to make sure that you're doing everything you can in your power to set us up to never be in this spot again.
Final 4 games against the NFC East. The Commanders a 2.5-point underdog on the road against the Giants Sunday. We will see about Jaden Daniels. No long-term concerns for the elbow injury, but his status is uncertain for Sunday. Monday Night Football, Jalen Hurts and a fumble and 4 INTs. Chargers beat the Eagles 22-19 in overtime. And Phillip Rivers has already had his workout with the Colts as they consider signing him to a contract he hasn't played since 2020. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You know what's pretty remarkable about the city we live in and love? This is an international city, I would say. The capital of the United States. Pretty big deal town. Top 10 market size in the U.S., but I think DC is like the 8th biggest market in the United States, media market. But I would argue its influence outpaces the 8. Certainly New York and LA are bigger, but just because Philly's a bigger city, DC might matter a little bit more, whatever.
Politics.
It's remarkable that we can live in a city of great importance and the major highway, the major thoroughfare that bisects right behind the United States Capitol, goes right by the baseball stadium. A lot of people drive on that 395, 695 little portion of the world. And somebody just dumped a construction site in the middle of it. Me and Landfill, it was pretty astonishing. I mean, it seemed like, like right past L'Enfant Plaza, like right in the heart of that. The next exit is South Capitol Street. Like the exit where it happened was to the United States Senate, like that D Street Senate exit. And there's just a boat, like a legit truckload of dirt and concrete in the middle of the highway.
Wow.
Landfill, was that convenient for you, bud?
Nope. That sucked.
What the hell? What was that? What is that? And so as I was making my way downtown, as I was driving
Don't sing, dog,
you
please.
didn't like that? I think that was Natasha Bedingfield or something.
That's the song that they played on White Chicks.
That's the
Terry
perfect
Crews was singing that song.
White Chick song. So as I'm pulling in and I'm getting on, you always go main because you're intelligent. I generally go the highway because I'm a moron and like to fist fight traffic. So as I'm merging onto the highway, it gets into that single lane. You got to cut somebody off. Then you get onto the highway and there's a cop like 4 cars in front of me, puts his lights on and then just stops. And I can't see what's in front of him or her. And I'm like, why would the police officer just stop right there? What the hell? And it just causes this giant backup. Finally, I get around to discover there's a construction site on the highway. Just random cinder blocks and dirt.
It fell off the truck?
I assume. I don't know.
Or is it one of those, we had the people a few years ago that decided that they were going to lay across the highway. They say they got smart. Somebody might run over, so let's just put a construction site there.
Part of me wondered if
that was a protest thing because for whatever reason, again, major city, international politics, this is where these protesters like to cause trouble. I don't know. I know it was annoying. That much I know.
Just get on me sometimes, bro.
Yeah.
I think you jump on the belt on the interstate because you think it's gonna fly. That interstate doesn't fly in the morning, coming here and leaving in the afternoon.
Not on Tuesdays, especially. Tuesday is the day. If you want bad traffic, come to Washington on a Tuesday. Another thing I know, Brian.
Yeah.
Philadelphia Eagles got trouble.
Yeah.
They got trouble, man.
4 interceptions last night.
And a fumble.
Ooh, Lord.
If you
he threw an interception.
That was wild.
He threw an interception. They fumbled. He got it back.
And then he fumbled. It wasn't high-level football last night, but it was an intriguing matchup. You know what?
I'll say one thing, though. He makes a lot of noise, A.J. Brown. Catch the damn football.
Sure.
He dropped 2 passes last night in his hands, and that could have made my man look good, but he drops a lot of damn balls.
A.J. Brown finished that game 6 catches for 100 yards. 6 catches, however, on 13 targets.
Yeah,
now some of those were misses, but
like 3 of them were misses. It was 3 that hit him in the hands, and then little man, I call him little man, skinny dude, Devontae hit him in the hand. He just like, hey, I don't want this.
If yesterday I told you neither of these quarterbacks are gonna throw the ball very well, but one
guy was playing with a broken hand.
Well, but one guy
and played his ass off.
One guy is going to win the game for his team by running.
Mm-hmm.
Who would you have said it would be?
You would have thought it was going to be Hurts.
Jalen Hurts.
He has refused to run.
Jalen Hurts was 21 of 40 for 240 and 4 interceptions. He was awful. And if you remember at the conclusion of the show yesterday, I said, you start looking at these advanced metrics for Jalen Hurts, he's bad. And last night was an illustration of it. Justin Herbert playing with the broken hand. Listen, the passing stats don't pop. 12 of 26 for 139 with a touchdown and a pick. Now, some of his guys were dropping stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
But Herbert, with his legs, 10 for 66 and just guts. You know, like we've had some questions about Herbert, like, is he a big moment guy? Can he deliver? Last night was guts.
He delivered last night. I'm going to tell you, the baddest dude on the field last night was number 30 for the Chargers. What's the little kid name?
Vidal?
Yeah. Did you see how he slapped a boy to the ground?
Yeah.
But I'm saying, why is that unnecessary roughness? He's tackling him, no whistle blown, and he didn't throw him to do it this tall. He was like, all right, you bastard, you want to intercept it? I'm going to show you. Boom.
I think
he was tough, man.
The Eagles' defense, the production they got from Jordan Davis last night, that's a young man that's really changed his body. Nakobe Dean is such a player. Nobody in Ashburn would listen to me when I advocated for them to draft him years back. The Eagles' D is going to keep them in games. Like that Philadelphia defense is good.
Mm-hmm.
Good, well coached, hit hard, good tackling team. They're going to keep them in games. But that NFC East is not over yet. It ain't going to be Washington. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
But that NFC East is not over yet, man.
Mm-hmm.
And I recognize that Philly is still 2 games clear of Dallas. Philly is now 8-5. The Cowboys, with the loss last week, are 6-1. But
that little one may come out to be a problem for somebody.
Yeah. Now, Philly gets the Raiders next week at home. If that ain't your get right, break this losing streak game, then if they lose to the Raiders, dude, the offensive coordinator is going to have a lot more to worry about than his house getting egged.
I think if they lose to the Raiders, I think the head coach might have a problem.
Well,
I know he won the Super Bowl. That town don't give a damn about what you did before. They care about what happens now.
Well, you also know my theory of NFL coaches. You have strategy guys, you have people, locker room guys, and then you have management, ownership, stooge guys. And the reality of the Philadelphia Eagles, that's Howie's team. Sirianni's just his guy to go through the song and dance. Howie runs that thing. So Howie will keep Sirianni, and then he's going to fire his OC. He gave him,
but Howie should not have no problem. He's giving him nothing but talent,
right?
So he can get rid of Sirianni. If you're giving the talent to a team like he's done, He has no issues whatsoever. So in Philadelphia, if you're not winning, they don't care what you did last year. And you know they wanted to get rid of him right before the middle of the season last year. He keep messing around like this. Him and this boy gonna be packing.
It is. White Brian, give me NFC East odds. What are the Cowboys right now? So Philly closes the season Raiders. Then they're here for the Saturday tilt against Washington, at Buffalo, and then obviously they finish the season in Philadelphia hosting the Commanders. I think the NFL's plans were for that to be a really important game. It will not be, at least on the Washington side. What do you got, W?
Cowboys are plus 750 to win the division. Eagles are still minus 1,000.
Wow. I mean, that just shows how hard it is to make up for Dallas to make this up down the stretch here. But they got 4 games left, both teams. I would think Philly will be favored in 3 of those. Philly has a trip to Buffalo in there. Dallas hosts the Vikings, hosts the Chargers. Then Dallas is here on Christmas Day, rather. And then they go to New York week 18. Dallas will probably be favored at least in 3 of those. I don't know. Dallas and the Chargers would be an interesting Vegas line.
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of Philly, dude?
It's issues going on there because, like, you watch them play. That defense, they're together. It's strife on the offensive side of the ball. You look at Sirianni, Hurts, AJ. You just watch the interaction. I watched them.
Last night was the first night they ran the ball.
I watched Mulata do an interview. I think I saw it online. It's issues on that team. Like when they asked him a question about AJ Brown, a guy try to talk himself out of saying stuff, and he want to say something else. He was like, oh no, those guys they gonna get along. Basically, what he wanted to say was, yeah, they got some issues. They got to get situated, and you could see it because Jalen Hurts tries his best to be cool about everything. But you watch A.J. Brown, and when he starts to pout, he starts trying to force the ball to him. Well, he gave him some passes last night, but he couldn't catch none of them. 6 for 108 looks great. Should have been about 12 for 200. And he was dropping them.
I can't remember where I saw this. I want to say it was like one of the yelling shows. Like it might have been Cam Newton or something. But somebody said the reality is A.J. Brown's the one telling the truth. Because the way Hurts is playing, he hasn't completed 60% of his passes in 6 weeks.
But see, Jay, I understand that.
But he's also not running. Like if
if he starts running, then he should start running. I don't know why he's just stopped running. I told you, me and Donovan had that same issue when I was up there. But A.J. Brown dropped 70 yards on 2 passes.
Sure.
You can't be telling the truth if you dropping a damn football. If I'm a quarterback and I throw the ball in your hand and you drop it, you can't say a damn thing about me.
Sure.
If you're supposed to be that level of a receiver. Because down the stretch, when he threw that ball over the top, it hit both of his hands. He dropped it. The one in the end zone, he dropped it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I know people like Jalen Hurts pisses off most people because the dude is quiet. He don't say much. He try to keep a stoic mindset. So the loud mouths always want to down that person there because he's too cool for me. They go with the maniacs. A.J. Brown has been the maniac, but that damn maniac is not being that big play guy he's supposed to be down the stretch.
I find myself now. Obviously, there's this Philly Washington thing, but so Tischler on the podcast the other day, Mitch has a good buddy named Dan. Shout out to Dan Corentire. He's my friend too. He's a lifelong.
I said Mitch has a good buddy named Dan, but he's your friend too. You don't really like the dude or something?
I do like him. He's Mitch's friend. I met him through Mitch, but at this point, I would say he and I are friends too. Like your boy Mark, I would say is my friend, but that's your boy. You know what I mean?
That didn't sound like that at first, but go ahead.
That's what I meant. Like he's Mitch's friend. I got to know him. He's my friend too. Whatever. Lifelong Eagles fan.
Uh-huh.
Lifelong Eagles fan. Hardcore Philly fan. And he was saying Go through the NFC and look at the quarterbacks and tell him which quarterbacks are playing worse than Hurts right now. And it's not much of a list. And it's remarkable. Like, if you look at the playoff teams in the NFC right now, Stafford's absolutely playing better. Jordan Love's playing better. Baker, Darnold, Purdy, Caleb, Goff, my man Bryce Young, Dak, absolutely. Like, Hurts is way down on this list. I historically have liked Hurts. I thought the guts he showed, just the fortitude to not run away when Tua got the job at Bama, because everybody else in college football runs away when something bad happens. He stuck around, won them that SEC title game, goes to Oklahoma, shows he can pass, gets drafted to Philly, awkward situation, Wentz is wincing, and eventually gets his shot. I'd argue the two best games Jalen Hurts has ever played are in the Super Bowl, like the biggest stages ever, and he delivers.
See, that's the thing, we could say we want about those quarterbacks, how they playing. The dude won one and he was in two.
Right. So, like,
that right there changes mindset.
I tend to be more of a Hurts believer than I think a lot of people are. You watch that last night. He was bad.
He was bad last night.
And he's been bad, man. You know what I'd love to do? Let's see if we can get Ike or Angelo. I'd like to get the pulse of Philly sports radio right now. Maybe not today, because I know we got a busy day, but like this week, let's check in with Philly sports radio.
They'll do it.
Because what do you think those calls are like?
Oh, man, listen. they probably dumping half the calls, half the words. We can get Cuz or we can get Ike, one of the two.
I mean, I bet it is.
They're probably dropping some F-bombs on the radio.
Yeah. Do you believe Philly could lose that division?
It's a possibility, but I don't think they will. I just think Dallas. I don't know if Dallas defense is strong enough to make sure that they can go get over the top.
Philly now,
and I'm also praying against that because those folks will be unbearable.
Do you think
unbearable?
There is any what they used to call it, the curse of the Bambino? Whatever the weirdness is that no one has won the NFC East back-to-back since you were playing and had a mustache. Do you think there is any factor of that weirdness coming in? Because Philly, if they win it again, will be the first team to win it back-to-back in 25 years, whatever it is.
And they were the last team to win it.
Right.
I would say this. I think what they've done up there for so long, they've swept their ish under the rug.
Yeah.
And like I always tell people, you keep sweeping stuff under the rug. If you got something, just clean it out. If you keep sweeping under the rug, eventually you're gonna step on that damn rug, and whatever the dust, it's gonna come from under there. And right now, they can't run away from it. Listen, I'm kind of like you when it comes to Hurts, where the guy he showed great character and strength in moments where young guys don't. And right now, I think he is still trying to, take the high road. But when people are constantly bringing stuff at you and you try to be good, eventually you just can't be no more.
Yeah.
And I think that he's holding in so much that he really want to say that it's coming out in this play. If a coach is constantly taking a dump on you, all right? It's hard as hell to go out there and want to do great for that coach. You get what I'm saying? And I think he's been the one taking this beating from AJ constantly. But then you see those moments last night. Jalen played horrible last night.
Horrible.
But he had a dude that could have helped him out several times, and he dropped every one of them. That's the dude that always pooping on you, where now you can help me out. You're not doing nothing for me. And I think it's eating the hell at him. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
So it's just those situations, they come. But, hey, that's what you deal with sometimes when you sit up there and you have those guys around that you just have to support. You try to protect them. You say, oh, it's just him being him. No, man. Eventually, you got to step to guys. And you can't be the nice guy no more in this world or the NFL. Nice guy get ran the hell over. And he's so nice. he better step up and find a way to defend himself, because I don't believe nobody can be that calm, that cool, that collected all the time. Sometimes you gotta just say what's on your mind. You know what I'm saying? Like you text earlier. We're gonna get that. I can't wait to get that one.
All right. I need Jeff on this one. So my cousin John moved here from Scotland, he and his wife, a couple years back, right? And they came to DC just because there's family here. And he's like, well, I want to find the right NFL team. And so he picked the Eagles, which I have great problems with, but whatever. He picked the Eagles.
Beat him up.
So this morning, I sent him a photo of Saquon walking off the field looking disgusted. And he replied, I mean, people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. And I said, true, but sometimes you're homeless and throw rocks. That's the current state of the Commanders. That sound about right, Jeffrey? We're homeless dudes just throwing rocks.
Yes, we are. Hey. He tell us, "No, you can't hear. You my cousin. You didn't try to hang out with me. You won't go with somebody else. You went with the team I don't like.
Exactly.
And now you want to sit up here and want me to be nice? Hell with you."
Checking in with Doc Walker at 11. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join, because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. That's BRIAN. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wage only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Wow, what a matchup for the Commanders of this weekend. 3-10 at the 2-11 New York Giants. Commanders on an 8-game skid. Giants on a 7-game losing streak as Washington tries to salvage something to finish up the season. We will see about Jaden Daniels. Dan Quinn said Monday Daniels is sore. There are no long-term concerns about the injured elbow. His status uncertain for Sunday. Monday Night Football, Chargers knocked off the Eagles 22-19 in overtime. And baseball, The Athletic reported Monday that the Nationals are open to hearing trade offers for shortstop C.J. Abrams at the winter meetings in Orlando. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Making my way downtown. Hold on. Speaking of white chicks, Jeff knows all the words to this. Sing it, Jeffrey.
I don't know all the words.
You knew them more than I did.
Everybody know the intro of this song.
I knew Making My Way Downtown. Sing it.
And I miss you. And I need you.
I remember T. Cruz
And
doing it. I
now
was dying
I
laughing.
wonder if
I could fall
into
the sky.
But he ain't know it.
I know the
Oh,
chorus.
He ain't know
He trying to knock on you.
I know the chorus.
Cause you know
I'd walk 1,000 miles. J-Dogs forever, baby.
Yeah, Terry Crews Paul's hit it.
I advise both of y'all not to sing though. Damn.
Tonight.
Everybody's driving around in their car and vibing. Is that Natasha Bedingfield? Is that who sings that?
I don't know.
No. Melinda Owens?
Yeah, it's Melinda Owens.
It's a sneaky banger though. it bumps. Got information on Zach Ertz. It was just sad.
Yeah.
That's just a sad one.
It's been tough. I mean, and I pull for guys like that, still pushing it later on in their careers, and you don't want to see it go out like that. So
yeah,
that's tough.
That was just sad.
Yeah.
I've got to know his family a little bit, and I sent a message over, and you hope, pray. And you wonder at that point, he's got little kids, man. They've got, I think they have 3 kids. I think they have twins.
15, 16 year? 14, 15, something like that?
He's 35. I'll look it up.
Maybe.
I think he might be a Hall of Famer, B.
He got numbers.
He
sure now have the numbers.
3-time Pro Bowler, won a Super Bowl, is going to finish probably top 5 in every tight end category. This was his 14th season.
14 seasons, and when you have that type of injury, that could be the last one.
A brief aside before we get into our poll question of the day. Remember a couple years ago, it seems like the property management, if that's what you call a big office building like this, it seems like it switched at some point. Because remember, we had like the flies and the trash smelled so bad. And then it seemed like they switched property management. And the people running the building over the last few years, I would say, have done a good job. Like, I feel like the building is relatively well run here, the office that we're in.
Yeah.
Sometimes I do wonder. You asked me this question. I don't know, because shout out to Monumental Sports Network. We're on TV. Shout out to YouTube, everybody on the 106.7 The Fan page streaming us. Like, this has become kind of a visual medium.
Yeah.
But at its core, this is a radio program.
Yeah.
This is an audio vehicle.
Even in TV, you don't want to hear noise that's not supposed to be there.
I just sometimes I wonder when the building needs construction done directly outside the window upon the room which we sit. Got to be a better way to schedule this, because there's just banging going on right outside the door, right outside the wall here.
When they got to get it done, they got to get it done.
Yeah, I guess you get
that's the main thing. But I saw him when I was coming in, and then when I got up here, as soon as I sat down, Leffy and I heard it earlier, and Jeff before the show actually started. But I didn't think it was going to be that loud.
No.
Yeah. So.
And at times it's quiet, but at other times it's very, very loud.
Yeah.
I think if we get one of the loud portions while we're on the air, people will hear it. But it's just part of the fun.
Yeah.
All right. Landfill runs the poll questions. Landfill's question today, and I think it's warranted, frankly. Do you think the Commanders will win another game this year? Poll question brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. Start with you, Brian. People got to be able to hear that, right?
I don't know, man. It's getting louder.
I can hear it. I can certainly hear it. They got 4 games left, B. You it's getting very loud. You look down the stretch here. I think that the fact that they're underdogs going to New York, who actually has a worse record, it's hard to see, at least in the eyes of Las Vegas, them being favorites in any of these games, barring some sort of epic collapse situation with Philly.
I think they get one.
You think they get one?
They get another win. I just, I have a belief in people eventually feeding into their pride, and they're gonna make sure everybody get it right. That's just my mindset. So I believe they can.
I think for me, for them winning one, the NFL is such a week-to-week league that, like, the performance in past performance does not indicate future results.
Yeah.
And the performance against Minnesota was so god awful in all capacities, in all phases, but that doesn't guarantee that's how they're going to play against the Giants.
True.
I don't know what the poll results are. My gut would say yes. They got 4 games, and the NFL's crazy, right? That's just the reality of the league. But I don't know, man. It's also like, I think they have a real dilemma, or at least a situation they need to examine, because DQ keeps talking about these 4 division games. We got to play our hardest, do everything we can to win these games. And I asked him this like 2 weeks ago. At what point should we give Jordan McGee a whole game and switch those snap counts with Bobby Wagner and just see what you've got next year and beyond? Like yesterday, or Sunday rather, Treylon Burks' snap count dwindled because they got Noah Brown on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Like at what point do you play the young guys a lot more? And maybe it's not necessarily everybody on a football field is going to compete to win the game, period. But we want to see more from these dudes going into the offseason, so we're going to play younger guys. Like, unfortunately, a byproduct of the Zach Ertz thing is that'll kind of happen. Like, Ertz was getting 75% of the snaps.
Yeah.
Now that's going to be Sennett, Yankoff, Bates, right? Mm-hmm. But, like, at other positions, like, I've known Duron since he was a rookie. I really like Duron Payne. He's probably not part of this team next year, just by nature of contract. Same thing that happened with John last year. Mm-hmm. Like, at what point do you just let Johnny Newton play 85% of the snaps? Because,
but see, I mean,
I'm asking that.
But that's the easy look for the person on the outside. But a lot of times, that person that's not getting a chance, he don't deserve a chance.
Sure.
I'm just being straight up with you. If the coaches are not seeing what they want to see in practice, the guy don't normally get on the football field. And I think that could be a problem in itself. That, you know what, this guy was not good enough to get on the field. But I don't think you just throw guys on the field just because, let's see what they can do. We just said 1 week don't lead to the next. What they do in this game probably won't lead to next year either. Some of them probably won't be on this team next year. Even young guys.
What I'm saying is, do you need the evaluation? Like, do you need?
They've been here since damn March. If they don't know what they can do right now, they'll never know what they can do.
I think, I think you're correct. 2, I fear that speaks to a bigger problem of missing on some of these players.
Yeah. I mean, and that happens. But I just think that when you notice somebody is not getting it done, we have a tendency in this town, for sure. We always fall in love with guys before they ever go out there and prove that they deserve that love.
Sure.
We always have a guy who we think is the guy. Hell, Bill had a damn following before he really ran the ball. You know, we always find that. How about let people get out and perform and then start liking them? And I guarantee it'll change the mindset of most.
Ashburn syndrome. It's
where
it started was the Jeff Walkers of the world thinking Cam Sims was going to go for 5 touchdowns. Like people just fall in love with the player. The NFL's crazy. They got 4 games left. I think they get one. What are the poll results showing right now? I will vote yes. Yee. All right. Right now, if you want to vote, go to @BMitchandFinley's AAA poll of the day. Do you think the Commanders will win another game this season? 67% of the voters say no. 33 say yes. What do the boys in the aquarium say? White Brian, as a Giants fan, do you think Washington gets another win 4 games left?
No.
You got the Giants winning Sunday.
I do, because they don't do anything right, and they need to lose.
That kind of sounds, from a Giants perspective, I get that. Jeffrey, 4 games left. My man Jeff's saying yes.
Man, JP, we might only beat the Giants, and that's it.
We got to schedule the Jeff Amack yelling session.
No.
We do. That's always good comedy there. I thought Jeff would say yes. I didn't know what White Brian would say. I think I know Lampville's answer. Do you think you know Lampville's answer? B?
It's no.
Lampville, they have 4 games left. Will they get one?
Hell no.
There you have it. Doc Walker at 11. Hey, it's B. Mitch and JP here, and you know how much we love our boys over at Rude. They make the best equipment in the DMV. Whatever you need for your HVAC, the Rude systems are the best you can get. I got a new system in my house. B got a system, like 4 systems at his house, and the folks at Rude make it all work. The systems have Wi-Fi compatibility where you get full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. If you forget to turn down the heat before you go on vacation, you can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts. And the best part, the Rude systems are whisper quiet.
Yep, you have no more noise interruptions. You have just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressors ensure precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its confident performance is perfectly balanced. And also, don't forget about the savings, JP. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right. kind of think Landville's just playing the White Chick soundtrack at this point. This is another song we'll know the words. This is a great song. Okay, left hand up. For those watching on Monumental or on the YouTube stream, I owe an apology to the Junkies. Since we moved into this studio, I've learned a lot. Because it's like a television studio as well as a radio studio, there's a lot of tchotchkes in here. There's a lot of stuff. And there's a lot of like weird little shelving about. And I knock stuff over with some regularity. And I just smashed this Kyle Kuzma bobblehead on accident. It was Kuz wearing the big pink sweater. This joint broke into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces. Maybe there's more still down there. So my apologies to the Kyle Kuzma bobblehead, to the Junks, and to whoever provided this thing. I don't think B said I could probably put it back together. B, you think I can get this back together?
Oh, hell no. You need some,
this joint is dead.
You need some glue.
Yeah, we need a lot of glue. Sorry, Kyle. I saw Kyle Kuzma play golf once. Smooth swing for a tall dude. All right. Doc Walker's going to join us in 10 minutes. Before we get there, I need some life advice. I texted last night. I'm not going to read my text. That may have been an emotional reaction last night at 10 p.m.
Yeah.
And
I just need to get to this story because I was like wondering, why were you so upset?
Well, I'm going to start. So my question for you is going to be very vague. Last night I was mad. But my beautiful, intelligent wife told me something that you often tell me, that not everything needs to go to the radio.
Yeah.
So the actual story I can tell you in a break. But here's my question for you. You raise 3 beautiful, successful daughters.
Mm-hmm.
When do you let them handle their own battles? And when do you step in?
You have to start letting them use it, handle their own battles when they're a little younger, or they won't know it when they start getting a little older. You can't, and the thing of it is, sometimes, I say this, you can't just automatically assume that your kid is right all the time. Because that's what we mostly do.
Sure.
Because we know our kids can sometimes do some things. And I used to just sit back and watch. But I also told, once I started having extra, I'm like, y'all take care of each other.
Yeah.
So if one popped off, all 3 of them were ready to go. And when I found out the baby girl came along, she was ready to go all the time. So the other one they started to have to calm her down. So they were doing what I should have been doing. And I kind of liked it because, it just kept me out of it.
Yeah.
Because it's like normally if something happens to your baby, only thing you want to do is get at somebody.
That was when that text was sent. That was the mode I was in. So I didn't find out about something until so last night we had Santa night and it was fantastic. And we had a really nice evening. It wasn't until bedtime that my little one told me a story. Here, I'll leave it here.
Mm-hmm.
If there's little kids, 6-year-old, 7-year-old kids,
mm-hmm.
and then there's older kids, the older kids should not be trying to make fun of little kids. If you're a 15-year-old and you want to make fun of a 11-year-old, like you're in the same relative ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're 14 and you're messing with 6-year-olds, you're a loser. Is that a fair thing to say? Unless you're related to them or you know them or something like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's where I was coming from last night when I sent the text that I wanted to go to somebody's house and kick their ass.
Uh-huh.
But I got some sleep. I watched the football game. I calmed down. I'm very calm, Jeff. I'm very calm. What was your reaction when I said that text?
I was just wondering, I was like, did the young lady do something that made you think the parent did something?
No, I was just angry.
Because I'm like, you got to know the whole story before you jump into that situation.
Yeah,
I can see if the parent was there and watched something, and didn't correct their kid, I want to touch him.
Right.
I probably would have touched him, because I want to make sure he understands. I would have made sure I taught 2 lessons. You correct your child and you don't ever touch my child again. Don't say nothing to my child.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have touched that kid, but I would have touched the parent.
What I learned this morning and like talking with Lauren was this was a pretty minor thing. And then I got a 6-year-old that's tired and had too much sugar. So we're upset in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But like this morning, I served breakfast. We drove to school. We listened to some reggae. Everybody's good. Everybody's happy. We found the elf on the shelf. Like, we're on to Cincinnati. You know what I mean?
All right.
So that's why I don't want to belabor too much. Landfill for the 10:45 slot just wrote JP wants to fight a guy. Jeff, what was your reaction to my text last night?
I honestly did not see it, JP.
Okay.
He was in La La Land.
Landy, what about you? Were you excited about this?
I was looking forward to the fight.
All right. Speaking of the fight, I didn't get to listen to any. I love Doc on post-game coverage here on 106.7 The Fan.
Mm-hmm.
Doc Walker doing post-game just feels right to my soul. I did not get to hear Doc on Sunday. I imagine he wasn't thrilled with the performance.
Oh yeah.
Particularly at the goal line early on there.
Yeah.
Doc Walker's going to join us next. I'm going to just check Doc's Twitter real quick. Let's see where we're at. He said, we deserve our fate. All right. So my guess is, what day was the game? The 7th, right? It was December 7th.
Yeah.
So at 1:25 p.m., Doc just wrote no comment.
I can tell you what that was about.
I think I can guess exactly the time of when Doc tweeted that. I'm really excited to have Rick Doc Walker join the program next.
This update is brought to you by the Downtown DC Holiday Market. Still a month to go. The Commanders officially eliminated, but you know what? Can't tap out now. Got to play out the string. Dan Quinn hoping for a strong finish over the final 4 weeks.
That's our job. That's the gig, to get back up and get into that space again. And so for us not to hit that, you can certainly understand how the meeting went today, knowing like how frustrated we are with that standard with ourselves.
How bad are things for the Commanders? They are a 2.5-point underdog this weekend at the New York Giants. Monday Night Football, Chargers beat the Eagles 22-19 in overtime, and Phillip Rivers had his workout with the Indianapolis Colts as they consider signing him to a contract. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs until December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Street Northwest. Downtown DC, holidaymarket.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
West Coast is back up in this, including the man from Hollywood. Very excited to welcome into the program the DOC, Rick Doc Walker.
That's Doc Walker music right there, dog.
Oh, God, that's Doc Walker's music. Doc, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, man, just happy. They had to have a losing streak for y'all to bring me back. So I figured, when I always say that, like the janitor, when things get rough, they go bring the old guy back while y'all was riding on top. I ain't heard.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Doc. When the hell was that this year?
Yeah.
Well, it was early. And I knew, wait on the losing streak, then go call you know who to try to bail you out. But y'all know what the hell is going on. And if it get worse, I think I'm gonna be on with y'all a lot in the future.
I hope it don't get worse, Doc.
I legitimately thought of you. I walked over after that first drive in Minnesota.
Yeah.
When they threw the ball 3 straight plays from the 2.
Yeah. You heard me screaming.
Well, Brian was sitting like behind me and down the row a little bit in the press box, sitting with Tana. And I immediately walked over to them and I was like, how do you throw it 3 straight times? And B and Tana were just
dumbfounded.
And I said to B, I was like, I can't wait to talk to Doc.
See, Doc, I was chastised because I forget I'm in the press box. And I normally curse and cheer and everything else. Right. And I have to now just sit quiet. And that's not really me watching a football game.
Yeah, I can't do it for the first spot.
Yeah.
No. But you know what happens at this point? He caught me off guard. And I was mad at myself for being caught off guard. I should have known that's what he was going to do. And I was disappointed in myself. Because I was so excited that we got on the 1 yard line.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, I said, well, I'm not mad at him. I'm mad at me for buying into him. Because he really hasn't changed his stripes at all. Pardon me. So why be mad at him? That's who he is. I respect the fact that he doesn't let anything change his game. He operates as if he's in charge of everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of admire his bravado.
That was I love, people are like, oh, they were actually at the 2. Like, people love pointing out it was the 2.
What difference it
made?
make? 1, 2, same damn thing.
5. Whatever.
Run it.
I'm not mad at you got 4 plays from the 4. I'm not mad if you end up throwing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not a caveman. It's okay to throw down near the goal line.
Yeah.
Just 3 straight was pretty crazy to me. And I think everything. So what was worse, Doc? Not scoring from the 2 with 3 plays or giving up a 19-play, 98-yard drive back the other way?
But that was epic. It was only fitting that you follow that lunacy with even more. They double down. And it just shows you, I haven't seen, pardon me, anything that would just change this rapidly. I mean, it wasn't even 365 days ago that you were really good.
Yeah.
And then you go within that framework to flip the script, and now you're exposed. And the worst is yet to come because you got 3 more to go. Are you going to set a record? And they're all within the division? That's crazy.
It's 4 more to go.
Okay, 4 more.
That make it worse.
You're right. You're right. And it's not like, in the worst nightmare out of all of this, based on the Eagles throwing up all over themselves last night, is that the Cowboys may end up on top.
Yeah. It seems like they still have too much to overcome, but they could, man, which is crazy. Talking with our friend Rick Doc Walker here. Of course, you can listen to Doc on post games, every Commanders game on 106.7 The Fan. Listen to him on the Burgundy and Gold today on the Team 980. You can follow the DOC at Rick Doc Walker. We have entered a space, Doc, where every question is on the table. I think I don't want to speak for you, but I think you believe in Dan Quinn and what he tries to build. But you lose 8 in a row, you get to 3-10, you got to ask real questions. I don't think he's going anywhere. I don't know that he should, but this feels like there needs to be some significant change. Do you feel that way?
Well, it depends on what your goals are. If you want to win, you're not going to win under this current setup. And I know it sounds crazy coming off the NFC Championship game in that you had a shot and didn't get it done, because you got to have a core sense of values. Who are you? I don't know who they are.
Yeah.
And they don't know who the hell they are. That's a problem. It's even magnified now because of how much success they had, a year ago. But if you've had to rip your defensive coordinator's guts out, and as I said a month ago, he should have done both. He should have been in Landry. He should be calling them on both offense and defense, but he chose not to do that. It doesn't appear that he's in charge of the offense. And as a result, you can't predict your outcome because you don't know what the hell's going to happen. That's scary to me. And that's for your personnel. You have people that are paid a lot of money that don't do anything.
Like when you and I were talking yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think we both agreed that Dan is a guy who basically he takes care of his guys, and he also gives them a lot of power.
He's a great guy.
But I think he needs the people he choose, whether it's coaches or players, need to be guys who you can trust.
Yeah.
Because I think the way he operates, it's like, Doc Walker, look, man, we're gonna practice an hour or so. But you understand I gotta go get another hour of work in.
Right.
Most young guys, we just got an hour of practice a day. I can go BS around.
Yeah,
Coaches, I'm not gonna monitor you. Well, I'm gonna do what I want to do then. Instead of trying to do something so we gotta find a way to make sure the guys around him thinks like he does.
Yeah, and you're there. You got a feel for it.
Yeah.
I don't. I'm looking from the outside in. All I know is that we got to have a game plan, and you were quick to jump on the defensive side and correct it. Well, why don't you jump on the offensive side and correct it?
Doc,
and that's a problem, because that's what people are thinking. They're just not saying it, but they're thinking that. Nobody really assumes that you're in charge of your offense. That's a myth. And so you got a core value. Say, I ain't mad at Kingsbury. He's doing his thing. He's a bad man. He's doing himself. Well, it's a team thing. So you're not feeling the team thing on it, then I'm not feeling you. But he's allowed to do it. So he's not like stepping out of bounds because there are no parameters. So it's hope. That's why I said, tell the truth Monday. Well, are they really doing that? Because really they're not. It's not just to the players. It's got to be within yourselves. We got to trust each other in order to get this thing done.
Totally.
See, but right now you're speaking with a forked tongue. So that's why I cut it off. As a matter of fact, once they got stopped and thrown to the elephant, that was it for me. I haven't even watched the game again. I refuse to continue to be led in the dark without a flashlight. So I'm going back to I'm on my own. I'm gonna figure they're gonna show me who they are. I don't want to hear a damn thing they say. I'm gonna see what happens. And I got a stinky feeling about the outcome because now you're within the division. And people are already angry and they want to humiliate you. And the question now is that I just want to know, who are they?
Mm-hmm.
Doc, when we ask that, now it's tough because we're coming off this Vikings game that was a real embarrassment. I mean, Dan Quinn said he was frustrated and enraged, right? Like that game was embarrassing. You get shut out for the first time in 6-7 years. 6, I think, 2019, right? Everything that was a complete team failure all the way around.
Oh, yeah.
When you zoom out though to the body of work, to the season, 3-10, 8 straight losses, how much of it do you put on the injuries?
Well, that's a personal thing. Because whatever you do, you expose yourself. Are you saying you weren't prepared? So your depth wasn't quality depth? You picked them. Everybody there, nobody snuck in your facility. You invited all of them in. You've been training them. They're yours. So you're not going to be held responsible for the people you select? So is that a scouting issue? Do you not have the best people the money can buy? Evaluating, selecting people? Your whole operation needs to be reevaluated from the inside out. Because this is your results. You're not hamstrung. Nobody gave you limitations. This is your design. You picked them. You teach them. It's all on you. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do about it? We saw what you did defensively about it. What are you going to do offensively about it? Everybody's whispering. We all know what people are saying. Why don't you run the damn ball?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows that. But nothing changes. Nothing happens. So how do you explain that? You got a poster for that one?
See, like when you played with Joe, okay, and the running games were so effective, it was I know this. I'm just asking you. It's a team mindset, and this is what I know. Offensive coordinators, defensive coordinators, and head coach, they get together and they come up with an overall game plan. In this situation, we're going to do this. In this situation, we're going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Does it look like that's happening?
You know better than that. I'm listening to you and Santana in my subconscious thinking that, and again, two offensive guys who were skill guys, numbers guys, and they both throwing up in their mouth because they know better. They know the path to glory is straight ahead. It's yard by yard.
Mm-hmm.
And we get to the point now we don't want to be challenged. We got this big on the Fab Five, as I refer to them as, that offensive line. And don't get nasty and go 13 personnel. That's when we're dominant. We refuse to do it.
Mm-hmm.
We refuse to do it. We don't want to be recognized for what we are. We don't want to be recognized. You know, that's what I'm saying. So whose fault is that? Who corrects that? Who's in charge of the whole team?
Yeah. It's a fair question, Doc. And I think when you look at this,
I'm going to tell you what happened, Doc. No screwed up football, all these damn analytic stats that tell you this is what you're supposed to do. And no. That is what's screwing up the whole sport, where right now everybody wants to do the same thing when they don't have the personnel to do the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, Joe Gibbs rolled into this town to be an Air Coryell offensive by mindset, to throw the ball around. Realized he didn't have that crap. He was sitting at 0-5 when he realized that.
No, he saw the Lawrence Taylor. We played the Giants.
Mm-hmm. Then they started running
and
football.
Wrecked the game.
They were 8-3, right? And so it's like what I said it yesterday. I watched the Patriots back in the day,
Yeah.
And 1 week I saw them run the ball 51 times, and they threw it like 15, 20, whatever it was. The next week they threw that SOB almost 50 times. And Bill Belichick said, look, we do what we need to do to win. Right. And I watch everybody in the league today, no matter who the hell they are, they try to throw the ball around the yard.
Yeah.
At all times. Well, everybody doesn't have that personnel grouping. Everybody doesn't have the quarterback to do it. You got to do what's the strength of it. And I just think C-Rod has been misused, point blank.
Oh, my God. His agent has got to be he's ball-headed because he had to pull all this hair out. The amounts of money this kid has been denied because he can't show you what he does well. And the O-line. I love the O-line. The Fab Five, if it's not been on them, this is an ego issue, period. And nobody wants to address it. So fine. Continue to lose out. And other people will say, because I got to hear that when I know that big guy be over there screaming and hollering today, and it'll be about the draft. Really? So you're telling me that you trust them to do what? Evaluate talent? Like the second round picks, third round picks they got that don't play now? But y'all don't get it because you influence, and the past was great, and it was euphoric. It was awesome. Now it's gone. Poof. And if you want to be frightened even more so if you're in the horror movies, imagine next year. You can't even think about it. You can't even address it. If you lose out, then what? Then what? And you were your savior. No, you don't get it. They did that on their own last year. They earned it. They fought. They did all those things. And you had a super talent. Well, guess what? People figure you out. And where's your adjustment to it? They adjusted to you. Have you adjusted to yourself? No. It's all ego.
If they do lose out, which is a distinct possibility, let's be real.
Yeah.
A warm seat might get red hot. You go 3-14, you lose 12 in a row to finish the season. I mean, it's a hypothetical for now that maybe we don't even have to go down that road until, becomes more apparent. But
I know where you're going, but you still need it's still personnel.
Yeah.
You can't avoid the issue is that you selected people and they have not amounted to what you hoped they would. Now, is that a them problem or a you problem? Are you not able to develop or are you not able to scheme? Which one is it? It's not that complicated. It's either or. You pull a man from a position he's not doing as if you weren't there watching the whole time. What took 3 weeks? What took so long? And if you're that good at it because he's really good at that, then do it all. This is passing the buck. You know it, and I know it. The game time, you can't pass the buck. What's going to happen now? You tell me you're going to flame out within your division? I don't believe that. I'll be stunned. But if you don't do what your team is geared to do best, then get ready for it.
Doc,
and we are stuck with it. And look, I got a lot of experience at this because we've been garbage for so long. So what B mentioned, where you are right now, you see it. You're on the sideline. You got it right in front of you. And you see it, and it makes you sick to your stomach. Then you're with them all the time. And it even makes it worse. So I'm going to know who's going to make the corrections. When is it going to happen? I don't want nothing verbal out of you. I don't listen to nothing you say at this point. I watch everything you do. Let's see what happens. Meadowlands.
Last thing for me, Doc. How would you handle Jaden down the stretch here?
What do you mean, how would I handle him? He's a player, right?
Yes.
And he plays. If he's not a player, then he's on IR. And I bring up the other guy and start getting him ready. Did the Miami Dolphins, when Greasy got hurt, did they quit? No, they won the Super Bowl. They went undefeated. Only team ever to be undefeated. Backup quarterback got in. What's your point? If he's not ready to play, then get somebody else in there. If he's ready to play, then go. Then he's got to play. Because he's a player. He's been his size his whole life. How's it worked out for him? Pretty well.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty well. And if you let him hand off more, he'd even be better.
Doc, I know your first love is baseball. You think the Nats are going to spend any money? Philly just gave Schwarber $150 million.
Well, you know where we are with the Wizards. We got to get in that mode with the Nationals. It's going to be a while. So it's just a matter of how you want to deal with it. We can't run from it because you're on the air. You can't run from it. It's going to be interesting. But again, we follow them with love. Yep. And then we got to hope that we have some people over there that understand what it takes to win. This is about winning. It's not about getting ready to performance and all that garbage leading up to it. Can you outscore the opponent?
Yeah.
Or you going to get drugged 90-some yards for drives and get stopped on a 3-yard line and all that. It's going to show itself. Then what you going to say?
Doc, thank you for the time, man.
Appreciate you, brother, man.
Yeah, man. No. You had a flood in your basement, so you call the cleanup guy. See, when y'all rolling, I don't hear from you. But then when it gets bad, hey, man, call Doc so we can clean this sewage up.
You crazy, boy.
I'm happy to do that for y'all. I love y'all.
For the record, Landfill texted, I think Sunday, and said, I think we should get Doc on Tuesday. And me and B both immediately were like, hell yeah.
Yeah, of course because he's the leader. We all know that.
For the record, I send that text every Sunday. They usually say
you
no.
Should. You should.
Hey, he's lying his ass off right now, Doc.
So bad.
Hey, Doc.
That they have to lose for me to get back on with my
has
boys.
ever said don't get you on.
Period.
I'm a regular listener, and I got to go, well, they got to lose for me to get on. Well, that's okay.
You're a fool.
I'll take whatever y'all dish out.
Doc,
we thought you chose the two big guys over us,
No,
man.
let me tell you something.
Chris
if you're lucky, you're going to get to be my age one day. Just remember that.
Hey, we thought you chose the big guys over us. You don't want to deal with the little guys anymore.
No, come. Who's bigger than y'all?
You got L and C.
Oh, my God. Hey, man, I'm running a daycare, okay? I got to run a daycare. Then y'all just asked a lot of me, but I'm built for this. Y'all have a good one, man.
All right, brother.
The
Take
next
care.
game they win, we need you at 11 a.m. that Monday.
You can book it now.
All right.
My agent is Landfill.
Thank you, dude.
All right, brother.
Later, brother.
Later, man.
Right.
The great Doc Walker on the
That
Rude
boy is
Guest
crazy.
Hotline. Give Doc a follow at Rick Doc Walker. Adam Schefter has his pulse on a lot of things in the NFL. Adam Schefter said something pretty interesting on Pat McAfee. Let's explore what that means for the Burgundy and Gold. Nobody go anywhere. Let's be Mr. Finley.
Fellas, if you still rocking those tired old polos with floppy collars, it's time to step it up. Collars & Co. They give you that crisp dress shirt look with the comfort of your favorite polo. Listen, I wear mine to the studio, and I have on a long sleeve polo today. Looks like a sweater, 3-button. It's great. With the cold weather outside, I decided, let me throw this on today. I felt very, very good. Look at the collar. Collar is very, very tight. You know, go to collarsandco.com, and now you can check them out in person. They have a new store opening in Congressional Plaza, and it's stocked with all your favorite holiday shopping needs. You can get dress shirts, polo shirts, and like I said, the sweater like I have. Collarsandco.com. Tell them B. Mitchell Finley sent you.
Been a tough season for football in D.C. Commanders' 8-game skid ties their 4th longest losing streak in franchise history, and still a bunch of football to play. Dan Quinn not where he wants to be, eliminated from playoff contention with a month to go.
This brotherhood can never be in this position again. So that's every person for these 4 weeks finding that edge, finding that spark, finding what needs to get done. So we never find our way into this space again.
We'll find out more about Jaden Daniels' status later in the week. The Commanders 2.5-point underdogs on Sunday at the New York Giants. 44-year-old Phillip Rivers, who's in line possibly for a Hall of Fame induction next year, already had his workout with the Indianapolis Colts. There in Indianapolis, they're considering signing him to a contract, may need a quarterback to play in Seattle this weekend. Baseball, you heard the big signing today, Kyle Schwarber, former Nat, staying put in Philadelphia, 5 years, $150 million. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Oh, this is it, Jeff. Get your headphones on. Jeff said he never heard this song. Center of her own attention. Mother reads aloud. Child tries to understand it. Tries to make her wild.
Who sing this song?
Pearl Jam.
Let 'em sing it.
Ain't it?
You will mess the song up, boy.
Crank it, Landfill. Don't call me daughter, not fair to remind me. Great tune right there. Shout out to Eddie Vedder. Sure, he's listening. I think he's a Bears fan. I think he's like from Chicago. Then the band came together in Seattle, and then they lived in Southern California. But I think he's a Bears fan because I believe he's a Cubs fan and has thrown out the first pitch at Wrigley. Did you care about that information whatsoever?
Not at all.
I didn't think so. I'm excited. Friday, we're doing the show from Radio Row for Army Navy. I think that should be a lot of fun.
Really?
We did it last year.
I mess with you.
It was a lot of fun, man. And,
It was.
they sent me a guest list. I'm responding to who we might want. Landy, I think we should take it easy on booking stuff Friday because I think there should be a bunch of guests provided up at Radio Row. And in the email, it also told me that Brian Mitchell's available.
It did?
Yeah.
Let's get him.
Can y'all match my offer? I mean, reach my little check that I need to get.
Guy has
Come on.
almost 5,000 return yards in the NFL.
I cannot. Maybe Jeff can. He's been DJing a lot.
Yeah, you know, that's my dog, so I got you.
Okay. Appreciate it. See if you can book us, B. Mitch. All right. I was talking with Eric Bickle this morning.
Mhm.
And he asked about Jaden, and I was like, I don't know. Dan Quinn's, I thought DQ yesterday, his tone so Dan Quinn addressed the media yesterday, as he does every Monday or every day after the game.
Mhm.
So with Jaden, he said balancing he needs work. He's a football player with being at risk. And he said, that's the balance and kind of the one thing you don't want to have happen, like land directly on the elbow. And so you can help on protections, some things on running and sliding and play like that. You don't get to do that. You're trying to find the balance of what do those reps look like? How are the lessons being applied? And then making sure you're doing it, calling it as competitively to go win it, but also with protecting the team in mind. So it's both.
Mhm.
He said specifically of Jaden having to come out of that game about the elbow, it's sore and the doctors evaluated him today. The good news, there's no long-term concerns, but we'll continue to monitor and kind of take everything into account as the week goes.
Yeah.
I don't have an update for you yet regarding playing. It's sore today, but the good news is no long-term. I don't have an update as far as the game yet. That's fairly consistent with how DQ has done this.
Yeah.
On Monday, he tells you there's an update Wednesday. On Wednesday, he tells you there's an update Friday.
Yeah, and then he figures out.
The current media schedule has Jaden addressing the media on Wednesday. that, one, is hardly a lock. Two, doesn't mean it could mean nothing. So I say all that to preface Adam Schefter, and I said this to Bickle this morning. When Schefter says something that's his opinion, I often think it's framed by more than his opinion. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And Schefter was on Pat McAfee and was asked about the Jaden Daniels situation.
Yeah, Jaden Daniels, he got banged up again yesterday in his return, and now they said it held him out being precautionary. What's the deal with him? Are they going to shut him down going forward now that they're 3-10 and out of it?
I would have thought they would have shut him down now, but I think there are people that wanted him to play, wanted him to be out there. He felt healthy. He hurt the same elbow, goes down. To me, it's an easy decision. Jaden, we appreciate you wanting to play. We understand how much you want to play. We're going to sit you down here. We're out of the playoffs. Let's start gearing up for a great season in 26. But right now, this whole season has gotten away from the Commanders. They lose Zach Ertz to a season-ending torn ACL. Jaden hurts his elbow again. Like, what are we doing? Why are we putting him out there? I know football players play. I got it. To me, a guy that's taken so much hits and had some injury issues, that friend, I'm not letting him play. That's me, but it's not my team.
Okay.
What do you think of Schefter saying to shut him down?
I normally think like you about him, but I think that's truly his opinion right there. Because normally when he speaks and he's been told something, it's a little bit more direct than that. But my thing is, he fell on the elbow. And I'm sure the elbow was still a little sore, even if they say he's healthy. You still have some soreness, stiffness, whatever. You fell on it. You didn't, the bone didn't move again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It didn't come out of socket again. You fell on it. And when I watched after the game, I've been around this football thing a long time. When there's something that they're concerned about, they got you wrapped up, they got you some ice, they got something on it. He had nothing on his arm.
Yeah.
That bandage that was there, that was it.
They said he could go back in.
Yeah. And so I just don't see it being a shutdown already. Maybe they go sit down and talk, and the powers that be say, hey, look, we've seen enough. Then you go with that. But people keep saying the football player they do. That sport is totally different than basketball. It's totally different than baseball. Football and hockey are the closest things to each other. Those guys perform even when injured. Some people can't. Basketball, they have certain little things. They're out for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Baseball, they disappear with hangnails. Hockey, they might put their finger back in place and keep playing. Two come out their mouth, they pull the rest of it out and keep playing. Football, we've seen guys play with broken legs. And what was it, Youngblood? We saw a dude get a finger cut off in damn Ronnie Lott. Athletes do mysterious things. And I know a lot of people, you have your opinions. You don't think like an athlete at this level. You're not even close to thinking how they think. And the people that work with them, they understand that mindset. And they have to fight what they hear, what they understand, and what they're hearing outside of it. Because they know they still got to deal with the PR aspect of it too.
I'll open these phone lines up real quick. 800-636-1067. Sam Cosby's going to join us at noon. But Adam Schefter, that's not a hot take guy. That's not somebody that doesn't speak with folks around the league. Adam Schefter saying they should shut Jaden down. I don't necessarily agree with it, but after the way the Minnesota game went, he did not look to be the accurate passer in that game that we all know. He made some plays because he has otherworldly talent, but they didn't call any design quarterback runs. I imagine that was something they decided as a team, that we're not going to call any design runs here.
I said, in that, prior to him getting hit, he'll run a little bit. He was getting down.
Right.
He was protecting himself.
There was a third down where he could have laid out to try to get the fourth down, and he went out of bounds. And I was honestly proud of him for that. That was growth to me. Schefter's saying shut him down. What do you say? Let's start with my man Elijah. Eli, what do you say about Schefter saying shut Jayden down?
The B-Mitch hit the nail on the head. You know, everyone's going to take their own perspective. You have to understand who's to say if you shut him down when we start the season next year, this doesn't continue. So what is the end game here? They're trying to evaluate the roster with the quarterbacks that they drafted, obviously with the pieces that they got. Obviously not having Becker does change that. That is a safeguard, a safe valve for him that you no longer have. But you have to be able to rely on some other things for him right now, because that's the responsibility of an NFL quarterback. You're not going to have some perfect go at this thing. You're going to have to be able to keep going. And we're going to be relying on you guys to be able to let us know what's going on in the off season, when the OTAs are happening, when training camp happens, what's going on at that point, So what are we actually talking about, So it's going to take some time, but he's going to have to play, because these are things that have to get corrected now. Because if we're building for long-term future, you can't draft somebody to be able to, I don't care who you draft. The quarterback's going to have to make the decisions correctly. Point blank, period. You have to put him out there to be able to do that. Thank you. I'm in the middle of my workout, so appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Eli. Appreciate you, man.
I'm glad he told me where he was. I was thinking like, damn, he went to the bathroom to call us? And that call was
We've had people do that.
Jeff.
When we come back, we're taking your calls on this. Sam Cosby joins us at noon. I've talked plenty about the problems we had at our house. My boy Justin McCarty from Metropolitan Moving and Storage hit me up, said, how can I help? That's the kind of company Metropolitan Moving and Storage is. They want to take care of you, your family, your office, whatever it is you need help moving or storing, any of your valuables, your furniture, whatever it is, they can help. They've helped almost everybody here at the station, moving other guys on air, moving their families, whatever it is you need. Metropolitan Moving and Storage wants to share 3 decades of best in industry service and experience with you. Whether it's a local move, a long distance move, say it's your house, or it's a commercial move, they can take care of you. They can help stage your house to get it sold. They can pack your boxes. They can build custom crates for whatever you might need. They'll even send a moving consultant to your house or office to discuss your move in advance and provide a free on-site estimate. Most importantly, especially for long distance moves, Metropolitan Moving and Storage provides dedicated trucks and crews for long distance moves. That means you're not sharing truck space, and you get a pinpoint delivery date and time of your choosing. It's the best and most efficient way to move long distance, period. Metropolitan Moving and Storage provides East Coast Express service. No one gets you there better and faster than my boys over at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. I've known these guys for 30 years. They know what they're doing. Hit up Justin, hit up John. Tell them I told you to call, and they will take care of you like they took care of me and my family. 301-279-0090, 301-279-0090, or check them out online, dcmetropolitanmoving.com. That's dcmetropolitanmoving.com.
I would have thought they would have shut him down now, but I think there are people that wanted him to play, wanted him to be out there. He felt healthy. He hurt the same elbow, goes down. To me, it's an easy decision. Jaden, we appreciate you wanting to play. We understand how much you want to play. We're going to sit you down here. We're out of the playoffs. Let's start gearing up for a great season in 26. But right now, this whole season has gotten away from the Commanders. They lose Zach Ertz to a season-ending torn ACL. Jaden hurts his elbow again. Like, what are we doing? Why are we putting him out there? I know football players play. I got it. To me, a guy that's taken so much hits and has some injury issues, that friend, I'm not letting him play. That's me, but it's not my team.
Adam Schefter says Jaden needs to hit the bench, focus on next year. What do you say? Our guy Zeke is in Southeast. Shout out to Wilson Phillips. What's up, Zeke?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Love the show, man.
Appreciate you, bro.
Hey, when's the next time you guys gonna be out in Taps, man? I miss you guys.
I don't know the next time we're out of town.
I don't know.
I love it over there. Bees was right.
Yeah.
The catfish fingers are
I
banging.
can tell you when next time. March Madness, probably that time.
For work, but we might be there before then.
Well, we can make it. We can make a plan to get there, Zeke.
I think I might try to get over there.
And they got the gumbo with the collard greens in it. It's good too.
Well, you got college football playoffs and you got NFL playoffs, so we will not be working.
All right. Well, here's my take
I may
on
not be
Jaden.
working. You might be working. Your people like to make you work.
Right. Well, here's my take on that. He definitely got to play, man. He's off. He needs the reps. I mean, his time is off. But here's how our offensive coordinator can protect them. Y'all ready? Run the damn ball more. If you don't want him to get as many hits, run the damn ball more. If you don't want him to be hurt all the time, run the damn ball more. We averaging 4.9 yards per rush. And if my math is right, if we handed the ball off 4 times, we're more likely to get first down. I just think his philosophy of throwing the ball 4 or 5 times, he got to go, man. I run the damn ball more and protect Jaden. That's my thoughts.
Thank you,
But he
Zeke.
should definitely play.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, bud.
Listen, see this. What I dislike about media people saying person should or shouldn't play, be the same people questioning something next time. I watched a guy last night have surgery last Monday, right, on his left hand, and he played last night.
Yeah.
He got hit on his hand a couple of times, but he still balled and he played in the game. We got to get to a point where we're not the bubble wrap community. We want to put everybody in bubble wrap, move them on to later. Sometimes you got to play through it because when you're playing through something, you learn how to play with it. I played with heel spurs, with the plantar fasciitis, separated shoulders, all types of stuff. I learned how to carry the ball in my left hand because I had a right shoulder injury. When I got healthy with the right shoulder, I was able to be ambidextrous with the ball. I was able to do different things by playing with knee injuries and the hamstring because you figure out a way. I understand he's a quarterback. I understand he's a valuable thing. But if he's that damn valuable, then the people that make decisions, you go talk to the person that's making the calls and say, call this game as to one to protect him. Now, if he takes off running, I expect him to do what he did the other day. But in that situation, there's something that haunts Cam Newton right now. Cam Newton didn't jump on the football in the Super Bowl. Most people don't want quarterbacks jumping in there anyway. But Cam Newton is always reminded of that because he wouldn't jump on it. You don't tell a quarterback to jump in with his damn throwing arm, do you? But he didn't do it, and he's being blasted for it still after all these years. You get sometimes, bro, there's this mindset of pampering. That ish got to go. You don't get to certain levels if you do that.
Well, I think especially the Cam play, it was the Super Bowl.
Still, I don't care. It's a play in the Super Bowl. It wasn't a game-winning play. Michael Jordan, best games, sick, injured. Emmitt Smith, sick. Brett Favre coming off a tragedy in his family. people overcome stuff.
How about Terrell Owens working back to play in that
Yes.
Super Bowl with a broken leg?
And see, that stuff that we
Hell,
don't.
Justin Herbert last
We
night.
don't have those type of stories and those type of legends. If every time somebody get a little bang up, pull them out, pull them out, pull them out, pull them out. No, that if you keep getting pulled out, it's gonna hurt you in the long run.
Jeff doesn't believe in pulling out. Let's let one person present the other side. Drew is in Tampa. What's up, Drew?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I guess my one question and one thought about the last we got 4 games left is what's better for the organization, winning 4 meaningless games with a roster that, let's be honest, half of them aren't even going to be on the team next year, or losing and getting the number 1 overall pick in next year's draft. With us having a franchise quarterback, that is a lot of capital that we can gain back, a lot of picks to change this organization quickly. So I'm in favor of sitting Jaden. I know every player, B. Mitch is basically saying the same thing right now. Every player should play, wants to play, but what's better for the organization is it winning 4 meaningless games or having the number 1 overall draft pick next year. I think we know the answer to what's better for the organization.
What
Thanks
makes you
for
think
taking
we're
my
gonna get the
call.
number 1 overall draft pick?
If we lose to New York this week, we jump all the way to the number 1 spot in the draft picks.
Wisconsin has 1 game, don't they?
No, the Tennessee just won.
Tennessee won. They 2.
But
we still 3 in something now.
I don't think that's correct because
That's not correct.
The Raiders and the Titans only have 2 wins.
It was posted on social media after the game. If we lose,
Stop believing
to
social
New York.
media all the time. Social media is not 100% fact.
Right now, the Raiders, the Giants, the Raiders, and the Titans all have 2 wins, and there's a big clump of teams that only have 3. That includes Washington. But unless the Raiders or the Titans get a win over the last month, it's nothing is a done deal. I hear
But number
you on
2,
the draft
number
position.
2, number 3 pick, you can still get some draft picks back.
Sam Cosby joins us next. We'll try to circle back. There's a lot of callers. I'm going to try to get back to you. Stay on hold.
Not what we expected from the Commanders with 1 month to play. The Commanders officially, of course, after the loss to Minnesota, eliminated from playoff contention. Dan Quinn knows the fans aren't happy.
Yeah, and we feel exactly the same how upset we are. And so it's so important. We know what this organization means to the fan base. And so for us to have a performance like that and to have results like we've had, nobody is happy.
Quinn also said Monday, no long-term concerns over Jaden Daniels' left elbow. His status so uncertain for Sunday against the Giants. The other big football news with quarterbacks, 44-year-old Phillip Rivers had a workout with the Indianapolis Colts. They are considering signing him to a contract. And with Daniel Jones out for the year and the backup with a knee injury, if they do sign Rivers, he may have to play for them this week in Seattle. Baseball signings, Kyle Schwarber, 5 years, $150 from Philadelphia. Former Mets closer Edwin Diaz has signed a 3-year, $69 million deal with, guess who? The LA Dodgers. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, high noon in the District of Columbia. And we are fired up to get on the Rude Guest Hotline and talk to our boy Sam Cosby, right guard for the Commanders. Sam, I got to start with the most important question in town. How's wifey? Where are we at on the baby watch?
Yeah, I think it could be this week or next week. So
wow.
Yeah, right there. Very excited.
That's great, man. We're excited. Have you ever watched Good Will Hunting, Sam?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Classic.
It's classic. You know, at the end, when Ben Affleck tells Matt Damon that the day he's looking forward to is when he goes to knock on the door and Damon doesn't answer?
Yes.
When we have our scheduled radio hit and you are unavailable because baby boy's coming into the world, we'll be happy.
That's awesome. Yeah. That's a great reference right there.
Dude, the opposite side of the happy news. I saw on Instagram, Zach Ertz had a post with a Bible verse, and I saw that you reposted it. I know that you and Zach are close. How difficult is news like that for a player like that with the career he's had?
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely difficult, you know. It's so weird because it's like, you know, he helped me through my time with my knee because he's been there, done that. And, you know, as soon as I saw it and, you know, I went in the locker room after the game and spoke to him, I mean, I could just see the heartbreak. It tore me up. I mean, it really hit me home. And, you know, all I can say is like, just prayers for him. I'm gonna be there for him every step of the way, just like he was for me, you know, just to help talk. I was like, shoot, man, I know if you're here during the cold season, one of the most pain in the ass things I had to deal with was, you know, crunching in the snow. I was like, I'll come shovel, I'll come put salt down, like whatever it is, like, dude, I'm there for you. So, you know, I respect him for how he's played this game, and the type of character he is and type of player he is for so long, and the consistency he's shown. I mean, he's a pro's pro, and I can't speak any more highly of him. You know, it was a true honor and to play with him this year. So super unfortunate, and I just hate to see it.
You know, people ask questions sometimes about how guys look at certain people, and when you look at a guy like Zach and that older player who does the right stuff, the veteran leadership, you just watch the faces. Like, I watched everybody when he went down, and yes, guys dropped to a knee, but when you look on the faces, you saw some realness there. And I think that's the side of football many people don't really understand, because when you're with someone every day, all day, you get to a different level of feeling about him. Not just, oh, he's my teammate. Hell, half of them become brothers to you.
For sure. I mean, you're in battle. You know, these I look at these as like we're in the arena, you know, fighting for each other. I know it's you know, a sport, but it gives that vibe. You know, you go to battle for these guys, you're putting your bodies on the line. And I didn't see it on the field, I just saw he was on the ground. I was engaged in the block, and like half the time I don't know what's going on around me when it comes to that type of stuff. And I'm like, man, just get up, just get up, just get up. I didn't know it was that bad. And I saw the slow-mo, version after the game.
Yeah.
And man, it's you just hate to see one of your brothers go down like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. We're talking with our friend Sam Cosmi here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Of course, Sam joins us for our weekly Paisanos Players Chat. No one appreciates 106.7 The Fan listeners more than our friends at Paisanos, and they're proving it. Score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Load up on pizza, wings, pastas, salads, whatever you're craving by using the promo code FAN30 at checkout. Paisanos, it's not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. All right, Sammy, obviously the Minnesota game didn't go the way you guys planned. I've covered a lot of games. I've seen you guys walk into the locker room after wins, after losses, lots of different feelings. But I was really struck by two things. One was just the silence, man. Was that the quietest kind of walk and locker room you'd ever experienced?
Definitely one of them. Yeah, I can't. This season's been such a roller coaster versus last season. It's crazy to me how, a couple different changes, couple different things happen, people go down. We always say the National Football League will humble you. Humble you. So this is definitely a humbling season. Just puts in perspective how hard it is to win football games on a consistent basis. And, plain simple, we just got our asses handed to us last game. And I can't put my finger on it. And that's probably the most frustrating part for me, for sure.
And do you feel like you're all in a position where, because been there, no matter what you do, it just seemed like, damn, this is not working, but you're putting in the work. You just can't get it to go?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Each and every week we prepare extremely hard and detailed for our games. And, we on Sundays we get to show that. And I don't know, I just felt like everything was going wrong for us during that game. We would have momentum here on offense. Our first drive was a really solid drive. Hats to Minnesota as well. They were able to, go 19 plays for 98 yards, time of possession. They did a really good job. Hats off to their team. Good defensive scheme. They had a good game plan for us, and, they played a really good game.
What's it like going up against that Brian Flores defense where it's just blitzers coming from everywhere, seemingly all the time?
Everywhere.
Yeah, that was a tough part for us because with him, he has a flavor of the week. And that's what we were trying to figure out because, we were scheming for everything he's shown throughout the year, pretty much. And his flavor of the week was bringing bringing all the guys, bringing one extra guy more than we can block. And he did a good job scheming us in that aspect of things. And, we were picking up our guys for the most part and but you got to get the ball out quick in those instances because you got a free runner. And so, yeah, he did a great job. He had a good, like I said, a good game plan, and did a really good job.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw the running backs when they were going to block. It'll be two linebackers right there, and they'll get one. The other guy kept coming, and sometimes you got to make a decision because if one guy is in front of the other and it's not your guy, you still got to block that guy who's coming first, right?
Yeah.
That scheme was he worked.
Yeah. Sam, I don't ever want to put you in a tough spot. We appreciate you making time for us. But I'm curious, we get calls, and I know you ignore social media, and I'd advise it right now. But we get calls where guys call in, and they're like, man, Dan Quinn has lost the locker room. And Brian and I push back on that because I'm in that locker room every day. We see how you guys compete. I see the way DQ communicates with you guys. And both B-Mitch and I say, no, he hasn't. They're not playing well, but no, he hasn't. I'm curious what you say to that because I don't think you would agree.
Yeah, I couldn't. I mean, I JP, like you've been in there, like you just said. It's like the weirdest thing because it's like the aspect of like DQ hasn't lost the team at all, not even close. I was here for that 23 season.
Yeah,
and I mean, the vibes were completely different from that. Like I said, I can't put my finger on it. On why we are not able to. I mean, it could be a mixture of a ton of things, but like, you know, why we're just not able to produce in that aspect of things. But like from a respect and belief in DQ and how he is, like we all play for him. I just don't understand why things aren't clicking in that aspect of like the production aspect of things, you know, week in and week out. Like I said, during Denver, we had we showed out really well. You know, he said we took a step forward and we took 3 steps back. I can't put my finger on it, but when it comes to the locker room, well, no, there's none of that. There's no like, no one's divided in there. Like, you're not going to find anybody like finger pointing or doing anything like that. We're still trying to figure out right now how to find solutions to be the best we can be for these next 4 games, and for sure going into, I know I hate to say it, but next season, like we need to figure out these problems now, so it doesn't affect us going into next season. That's what these next 4 games are.
It's you guys are at a unique crossroads that nobody expected, but you still have 4 games left. They're all division games. These division games are always nuts. You've already gone to Dallas, but in the next month you're going to the Meadowlands. You're going to Philly,
and you got Dallas and Philly here.
Right. So I'm curious, just from a human standpoint of the division stadiums. I'm guessing Dallas might be your favorite, closer to family and friends back in Texas. But of the 3 stadiums, what's your favorite to play in, and which one do you not like the most?
Man, when it comes to, I think Dallas is probably, I don't have a favorite, but Dallas is probably the best.
Yeah.
I mean, Philly just sucks, but
sound like JP.
Yeah. New York, MetLife. I mean, it just absolutely, it just seems gloomy when you go play there, and the turf there is just one of the worst in the whole country.
All that stuff sitting on a swamp.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I would just say probably MetLife is just the worst by far.
I mean, that stadium, and I understand why they did it, but that is the most soulless stadium in the United States of America.
Yes,
and they
100%.
built it that way because it's New York, and they're going to have a zillion different events, and they want to be able to host anything, but there's zero feel to that place.
Exactly.
They got good food in their suites, though.
They do have good food in the suites. What is your favorite road trip to take?
You mean anywhere?
Well, I meant like NFL wise, but we can go anywhere too.
Road trip. Let me think. Honestly, I like anywhere that's closer to home.
Yeah.
For the most part, you know, go there, do my job, you know, and do that. I don't have a particular. There's cool environments for sure. Cool stadiums, you know. I thought Minnesota was pretty cool going there. I mean, their fan base is really, you know, I love all the chants they do and all that type of stuff. I think it's pretty neat. That was a cool experience for sure.
Had you not played up there?
That was my first time.
Okay.
Last time we played Minnesota was at home. Yeah.
That is definitely a cool stadium up there.
It is.
I wanted to ask you a non-Commanders football question. The Colts are going through it right now. Daniel Jones tore his Achilles. You got to feel bad for that. That's just a terrible situation.
Yeah.
They brought in 44-year-old Phillip Rivers for a workout. Hasn't played in years.
Yeah, I worked out this morning.
Do you? I mean, you're in it. Year 5. You worked your way back from an injury. When you hear a
He hadn't
story,
played in 5 years.
he has. What do you make of that?
I mean, they got a good online. You know?
They have to know he's working out to be calling him.
You have to. There's no way that. But I don't know, man.
5 years. That's a
you're
long
5
time.
Years removed. You're 5 years removed, man. I mean, how often are you going out there slinging a ball? You know,
He's got 100 kids. He might be throwing workouts out there.
I thought he was coaching somewhere or whatever. He could throw it at practice, but that's different when you're getting hit.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I don't know what he's been doing in his free time, but that's interesting for sure. I mean, you got a guy still older, like, you know, Joe Flacco and Aaron Rodgers still playing, you know. So, but I mean, it's different when you get up in that age. But I mean, quarterback. I mean, that's the only position that at that age that you could come back from doing, basically removed for 5 years.
Maybe punting.
You know what it says? It says a lot of these quarterbacks that's just sitting around right now, they don't think you're good enough. They're going to go get a guy that hadn't played 5 years.
Clearly. Now, I mean, when he last played, it was in Indy.
Yeah.
For the GM. They've had coaching changes.
Yeah, but 5 years ago, dog. That's a long time. I told you, when you think about retirement, you retired.
Yeah. Totally. Last thing I wanted to ask you about, we're talking with Sam Cosmi for our weekly Paisanos player chat. Paisanos is not just pizza, but something for everyone. Use the code FAN30 at checkout. You score 30% off any order of $30 or more. The final college football playoff rankings have been set. The matchups are set. You're a proud Texas Longhorn, and your boys did not get in. What was your reaction?
Yeah, you know, it's tough. I mean, I'm pretty realistic when it comes to stuff. I see a lot of points on a lot of teams, but especially Texas. I mean, you know, I think if we don't lose that game to Florida, we're in. I think that one essentially knocked us out of that running, which stinks. But I mean, strength of schedule definitely has to play factors here now. Like, we got to be realistic when it comes to like teams playing certain teams. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's different football from, you know, some of these Power 5 schools and some of these not Power 5 schools. So I don't know. Strength of schedule has to play a factor. I think that comes down to it. And, but yeah, I think if we didn't lose that game to Florida, we would be in.
Yeah, I agree. How does it sit with you that A&M is in and that Texas Tech is in? Are those? I know A&M's a big rivalry. I don't know how you feel about Texas.
Also Oklahoma.
Oh, damn, and Oklahoma.
That makes it worse.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely sucks.
Did you guys beat Oklahoma?
We beat Oklahoma and Texas Texas A&M.
Oh yeah, that's
what I'm saying. Like, we played. I mean, again, we played Georgia. You know, not Georgia. Ohio State. First game of the season.
Right.
Lost by 7. You know, like I'm saying, like, strength of schedule should be playing a factor. You know, and like I said, I mean, it's not great to see all three of those teams in the position they're in, but you know, it is what it is. I'm gonna give once Oklahoma and A&M go down, I'm gonna give Vaughn and Tress some crap. You know?
As you should. Who do you think wins it all?
I'm going for Indiana, right? They're number 1.
Yeah, they're undefeated.
I'm going for them, man. I got to. I mean, a school that you would never have thought to be in the position they're in. I'm all for those type of cool stories, so I'm going for them.
Yeah, man. Sam, we appreciate your time as always, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. All right.
That's our guy, Sam Cosmi. Give him a follow at Sam Cosmi. Joining us for his weekly Paisanos player chat. Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Nobody go anywhere. If you're on hold, we'll work our way back to the phones. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, JP Finley here for a word of Door Pro America. These guys came and set me up with a new garage door. My old one was loud and didn't really work very well and probably 15 years old, and the new one has changed my house. The curb appeal significantly higher with the new garage door, and having this MyQ app, being able to let people in and out through my garage wherever I am in the world is so helpful. They can help you too. Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years, keeping garage doors running smooth for homeowners like me across the area. If you've been putting off the repair or the replacement, now is the time to act. You can schedule an appointment today for $0. That's right, $0 trip and inspection fee on service calls, and they'll give you a free estimate on a new garage door. It's also smart, man. Check out the Door Pro Advantage membership. Smart move for homeowners who want discounts and annual maintenance to keep everything working smooth. Trust me, upgrade your garage door doesn't just make life easier, it makes your house better. So if your garage door is due for a little maintenance or you're considering the upgrade, level up, score big with Door Pro America. It's 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Or visit doorproamerica.com. Be sure to tell them JP Finley sent you.
Brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. The hot stove is heating up, folks. Some business getting done at the baseball winter meetings in Orlando today. Kyle Schwarber is staying in Philadelphia 5 years, $150 million for him, and former Mets closer Edwin Diaz signs a 3-year, $69 million deal with the LA Dodgers. Also, that report last night from The Athletic that the Nationals are open to hearing trade offers for shortstop C.J. Abrams. Monday Night Football, Chargers knock off the Eagles 22-19. Last night, Jalen Hurts turned the ball over 5 times. And 44-year-old Phillip Rivers had his workout with the Indianapolis Colts today. They are considering signing him to a contract. This December only, score 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. And through December 29th, get an additional 5% off Vitech windows from paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Are these callers all for the Jaden thing?
For what?
I was B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. You can watch us on Monumental Sports Network. You can stream us on YouTube at the 106.7 The Fan page. Check us out on the apps, Odyssey, iHeart. Check out the podcast. If you're going to listen to the podcast, make sure you listen to both our interviews so far today. Doc Walker was hysterical, as Doc always is. A lot of great information, too, but Doc just always makes me laugh. And we just talked with Sam Cosmi, right guard for the Commanders. And I always enjoy talking with Sam. He is a thoughtful dude. And you played in the league and did media. And I wanted to delicately ask Sam about DQ losing the locker room because I didn't think that was the case, but I'm not a player. So all I can do is judge based off what I see. Yeah. One, do you think I handled that okay? And
you did.
I thought his answer was exactly what I expected and dead on accurate.
Yeah, you did. You answered it. I mean, you answered it properly. And the thing of it, like you told him, I don't want to put you in a bad spot. But the question was there for him to take it where he wanted to go. And but I'm around, I talk to guys. That has never been something I thought.
Me either.
You know.
And Cosby referenced the 2023 season. I was in that locker room, and that was Eric Bieniemy. The offense was a mess. Ron couldn't control that. That locker room, what they just wanted out by the end of that. By Thanksgiving, everybody wanted out. Remember that? I think that might have been when John and Duran were swinging on each other. Like, it was a disaster. So, I mean, I remember the Callahan year. Like, when things start to go bad, I might not be on that team, but I can feel it.
Yeah. See, the thing about this, what from the beginning when I talked with Adam about DQ, he talked about how guys wanted to be around, coaches wanted to coach with Dan. And then since he's been here, you hear our players talk about how he takes care of them. He keeps the thing together. Normally when you see people starting to backbite and finger point in locker rooms, it's coaches taking care of themselves. And you have coaches that will definitely go out there and take a big old pile on another coach.
Yeah.
And then that's when you see players separate. When the coaches don't stay together, the players separate.
Even when he made a move that had to be made and demote Joe Witt, he still handled it in a manner that is not how people always handle things.
He doesn't believe in trying to embarrass somebody.
Totally. He's a respectful. There's a lot of admiration for DQ.
Yeah.
Deservedly, I would say. And that did not catch me by surprise. Now, earlier in the program, we played this Adam Schefter audio where Schefter said, I think Washington should shut down Jaden. You and I are not in that camp. I don't believe they're in that camp. If I got the wager, I guarantee Jaden's not in that camp. That said, a lot of people feel differently. So I wanted to let the callers weigh in. Our guy Toothpick's on the line. What up, Pick?
Hey, what's good? Thanks for taking my call, JT. I mean, Grinch and B. Mitch.
I haven't been great. I was hanging out with Santa Claus last night, for the record.
And he wanted to beat somebody up last night, too.
And he wanted to fight Santa. And he wanted to fight Santa. So we already know, JT, you didn't help your case right there. Okay, listen. So check this out, man. And I said this earlier on the jumps. There are a couple of things that we know that Adam Schefter and a couple of other people haven't done. That's run into a building that's burning, so put on firefighter boots. You haven't laced up military boots, and you haven't laced up any cleats, right? Football players play. In those other professions, they run into the face of danger. He is a football player that has not seen a ton being in the NFL. I could understand if this was Tom Brady. Shut him down. He's not Tom Brady. This is not his 10th year. This is his 2nd year. There's still a ton that he hasn't seen. There's still a ton that he has to learn. Why would you stunt his learning growth? Because in a couple of years, you're going to sit back and say, hey, you were unable to perform this during these times because you were hurt. This is why we're not going to pay you. You see what I'm saying? So you have to hit those check marks. You have to be able to show that you're doable. You have to be able to show that you can play while injured because nobody's 100%. And my last point is, what kind of president are you setting in your locker room? This guy is not going to play. We're going to shut him down, but we're going to ask the rest of you to go out and play hurt. You're not setting the right example in the locker room. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Pick.
Yes, sir.
See you, buddy. Let's go to Jim in Manassas. Jim, where you at on Jaden?
B Mix Friendly Aquarium Boys. How's everybody doing today?
What's up, Jim?
Chilling, bud.
All right. So you all mentioned earlier, the likes of Brett Favre and Terrell Owens. Those are two great stories in NFL history. I think the key difference in this situation, those were playoff teams. Green Bay Packers fighting for the playoffs. Eagles, Super Bowl, going to the Super Bowl. This is not that. We're 3-10. The season is lost, and I'm just not sure if the risk outweighs the benefit at this point in the season. I understand the mindset of, getting Jaden ready and getting him the reps to go into next season, but I'm just not sure if 4 games is enough at this point. And, earlier in the season when he got hurt, that was when he was missing a lot of the supporting cast. So, it's easy for him to run around, have no help. This past Sunday being the exception. I just feel like we have to just try and think about next season. Like, he is our asset, our prized asset. At the end of the day, quarterback is looked at differently than all of the other positions. So, we'll have Terry back next offseason, the whole offseason. Obviously, we're going to have a lot of new players with, all the free agents we have. I just think we need to go into next season, the next offseason, try and get a full offseason's work and get ready, because I'm just not sure if 4 games is enough at this point.
We had a full offseason work last year, and he's missed some games, and he's rusty, and you can see he was missing some things. If he doesn't play this and then you go into the offseason again, and he comes out rusty again, what's the mindset then? Are you going to say, oh, no problem, he'll be ready, he'll bounce right back? I still don't think you learn football by not playing football. I don't think you learn it like that.
Sure, absolutely. And I'm just a fan at the end of the day. So I'm not sure. Obviously, the football players, the coaches, executives are going to think differently. This is just me giving my opinion, but I know I trust AP, I trust DQ. I haven't given up on them. This is just my perspective at the end of the day.
I appreciate you, man. Thanks for the call. Good comment here in the YouTube chat that said, the Poster King says, people talk about Jaden like he didn't play through the broken ribs last year. Like,
the guy,
he's willing to gut it out.
He's tough.
Yeah.
He's tough.
When I was talking to folks on the sideline in Minnesota, because I was kind of checking out that brace, and there were some team people around, I was just asking. They're like, "Kid's tough, man."
Yeah, he's tough. And I think the thing of it is, what I keep saying is, you learn how to play while hurt and having different things. If you always get sat down when you don't, if something happens, you never learn how to deal with it. I think if you look at kids today, when you fail, your daddy put you back on the bike. Kids fall a day, the parents run outside, pick them up, they carry the kid, and they walk the bike in. And then next time that kid fall, he don't know how to brace himself or even keep himself up because they never let you learn nothing. I think you got to learn stuff in this game of pro football.
You know who has nothing to prove? Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
He has nothing to prove.
Yes.
He had the greatest college season ever. He's gotten his team to the precipice. They've been to a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
They're more or less eliminated. Maybe they're officially eliminated. I don't know, by that loss in the snow to Buffalo. And you know what Burrow's going to do Sunday?
Play.
Chuck it around the yard. Take some hits. Throw some touchdowns.
The thing about, and listen, I try not to say stuff in a certain way a lot of times. I don't like people to come back, oh, man, just because I didn't play. You know, a lot of things that you don't know is because you probably didn't play. And those quarterbacks, they know how they're treated when they do one thing and when they do the other. Yes, the team decided to do it, but the other players formulate a mindset about that player, not the team, not the front office. They formulate an opinion about you, and quarterbacks understand that already. Yet when you say, "Oh yeah, they look that differently," you think other players don't know that? Hell, you think the quarterback don't know that? And the quarterback fights against that the whole time they're in the league. The ones that are damn good, the ones that are team players, they fight against that, treating them differently the whole time they're in the league because they don't ever want their players to think that they think they're bigger than them. That one little thing right there can make or break a whole damn career too. Think about that.
Totally. Quarterbacks got to show the other guys that they're tough. It's important. It's vital.
But the thing of it, if the doctors say you're healthy to go play and you feel good to go play, that's not even showing that you're tough. That's just showing that when you're ready, you go. You know what I mean? Right. It's not like he going out there with a brace hanging all off his arm where you could barely move. What Doug Williams did in the Super Bowl, that's showing you how tough you were. He could barely walk. His guys were carrying him to the next damn thing, and they were working. What Byron Leftwich did in college, those things show toughness. Right now, doctors say you could go. You want to go. That's what you do as a football player.
I'll sneak one in here. Ben is in Silver Spring. What's up, Ben?
Hey, how you guys doing today? I completely agree 100%. It's like this is a stupid analogy. You don't buy a Ferrari to go 35 miles on the side streets. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of the car. It's the same thing with Jaden. He needs, and he knows, he needs to get experience outside of the virtual reality world. And what I think I might do is let's treat these last four games as a real preseason like it used to be in the old days where they would hit. And the idea is let's do a lot of three-step drops and quick passes. Let's do a lot of handoffs. Let's do a lot of things where it's bringing him experience of fundamentals in a league that now knows Jaden Daniels. It's like you said earlier also. The other teams have adjusted to the Redskins. Now we need to have an opportunity for Jaden Daniels and the offense to be able to adjust to Jaden Daniels in a new era as well.
Thanks, bud.
All right, buddy.
Good call.
All right, bye.
Don't drive a Ferrari 35.
Hey, I agree with him on that.
Yeah. You had a Ferrari. I bet you drove it.
I got a problem with like certain things, man. I'm looking at don't give me a car and tell me it goes this fast and then tell me I'm not supposed to ever go that fast. Right. Why sell it? You know? I've been watching this my whole life, bro. I'm like, I hate when I go out there and my car says 220 and I can't do it. Why not? Why you sold it to me then? I should be able to ride.
Phone lines are lit. We're going to take your calls when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Phones are lit up. Folks want to talk Jaden. My man Vic is in Akakeek. What's up, Vic?
What's up, y'all?
How you doing, dude?
I'm pretty good. So, I didn't play obviously as much as B. Mitch, but I did play in high school. I did play in college. So I'm somewhere in the ballpark of understanding why Jaden would want to play, why it's important for him to want to play, and even as that ripple effect reaches his teammates, and I'm not going to say every teammate, but that feels they should have an opportunity to be competitive that leads to win. This is where which I don't have a experience of this at all, my front office hat comes in. This is where Adam Peters needs to do his job. Adam Peters is not obligated to agree with Dan Quinn or Jaden Daniels. Bill Walsh was the general manager and the head coach of the 49ers for a bit. And I've talked on this show before about how he dangled Joe Montana, Ronnie Lott, and Randy Cross. And he never dangled Jerry Rice for a reason, because his job was to win games for the 49ers. If I'm Adam Peters, what I say to Dan Quinn is, I don't know, I'm not going to fault you for wanting to play him, but I need you to understand this. Football is not being played correctly on Sunday. We have too many mistakes fundamentally. We don't have the competitive edge. We're not physical as we need to be. We're not making good decisions situationally, offensively and defensively. That all falls under your title. So I need you to understand something. Jaden has been injured the last 2 games that he's played in. And a game before that, he was injured for a couple of weeks. If Jaden gets injured again, I'm telling you, he's not playing for the rest of the season. I'm your boss. And what else I'm telling you is, I am evaluating you right now for how football is not being played correctly. And I'll say this and I'll close. Every team that is in contention to go to the playoffs or that is going to the playoffs, if you look up analytically how they're playing football, offensively and defensively, majority, they're playing it correctly. And that's the problem I had with Dan Quinn. Whether Jaden plays or not, all of this falls under you. And the people that protect him from not getting hit are not doing that correctly. And I know it's not Sam Cosmi, because Sam is trying to be a good teammate and not throw people under the bus, because Sam is winning one-on-one battles. But you know, as I know, B. Mitch, you can't win every battle on the offensive line, because you got to do your job in your position. And that's what Dan Quinn needs to be evaluated, as well as looking at Jaden Daniels should play or not for the rest of the season.
All right, brother.
Thanks for the call, Vic. Our guy Tailgate Ted is on the line. What's up, Ted?
What up, Ted?
What's going on, guys?
What's up?
I want to know from these fans that want Jaden to sit, when they actually expect a young man to get some experience, when they expect him to get some reps, because he's not getting it in practice. The VR goggles aren't cutting it anymore once you're actually going against top-tier talent. So when do they think he's actually going to get a chance? And some of the people are replying back saying, well, he showed he could do it last year without experience. Sorry, but the NFL adjusts to what you're good at. When are you going to adjust back if you don't actually get a chance to step on the field? And he finally has his weapons, if you will, right? His starting offense, except for Eckler. And we saw what they did against the Vikings. But yet you don't want him to play against the Giants? Give me a break. It's just such a Charmin soft society we live in nowadays. You guys need to just buck up. This isn't Madden. Some of this fan base drives me insane, guys.
Well said, Ted. Well said. Charmin soft, Ted's calling.
Charmin soft.
Our boy Drew is on the line. DC, what up?
Hey, guys.
What's up?
So that last game was pretty crappy. As far as Jaden, I think it's straightforward. If he's healthy enough to play, he should play. The question is whether he's really healthy enough to play. And I was all in favor of him playing for Minnesota. But in hindsight, it's clear that he wasn't 100%, right? And it's not going to be 100%. And so the real question is, does his limitations cause him to, do things that he wouldn't otherwise do? He definitely needs to practice, and he definitely needs the experience. But, and I'm going to use a bad analogy, but, Patrick Ramsey got beat up, and eventually he was gun shy, couldn't do stuff. And I'm starting to see some plays with Jaden where he's not playing as natural as he did last year. I don't know if that's because he's favoring the injuries or, just the circumstances around the games, but we don't want him to learn bad habits. So I'm all in favor of him playing if he's good to go. But if he's not good to go, we need to just kind of own up to that and recognize it, because it was clear in that last game he was favoring his elbow as natural, and that created that kind of exasperated, because his injuries happen on awkward plays, and that's where if you can't play your game, you're more likely to get those kind of things and get re-injured. And so I am concerned about that. Unfortunately, it's not my decision, so I'll be good with that, whichever way the team goes. I think the more important thing is less about Jaden and more about, we got 4 weeks to know which of the guys that are on this team are going to be here next year. And if I was the coaches, anyone that was on that bubble, I'd want to see. And I want to see the effort, and I want to see the drive and the want to be here next year, because there's going to be a lot of roster changes. So from my perspective, that's kind of more important, because this year's kind of done. We got the Cowboys coming. I want to win there, but otherwise I'll take a draft pick in draft positions over wins. So, which I hate to say that, but that's the way I feel.
And I never thought Drew would call in here talking draft picks over
Drew,
wins.
I'm going to hit you with something. And I know I keep hearing people say 4 games left. We got to see what these guys going to do. You don't think the coach know? Some coaches already know after 13 games what the hell they're going to do next year. Be totally honest with you. Everyone is saying we got 4 games. We need to find out what the other guys are going to do. You think they may not know that already after 13? So listen, they don't have to wait till the last 13 sometimes to figure it out. Sometimes you know in the first 4 or 5. Sometimes you know in the first 10, first 12, first 13. It doesn't take the last 4 to figure it out. You hadn't improved at a drastic rate, you might not be in the players already.
Thanks for the call, man. Take one more. We're going to Chi-Town. Troy is in Chicago. What's up, Troy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Lifetime Washington fan. Grew up here in Chicago. My life's been living hell all season with the Bears' success. I went to that Washington game. That was real fun flying home, knowing we needed 1 yard. I'm 50-50 if Jaden should play. I mean, he had to go to the tent after just getting pushed over. And I think whether or not he rushes, he's going to get hit and fall to the ground. And if he avoids landing on that elbow, I think he's going to compromise, a shoulder or his head. So I'm just worried about that. If he can't, he's going to get hit at some point, whether he rushes or not. So,
yeah, he's going to get hit. It is football.
He got hit in the game several times, and he got up.
Appreciate the call, man.
He fell
Thank you.
awkwardly, and he fell on it. It hurt, just like if you have any injury and you fall on it, it hurts a little bit. And you get through that little initial pain, you could go back. But they told him, no, you're not going back in the game.
Appreciate you, Troy. All right, we got a quick break. Everybody's favorite, Barstool Nate, will join the program next.
Sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Whether or not Jaden Daniels plays Sunday in New York against the Giants really is the story this week, with the Commanders already eliminated. Dan Quinn just hoping for a strong finish in the final 4 weeks.
It's been frustrating. It's been emotional. It's been all of those things. But once you get to, having to watch January, February football, like that sucks. And so you want to make sure that you're doing everything you can in your power to set us up to never be in this spot again.
Signings at the baseball winter meetings today. Kyle Schwarber, 5 years, $150 million in Philadelphia. Former Mets closer Edwin Diaz comes to terms in a 3-year deal with the LA Dodgers. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star sports desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Love me. Breaking news on The Fan, as Phillip Rivers has signed with the Indianapolis Colts. Brian Mitchell's prepared to make an announcement.
Coming out of retirement, baby. Hey, Jeff, I think I could get those 20 yards you were discussing.
Don't you need 1 yard to get to 5,000?
Yeah, but just getting that 1 yard won't help. I need to do it. I need to get about 40 yards on one return, which will help. It'll help to get the yard and it'll bump the average up.
All right.
Yeah.
Breaking news.
So
Brian
let's
Mitchell.
start next season.
Joining us now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. Our friend, Mr. Barstool, Nate Dogg. B-Mitch is coming back. If Phillip Rivers can do it, so can B.
I mean, we pulled Mark Sanchez out of the broadcast booth to try to throw passes, so anything's possible.
He was in his 30s, though.
It's kind of wild.
How old are you, Nate?
37.
You think you got anything you can give us, man? We need another little body out on the field.
I say it all the time. I have great hands. I can catch, but I just don't have any other. I can't run a 4.4. But
I saw your hands, Nate. You got them Whopper Jr. hands.
I don't
like
know if
Kenny
that's a good
Pickett.
thing or bad thing. No,
It's a bad
I'm
thing.
telling you. I can catch. I just can't run routes or anything like that or take a hit, but I can catch the ball.
Well, you know what you need to do? You need to just go stand with the quarterback throwing the ball, and if somebody catch it, go do that job. Don't go on the football field then.
Nah, that's why I'm a blogger, not a football player.
We be living this blog life, Nate.
Wow, man. This is cool. I actually, this is cool to me.
Yeah.
For them to sign him. So I've been thinking about this all day. The mere fact that they went public and said they were going to work him out, they have to know he stayed in shape and he's working out. And now they've signed him. Hell, not everybody that retired has stopped working out. This dude been sitting home for 5 years. I'm pulling for him.
It does seem like he played more recently, but it was 2020. That was 5 years ago.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Phillip Rivers, you just know he can just sling the ball. 63,000
He sling more than the ball. He got 11 kids.
Well, that has to be most of it. He'll do anything to get out of that house. Like, anything.
Two relevant tweets. Diana Rossini just tweeted, a source close to Phillip Rivers describes a player who looks in better shape now than when he played. It's a no-brainer for who gives them the best chance. Expect a heavy dose of Jonathan Taylor and the Colts ground game to support the 44-year-old Rivers. Then I got this tweet from Big Wilkes. He said, bro's got like 13 kids to feed. He's probably broke.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to feel for the 26-year-old journeyman who's hoping to get one more shot in the league, and then they pull Phillip Rivers out of the old folks' home. That must sting a little bit.
Yeah,
but good for Phillip. I'm excited with you, B-Mitch.
I'm happy for him, man.
Yeah.
Because like everyone was like, oh, man, he's 44. The first thing hit me this morning was there are a lot of quarterbacks that are backing up on other teams and a lot of guys that got cut that are trying to make teams and on practice squad, and they call this 44-year-old dude rather than calling you.
What does it say about Anthony Richardson?
Oh, he's on IR.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's banged up for the year. He's done because he's that bone. He can't.
Yeah,
he couldn't. Yeah, he can't come back.
I mean,
Yeah.
RG3 better keep his phone on.
Yo, you know who's mad right
You know
now?
if they didn't
Robert.
call him.
Yeah. All right, Nate Dogg. We'll talk a little. I want to be sure we talk some Caps because they are red hot.
They're doing it, Nate. You were right about something, man. Finally.
I told you about something, about everything.
Thursday night, I'm going to go to that. That should be the Caps are in first place in the Metro, hosting the Hurricanes, second place in the Metro. Carolina knocked Washington out of the playoffs last year. How excited are you about this Caps kind of Christmas season push that we've become accustomed to?
Yeah, no, I'm not going to do any victory laps. We had that little lull, but yeah, Caps not just first in the Metro, my friends, first in the East. Just very good team. Logan Thompson's playing better, I believe, than not just any goalie in the NHL, but any player in the NHL. He is lights out. He should be starting for Team Canada in the Olympics. And we can talk about Tom Wilson. That's a big discussion right now about if he should make Team Canada. I think that's such a no-brainer, just his presence and his goal-scoring ability, his penalty kill ability. Absolutely, he should be on Team Canada. But yeah, the Caps are a wagon, as they say. You can't really find a flaw on the team right now. Leonard getting knocked out is tough. He will be out for what looks like a good amount of time. He was really, really picking up his game and just playing unbelievable hockey. But besides that, which is unfortunate, the Caps look great.
What happened to Leno? That must have been while I was traveling. I missed that.
He took a dirty hit behind the net from Jacob Trouba, and he was last seen wearing a sling in the locker room. They haven't officially announced what happened. Everybody thought it was a concussion, but it looks like maybe he broke something in his arm or shoulder or something like that. So he's going to miss an extended period of time. And he was just every game getting better and better and just so good with the puck, and just his release is unbelievable. He has a very, very, very bright future in the NHL. So yeah, he took kind of a dirty hit and he's going to miss time, but the Caps keep rolling, and it looks like he'll be all right because he's traveling with the team. So
well, he's been hanging out with Ovi, so he may come back off an injury and play even better like Ovi does.
Oh yeah, Ovi got a shipment of that Russian stuff coming over that they just inject into your veins. He'll be back in no time.
Oh boy, I'm glad you're doing close to them.
They got
help. You know what? They'll be saying, "Hey, we got to make y'all come in for a test."
I mean, Ovi broke his leg and came back in a week and a half and just put up like 50 more goals. So yeah, something's going on.
I don't know if I told you this story, Nate. I think I said it on air. So when Ovi broke his leg, they were in Utah, and I know some of the folks that were in Utah. And before he went like all the way into the dressing room, and before they did x-rays or anything, they said someone told me that Ovi was just standing there fully like in skates, in pads, everything, just hitting his leg, trying to get it to pop back into place with a broken leg. Is that the most Ovi story ever?
He broke his leg.
Crazy.
He like banged his stick on it, and then he like took a couple laps around the rink, and he's like, all right, I'll get an x-ray, I guess. But yeah, I think if he had it his way, he wouldn't have missed the game.
It's crazy.
Because we're talking about fun stuff like the Caps being red hot, I want to ask you another fun one. I don't know that this is on your radar, but you and I are both Terps. It hasn't been the best time for the Terps of late. You see Derek Queen is just balling out in New Orleans, had a triple-double last night.
He's the man. I mean, I have called him the future face of the league, kind of facetiously, but kind of not, because he's really, really good, and he's really, really funny and just a likable guy.
Yeah.
New Orleans, though, I mean, they're 3-22. They're they're a terrible team. But if you can build around Queen and he just progressively gets better, they traded. If you recall, the Pelicans traded an unprotected first rounder to trade to the pick to get Queen, and everybody called it the worst draft day trade of all time. Like, how can the Pelicans, who can't win a game, trade an unprotected first rounder? And, thank goodness for their sake, Queen's awesome. Unfortunately, they're also 3-22, so that pick's going to be in the top 5. But yeah, I'm a huge Derek Queen guy. If they sold NBA jerseys with sleeves, I would buy one. But
that might be like a t-shirt jersey situation.
Just get you a long sleeve t-shirt.
Yeah, put that on my Christmas list.
That's what he wears, right? Does he still wear the long sleeve tee and
the huge baggy tee? Yeah.
Is he wearing that in the association?
That's an Under Armour underneath that, dog.
Nah, but I'm watching the highlights from last night. He's got a short sleeve now. Maybe the NBA doesn't allow the big baggy long sleeve tee like he was wearing it.
Hey, dog.
Yeah, but
you need to look like you're in shape.
He'll be in the Rookie of the Year conversation, and he's only 20 years old, and he seems to be loving life down in New Orleans. I big fan of his.
Me too, man. And he had a good line last night after the triple-double. He said, pretty good for a person that didn't have a preseason, was hurt, and a lot of people doubted. And he went on and said, I had some doubts myself. Like,
oh, hell, but that motivated him.
Yeah.
I like it.
Easy.
He wasn't just sitting at home resting. He was sitting at home working.
Easy guy to root for, man.
Definitely.
All right. We talked fun stuff. Talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can follow Nate Dogg at Barstool Nate. Read his work at Barstool Sports. Obviously, just a disaster of a game in Minnesota. Just a true disaster. What do you want to see over these next 4?
I don't want to do this whole thing. I know it's all anybody can talk about. I'm on the side of, if Jaden was cleared to play and healthy, he should have played. I did not come out of that game thinking that he was healthy enough to play, confident enough to play, or should have been on the field. Not only did he play bad, he looked hesitant. He did not look like the JD5 that we know he can be. It seems like the best course of action would be to shut him down, tell him to hit the weight room, hit rehab, and come back fully refreshed, fully ready next season to play football. Because what we saw on Sunday was not football. That was garbage all around for the team. Jaden played bad. The defense played bad. Everybody kind of besides Chris Gonzalez played bad.
Rodriguez.
I just what did I say? Gonzalez? Chris Rodriguez. Jesus. But yeah, I don't want to see. I don't think there's any positive to Jaden playing. We can talk about him getting reps and progression. These look like negative reps to me. It looks like every rep he's getting worse, and we don't need that. Just we're 3-10. The season is over. Let's let him rehab, recuperate, watch tape, and get ready for next season. I see very, very little upside and a lot of downside to him playing.
You don't think that the fact that he was off was the fact that he wasn't playing? And then on top of it, when you go back out there, you get the coaches and everybody saying, hey, don't do this, don't do that, don't do that. That makes you hesitant.
But I get that. But my counter to that would be, we saw how good he is. We know how good he is. Something was off. He cannot be that bad if something isn't off. And the fact that he was pulled from the game after being rocked after that interception because he fell on that elbow, and the fact that, there's uncomfortability makes me wonder, why he was cleared, but is he cleared because he's 80% healthy? Like, what's the line there? 70% healthy? He was not 100% healthy, in my opinion. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. But he did not look like he was ready to play. It didn't look like he trusted himself to play the way that he has to play to be his best self. And if you can't play Jaden Daniels style football, then you shouldn't be on the field. And when we're 3-10, I see no reason for him to trot back out there and be protecting his elbow if it's not ready to play.
All right, so we know what your opinion is. What do you think will happen?
Dan Quinn seems to want him back out there. I think that's a mistake. Dan Quinn is not on my good side right now.
I don't think it's Dan Quinn. I think everyone says Dan Quinn. I think if he's going on the field, it's Josh Harris. I think it's Peters. I think it's Quinn, and I think it's the doctors. I think everybody made a decision. Dan Quinn's not doing that by himself.
Sure. I'm putting the brunt of it on the head coach, because I ultimately decide he's the one choosing who suits up on game day. I don't think you're incorrect. I think it probably is a organizational decision. But Jaden's never going to say, no, don't put me in. We got to protect him at some point. If he can't fall on his arm without being pulled from the game, he shouldn't be in the game. I think it's that simple.
We'll see you on Sunday, man. I assume we'll see you at the Meadowlands?
I'll be in the Bahamas.
He's not coming in.
Are you actually going to the Bahamas?
He's scared to go to football games.
Yeah, I'll be in Atlantis in the Bahamas. I'm leaving on Thursday.
I heard it's going to be snowing in the Bahamas.
I'm extremely jealous. will you go to the beach or just stay in the poker room?
You hear that, B-Mitch? He couldn't fathom someone else taking a vacation. He goes, "Oh God, I need to be there."
That was funny.
Well, he gonna be in the poker room. He don't have a beach body.
Nate's kind of gotten swole, B. I know you won't believe it, but kid's in the gym.
He probably got swole. I mean, he can't move because he got a messed up ankle.
I'm in the best shape of my life right now. That's not even a joke. I've worked out hard for the last 5 months.
You know what they say about being like round? That's the shape.
No. Hey, that's not nice. I'm in good shape. I'm in good shape right now. You should be encouraging me, not putting me down. But I get there Thursday. I'll have a beach day and water slide day on Friday, then play poker on Saturday.
I did want to ask you something else here because I think you'll be kind of funny about this, is my guess.
I always.
What do you make of Notre Dame? Just how they're handling the playoff snub.
They're taking their ball and going home.
Yeah,
bunch of babies. Bunch of just babies. A bunch of dorks. Like, this is why everybody makes. Hey, Notre Dame, schedule someone and beat them if you want to be included, and then don't cry about it when you're not. Like, beat one team ever, and then you can get in. Notre Dame's just a bunch of losers. I have nothing but they should be made fun of more. Like, just get out of my face, Notre Dame.
I thought you'd be. I was interested in your take on that. What do you make of JMU? The boys in the out in the hallway were just yelling about this. What do you make of JMU and Tulane getting in when odds are schools that got left out, Notre Dame, Texas, would probably be double-digit favorites if they actually played on the field?
Yeah.
Against who?
Against JMU or Tulane.
But
they made it.
The team that they're supposed to be?
The college football playoff. And, everybody loves a bracket, and they made it. Nobody's ever going to be completely happy. It's 12 teams. They saved those 2 slots for a reason. I don't hate it. I get why people dislike it. Sure, Tulane probably will be blown to pieces. But, we've seen crazier things happen. It's not out of the ordinary for a double-digit underdog to win one game in college football. We've seen it before. And I think it's cool when the smaller teams get in. I liked rooting for Cincinnati a couple of years back. It's always exciting. Boise, that was a huge story. So, no, I have no issue with it. If these bigger teams want to get in, win more games. It's just that easy. And stop making these super conferences. You're kind of screwing yourself. You're taking the cash grab and then complaining when there's not enough slots. Well, choose one or the other.
Yeah, I tend to agree. It's like the NCAA tournament for basketball is obviously so different because it is whatever it is now, 72, 68 teams getting in.
It's about to be 128 in a year.
Well, they're just going to keep opening it up. You know what's fascinating to me, though, is ultimately all this stuff is just about television. It's about television, money, and that's all this is about, right? But college football, man, is about to screw themselves in a lot of ways by creating the playoff. Now you've got some of your biggest, baddest names jumping out of the other bowls, right? Like Notre Dame, Texas, a bunch of schools are like, no, we're not doing that. Michigan State. So in turn, these bowls that support these television networks, namely ESPN, because what do they call that? Bowl week, like the week before Christmas, you can turn any time of day, you can put a game on, and that product is going to suffer. Like the unintended consequences of this stuff, I find pretty fascinating.
It's about to get worse. Today, University of Utah signed with private equity for a $500 million partnership with Otro Capital. So it's a for-profit athletic department private equity handshake where now every school is going to get bought by private equity. Kind of like how Michigan State just got 400 whatever million from those super billionaires. Utah just signed with private equity. It's the game's dead. The game that we once loved is dead. It's all money. It's all going to be private equity. Wait till the Saudi money starts flowing in.
But they've been making that money. I just think the only difference now is that players are getting money. But the thing of what JP is saying, the little bastards didn't make it to the playoffs. To the bowl. So to the main thing, and they don't want to play in the other bowls. They get fined for all that stuff. But like if they don't play, that's cool.
Players are all millionaires. The coach is like, you guys want to play or you want to go to Atlantis in the Bahamas on Thursday, and they all chose Atlantis. So yeah, the game's dead.
I've seen that take. The game's dead, and Utah's getting this private equity deal. The Big Ten tried to do a conference-wide private equity deal.
Yep.
They've been paying the players for a few years now officially. The transfer portal, the NIL, all of it. I still just watch the games. Like, to me, it's just
it ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
They're gonna keep eyes, and hey, I have no problem with it. I wish I can go back and get my money. They owe me some money.
You coming back to the NFL and the NCAA?
No, I just want to go get my payment. If they're paying players, I deserve money.
You're not. I just, for me, it's like, it's easy to say, like, oh man, amateur sports is over. One, they were probably getting paid anyway before. Two,
they were.
I still just watch the games. I love watching the games, and the rest of it's just kind of
You
noise.
think every player at Alabama was able to buy that damn Dodge Charger?
Right.
All them Dodge Chargers in the parking lot. So they've been getting paid forever. Let's be real.
How much did you get paid, B-Mitch?
They gave me 2 Snickers.
B always had a job, but he was paid very well for a job and had his own apartment and 300 ZX, right?
And he still is.
Bridge is still there.
Bankrupting Odyssey.
All right, Nate Dogg, appreciate you. Have fun in the Bahamas, man.
All right, I'll keep in touch. If I get rich, I'll never see you guys again.
We don't see you anyway. You don't leave your apartment.
It's a good point. I go to the gym.
See you, buddy.
See ya.
Barstool Nate, give him a follow at Barstool Nate. Kind enough to join us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Nobody go anywhere. There's people on hold. I'll take your calls. I do want to kind of go around the NFL. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, JP Finley here for our guys over at Paul Henry's Window Installation. B and I have both gotten Paul Henry and his crew to do a ton of work on our homes. It's always top notch. They do it fast. They do it ahead of schedule. Very rarely you could say that in the construction world. Working with Paul Henry, my house is cold as hell outside. Not my house. Nice and cozy now. We used to have terrible windows. Paul replaced all the windows, all the doors, and now my house stays comfortable all winter long. Seriously, if you got drafty old windows, they're talking about a polar vortex. It already seems way colder this December than it did last December. Call Paul. Helps too. You can get a deal all December long, 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Plus, you can get an additional 5% off Vitex windows through December 29th.
Yes, it's very cold outside. And I just think back a couple years ago, if I had kept the windows I had, I would have been freezing in my house just like we were doing outside. But Paul came in, he did a great job. And last night, as I sat there, I'm laying on the couch, no blanket or anything, just chilling. I was feeling very, very warm because you know what? No heat comes out of the house now because it all stays in. Reach out and call Paul right now. You get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors. And through December 29th, you can score an additional 5% off of Vitex windows. Contact Paul Henry Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. Well, we're not sure if Jaden Daniels is going to play this weekend, but Phillip Rivers may be. The 44-year-old who's up for the Hall of Fame this year is coming out of retirement. He's joined the Indianapolis Colts practice squad with Daniel Jones out for the year, and the backup there nursing a knee injury. Rivers may have to play for the Colts this weekend at Seattle. Lots going on in baseball. The winter meetings continue. A couple of big signings today. Kyle Schwarber stays in Philadelphia 5 years. $150 million for him. Former Mets closer Edwin Diaz signs a 3-year, $69 million deal with the LA Dodgers. And The Athletic reported on Monday that the Nationals are open to hearing trade offers for shortstop C.J. Abrams. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Saturday night, but we can't go. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Shout out to Sean Yancey. Invited Brian and I to an event Saturday. Unfortunately, we can't make it, but maybe next year.
Yeah.
These dudes on the phone have been on hold forever, so I'm just going to let them talk.
I'll let them talk.
Ed is in Rockville. What's up, Ed?
Hey, what's going on, B. Mitch? What's going on, JP?
What's up, brother?
How are you, buddy?
Nothing much. I am sick and I am tired of hearing all these damn fans talk about bubble wrapping Jaden this year for the last 4 games, but then want to talk about how rusty he looks, but then wants to put him on the bench. I mean, that's like your own boss saying, you're good in these 10 areas, but I need you good in these 2 areas. So until you can fix it, I want you to work from home and be in training. You don't get no experience without making a mistake. I mean, if we're going to bubble wrap him for the last 4 games, then why don't we bubble wrap him for OTAs? Why don't we bubble wrap him for minicamp? Why don't we bubble wrap him for training camp? Hell, why don't we just bubble wrap him for the 2026 and 2027 year too? If you're that afraid of injury, which can happen to anybody, let's just bubble wrap him. You don't hear people say bubble wrap Obi when he broke his leg and don't bring him back for 3 months. Like, come on, guys. And then some of these callers seem like they're giving up on the team. It's almost like the way that they talk. It's like I can almost say that there's things in life they probably giving up on. We can't give up. The dude needs the experience. He needs the reps. He's not going to get any better by you telling him, I'm going to teach you for 4 games. He's a competitor, just like anybody else out there. And I have to just say thank you to the Cats, though, for keeping us above the water. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, man. We need the Cats right now.
Amen.
Good call right there. Thank you, bud. Let's go to Mark in Landover Hills. What's up, Mark?
Hey, JP. Sorry about your delay yesterday, but I called in and talked to your partner B and voiced my opinion. But before I say anything else in that retrospect, I got to line up with the man who just was talking about Jaden. And I got to say that I think Herman Edwards knows a whole lot more about football than a lot of these other guys walking around besides B, you, and Doc. And if they think that he should sit, well, then just sit him at home with and forget about him because he's a football player. The only way you get better at playing football is by playing. And people are talking about Barstool Nate talking about he didn't look like he was ready. Well, guess what? He don't look like he's ready because he hadn't had any consistency since training camp, OTAs, and hadn't played with the guys. No live action. Like I called and said earlier in the year to you guys, the brutality has already begun. And he's got to learn to cope with that brutality. And, hey, definitely, they're not giving him a chance to or anyone else when 80 your top number 1 starters ain't going to play anymore. You got to play with what you got. And, man, quit trying to put the man on the sidelines. If he wants to play, he should play. And, man, everybody plays in the NFL dinged up. How many times have these fools heard Brian say that? You know, he doesn't stand anything to gain by BSing people. And all they're putting out after they hear Brian, who's being realistic, tell them about it, is more garbage. Quit saying that stuff. Play the man and give him some experience.
Rome wasn't built in a day. The reason why he did not succeed against Minnesota was because of his lack of play and lack of activity. The whole team, it shows. They didn't even play in the preseason. What in the dickens are they thinking about, Brian? I'm tired of hearing it just like the last guy. And, hey, shout out to my man Little. He called in the other day and said it best. Man, they play soft. They play soft. I don't care what anybody says. They play soft. And I'll get off here because I've been holding for an hour and let somebody else complain a little bit because you guys are the best. Take care, B.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you, dude. Great call. Those are good calls. Glad those guys held on.
Yeah.
Because they were really good. Landfill did want us to do one thing here, B, which I think is fair to do. NFL MVP. Odds makers today would tell you Drake May is the favorite. Played really, really well. New England's really, really good. If the season ended today, I think New England would be the 1 seed. No, I guess Denver would. Denver would be the 1 seed in the AFC. 4 games left. That'll get sorted out. But the Patriots could lock up the AFC East this weekend. They host, I think they host the Bills. Big time game there. Number 2 in MVP odds is Matt Stafford. And it's kind of, as far as the favorites, it's not quite a coin flip. Drake May is a little bit more of a favorite, but it'd be like a 53-47 between May and Stafford as for who's the favorite. Then you got to jump down Jordan Love, Josh Allen, Dak, go down the list. It sure looks like it's either going to be May or Stafford. Who would you take out of those two? Or is there somebody else you would take?
I'll take Matt at this point.
Would you?
I mean, Drake, not Matt. Drake.
Okay.
Drake May. I'll take Drake May.
I thought you said Matt. Okay.
Yeah, I did say Matt. I meant Drake. Drake May.
I think I would too, man. I don't know. Yes, I still think Stafford could win this. They're coming off a bye, I'm sorry, they're not coming off a bye. They're coming off an ass kicking. I still think Stafford can emerge as the favorite here. I think when voters get down to, when it gets down to time to actually submit your vote, it feels like it could, some people could be swayed by a little bit of lifetime appreciation for Matt Stafford.
That happens all the time.
And maybe you recognize we don't know how many more MVP caliber seasons he's going to have versus if this is who Drake is, he should have more of them, right?
Yeah.
Drake May through 15 games, 71% completion percentage, 23 touchdowns against 6 picks. Stafford, on the other hand, is at 67% completion percentage, 35 touchdowns to just 4 picks. I think you can make a case for Stafford. Stafford's averaging 258 yards per game. Drake May is averaging 260 per game. The Rams offensively have had to do more. They've been in some shootouts against some really good teams because of the schedule New England has played and how good their defense has performed. They haven't had to ask Drake May to really carry them. Those are not knocks. That's just, if you look at Stafford has fewer interceptions and 12 more touchdowns. He's got like 50% more touchdowns than May. But May has been excellent. I kind of still think it's
when they start looking at all that, the extra touchdowns, the lower interceptions, Stafford may just pop up because he's been around so damn long too.
Yeah, man. Now, the flip side of that is Stafford has better weapons. Devontae Adams leads the NFL in receiving touchdowns. Puka Nacua is
he's been a little banged up all year, on and off all year too. But they got the bigger names. But those little receivers out there in New England, when we saw them in Wichita, they can work.
Totally.
And in that preseason game, they can work.
Jeff, who's your MVP vote with a month to go?
I wouldn't mind if Drake May gets it, because I don't my guy's not in it. I wouldn't mind if Drake May gets it. Take my vote.
You don't have one. I just got a text that said Myles Garrett. I don't think a D end on a losing team is going to get it, but Garrett has been phenomenal. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Down. Strain roll on.
Love this song. Love what Landfill's created on
Down
the last
line.
drop of Tuesdays.
Boom, boom, boom.
B,
What you got?
you want some good news?
Yeah, I want great news.
I got good news for the people.
What's the news for the people?
Giving away pizza.
Uh-oh.
Caller 10 right now, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You will win a $50 Paisanos gift card. No one appreciates 1067 The Fan listeners more than Paisanos. Now, score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pasta, salads, and more. Add it all to the cart and use promo code FAN30.
Why didn't I answer the phone?
That's Jeff. Jeff, there's at least one person calling. Yeah, I'm going to take it live.
Contest didn't even go over the air yet.
I'm taking it live.
I heard the contest.
You're live on the air.
So I heard the contest.
What's
Can
your
I
name,
win?
sir? What's your name? Where you calling from?
B. Mitch. Calling from the studio.
Landfill, is B eligible to win the $50 Paisanos gift card?
Unfortunately not.
So
I quit.
Damn.
For $50.
I'm going to do this and then I'm going to come back after I win.
Like Phil Rivers. To all the people calling in now, good news. B. Mitch did not win the gift card. The gift card is there for the taking. Landfill, I got a real question, though, about the Paisanos read. Is the code FAN30 or FAN30 with an exclamation point?
I think it's FAN30.
Okay. That's a legit code.
Mm-hmm.
Order $30 or more and you get 30% off.
I like that.
So a pizza and wings is probably $32. I don't know.
That?
Roughly. I mean,
Get
you're
$10
getting,
off.
Yeah.
10 something.
Have you had the Dan Quinn at Paisanos?
No,
What's
is
the
it?
Dan
Stuffed crust?
It's stuffed crust, I think pepperoni, green peppers, and onions.
Damn, man. Dan, you
Sounds incredible.
Dan got a good pizza.
So when the Commanders were practicing against the Jets, those joint practices 2 preseasons ago, the Jets, I believe, are in Florham Park, New Jersey, and it's right next to where Dan grew up in Madison, New Jersey. And we did a piece on, like, we went back to his high school and, like, found some old, like, yearbook photos and stuff. And we went to, like, the pizza parlor right next to the high school. Dan Quinn's got good taste in pizza.
Yeah.
The pizza from his hometown was banging.
Yeah.
And you know how Jersey, like every little town's got their own
Jersey.
little pizza parlor. Yeah, you're right, Landfill. The Dan Quinn pizza from Paisanos has pepperoni, green peppers, and onions with a stuffed
He
cheese
just lost
crust.
you, huh?
Yeah, that's not for me.
I'm going to get that.
I'd probably pass.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
call.
wouldn't sleep for a week.
I'm gonna call Leah. My daughter, my baby daughter, loves pizza. So I'm gonna say, let's go get the Dan Quinn.
If you do that, let me know. I might have a gift card for you.
Don't worry. I think if I walk in the Paisanos, I got.
I think you're good.
Right here, this is a gift card.
B-Mitch is a human gift card, particularly in Northern Virginia. We got to make some bets, people.
Call Fuad, man. He'll hook me up.
Whitest Brian.
The Brian's lost.
The boys on the Eagles, man.
Yeah, man. I took them for that reason.
Just so they'd lose?
Putting that do on them, that voodoo.
That's not true at all.
Not sure I believe you.
Not at all.
Yes, I did. This time I did.
In fairness, though, Justin Herbert sucks, so I get betting against the guy.
Hey, don't worry about it.
I don't think he sucks. I think he was hurt.
Who's the backup?
Heineke?
Play him.
No, it's it might be Trey Lance.
Don't play him.
Trey Lance.
Was that a horse noise? What
Don't
was
play
that?
him.
Is it Trey
That
Lance?
does not say no.
In fairness, though, he didn't turn the ball over twice on one play.
Yo,
Yeah, laughing. That was funny as hell. You bust out with that one last night.
Real quick. One thing last week we were all excited to watch Hard Knocks because they were coming off that Broncos game. Anybody excited to watch Hard Knocks?
Yeah,
tonight?
I want to see what they're gonna say.
Yeah.
Look, listen, I love the background stuff. I love the behind the scenes stuff because I want to see who's going to say what? Who's going to try to like sugarcoat everything? Who's going to be real? And I'm not saying real going after people, but hey, man, just like what Sam just told us, we got our ass kicked. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, just speak it and keep moving.
Because
HBO will make it into something good.
Oh, yeah. Well, you've also got the Eagles falling apart. You've got the Cowboys losing to Dallas.
Well, my only problem with Hard Knocks is we're going to have to wait till next week to hear him talk about Hurts turning the ball over twice in one play.
That's true. We won't get that.
By the way, Magic
Johnson?
Orlando?
Magic the Gathering?
He's
I'll
taking
take
Orlando,
Loyola,
man.
Maryland.
He said he's taking Orlando.
Can I ask a quick question? Obviously, Saturday is Army-Navy. It's in Baltimore. We'll be there.
Mhm.
Saturday night, Boise State is playing Washington in football.
And what's wrong with that?
College football's over. Just seems very random.
Well, what's the 7th?
Yeah, that'll be the
Today the 9th?
13th.
We have a game on the 16th. My college playing against
Is it a bowl game?
Delaware at a bowl game.
Right. I don't even think this is a bowl game.
Alabama, some damn where.
The Birmingham
Give me
Biscuit Bowl.
Orlando and New York.
Orlando and New York. What did White Bride take?
BYU.
I'm laying the points with Michigan. That's a big-ass number.
Not bad.
16.5 basketball. I'm rooting against Kevin Willard, just so we're clear. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Doc Walker. Thank you to Sam Cosme. Thank you to Barstool Nate. Thanks to everybody that watched, everybody that streamed. We'll be back tomorrow. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Made it this far. I hope Villanova loses.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. Boy, it's going to be a tough month for football fans in D.C. This time last year, we were prepping for the playoffs. Now Dan Quinn and the Commanders are prepping for the end.
Baffling, frustrating, like enraged, all of that, comes into play. But for us taking like I said, I'm using the word 3 steps back, it felt like 10 steps back.
Commanders a 2.5-point underdog Sunday at the Giants, still not known yet. Won't know until late in the week if Jaden Daniels is going to play. 44-year-old Phillip Rivers is back, coming out of retirement. He signed with the Indianapolis Colts practice squad and may have to start for them this weekend in Seattle. Baseball free agent Kyle Schwarber signs a 5-year, $150 million deal with the Phillies. Former Mets closer Edwin Diaz comes to terms with the LA Dodgers. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. December 9th, 2025. You are listening live to The Fan. We'll take you all the way up to 6:30. We've got Caps tickets to give away in 2 hours at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. We are back in the nation's capital, the most powerful city in the world, where we are live in the Navy Yard Half Street Studios. Late night flight got in around midnight last night, but the boys are back.
Yeah, it was, the baby didn't care. Baby woke up when the baby wakes up. They're not really that concerned. The dad got home around 12:50, 1 o'clock, etc. But we did it. We are back, fresh as a daisy, ready to rock and roll. Talking about a terrible football team.
There are other things to talk about, luckily, though.
That's good.
The Caps are red hot, best team in the Eastern Conference. The Nationals have already made a significant move at the winter meetings. We'll talk about that today as well. And we'll go around the rest of the NFL where there are some good teams doing some good things. But I did want to start with the Commanders and with what I found to be a fascinating column by Ben Standig, because it got right to the core of something you and I discussed, debated, yelled about yesterday, which was this idea of not wanting Jaden Daniels to play any more football. You said yesterday, and I'll let you say it, I don't want to paraphrase, but essentially you've changed your mind. After last week saying he needed the reps, you still feel like he needs the reps to get better, but you don't think he can stay healthy, and so it's time to protect him from himself and get him off the field.
That's a pretty good summary. I have a 100% sample of him leaving games because of injury when he's played the last 3, so it's a pretty good bet that the 4th one would happen. It shouldn't be that way, but it is. I'm pragmatic. I deal with what is, and here's what is. When he plays, he gets hurt. So we need a revamp, a retooling, a fixing, a coaching up of all the repetitions. He still needs the reps, but we can't do it on the field safely. The next one, we're not going to be as lucky. The next one won't just be he'll go to the blue tent and be mad. The next one, potentially catastrophic on this stupid turf there in New York. So yeah, I mean, it's a bummer, but I don't think they can play him safely.
And so my response to that yesterday and my response today to people who say he should not play in another game this season is to acknowledge the quiet part out loud, which is that you don't think Jaden Daniels can play 60 minutes of football without getting hurt. And what I said as a reaction to that was, that's a catastrophic development, if really that's how you feel, with this guy whose frame's not going to get a lot bigger. The play style's not going to change a ton, I don't think. I don't mean for this week or next week. I mean, period. Next September, next October, with all the years out in front. Now, I don't have the same fears that he will get hurt every single time he plays or that he's never going to be able to stay healthy. But if that is how someone feels, if they don't want him to play in a game because he can't go 60 minutes without getting hurt, my takeaway is alarms are sounding off in the distance. Just listen for the alert, alert. Ben Standig took it a step further on his Substack, who covers the team. He said, and I'm going to read his first paragraph here, if you're truly worried about Jaden Daniels' ability to stay healthy, then sitting him for the rest of the season is a half measure. If you believe he can't stay on the field, bubble wrap won't fix that. Only a trade would. Anything less is just hedging. Now, I'm going to get further into this piece in a second. But the first thing I want to do is, everyone take a deep breath and calm down. Because the idea is not him suggesting or anyone suggesting that they should trade Jayden Daniels. That is not what he's arguing in any way in this column. I'm sure people will scream at him and yell terrible things and throw things at him. But what he is saying is, if you don't think that this player can protect himself for 60 minutes and stay healthy for a football game, inevitably in this sport at his size, he's going to take a lot of hits. Then he's saying you're going to feel that way in perpetuity, very likely. And his value right now is excellent. You should move him because you're always going to be worried that he's going to get hurt every single time he does anything. And so he's taking it a step further than what I'm saying, which is just, if you're acknowledging you don't think he can stay healthy for a game, that's a big problem. We got a real durability issue here. He's saying, if that's how you really feel, you should be advocating for them to trade him, which is a loud, attention-grabbing way of saying the same thing. Do you get what I'm saying?
Sure, yeah.
He is not suggesting they should trade Jayden Daniels. Nobody would suggest that. Everyone calm down. But I think you can get the point here. You can connect these lily pads and these dots on, if you're so petrified that him playing in a game means he gets hurt right now, how different will that feel next year? And if you really don't think he can play a game, how could you think he could play a season or several of them? Then maybe you should be having a different conversation about the guy who's going to take a lot of hits in this very violent league.
Yeah, I'm glad Ben wrote the column. I like Ben a lot. I think this is the straw man ludicrous thing turned up to a billion. Here's what this is. Somebody's going, hey, I think Kate Beckinsale's pretty. So you're saying every other woman's ugly? Nope. Just said one thing. Right now, this minute, he can't stay healthy. If that's true forever, then Ben's got a point. My point is, my view is, the entire summary is, whatever they're trying right now ain't working. Acknowledge that it's not working and shut it down before it's too late. That doesn't mean forever. I don't believe it's forever. I hope it's not forever. It's worth pursuing. It's not just give up. I'm not giving up. Right now, though, all the things that we all agree that he needs, which is to play football, won't be available to you before too long when he gets hurt really, really seriously, because that's what's coming. I'm hoping that will be different with overhaul, with new paradigms, with new coaching, new emphasis, new everything for him. The player's at the core of this. I mean, this is as much a Jayden Daniels thing as it is anybody else. The only chance we've got is if he turns the corner in this regard. We're over. We've got 3 straight games where he's left because of physical ailments. That, to me, everyone should be so terrified of that. Anything other than that is either you don't really think it's that big of a deal, or you're not worried about him getting hurt, or, yeah, I know those are 3 fluke occurrences that happen directly in a row. If a guy makes 3 free throws, there's a great chance that 4th one's going in. We got a really good percentage here of this happening. And yeah, it's alarming. I'm alarmed. I want it to be different eventually in the future, but the idea that I have to give up now and that's the only logical step, I think is ludicrous.
So you're saying, let's take a break. You're not advocating breaking up.
No, I'm not shutting him down forever. That's insane. Of course.
But follow my analogy.
Yeah.
You're saying, hey, this isn't working for me right now. I need some space. Let me clear my head. We need a break. In other words, put him on the bench for now.
Mm-hmm.
Shut this down for the rest of the season, and we'll get back together in a couple of weeks. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
I happen to believe that when that happens, something is broken. And the way my brain works, I've never been in a relationship where we're going to take a break and it doesn't change it forever for me, personally. So I don't think Ben's takeaway is ludicrous at all necessarily, in the sense that, again, people are going to hear the word trade and they're going to be like, he wants to trade Jayden Daniels.
No. He's saying if you're a panicked worrywart like me, you tell me if you think this translation is wrong. If you're a worrywart like Danny, then what you're really saying is ... And you should advocate trading him.
Yes. What you're really saying is, I think his point is my point, which is your panic about Jayden Daniels right now, royally, not Danny.
Yeah.
Whoever's worried that he plays a game he's going to get hurt, I don't understand why that would go away in the future. Unless your issue is that you just think he's playing through an elbow injury that is going to easily get hurt again. If your fear is the elbow, that's a different thing. Then, I've heard people now saying, I don't want him going out on the Meadowlands turf. If he plays on that terrible turf, he could get seriously hurt, which, by the way, is very possible. It's terrible. It's an awful place to go play. It's terrible turf. People get hurt there all the time. I'm not telling you there's a 0% chance anybody gets hurt in the Meadowlands. But To me, that is different. Like, he could take a big hit and he could break this or that.
Mhm.
That's just fear that him playing football will result in him getting hurt. I don't have to call it irrational, but it's always going to be there. The only thing currently that you could tell me is different this weekend than in September is the elbow, which is recovering to whatever extent it still is. You just need more time. Or if it's related to the knee that he had earlier this year, which seems perfectly fine, or the hamstring he had earlier this year. Otherwise, the fear is the same this weekend as it would be in a year or 2 or 3. There's no difference.
The difference is reps, coaching, practice, paradigm shifts, overhauls, attitude adjustments. It's basically like saying, I got a car. The only thing I can do is go 100 miles an hour. You can still get there going 65. Like that's the point to me. And I think anybody that's on your side dismisses that there's any improvement in this regard. For guys that rookie year come in headbutting the wall, like, can Jackson Dart improve not taking on 1 million pounds of contact? Of course you can.
Here's where I'll disagree, though. Good point. Except that the disconnect is actually the injuries have not occurred on something that needs to be fixed from a play calling standpoint.
Those things.
So hold on. Let me just say real quick, because I keep hearing this. This idea, like Robert Griffin's a great example, Danny. You and I talked about this back in 2012.
Did we mention this? Did it come up at all?
That's funny.
Thank you.
But remember back then, there was this great frustration with how often the Shanahans were running Robert Griffin, right? Check out.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
That isn't really what we're talking about. The Dallas game, the injury was quite literally, I think he may have tweaked it going out of bounds. I still think you could kind of see him come up lame a little bit a few plays earlier. But it was him reacting, remember, in the pocket. The most normal thing that happens as a quarterback. You're in the pocket, a guy's coming off the edge, you try to step up, there goes my hamstring. There's nothing that he's going to be coached to do differently. There's nothing that he should have done differently. There's nothing Cliff Kingsbury should have done differently. He just got hurt on that play. Will you agree with that?
Of course, that play.
Right. So then the Seattle play.
But it's a process discussion, but go ahead.
Okay. The Seattle play. The Seattle play was an RPO that they thought he could have, should have thrown on after the game. Dan Quinn, maybe it's strong to say threw him under the bus, but said that there's never been a time when they rep this play over and over and over again where he runs. Now, what happened on that play was Seattle gets into the backfield. They pressure him instead of kind of resetting and firing the ball at the feet or toward Deebo Samuel in the end zone. He runs. If your point is he should never run on an RPO again, or that he should do a lot less of that, I'll disagree. But that play, again, was a fairly harmless, normal pressure off the edge. RPO is called with the dual threat quarterback. He turns down the pass, and he ends up taking off. Now, the problem on that play was that they were down 31 points. That's the issue. The fourth quarter, how much they're down. If that's the first quarter of the game, Danny, and it's scoreless, and they're in the red zone there, would you have any issue with that play call or him doing what he did?
Wait, say that again?
If that was the first quarter of the game in a 0-0 game and they called that play and he did the same thing he did, would you have any issue at all with
some
that
issue?
RPO?
Some issue, but nowhere near as much as I do with the
What would your issue have been with that RPO?
The amount of emphasis that's on him running because they're lining up out of the shotgun, and one of the big major options is that. And it's you're putting him in a spot where he can get thrown down like a rag doll. I would try not to do that as often as I possibly could.
But on that specific play, did you have an issue?
It would be a very small one.
Okay.
It would register, but barely.
Right.
I'd go, I'm frustrated by that because he's just come back from another injury. That makes 2 now, and he's going to miss a long time.
The Minnesota play this past week, he checks into a play to throw a screen in the direction of the best screen edge defender maybe in the league, who goes up the ladder and does the thing that Van Ginkel does all the time. Do you remember that he had the pick 6 against Sam Howell, by the way? I'd completely forgotten about that.
When he was in Miami.
When he was in Miami.
Yeah.
I went back and watched all of his interceptions on screens.
He's good at that.
I was like, oh, yeah, I remember that when I was at that game. There it was. So you check into that. It ends up not going well. He makes the athletic play, and then he gets destroyed. Honestly, and to his credit, he's an athlete. He's a competitor. If he just stood there, probably some guy on Twitter gives you crap for that too. But it wasn't like he was desperately trying to get into the play, I didn't think. He was kind of like running back, maybe going to eventually have an angle or something. But I didn't think he was putting himself in harm's way to get hurt. But regardless, he gets hit. By the time he flies in the air several yards and then slides several more, not an exaggeration, from the moment of contact to he stops moving on the grass, Danny, you realize it was 9 yards? Think about the amount of force with which you are hit. He lands directly on that elbow that is injured. and still could have come back into the game, according to the team. And based on what we saw on the sideline, looked like he was lobbying to. So I actually have a different tact than everybody else where they go, he came out of the game with an elbow injury. Obviously, his elbow wasn't healed enough. I go, oh my God, he just got nailed, landed directly on the elbow. You can't design a worse test right away for that elbow when you come back. And it seems like if he didn't get hurt again, it didn't dislocate, nothing serious happened. Maybe it was healed and they did an okay job. But regardless, that's not a play. You'd like him to play it differently, not throw the pick. He can't do anything differently on that play. Cliff Kingsbury can't not call that play. So on that play specifically, what are we coaching or changing?
So nothing on those plays. And that was a great explanation. Process. Blasted against the Giants where his helmet turned sideways. Folded up against Atlanta. Should have been a concussion in the Blue 10 against Tampa in week 1. Same thing against Atlanta where they had to call timeout and Mariota picked them up. Hits against the Steelers. The Eagles a couple different times. The process. That's the point here. It's process stuff. Those individual plays, those are great explanations. That's one of hundreds. I need everything to be different. I don't know how to do it. I'm not smart enough to know. But I need everyone to understand that that's the priority, where you go, we're out of the shotgun because we need to make sure he can run the ball that much more. Nope, that's not why we should be in the shotgun. If you're in the shotgun for different reasons, totally fine. But emphasizing to him that your body on the line is fine in a 31-point game or whatever the time, cutting back against Carolina. It should be beaten into his brain. You never go back to the middle of that field when you're in space. The sideline man, touchdown or sideline. When he cut back, rib gets broken. My point is, it's a process thing with him. That process needs to change fundamentally. And where the other point I think we'll disagree, it's the standings, the grants, the he's got to play guys is, to me, they're
you were until 48 hours ago.
Well, but even beyond that, the fader on how meaningless these games are for me is like all the way up. It's not that way for football guys. You know, you're telling me it's 25% of the season or 34% of the season or kind of whatever. I see these as empty exercises for a bunch of players that aren't going to be here. And having him hurt for that, where it jeopardizes his next year, because his offseason will be spent rehabbing and we'll all in for week 1, we'll do a documentary, etc. That to me is the most futile exercise possible. We have a sample right now where he gets hurt every time he plays. Like, everyone should be alarmed by that.
3-game sample of that.
It's a pretty big sample where over multiple weeks. It's, you know what I mean? Like, he's had to leave games and miss time. This one wasn't as bad, thank goodness. But he didn't leave the game because everything was okay. He's had to leave 3 straight games. Everyone should go, oh my God, we can't do it. We'd love to be able to do it. We should be able to do it. We should be able to get through a game without getting hurt. It should be a far more rare occurrence. It's not. We're 3 for our last 3. You can't in good conscience trot him out there to play football right now.
A few things on that. I guess before I get into my points that I would rebut with, I have to ask this question, though. To what extent do you want to tweak his style of play? And I don't just mean getting to the sideline, not cutting back upfield or whatever. But you don't want him running as much, it would seem. Is that fair? In other words, if he has the highest scramble rate in the league and has since he came into the league, this is what he does. It's what he did at LSU. It's what he did when everyone fell in love with him and drafted him 2nd overall. He ran for 1,000 yards in college. Now we're saying run it less, which is interesting to me. I think if he runs it less, that version of this player is not the number 2 overall pick, but we'll get there in a minute. So how much less, I guess, would be my question. You don't want him to never run, obviously.
No, it's Friday. Run out of danger. Escape. I want him to escape. That's the superpower. The superpower isn't a zone read into the teeth of a linebacker. The superpower isn't quarterback power against Green Bay when they're lined up to knock you into next week. That's not the superpower. The superpower is the Cleveland game where he is in the grasp and he gets out of there and throws it deep to Terry McLaurin when the offense wasn't doing nothing.
That's what you want the superpower to be. That's not currently the superpower.
That's exactly what it is. His escape when it's certain doom. That's the superpower to me. And whether it's a scramble or a pass, and he runs for something, like again against Tampa, they don't win that game probably with the doink. If he's not in the grasp of a defender and he escapes and is able to dive forward for a first down, that to me is the superpower. It's not cutting back in the middle of the field and running just to show it or whatever.
Happening. I mean, there is. Right. And if we can both agree that there's no way to remove all the
You're not removing all of it,
There's
of
no
course.
way every time that you run that you never cut into the middle of the field.
Of course.
That you never get tackled, that you never take on a shot.
It's not insane to say, let's limit the risk some. The idea that that's a bridge too far from everybody is like, what are we really talking about? We can't limit the risk at all for a guy that's been hurt 4 separate times
yes, but
in 2 years?
It's hard when I think there's a significant disagreement on like how much risk is avoidable. I guess that is the debate. Like
If it's 4% or 41%, I don't know the answer to that. I don't think anybody really does, but let's try. Let's try to limit it some. It can never be perfect.
Okay, so how do you do that?
If I was smart enough to know, I'd be a coach. I don't know all the things. I know that when he cut back against Carolina, I want him never to do that again.
The 46-yard run where it's a fluke injury?
Yes. He
so
cut
you
back.
just want him to run out of bounds there.
I want him to run away from defenders and not cut back.
It's football, man. He's just playing football.
I understand. And that caused an injury. So if he's just...
Because injuries happen in football.
They happen more often for guys with this frame and this process.
Agree.
So let's
that had to be part of the arithmetic when we decided to draft him at number 2.
Yeah, so let's coach it to avoid some of those things. And if it happens, even with all the best coaching and the best practices, nothing else you could do. But let's exhaust everything first.
Ben Stanig wrote this column on his Substack. He's not saying that they should trade Jaden Daniels. Somebody might get upset and think that. What he's saying is, if you don't think Jaden Daniels can stay healthy enough in a game, that they shouldn't allow him to play in football games despite being healthy down the stretch this year, then how is that different than feeling like at any point he is a risk to get hurt? And if your quarterback is a risk in every game to the extent that you go in worried that he's going to get hurt, you should just move this guy while he's got all the value in the world. Your reaction to kind of that observation about how people are feeling about this player. 800-636-1067. We'll open up the phones on this next. 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for my friends and my realtors. That's Sarah and Debbie Reynolds with the Reynolds and Power Home Team with Keller Williams. If you're trying to sell your home, choosing the right agent, it's pretty much everything. You're not just hiring someone to list a house. You're hiring someone to protect your equity, fight for your bottom line, and guide what's probably the biggest financial move you'll make all year long and then some. That's why sellers like me and my family go with Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team with Keller Williams. While the average agent knows your home or throws it online and hopes somebody notices it, Empower Home Team launches a full-blown marketing campaign. We're talking digital ads, buyer matching technology, high impact visuals, and messaging that creates real buzz around your home. That's why listings handled by Empower Home Team don't just sit, they sell, and fast. And not just fast, they sell for more. Time and time again, the clients walk away with higher net proceeds and less stress. We know this firsthand. They did it for us. Whole thing was done in a weekend. We got way over asking. They're the best at this. Go with the best. Give them a shout, just like we did. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
This update is brought to you by Downtown DC Holiday Market. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for the Giants. They've now had 8 straight losses, looking to snap that losing streak, 3-10 on the season. Other NFL news, Phillip Rivers, the 44-year-old, is coming out of retirement. He'll be joining the Colts practice squad. He hasn't played in the NFL since 2020, but with the Daniel Jones injury, Riley Leonard injury, and the Anthony Richardson injury, there's a chance Phillip Rivers could be under center for the Colts on Sunday. Monday Night Football last night, the Chargers beat the Eagles in overtime 22-19. Chargers are 5th in the AFC, 2 games back of Denver in the division. Philly is 8-5, first in the NFC East. Dallas behind them at 6-1. Baseball news, former Mets closer Edwin Diaz is signing with the Dodgers, 3 years, $69 million, and Kyle Schwarber going back to the Phillies, 5 years, $150 million. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st to December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Street Northwest. DowntownDCHolidayMarket.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
So yeah, he did kind of land directly, on his elbow. It's sore. The doctors evaluated him today. The good news for that, John, there's no long-term concerns, but we'll continue to monitor and trying to take everything into account as the week goes. I don't have an update for you yet regarding playing. It's sore today, but the good news is no long-term, but I don't have an update as far as the game yet.
That's Dan Quinn yesterday with the media. Jayden Daniels' status for Sunday up in the air, as it has been pretty much all year long. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. We're talking about Daniels after missing a 3rd straight game. Danny and I yesterday discussed whether or not he should be shut down. We're reacting to Last Man Standing, which is Ben Standig's Substack. He does a really good job covering the Commanders. He wrote a column today. If you don't trust Daniels to stay healthy, say the quiet part out loud. And the point he made was, if you don't trust him to stay healthy right now, if you don't think he should play again this season, you think there's a major durability concern here. And if that's the case, then you should be advocating to move him. Now, he's not actually saying to trade him, but he's saying he doesn't quite understand the logic, which is something I was getting at yesterday. Let's take your calls, 800-636-1067. Fred is in Bristow on Grant and Danny. What's up, Fred? How are you?
Time listener, and I love your show. Grant, first of all, Danny, you couldn't be more wrong. They've got to play Jason. He has never been able to get his feet on the ground from day one this season. It all relates back to not having McLaurin and the standoff. If they'd only resolved that in the beginning, I think this whole season would have gone differently. But we hired him to play quarterback. And you can't treat a quarterback with kid gloves. They can protect them as much as they can, but his instinct is to run when he sees an opening, and that's the right thing to do if he can do it safely.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Call him Jason, which was
I
nice.
think he probably just misspoke.
Yeah, I think you did too. But that made me laugh. He goes, Danny, you're wrong. We hired Jason to play quarterback. Anyway, we think the same things if he can do it safely. 3 for 3. Hadn't been safe.
The issue I have, because a couple people have tweeted me at Grant H. Paulson. I was just talking to Tobes about this in the producer room as well. I keep bringing up, well, if you're so not confident he can stay healthy now, why will this change early next year? And the point people will make is, well, he'll be 100% in week 1 until he plays a game.
Yeah, that isn't part of it for me.
He'll basically be in the same spot as he's in now, which is healthy but banged up, healthy but dealing with some things is what I'll call it. A couple games into next year. This is going to be the norm at this position. Look around the league. Josh Allen's constantly playing with a shoulder. Kirk Cousins right now may or may not play next season because he's feeling pain everywhere. You've got Aaron Rodgers playing with broken bones in his hand, and Justin Herbert's got his arm taped all. He's in a sleeve out there getting tackled. Like, this is the quarterback position. There's not going to be this 72 and sunny thing where it's like, well, if he's 100%, he plays. But are you healthy enough to play without any issues of re-injury? The doctors, the grown-ups who know things, say he is. He landed directly on the elbow, and he's fine. They were right, it would appear. Then you have to play. Like, that's the position. You don't get to be 100%. So if the threshold is he's got to be 100%, so I can personally feel confident enough he can get through a game, I just don't think you're going to get as many of those games as you think if you're in that camp. Let's go to Lou in Silver Spring. What's up, Lou?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, bud.
So I as far as Jaden, sitting him down, not sitting him down, whatever. I don't necessarily think it's like a fragile or there's the books out that he's automatically going to be hurt all the time. But for me personally, I don't think that Cliff is good for his development. Like me personally, I don't know. I think everything good on Cliff's resume has come from having really good athletes under his belt, like Jaden, like Kyler Murray, all the quarterbacks that he has worked with in college, what have you. For me, you could use all the cliches. Running game is quarterback's best friend. Quarterback's the most dependent position. Cliff refuses to use the run game. If the quarterback is the most dependent position, he hasn't had anybody he can depend on. So if he has to put on this cape all the time, every single game, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dan Quinn has been trying to figure out since like week 3 or 4, how come we can't start fast? I mean, have we started fast at all any single game this year? So we're constantly playing from behind, constantly playing catch up, and he's always got to have the cape on. I think that's the issue.
Thank you, Lou.
Thank you, buddy.
Possibly you'd want more quantity. They're the number 4 rushing offense in the league and the number 7 yards per attempt offense in the league. Now, some of that is some baked-in quarterback running, but Daniels has missed as many games as he's played in. Mariota's decent in read option. They actually have run it pretty effectively.
Yeah.
Early in the season, it was Bill. Second part of the season, it's Chris Rodriguez. There were a few weeks in there where they scuffled. But the run game, if you're saying Cliff doesn't run it enough, that's a reasonable conversation we could have. But they have been very efficient when they've done it.
Yeah, it's not like they've got a million plays to choose from either. You know what I mean? If they're march up and down the field and they're never running it, I don't know. There was what was the game a couple weeks ago? It felt like they ran like 11 plays on offense.
Yesterday, Sunday?
Maybe it was Sunday, I guess. I don't know.
They
They're
had
all,
3 drives.
well, all the losses are running together.
Think about that.
Yeah, 3 drives.
The first drive that they had was over half of the drives in the entire first half, and then they had 2 pretty quick ones otherwise. That happens when you give up 12 minutes and 19 plays.
19 plays, dude.
Let's go to Cornelius in D.C. on Grant and Danny. Cornelius, we're talking Jaden Daniels and the folks that want to protect him and keep him off the field.
Hey, thanks a lot. What's up, Grant? What's up, Danny?
Hey, man.
I listen to a lot of folks talk about, man, they should sit Jaden down. Don't let him play. It's nothing to play for. It's always something to play for. The kid is in his second year. He hasn't played that many games this year. Yeah, he had some injuries, like you say, Grant, the quarterback position. Matter of fact, any position except the kicker for the most part, you're going to have some injuries. You're not going to be 100%. The kid needs his reps. Man, throw him out there, Danny. Man, I'm a little disappointed, but that's your opinion.
Let me ask you this real quick. It's a good call. Why did the NFL change the kickoff rules?
Because of the injuries.
So but don't you just say, that's football. That's the position. But they changed it, right? They had a better practice to try to find a better way to prevent some of the injuries. So you don't just get to say that's just football all the time, right? It's a good call. I appreciate you making it. It's a rhetorical point. It's not apples to apples. But if there's a better practice, let's try to find that. Is my only point. And I'm not smart enough to know exactly what it is and how to do it. I would expect the millionaire professional football coaches might have a thing or two to say about it.
The plays where he's gotten hurt, they should have done nothing differently. And I don't even think he should have done anything differently.
But the plays where he could have gotten hurt and we're lucky to get up from,
Absolutely.
He could have done something
and
different.
if you want to turn the fader down on whatever that fearless nature of his game is, I guess one of the big problems for me, if I'm being honest, is I don't watch Jaden Daniels like I watched Robert Griffin or like I watched Jackson Dart and go, this guy is reckless. I would not use the word reckless with him. Before he got drafted, my big concern of him being healthy was based on his frame and durability, not really play style. That was something I floated from time to time because I saw him take some big shots. I don't feel that way watching him. There have been games, his first game ever against the Bucs where he got destroyed.
Yeah.
Over the last calendar year, there have been a handful of times, honestly. You cited the Falcons game where he got folded up like a chair. That's him in the pocket with the dude at his legs like he's Tom Brady making a throw. There just aren't that many like Jackson Dart sideline plays with him to me. Would I like him to never get hit? Of course. But I think when you draft a running quarterback, dual threat, 1,000-yard rusher in college, a dual threat running quarterback, 1,000-yard guy shows up, and you got to – it would be like saying, I'm going to get you donuts every morning for breakfast, And then for lunch, I'm bringing you in McDonald's every day. But I'm going to weigh you in a month, and you better not have gained any weight. It doesn't make sense. This is, you brought the playmaker with his legs in. He's going to be a playmaker with his legs. And there's no way to have that and not added risk in this sport. It's just a fast game. Carlos in Alexandria, what's up?
Hey, Grant, I know some people that have that diet you just described, but
yeah, you're talking to one of them.
That's a good bit.
On a second point, and I also want to apologize to Denny, because Denny, that no one should assault you like that on the radio until you don't know what you're talking about. So anyway,
no, it's all right, man.
I don't think I assaulted him. That's, by the way, you should check our time. You should check our timelines on social.
Yeah, there's so many mutes down there. Yeah, it's all good, my friend. I appreciate it. Comes to the territory.
Yeah, I'm teasing. But Danny, going back to your point that you just made, they did change the rules to protect quarterbacks. So they've done that to protect quarterbacks.
That's a good
you can't
point.
hit a quarterback like you could 10 or 15 years ago.
You can't tackle
But
them
my
when they're
point is-
sliding. You can't tackle them when they're in the pocket.
Don't you hit them high or
you
low
can't land on them.
or in between.
There's not a
Yeah.
whole lot more rules we could change to protect the quarterback.
Seriously.
Well, no, exactly. And so I think that's a flaw of your argument. But the other thing that makes it a good, I think the point that I'm trying to make is there are usually two things that take down young quarterbacks with really, really good potential. One of them is their life off the field, drugs and that sort of thing. And we can go back on that. Nothing in recent years, but in the not too recent past, there have been young quarterbacks that have been taken out of the league of that. The other is injuries. And this kid's getting a reputation as injury prone. The only way you're going to find out whether he's injury prone or not is to play him.
Games where you don't get hurt, not standing on the sideline. Hey, he hasn't been hurt in 4 months. Well, he hasn't played in 4 months. It's kind of easy to not get hurt.
Yeah,
when
you don't get to spike the ball in June and be like, you haven't been hurt.
Elijah, DC, you're on the Fan. What's good?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. Some of it's style of play for me. I think overall, not just Jaden, it almost feels like defenses are ready for them, the good ones. And I feel like the Commanders are playing more of a finesse style of football that relies on like a defense's inability to like effectively match what they're doing by going up tempo. And that may work, but if during the week, and any defensive guy that's listening may know, like during the week, if you're telling your coaches, look, man, we're not going to have 12 guys on the field. Even when Aaron Rodgers was in Green Bay, his bread and butter wasn't trying to get 12 guys on the field to be able to do that. But their offense, by going so fast and doing certain things, is not terrible. But I still think there's other ways to go about this, and the teams have already gone past them in a certain type of way in preparing for Washington. So my concern is more about next year. So yeah, you have to play them because yeah, you need it. But what's going to happen next year? I don't care who you draft. You can get a tight end, you can get an end, you can get all of these different things. But I still think the offensive identity doesn't necessarily gel with what he needs at this point moving forward.
It's a great point.
Thank you,
It's
buddy.
a good conversation. It's one we've been having for weeks and we'll keep having. What should this look like? How should they alter this offense, both in the way of keeping him healthy and, frankly, maximizing him? I don't think they make enough things easy enough for him throwing the football. I don't think they get him the middle of the field layups that you see all over the league in the Shanahan offense. Pop passes behind incoming linebackers with play action from under center out of heavy personnel. I want to see more of that as well. Do you guys agree with the premise, though, that they need to do something considerably different, that he needs to play differently, even though all three of the injuries we've kind of gone through and we're saying, well, on that play, it was fine. Okay, that play, they didn't do anything weird. Yeah, he didn't do anything wrong that play. So should they make changes then to what they're doing? G&D on the Fan. Hey guys, it's GP for the FanDuel Sportsbook. The FanDuel Sportsbook is an official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. FanDuel's the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays from points and rebounds. Tonight, NBA action. Take some threes or assists, whatever you got. FanDuel's the best place to combine all your favorite picks into a same-game parlay and to put everything together. Track it right there on the site with the live stats, easy to use, all-in-one app. right now. Perfect time to join because new customers, that could be you, are getting $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet hits. So you bet 5, it hits, you get $150 in bonus bets. So bet on the players you love the way you want. FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code GP at FanDuel.com. Must be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bet. Expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Justin Herbert said to us, I owe it to the guys to show I can play through stuff that others on this team play through every day. I'll do everything I can to play. He gutted it out tonight, and it was just enough. In overtime, Jim Harbaugh's Chargers get the win.
That was Joe Buck on Monday Night Football last night talking about what Justin Herbert said about why he was playing. Now, obviously, the Chargers are fighting for a playoff spot. So it's not analogous in any way between Washington playing out the string in a lost season, already eliminated, and the Chargers who are scratching and clawing for the postseason and positioning. But that really wasn't Justin Herbert's point at all. His point was the thing that I think most of us on the outside don't always care about. I call it the fantasy football world that we live in, or like locker room versus outside where we are, which is to say, his point is, I owe it to all the other guys in my locker room that are playing through similar things to me all the time at other positions to not allow this team to treat me differently because I'm the quarterback. Now, if the team wants to step in and say, that's cute, we're going to protect you from yourself, they can do that. But that's probably like one step towards step 10 of like paying for his honeymoon and flying him around with you, where there is a cultural element to this where I've seen it. When you treat a quarterback so differently, when you baby them and prioritize them over other guys, it doesn't go great in the locker room. Now, to Daniel's credit, baller, dog.
Played through broken rib last year.
Play. He is an absolute warrior. He's proven it. To the team's credit, I think they've handled it really well. They make sure he's healthy. They treat him like they would any injury of a serious, important player. And there are different rules for different guys to an extent.
Yeah, but they did that for everybody. They took their sweet time with McLaurin and Noah Brown and everybody else. Yeah.
But I heard that last night as I'm sitting on the plane, and it just was like, that's really interesting. Now everyone will just, again, all they can see is standings. Washington eliminated, Chargers not. It's different. That's not even the point Herbert's making, though. He is saying, my corner has the same thing I do. My receiver has a hamstring. I'm walking out to the locker room past three dudes popping something in their mouth or taking a shot. I'm going to play football because they play football. Let's go to Max in Maryland. What's up, Max? How are you?
Hey, you guys. Thanks for taking my call. Love your show.
Appreciate you.
I think the question that we have to ask ourselves ultimately now is what quarterback did we draft? A couple years ago, we had a draft and all these quarterbacks were coming out. We had to make a decision about what type of quarterback we were going to bring in here and what kind of offense we were going to run. If Jaden was going to be an RPO quarterback, then we should have built this offense based around his ability to run. But if Jaden has the ability to throw, and by throw I mean come to the line of scrimmage, make a read the defense, make a good decision, and make a good throw, why aren't we running that offense? Personally, I'm not a big fan of the RPO. I think it's kind of gimmicky. I think the quarterbacks take a beating, and they don't last long. I'd much rather have the kid back there who could come to the line of scrimmage and read the defense and make a good throw. All of the great quarterbacks of the passing era know how to come and read defenses and throw. Why are we running our quarterback? It's set up. You guys just said a little while ago, it's set up for the guys who can sling it. You can't touch the quarterback. You can't touch the receivers. If Jaden can really, really throw, why are we running the RPO? Let him teach him how to sling it. Put him
because Max, let me answer your question and you can respond. Because he's better at running the football as a quarterback than probably anybody in the league other than Lamar Jackson. And if I'm not saying he can't also throw, he's great at it, and they should lean more into that. I continue to ask for that, as you are. I want that Shanahan-like part of this offense developed here. But to answer your question, why is he ever running? Why do they design this around his legs? Because it's why he won the Heisman. It's why he went second overall. He ran for 1,000 yards in college in his last year. That's why he got picked, because of his ability, when things break down, to make you right with his legs. And it's not like they call design runs a ton. He led the NFL in rushing out of the quarterback position on scrambles last year. Those were called passes. You're saying, Cliff, call more passes. He's going, okay, here's a pass. And it turns into a run at a higher rate than any other quarterback in the league.
So then what you're saying to me then is that at this point, as we evaluate him, he has a better ability to run than he does to throw. That's why we're running the RPO, and that's why we're maximizing that.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying to just make him a pocket passer would be a silly thing to do, because he is an unbelievable skill that you wouldn't be tapping into. But what I'm also saying is you're saying they should call more passes and fewer runs. And I'm saying no called passes into the headset become quarterback runs
At a higher rate than
at a
anyone
higher
else.
rate in the league than with this player because he scrambles on passes more than everybody else.
What I'm saying is that we should have an offense set up where dude ain't even thinking about running until everything else is exhausted.
Okay, but that's not who the player is. I appreciate the phone call, and it's actually a very good call, and I'm glad you made it. This is not, watch the games, pulls it down and goes. And by the way, for some people, that is a negative thing. It's not necessarily for me. What I like is scramble rate to go from twice Marcus Mariota's in the same offense this year to a lesser gap. Of course I would. But that is the special sauce.
So I'll take a slightly different tack. And again, I appreciate the call. Last year, while it was going great, remember they lost those 3 straight games. But overall, there's a bunch of winning streaks, and it was incredible. The magical ride. There's, little old me just kind of slowly raising his hand going, this is unbelievable, but it's probably not the greatest sustainable idea to put everything on the kid's plate. When they couldn't really run it, they weren't throwing it great. It was sort of like, hey, Jaden, make a play. Now, whether that was on him, whether that was a coaching thing, I have no idea. I'm not smart enough to know. Someone smarter than me would be able to tell me.
Quick example. The Atlanta game in overtime.
Yeah.
You and I come in the next day, and we're jumping and chest pounding over, we got our guy. He's the one. Every play got called in, and he was like, I don't care what that play is.
Yeah.
I'm doing high school football scramble drills. And you're saying that was cool in the moment.
I loved it so much. I had a great time like everyone else, but I'm kind of going, that's probably not sustainable when people start to catch up. And what happened this year, defenses, I think, feel like they have the answer key to some degree, right? The Washington doesn't have counterpunches. I think that's a talent thing, but we can go into that. But you go back and look at a bunch of the games, right? You look at, the way the Titans game was different. That was the one time they're able to run the ball in the second half of the year. But that, the Eagles game, the Steelers game, there wasn't much doing on offense. It was kind of like, Jaden, hey, bud, could you make a play? And I just don't feel like that was the sustainable right way to do it. Again, I couldn't tell you, and I think anybody that claims that they could is probably oversimplifying stuff, but you need to have more easy. The thing that you've called for a million times, and I think you're dead right about it, they need more easy in there for him, not just because he's a kid quarterback, but for any quarterback. It's too much of an ask for anybody. Look at Pat Mahomes. Who's better than that guy? 43% completion percentage, 3 interceptions last night, or whatever night it was. Was it 2 nights ago? All the days run together.
The straight drop back
Terrible
game
week.
is the hardest thing to do in the league.
And there's
it's
got
what he lives in.
And this is the greatest we've ever seen is now scuffling and pedestrian when there's not that much around him. And the offense are kind of going, man, maybe Matt Nagy needs to be fired. Like it can all come crumbling down. There's got to be more that's easier for any quarterback, let alone a guy that's in his second year.
I want to get into what we were talking about, though, which is, do you agree with that premise that they need to shift something, do something different, as that caller said, or that Daniels needs to do something different? 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Elegant Smiles Dental Care. Experience dentistry with a touch of elegance. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Giants on Sunday, looking to snap their 8-game losing streak. Other news in the NFL today, Phillip Rivers is unretiring and joining the Colts. The 44-year-old hasn't played a snap of NFL football since 2020. Monday Night Football last night, Chargers beat the Eagles in overtime, 22-19. The Chargers improved to 9-4. They're 5th in the NFC, the first wild card, because they're 2 games behind Denver in the division, who's won 10 in a row. For Philly, they're 8-5, first in the NFC East. Still Dallas just behind them at 6-1. Baseball today, Kyle Schwarber is re-signing with the Phillies on a 5-year deal worth $150 million, and a record-breaking deal for former Mets closer Edwin Diaz, who joins the Dodgers, 3 years, $69 million, highest AAV ever for a reliever. Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria has been creating confident smiles since 2005. At Elegant Smiles, you'll get dentistry with a touch of elegance from a talented, caring team. Book your appointment today at elegantsmilesdds.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. We are with you until 6:30. In 1 hour, we're giving away Caps tickets. They're playing the Red Wings coming up. I believe that's on December 20th at Capital One Arena, their holiday celebration. So you want those tickets. They are a hot commodity in town. Best team in the East. You better be listening at 4 o'clock. Show's brought to you by our friends, the law firm Kondori and Murad. They just took us to Minneapolis and wined and dined us for an entire weekend.
What a great time, man. I'm a little bit tired from the whole experience, to be honest with you, but that just means it was a great weekend well spent. They will help you do a lot of different things. They can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together medical power of attorney, or most other needs. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Joe Burrow recently talked at the podium about coming back from an injury. Now, again, the caveat applies. The Bengals are playing playoff football in their minds. They had to win out. They haven't. By the way, I don't think they're going to be shutting him down now all of a sudden because their season's all but over. But that's not really what he's talking about necessarily. But he was dealing with a lot of the same questions that Jaden Daniels was, even though the Bengals were playing more important games. This is what the other Heisman Trophy winner recently from LSU had to say.
You understand? Yes, I understand why people feel that way, but if you look at it from my perspective, I'm a football player, and if I get hurt, I'm going to go through the rehab process, and then I'm going to let everybody know when I feel like I can go out there and play. I don't really know what else to say about that. I'm not going to ever go to somebody and say, yeah, I'm healthy, but I don't think I should go out there and play. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm not gonna live my life and play this game scared of something happening. Like, yeah, something's gonna happen. It's football. Guys are gonna get hurt. Guys are gonna get concussions. You're gonna break bones, tear ligaments. It's a physical, intense game. That's part of this. And yeah, I've had injuries. There's not a lot I can do about that. I work really hard to have that not happen, but what I can do is when it does happen, I can control how I'm attacking my rehab and attacking practice and doing everything in my power to get back as quickly as possible. That's what I did.
That's Joe Burrow. He said, I get hurt, I do my rehab, I feel better. Doctor says I can't get hurt anymore from that injury, and then I play football. So for him, it's pretty simple. Like, here is the process. I get arrested, I do my time, I come back out.
I do my penance, yeah.
And then I get to go live my life again.
Yeah, I mean, that to me is not a variable of the athlete. You don't get to that level without being able to put that stuff out of your mind. If you played scared, if you were walking around intimidated, stepping on eggshells, you would never make it. All these dudes are a little bit crazy in that way. And I mean that, affectionately. You got to be a little bit nuts, have some athletic arrogance to go, I'm going to go get in a car wreck 70 times this week, and I'm going to do it 17 more times, and that's just how I'm going to make my living. You got to be wired in a certain way. Like, there's a level of toughness that the regular rank and file probably don't appreciate or have. That's not the variable to me. Does he just get to play when he feels like it? I mean, maybe he's earned that right at this point as an MVP and a guy that's been to Super Bowl 6 years, 7 years now, I guess, in the league. But as a young player, the coach decides who plays. That's for everybody all the time.
Let's go to Dan in Connecticut, listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Dan? How are you?
Hey, guys. I'm good. I'm just getting my swell on, trying to still work off that Thanksgiving fat.
There you go.
How you doing with that, Danny?
Love it. Not so great, to be honest with you. These road trips don't help.
Yeah. Wanted to give you guys a compliment, first of all, which is guys like Chris Rock, they spend a whole year coming up with material to be funny for an hour. And you guys are funny and entertaining for 4 hours a day. So kudos to you.
Thank you, brother.
That's very nice.
Appreciate you.
I'd like to diagnose something with Jaden. I'd also like to give an analogy, if you'll allow it. So I'm glad you brought up Burrow, because last year, the secret kind of engine of Jaden's game that people don't talk about is quick game. He was a god on quick game passes. You know, those 5-yard first read, first, second read, bop, bop, balls out. He was hitting it at like 80% clip. That seems like that's not been happening this year. If you watch the Kurt Warner video, it's kind of like to quote Happy Gilmore, you know, there's a problem. You're not very good. He hasn't been good at that, at the quick game. So I really need to see that come back for Jaden. So
Agreed.
That's my diagnosis. I'm curious your thoughts.
Yeah, I
And then
just
I have an analogy.
I think he's not seeing it as clean.
I think
he's
also
not-
some of it's been taken away when there's no downfield
For
threat
sure.
for most of the season.
Yeah, I think that was a big part of it. I thought there were more quick game, good decisions by him and opportunities against the Vikings, which might speak to what you're talking about, Danny, when you had everybody back.
Mhm.
I'd like to see more of it. There just hasn't been a big enough sample with everybody. But that said, there's just no doubt. We can try to figure out why it is. I think teams have tried to take it away and make him get through other things. But also, and I think he had no problem reading things out last year. I think that position, like so many, is about confidence.
Yeah, there's a sharpness issue
and
for
I
sure.
just think he's
Yeah.
not seeing it and feeling as good about himself in the pocket as he did last year. But what's your analogy?
Yeah. So my analogy is, and I'm Team Danny on the, he when he played, he gets hurt, shut him down. It's if you were a blackjack player and you're supposed to hit on 11 every time, double down, right? And that was working like crazy last year. You know, we were just hitting blackjack after blackjack. But this year, you know, let's say we've been counting cards and we know that the deck is just filled with 2s and 3s. We have to strategically adapt to what's going on and update our risk profile. Like, I don't know what it is. Like you said, Danny, that's something in the air. It's something in this deck of cards, but there's something really bad. And we have to just change and hope that next year we get a new deck of cards and we can go back to the aggressive strategy. But
So here's the problem
Thank you,
I
bud.
have, Dan, is something in the air isn't a good reason.
No,
And
it's not. Yeah.
I'm doing a little bit of a bit. But like you're saying, I don't know, man. It's just not. I just don't have a good feeling, and it's hard for me to work with that.
Which I understand because it's not tangible. It's hard to quantify exactly what I'm talking about. I just know that we have injury, delay, comeback, injury in that specific game. And again, this one isn't as significant, luckily. But he didn't leave the game because everything was fine.
No,
So-
he landed
Yeah,
on
you have
his
an incident.
arm, and like a lot of quarterbacks, he came over grabbing his arm, went into the blue tent, and if he was other quarterbacks, he would have been back on the field probably. They correctly, I think, we should applaud them.
Yeah, here.
Said, hey, it's 17-0, middle of the third quarter. You've done enough today. We'll try again next week.
Right. So the way I'm trying to quantify this is not something that would like pass legal muster.
No, it would
right?
not.
Right. As I'm writing the essay. But no, you know what else wouldn't pass legal muster is the offense is as healthy as it's been all season long and they got shut out. That wouldn't pass legal muster either, but I just saw it happen. See what I'm saying? Like if I was able to quantify exactly what was going on, I would pass them a note and maybe it would get fixed. But I don't think they know either. I mean, this is a little bit mysterious. This is every bad break that went the opposite way last year, where you catch a Hail Mary, the doink goes in, all the good fortune. This is the bad. This is now you paying the piper. And I understand that's not something that would hold up in a court of law. That wouldn't win a legal argument. But I'm also watching a team that shouldn't be 3-10, be 3-10, be outscored by way more points than a 3-13 team did a few years ago when the coach got fired. Like, it's worse now somehow, despite pretty smart people in charge.
The problem I have is that none of his issues, whatever you think they are, staying healthy, seeing the field, the stuff he referenced with Warner, zero of it gets better by not playing.
Totally.
And in fact, it goes the other direction. The longer you go without playing in games, it gets worse. And people will say, oh, we'll just get to the offseason. You'll have a camp and a preseason. And first of all, They probably won't play him in the preseason.
I know.
They didn't this year. You now have actual games that are way more helpful than the preseason. They're choosing not to play him in those. I don't know why you would expect them to play. They don't think he can, I guess they do because they're playing him to their credit. But those people that don't want him to play in the preseason, this game, you sure as hell better not advocate to play him in the preseason in games that really don't mean anything, where you're not even getting the same live action that you're getting in a regular season game. So now he's just playing again in week 1. And you can't replicate this speed. You can't replicate what Brian Flores threw at you on Sunday on the practice field in Ashburn. You cannot do it. You have to be out there living it. That's the only way to get better at it. And he went into that game dead last in the NFL completion percentage against the blitz, and they wanted to see him work against the blitz. And he got better for having done it. Whether it looked like it or not, he's better off for those reps. Let's go to Aaron in Suitland. What's up, Aaron?
Hey, man, thank you so much for taking my call. Listen, I'm just going to make it plain and simple. We need to sit the kid. The reason why we need to sit the kid is because even the NFL says they know the importance of having a franchise quarterback. We have never, ever drafted a franchise quarterback. I've been watching this team for 55 years. Never, ever drafted a franchise quarterback. We have to invest in him more. Listen, this kid is running not because he's a scrambler. He's running for his life. He's running because the offensive players are not getting open. Last year when he was running and he was getting the 3rd and 20s and so on and so forth, I mean, everything was great. The NFL has caught up to our offensive scheme. Look at the Minnesota game. Perfect case. If any game Jaden should have been running was the Minnesota game. But guess what? They kept him in the pocket, right? The play caller, right? Kingsbury. They kept him in the pocket and try to get them to get the ball out of his hands quicker. No, he needed to extend the play to give his offensive players time to run. So we just need to, I would rather rest him up, right? Get him prepared. All we need to do is work on the off-scheduling running. All we need to do is work on, diet and nutrition and weightlifting and so on and so forth.
I don't know how much. The big story at the start of camp this year was that he gained a bunch of muscle. Remember that?
I do remember that.
How much more can he put on his frame? You don't think he knew in high school when he weighed 130 as a freshman, being bigger would help him? You don't think he knew at Arizona State he could be looked at as a better draft prospect?
You mean that metabolism will slow down a little bit with age, as I can attest to.
You don't think that at LSU he didn't think if I was 10 or 12 pounds heavier, this would be less of a question? I'd go number 1 overall if I weighed 20 pounds more over Caleb Williams or whatever. This is not like me and you and Danny just adding a couple of pounds. I would imagine it's kind of hard for him to put on muscle. Is it possible he could do that? Sure. But it's the frame is the frame. Let's go to Eric in Gaithersburg. What's up, Eric?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. First of all, I want to say, Danny, you are a genius, but even a genius can be wrong. He has to play. It's important for him to play. I think the problem is that we haven't changed the offense. We don't. The blocking scheme in the Minnesota game was terrible. It almost looked like the longest yard where the offensive lineman just didn't play and let that free rusher just rush right in and kill him. If he's running for his life all the time, it's not going to be good. We need to change how we're blocking, maybe bring in more tight ends, maybe have a rolling pocket. They need to do something differently so that he has a chance to survive and play some more. Otherwise, nothing's going to change in this offense.
Appreciate you, dude. So we have the same premise that he needs to play. I actually believe that still, by the way. The point, though, is I'm basically saying I understand that in the short term this won't be particularly good for his development. My fear that I think is now very tangible and far more real, it sounds like, than everybody else that's upset with me, and I think that's totally fine, is you're going to be robbed of all of it when he has a catastrophic injury. When the serious one happens, and it's not just is he back in a couple of weeks with some cryptic comments from Dan Quinn. This is the all off-season rehab, 9, 10, 11 months. Is he ahead of schedule? What are we doing? Constant Panda Watch updates. We thought that was bad for this season. Wait till we're doing it in March and April and OTAs and, how his gait looks as he's walking down the hill at, in Ashburn or whatever. Like that's what I think is coming if we keep this up. We have been lucky that it hasn't been worse yet. And I'm too scared of it. And he doesn't have to be. I can do it for him. Right? I mean, that's my own purview.
Or he plays and he has a breakthrough.
If it works out, that's great. You guys are right and I was wrong.
But it's not a right or wrong thing, I don't think.
I think it's exactly what it is.
It's like someone said to me the other day, they're like, what happens if he plays and he gets hurt in Minnesota? This is going to age poorly for you. And I was like, no, it won't. The process is correct. The process is the process. They are doing the thing they should be doing. And if he gets hurt again, that'll suck. But the football player playing football got hurt. Unless he got hurt on a ill-advised decision, like they're running quarterback power into the teeth of the defense on 4th and 1 on a shotgun draw or something, I'll have an issue with that. If there are things they could do where I would take some issue. But like, had he have re-injured his elbow in that game, I wouldn't have felt any differently about him playing again. Everyone's takeaway when he came over hurt was like, see, he shouldn't have been playing. He shouldn't have. And I'm taking crazy pills because I'm going, the dude just landed on his elbow and he's fine. Clearly, 5 weeks after the dislocation, the doctors were right. You can't have a bigger test than that, Danny. If I handed you a hammer and said, go over there and hit Jaden Daniels in the elbow, that wouldn't have been as damaging to that elbow as landing with 8,000 pounds of pressure, according to the sports science guys, after getting shoved 9 yards in the air right on his damn elbow that had just been dislocated. And guess what happened? He went to the sideline. He got looked at. He took his left hand and slammed his helmet down because he was pissed because he's a competitor who wants to go back in the game. They drag him over to the blue tent. Bobby Wagner's trying to go, hey, bro, we got you. Don't worry. We got you, bro. You don't need to come back in. And now we talk all week about how he's hurt again. He's going, get me back in the game. If he was Mariota or terrible Sam Hartman, who's very handsome, or any of these other guys, he would have been right back out there. But because it was correctly Jaden Daniels, they said no. I took that as, actually, the elbow healed pretty well. They were probably right. They just put his elbow on the table, whacked it with a hammer 3 times, and he was like, oh, I'm pretty good here. This is pretty good. But that's not how everyone else saw it. So we're looking at the same things and seeing different things. The camps are kind of dug in on this at this point. I just don't know whether it's he's got to protect himself better, reasonable take. Whether it's he's got to see the field better, reasonable take. Whether it's he's got to learn this or that. None of that happens by watching Marcus Mariota play more football. None of it, to me. Let's go to Dave in Tyson's Corner. What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Absolutely love the show. And I just want to thank Danny for your opening monologue yesterday. Like, it was cathartic. Like, just your frustration. That's how I felt. And, like, so I appreciate that.
Thank you, brother.
Where we do differ is, like, I do need to see him play. For my own sanity's sake, I need to, like, see that breakthrough because I am just, like, I'm very concerned. One of the previous callers, like, mentioned the Kurt Warner video. And, like, he's just not, I don't know exactly what's happening, but he's not the same player he was last year.
Definitely not, yeah.
Playing at the level. And I'm just like, I'm questioning him. I need to know he's the guy and that he still has it. And it just, last year wasn't this ridiculous anomaly.
So
thank you, dude.
I have not heard that yet. But his take, if I'm reading that right, is I need to see him play well just so that
I believe he's the real deal.
At night knowing he's still the franchise guy.
So I'm not there. I mean, he's the second contract player to me. So he's here. He's
that's
the answer.
To me the binary.
Right.
It's like the rest will sort itself out. Is this a guy you extend? And the answer is obviously yes.
Like if we do this 2 more times, we can have a different conversation. AK, he plays 6 games, sits out for a month at a time, barely comes back, isn't playing the same. Okay. But right now, the deposits in the bank way outweigh the withdrawals.
Well, I'm comping him. This is my baseball analogy I always talk about. I walked up to a high school park and I saw 97 and I saw a good breaking ball and feel for a changeup. Now, I think he walked 11 that day.
Yeah.
And he might have given up 6 runs. Don't care. Closing up my notebook, putting it in my suitcase.
Drive to the next town.
Calling the GM and saying, let's draft that kid. I saw it last year. I know it's in there. If Cliff can't get it back out, somebody else will. If I need whatever I got to do, I know that's in there. I got to find it again. So I've seen what I need to see. There are adjustments made. Now you have to make the adjustments, but you can do a lot of things that a lot of guys in the league can't do. That's what I care about. And so, yes, second contract guy, I'm not worried about that. Assuming health. You got to be healthy.
That's it.
And that's going to be up to him to prove. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on G&D. What's up, guys? It's Grant Paulson from my friends over at Virginia's 250th Commemorative Committee. What a cool thing they've got going on this year. My family's big on celebrating the events and the different awesome places we've got in town historically here in Virginia that mean so much. These landmarks, these really cool, cherished historical sites. We just went over to Mount Vernon, by the way. They're doing these amazing candlelight nights during the holiday season. You got to check these out. They're really, really sweet. There's also a lot of other things going on at some of these historical sites. It's Virginia's 250th, America's 250th, all year long, big celebration. Go to visit.va250.org. Colvin Mill Run has Santa coming up this month. Frying Pan Parks Holiday on the Farm all month long. December 13th and 14th, Santa's over at Colvin Mill Run. And you got holiday candlelight tours in Bedford County as well. Visit.va250.org to celebrate 250 America made in Virginia.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders have lost 8 straight. They'll look to snap that losing streak against the Giants on Sunday. Other news in the NFL today. Phillip Rivers, the 44-year-old who has not played a snap of NFL football since 2020, is unretiring. He's joining the Colts and very likely to be under center for Indy on Sunday, as they're without Daniel Jones for the rest of the year with a torn Achilles. Riley Leonard dealing with an injury as well, and Anthony Richardson still on injured reserve. Monday Night Football last night, the Chargers beat the Eagles 22-19 in overtime. LA now 9-4. They're 5th in the AFC, just 2 games back of Denver in their division. And the Eagles are still on top of the NFC East at 8-5. Dallas just behind them at 6-1. Baseball today, Kyle Schwarber re-signed with the Phillies, and former Mets closer Edwin Diaz is signing with the Dodgers. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The conversation on Jaden Daniels continues on the Fan. We're Grant and Danny. We got Caps tickets 35 minutes from now for somebody to go see the Caps, who have the most points in the East, and the Red Wings, December 20th, holiday celly over at Cap One Arena. I do the podcast, Danny, with Take Command and Logan Paulson, and we have a new episode out today on how Daniels played against Minnesota, film review on the Kingsbury offense and the defensive struggles, which, by the way, we're back. So it's not completely fixed with Dan Quinn calling the plays. J.J. McCarthy looked a lot better than J.J. McCarthy has looked.
That's the best J.J. McCarthy I've ever seen, certainly.
We were talking to some Vikings fans out there, and they're like, man, I just can't believe our offense looked that good. We're not good on offense. And I said,
we can't believe it either.
Schedule Washington a couple of times. You're gonna be better.
You looking for a get-right game? We got something for you.
But this was Logan on Take Command today when Daniels came up.
Is everyone keeps saying that he shouldn't play. That, to me, is an insane thing to say, quite frankly, because he has to get reps to get better. So I'm thinking everyone's thinking about 2026. Where's he going to be in 2026? When you look at quarterbacks who are struggling, they don't get better not playing. It's just not a thing that happens in the NFL. You need to see the defenses. You need to work on timing. You need to work on your study. All those things need to happen. So even if he is a little bit sore in the elbow, I think he needs to play. I think that's something that has to happen. And so this talking point to me is very frustrating because, again, I want him to be the best version of Jaden Daniels possible, right? And so, can we get that? He can't do that unless he's playing, and that's my general takeaway here. And also, I just found the clip. I think he did check to that screen, by the way. Just
that was us.
That was a detail that we weren't sure about, but
Van Ginkel, I just keep saying he checked to the clip. He's like, he checked to the screen. He's like, are you sure? I'm like, well, sure as hell it looks like he checked.
He walked up to the line of scrimmage, said some things.
He could have been inviting Terry McLaurin to his house for dinner, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, you just can't throw a screen toward Van Ginkel. I'm sorry, you can't do it. My mom, Janine Paulson, knows that.
That's such a great line, by the way. I mean, it sounds like from a movie.
What? Never screened to Van Ginkel?
You can't throw a screen to Van Ginkel.
You can't.
The guy's unbelievable at it.
We just drew names for our Secret Santa, the Paulson kids, me and my 3 siblings.
Who'd you get?
I can't tell you.
I almost got you, didn't I?
Santa.
Did I get you?
And my sister called me to tell me how we were going to do it. And she said, by the way, don't screen to Van Ginkel's side. And I said, I know that. Everyone knows that.
Everyone knows that.
Let's go to Zeke in Southeast DC. What's up, Zeke?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show.
Appreciate you.
Of course, he got to play, man. The problem, though, is not Jaden. It's Kingsbury and that offense. They did a stat, we're in the RPO 84% of the time. And I agree with one of the other callers. Do we have to do it 80%? Can we do it at 40%? And lean on our running game. I think we're the 4th lead rushing attack in the whole NFL. But why don't we lean on that?
Appreciate you, dude. There was times where it's a struggle. You got to be able to do everything. For everybody that wants to just run it, if you're not the Ravens when they're, hauling ass with Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson each running for, 2,000 and 1,000 respectively, you got to be able to do other stuff. It's going to be 3rd and 7 eventually. I love offensive diversity. Effectiveness is all that matters. So whatever we've got to do to be effective, but also keep Daniel safe is kind of that, it's a push and pull. Like you could drop back 60 times and run him into the ground, but that's probably not the smartest thing to do to have him be there long term. There's a reason when you look at a game and you go, my God, this guy dropped back 64 times to throw. I'm not talking about Daniels, but anybody, you go, that's probably not a great game plan. Sometimes the game flow happens. So, yes, I'd love to. The best offense in the world would be to run it for 3.35 yards per carry. You do that 20 times like the Vikings just did to us, take off 12 minutes and score a touchdown every time. But that's utopian. That's not the real thing.
At Grant H. Paulson on all things social, at Funny Danny for Danny, people are chiming in, asking, again, this idea, like, if he were to get hurt while he's playing down the stretch, what will my camp, I suppose, people that think he needs to play, say then? I can't speak for everyone. I'll speak for myself. And it's the same thing I said when I got 800 DMs on Instagram. The second he hurt his elbow, luckily, not seriously, and not in a way that is going to be detrimental the rest of the year, about him playing. And it is process, not result. If you, on 3rd and 1, while averaging 6 yards per carry, set up a nice run design and go downhill with Chris Rodriguez and get stopped, I'm not angry about the play call. The process was probably correct. I think he needs to be on the field. And if he gets hurt every single time he plays, that's a different conversation to me than whether or not he should play. Like, even if it's true that he gets hurt too much so he can't play, then it's over anyway. Then the war is lost. Then we should wave the white flag. Like, if the point is, see, he got hurt again, he can't play. The whole point is playing. So if he can never play because he gets hurt, then none of this matters anyway. Let's go to Tim in Southern Maryland. What's up, Tim?
Hey, how y'all doing?
What's up, man?
I was just saying, I've been having flashbacks to Steven Strasburg, and I know it's not the same thing.
Well, we're talking about a shutdown in D.C. that isn't about the federal government.
Similar,
so there's only a couple of those.
Well, when he first hurt his elbow, he ended up rehabbing that, and getting through it, and then ended up, helping us win a World Series. But after that year, he was never right again. And I mean, it was within a year or two after that, he retired because he had, and even through the World Series year, he was struggling in the playoffs with his elbow, but he still went out there and played his butt off. But after that, he just went completely downhill and he was never right again. So I don't know. I know it's not the same thing, but
sure. I mean, the similarity is we're talking about athletes and whether or not to shut them down.
Yeah,
I guess.
Well, there's crossover there. When you got a guy that's got a really, really lengthy injury history that's affected him significantly. Yeah, there's plenty of things data points to be gleaned from a lot of different situations.
It was only a handful of weeks ago. We're just bringing up the very possibility of Daniels being an injury risk. Drew great ire, by the way. You'd get yelled at by people if you said, I worry about him getting hurt. It's like, he had one rib injury. Then it was like, it was a fluke knee thing. It's like, it was a fluke hamstring thing. Then it was the elbow. Like, I guess that conversation's off the table now, right? Let's go to Shane in Virginia. What's up, Shane?
What's up, Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant? How you boys doing today?
Hey, buddy.
We're doing well.
Hey, look, first of all, you have one caller come in and basically says shut him down and put him on a damn keto diet, let him gain weight. And all. He needs to play. Like, everybody needs to calm down. He's a football player. The only way he gets better is playing damn football. He can get hurt walking down the damn steps and fall. Like, he's a football player. And how much weight are he going to put on? 7 pounds at most. Look at his frame. He's not going to, and if you put on 20 pounds, he's not going to be the Jayden Daniels we know, the quick, but that's just ridiculous. But it's Cliff. He's running a basic college offense. You only throw the ball 3 times in a row if you're in college. That was the difference in that game.
Hey, Shane, how psyched would you be if he was calling plays at Tennessee, though?
Would you like it?
No, we got to play call. His name's Josh Heupel. And you know what? Last time I checked, our offense was the number 2 offense in the country.
It is good offense, by the way.
Defense is everything. Hey, our defense, Tim Banks was gone, thank God. It's all about the defense. This roster's not getting better. Everybody's talking 2026. You still got the same old-ass players that you got on this year.
Well, I don't think they'll have the same old-ass players because, Zach Ertz, who's injured, is, Bobby Wagner. You talk about the oldest group of them, Von Miller. I don't think any of those guys are coming back.
Yeah, there's necessary turnover. It's coming.
Herm Edwards has a thought, by the way, Danny. I don't know what it is, but he has a thought.
You play football. Football players play football, guys.
How many weeks ago was that?
I don't know. Feels like yesterday.
I mean, was that only 2 weeks ago? I was thinking it was like 7 weeks ago. So it simultaneously feels like yesterday and also forever ago. Let's go to Shane in Southern Maryland. We're playing with Shane's.
Only Shane's.
What's up, dude?
What's going on, guys? Hey, real quick, this is just my take, but, everybody, I feel like it's 50-50. Half the people want him in, half the people want him out. Everybody's looking for accountability, but if the kid's saying he wants to play, let him play. And then we got 4 games left, and it needs to be a reality check. If he gets hurt time with 4 games left, then there needs to be a serious conversation moving forward into 2026. So that's my take. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thank you, buddy. So the thing that I think is a misnomer about us, I don't know how to say this, but us shut him down, folks, if that's what you want to call us, is we all want him to play. My point is I'd love for that to happen. I just don't think it's A, realistic, because I think he's going to get hurt. And B, the thing that I'm afraid of, it's not just the 2 or 3 week injury where Dan Quinn gives cryptic press conferences. This is now you don't get to play at all for a long time. And all the things that we want, him on the grass, him at training camp, him at OTAs, him with his teammates, him in doing the inter-squad scrimmages, him doing the joint practices. We get none of those things because he's coming back from something major.
Do you agree that he can't get better to the same extent if he's not playing?
Of course.
Okay.
And that's my fear.
Right. So
he can do nothing. Not just being shut down on the sidelines. He'll get all the practice reps.
You're talking about like a serious injury.
Yeah, he's my number one on the call sheet. He's getting all the practice reps. He's my first team offensive guy. We're just not playing him.
But do you agree with Logan's premise that camp is not the same?
Of course.
As the preseason is not the same as the regular season.
Of course.
Are you going to play him in the preseason?
I would in limited ways.
I mean, so I'm not even trying to be difficult. I can't.
You can. Here
None
it is.
of it makes sense.
After a full off season of coaching, because right now what I'm afraid of.
Coaching lesson.
There's
no
something.
lesson where it's not like a class where I now have my driver's etiquette class.
Let's try it. Yeah, driver's etiquette. That's
it's
signal
like
responsibly.
Hey, here's how to avoid injuries. 214. You've graduated now. Here's your paper. Now you can go play. That's just not a thing. It's not a thing.
Let's try something right now. Ow! 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 Necessary. Hurt 100% of the time. Here's what's going to happen. Catastrophic injury, no offseason, no nothing. Nothing. That's what's coming.
What is this mystery lesson he's going to take in summer school?
Grant, I don't know the answer to it.
But does it even exist?
Yes, I guarantee you somebody has learned to slide. Somebody has improved in this one attribute.
Abrams is going to come over and we're going to slide. He doesn't.
I have no idea
if
CJ. I don't want CJ Abrams anywhere near him, to be honest with you. I'd like him to stay responsible. Here's my point, though. The idea that there's nothing we can do. Oh, well. It's football. Oh, I wasn't aware that it's football. Oh, improve the skill set. Try something else. What's happening right now is you're going, if he gets hurt, so what? It's not so what. We will have no improvement and we will be doomed if and when he has a serious injury.
Yes, but you're already doomed if he doesn't get better. You're doomed anyway.
Sure. Right. He can't get better with a serious injury.
But he can't get better not playing. It's a vicious cycle.
Sure. Right now, we can't keep him healthy.
But
right now we can't.
To not play him for fear of it. What you're saying is, I can't play him because I'm worried he's going to suffer a serious injury.
Yep.
But you're acknowledging if he doesn't play, he can't get better. He's got to play to get better.
And the only way to play is to be healthy enough to play.
So next September is when it all starts.
And
then he's got to build back up and get off to a crap
whatever's happening this year is broken.
Understood.
And the breaking is going to continue. There's no fix in sight. Work with me. If we when he plays this weekend, he's going to get hurt again.
Okay, I'm working with you so hard. But now let's work on this side, which is to say that they finish the year, they lose 11 of 12, whatever it is. The next year starts, and he is going to play badly in September. And they are going to get off to a 1-3 start, and Dan Quinn's going to be on the verge of being fired.
Okay,
that's the end of my story. That's what I wanted you to work with.
Okay. I'll take that over the ACL injury that's coming. I'll take that over the new body part that gets blown apart.
So we're just now forecasting an injury that has nothing to do with any of the injuries he's had.
Well, each one's been different. I got a hamstring, I got a knee, I got an elbow.
But now it's just gut feel. He might tear his ACL.
There's whatever's happening this year. I don't know how to quantify it better. Has led to him being injured every time he plays. I gotta do something different. I just have to. The idea that I'll go, oh my, he's gotta play football. Football players play football. I can't just keep sending him up. I can't. It's irresponsible just to say, go get it. He's got to get better. I understand all that. I want him to play too. I can't do it safely. We can't do it safely right now. There's whatever should be happening, which is we get to a football game and there's no incident. We can't do it. we're broken. We can't do it. Everything bad is happening right now.
Let's go to Chris in Largo. What's up, Chris?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Hey, dude.
I think he definitely has to play. The reason that he has to play is because he has regressed in terms of making reads. He's been playing with happy feet. I started to think back earlier as I'm listening to the show so far, thinking about Cincinnati and that signature play that he took a hit in the pocket and threw the dime touchdown. We don't have anything like that this year because he's been running around trying to make something happen playing Superman. I think that they're actually taking a good approach because they're saying, hey, if you get hurt, we're just going to shut you down. And now he has to start making better choices with his body. Because if he gets hurt or if he shows any kind of weakness, they're going to just shut him down for the rest of the game.
Thank you, Chris. This was Take Command, Logan Paulson. I asked him the question that we're kind of beating around the bush on, which is if you shut him down right now and you just bring him back in the offseason, everybody thinks he could just fix himself without playing in games and then come September next year, hit the ground sprinting again.
It's different, man. Like, as much as we want to say like practice makes perfect, like perfect practice makes perfect, all those old adages, there's a reason that preseason and the training camp phase of a season is valuable. It's because it's the most similar to football, right? It's the most similar to the timing and the speed and the physicality you're going to see throughout the year. So, like, a great example of this is Tom Brady. Like, when he was playing up in New England, they didn't do anything in the preseason for him. The first 3 weeks of the season were always like, oh, Tom Brady's done. He's cooked. The reason that is a conversation is because he hasn't seen it yet. And so it takes him a couple of weeks to get acclimated to the speed of NFL football. And so I think like seeing, like, for example, he probably saw a ton of scout team reps this week of people running cross dog, zero disguise into a fallout. He probably ripped that thing apart this week. But when you see it live and in living color with the purple and yellow helmets on, right? Like, it's a different ball of wax. And you got to understand what you can and can't get away with at NFL speeds and at NFL velocities, right? And so that to me is the thing, right? Is like these reps are so valuable. Some of my best developmental periods of my career were when the starter got hurt in 2011. I forget who it was, Fred maybe. And I got to play the last 4 games of that year going into the offseason. And it showed me so much about my technique, the understanding of defenses, because I had to prep and play like I was a starter. And so, like, if I hadn't gotten those 4 games, I would not have been ready for my larger role in 2012. Like, these are valuable opportunities to improve. And I think that's why there is this urgency from the staff to get him back on the field, because I need to see him. He needs these reps. Like, that's really what it comes down to. Long story. He needs the reps. He needs the opportunity. So
that's Logan Paulson from Take Command, the episode that we dropped today. All right, Danny, we got a double play coming up next.
Yes.
And then we're blitzing in 15 minutes at 4:00. Remember, we are giving away Caps tickets at that time. Next hour, I want to get into the college football playoffs right here on The Fan. We're giving away Caps tickets in 10 minutes on Grant and Danny, presented by the law firm Condori and Murad. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers, now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
Minnesota bits, I think we could run through some of them, GP. I feel like that's very appropriate, considering we were just on the road with our pals from Condori and Murad and our nice little travel crew. My favorite thing I think we got to do was go to a Timberwolves game. That was actually sneaky awesome. They played the Clippers. We saw James Harden draw 248 fouls where he initiated the contact. He did a weird action and got the benefit of the call, and the crowd booed a lot. But it was electric. It was really fun.
Carbon copies like 4 times of him shooting normally a 3 or a long 2, but mostly a 3, where he would just kick his legs out underneath of the guy that jumped straight up defending him, so that basically, or he would land on their feet, and then he would draw a foul call
in a totally unnatural way. Like no human being does that, but if you have a preternatural ability to draw fouls, it was like both frustrating, super annoying, but also amazing to watch.
First time I've been at an NBA game with great energy, locked in crowd, packed house in years and years and years. I'm not trying to Joan. That's not the goal. But it was like watching a different sport than going to a Wizards game.
Yeah.
I mean, it really was that different and stark. When I go to Cap One Arena, it's either for a Georgetown game where there's like a couple hundred people in a 19,000 person venue. And that's, very, very different. But then the Wizards is like closer to that, in my opinion, than what we experienced the other night, which was really fun. And by the way, the Clippers, who were terrible, jumped out to a huge lead. They were doubling them up, basically like 30-15, 40-20. And the Wolves came back second half and won the game.
Yeah, a couple guys in the group were like, "Are the Clippers good?" And I was like, "No." They're like, "How is this possible?" I go, "I don't know. They're playing the greatest defense I've ever seen in person for 2.5 quarters." And then,
it's also the most NBA thing ever.
Yes.
Huge lead, means nothing. The other team just lives at the foul line for a while. Next thing you know, they're back within
7-footer Naz Reid starts drilling threes, and that's your game.
That was a lot of fun. No, we did a lot of cool stuff. I mean, for me, it was the tour of the stadium. I got to say, we are in such good hands with this new stadium that's going to be built in D.C. because the architects who built U.S. Bank Stadium in Minnesota are doing this one. And if you haven't checked out my thread at Grant H. Paulson, I just cannot speak highly enough about how amazing that venue, that facility is, everything they thought about, all the little things. And Darius and I today, several days later, we're still raving about the foot space and the cup holder access, and just like the little nuances at your seat, the stuff you would never think about for a stadium, were the best that they've been. The quality of the seat, respectfully to the seat I'm sitting in right now, which is very nice and comfortable, and I want it at my house. Like, I could sit in that seat in that stadium for hours on end and never have an issue. It was just so nice.
Yeah, I've sat in the 100 level, lower bowl of FedEx Field, quite a few times. As a bigger gentleman, it's not a fun experience because there's just not much leg room.
When's the last time you sat in the 400s at Cap One Arena?
Probably a few years ago. For a Wizards game.
I'm not exaggerating. I now get anxiety about going to sit anywhere in the 400s to do anything because my legs cramp so fast up there.
Absolutely, yeah.
I like everyone's like, this arena, what you need a new arena. I can't sit for a quarter if I don't get up and walk around without my entire legs cramping up. I took my son to Monster Truck. I'm telling you, Danny, I did get up like 4 different times. He's like, where are we going, Dad? I'm like, I'm getting you a snow cone. Snow cone, cool. No, I just need to get up and walk because I feel like my legs are about to fall off. I mean, and I'm just sitting here.
Yeah.
There's no room up there. Not to mention the whole issue with Toby leaning forward the whole time.
Well, he's a forward leaner.
Isn't that where it was? Where like if you just don't sit all the way back, people yell at you.
People get real mad
because the design is such that you're in the person's way. Like that's not a thing at new stadiums. It's a thing at Cap One.
Yeah, I mean, I was a playoff game, sitting up for the opening puck drop. Guy taps me on the shoulder, and is like, "Hey, let's just all sit back and have a good time." I'm like, "Eh,
I'm having a great time.
I'm having an awesome time." Look, lady.
Yeah, I almost turned around. I was like, "Look, brother."
The coolest thing about that stadium was the high school helmets, I think, which they now do at other stadiums, but this was the first. They took it from them. Every high school team in the state of Minnesota is represented with a helmet on the wall. They've got a little key there that helps you find yours. And then
little spot for the state champions.
They have a rotation spot for the state champions that they update, which I think is cool Be harder to do here because you got Virginia, Maryland, and DC. But I think you could still probably pull it off with 3 locations or something. I think there'd be a way to do that. I love that. I also thought the way they take care of their legends in that really cool suite we went in,
That was neat.
where their families can come watch games. I thought that was great. Anything else that you'd say was just like a nice touch?
Some things I thought were kind of cool. They purposely did this, and I like stuff like this. I like a little gamesmanship. The owner's suite, but the visiting owner's suite didn't have a restroom in it. Now, that may not sound like much, but quite literally, you got to go out among the peons, among the masses to go relieve yourself.
Think about that.
I thought that was awesome.
Now, you at least probably are in a club level.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
not
nice
you're-
section.
You're not going out on like the concrete barriers to like the 400 level bathroom.
Yeah.
But you are walking out into the suites where there's fans and jerseys.
Yeah.
And like Jerry Jones is just peeing at the urinal next to you.
They also said another touch to that a visiting owner suite box thing is that they always put up a photo of whatever the visiting team is, but they try to make it an unflattering photo.
Correct.
So in this instance, it was a picture of Cornelius Lucas being bull rushed by Daniil Hunter, which
And in the All
it's a funny
Blacks,
touch,
by the way.
yeah.
Yeah.
That
was a mushing.
matchup probably didn't go well on that, but
I would imagine not. Yeah.
But yes, they do like the worst picture they can find of your team from the most recent game with the Vikings.
And so this is Dallas has this too to a degree, but the area where the players walk out to the tunnels and different stuff, there's a fan section. Of course, you can't like actually walk where they walk, but you're right there. You could slap 5 with Justin Jefferson or Van Ginkel and be like, hey, pick off a screen pass today, like because you do every week. But like they come out of the tunnel or the locker room and it's all right there for the fans. And there's a huge section down there where that's not where your seats are, but you can go hang and then go back up to your seats when you watch the players come out.
They also do the correct thing, which almost everybody does, it seems like, but us, which is they introduce players individually. I hate the team introduction. It's an energy sucking, just miss it. To quote Dan Quinn, we miss it every time we do that. Just please get people into the game by introducing the best players by name. But anyway, they run out of a dragon. And the lady told us, she's like, you guys, because we went down on the field at the end of our tour and we got to play football on the field in the stadium for like a half hour. Literally, we were playing 4-on-4, like, going into the end zone, doing our dances, whatever. But anyway, she's like, do you guys want to go out onto the field through the tunnel or do you want to run out of the dragon?
I'm like, why'd you say that? So weird.
Wow.
The what?
What is the dragon?
What
She's
dragon?
like, well, the players go out of the dragon tomorrow. And
Fire
the
breathing
fireworks.
dragon?
It's like, oh, a dragon. Now
Becky
I-
with an eye, by the way. You
Yeah.
sleep on Becky with an eye.
Becky was very nice.
She was very smart. Very
As
friendly.
was everybody in
Yeah,
Minneapolis.
that's true.
All right, the Beltway Blitz is next. We're giving away those Caps tickets as soon as we come back on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders have dropped 8 straight games. They're getting ready to take on the Giants on Sunday, looking to snap that losing streak. Other news in the NFL, Phillip Rivers, the 44-year-old quarterback who hasn't played in the NFL since 2020, is unretiring. He's joining the Colts, likely to start on Sunday. They're without Daniel Jones for the rest of the season, as well as Anthony Richardson on injured reserve, and Riley Leonard is dealing with an injury as well. Monday Night Football last night, Chargers beat the Eagles 22-19 in overtime. Baseball, former Mets closer Edwin Diaz is signing a record deal with the Dodgers, 3 years, $69 million. It's the highest AAV ever for a reliever. Kyle Schwarber returning to the Phillies, 5 years, $150 million. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
G&D on the Fan. Every day we come your way thanks to the law firm Kondori and Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Mention us, get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Somebody's winning Caps tickets right now. Let's go caller number 10 at 800-636-1067.
You're going to win 2 tickets to Capitals versus Detroit Saturday, December 20th at Capital One Arena. It's the holiday season spread holiday cheer when the Capitals face Detroit at their annual Caps holiday party. Details at thefandc.com/contest.
A lot to get to in the Blitz. We'll cover the NFL, the Commanders. Let's start on the diamond, though, the Nats, the winter meetings. There's a lot going on, so let's get to it. Andrew Golden covers the Nats for the Washington Post. Andrew, let's start with the big trade from this weekend. Jose Ferrer, the best high-ceiling back-end reliever in this bullpen, moved with a ton of control as a power lefty for a top 100 prospect in the industry and former number 12 overall pick, Harry Ford, who was a top 5 prospect for the Mariners. What'd you think of the trade?
I thought the trade was great. Like I think the reality is the Nationals had the worst catching core in all of baseball last year, and you needed a guy with the potential to be an everyday player there, or at least a guy who can make an impact there. So I love the trade. Like I think Jose Ferrer is a really great player. I think he's the potential to be a really good closer, or high leverage guy. But I also think like if you're looking at when is a team going to be competitive again, and like what can help a team over the next few years, I think that Harry Ford being in that role is more beneficial than Jose Ferrer being there now. So I like the trade. I honestly like the trade for both sides. I think it'll help Seattle a lot too. And so I think it's a good deal.
Andrew, what do we know about this staff that's now kind of, slowly but surely being assembled, mostly at the on-field level, right? The C-suite, the guys are still sort of figuring it out, but we got a bench coach, field coordinator, hitting coach, et cetera. Give me kind of a theme or some things that stand out.
Yeah, I think the first thing is I think the youth, right? I think Blake Gutierrez talked earlier. He's like, I know this staff is very young. It was not intentional. It's just kind of how it came together. But I think you have a lot of guys from a lot of different places, a lot of different backgrounds, and a lot of different teams, which I think is unique, right? It's like you have guys from different places who have seen different things. The hitting coach obviously comes from the Orioles and the Twins last year. He was let go. The pitching coach is like 29 and was with the Reds. And so I think there's a lot of variety there. But I think a lot of guys who have, a technical background and have the ability to kind of, be able to help aid this team with the, new use of technology and things of that nature, and can speak different languages and help the guys develop and grow. And so it's like a good staff so far, but it all kind of remains to be seen how the season plays out.
Andrew, what is the chance, what would you set it at, that Mackenzie Gore gets traded 1 out of 100? And then same question for CJ Abrams.
Yeah, I would say Mackenzie, I give it like a 40-50% chance, and then CJ maybe like a 20% chance. I think there's reasons to do both. I think Mackenzie to me makes a little bit more sense, just in the sense of pitching injuries. Pitching injuries, you never know how those things will transpire, and you don't know when the value is going to be the highest. And there's a lot of interest for Mackenzie Gore, and so I think it'd be smart to trade him. I think CJ Abrams, I think he still has another level that he can reach, and I think that the Nationals probably give that out of him. And so if it was up to me, I would probably trade Mackenzie and hold on to CJ. But Nobody's asking me. That's just kind of my opinion.
What if they did? What if like Paul DePoy sent you a text? But on that front, Andrew, what would those trades signify? Like if one or both ends up happening, what would that kind of mean? Just again, big pictured for me. Is it sort of where they are in the build? Is it they don't think those guys were going to stay here? Is it they don't think C.J. Abrams is going to reach that next level? Like what would a trade of that magnitude for one or both those guys mean?
I think it kind of signals that the Nationals are kind of starting over in some sense. That's at least how I sense it. I think I think those are two guys that you thought would be potential significant pieces of the rebuild, right? And obviously the rebuild has not gone exactly the way they expected this past year. And I think trading one or either of those guys signals that they think it's going to take a little bit more time. And I think if you guys read Paul's letter yesterday that he wrote, I think he's acknowledging this might take some time to figure all this out. And so that's what it signals to me. But I will kind of see how it all plays out.
Yeah, go into that if you don't mind. For people that didn't see it, Paul Taboni wrote a letter to fans. He says to our fans in our city. What were some of the takeaways you had about it?
Yeah, I think it's not this is going to take a lot of patience, but he wants to be transparent about where the team is going, and I think that's something that fans will appreciate. I think it's one thing to paint a message and give an idea of what you want to do and then not live up to it, but it seems like he wants to be very transparent about it, and so. It remains to be seen how that all plays out. It's one thing to say it, but he has to back it up, and I think that he intends to. And so I think only time will tell whether he actually does.
Andrew, good to talk to you as always, my friend. Have a great rest of your week.
Thanks, guys. You too.
Sounds good, my friend. Hit that NFL sounder, please. What about Nate Davis, USA Today, to talk about the National Football League? Nate, how much trouble is Philadelphia in?
Yeah, I mean, it is starting to feel a little like 2023, Danny, where they got off to the hot start and didn't finish well. Obviously, had the terrible playoff loss in Tampa Bay. I think kind of the red flags were up a little earlier this year, but I think this team also can pull out of it too. They've got time. They are leaving the door open for the Cowboys. The more games they continue to lose. But I think I'll look at the playoffs. I'm just not convinced that they're going to make much noise once they're there.
AFC feels wide open, and it now looks increasingly like the Chiefs aren't going to make it. The Bills had a big win, but they're down in the 6th spot. If there's new blood that breaks through here, who would you see as the team to come out of the AFC?
Yeah, I do grant look at this as an opportunity for the Bills. If the playoff field kind of shapes up as to what it looks like right now. Josh Allen is pretty clearly, I think, the best quarterback in the field with no Lamar Jackson and no Patrick Mahomes. But I think strip that away. I think the team I wouldn't want to face right now is Houston. I think that defense is really something. Can beat up the best offenses, and I think their offense has room for some upward mobility, particularly if C.J. Stroud kind of gets his stuff together after missing a couple of weeks there and kind of getting back on track. Obviously, he hasn't quite been the same player we saw the one Rookie of the Year in 2023, but I think that if that offense is average or close to it, they can win a lot of games in January. So that's the team I'm looking at. And New England, I think, is another one, particularly if they wind up with home field advantage. And I think their schedule shapes up certainly better than Denver's on the way out here.
Nate, not a question, but Phil Rivers, oh my God. I can't believe this is where we are.
Yeah, this has been rumored for years that he might come back and help. And even Riley Leonard got hurt a little bit on Sunday. They're hoping that he can play. But, you're still asking whoever's shooting up there to go win a game at Seattle. So it's going to be a tough ask. And if there's been a player coach in the NFL, it's going to be Philip Rivers. But yeah, this is pretty wild that it came out of left field last night.
What's going on with the Tampa Bay Bucks? They're on Thursday Night Football with Atlanta coming up in a couple of days. They're tied for the division with Carolina. Baker Mayfield had gone back-to-back years where he was really good, and I was kind of slotting him into the top 10 among quarterbacks, and he probably belongs to be there. But he's been banged up and really struggled, just not playing at a high level. What do you see from them?
Yeah, I see a lot of guys banged up, Grant. Baker, they finally got Bucky Irving back. They're still trying to get some of their receivers back. I don't think Chris Godwin is fully healthy yet. Maybe they get Mike Evans back, but they've had issues along the line all year. I don't think Tristan Wirfs played on Sunday. And strip all that away, I think the defense has really kind of let them down in spots. I mean, Sunday's game was a little weird, I think, given the weather and both teams were playing on a muddy track. But the Bucs haven't been played well for a month, and I think Baker's been under 200 yards each of his last 4 games. And I mean, he does have to drive that team, I think, offensively for that machine to go. I mean, the schedule for them isn't terrible going on the way out, but if they lose both their games to Carolina, play them twice in the next 4 weeks, the Panthers are going to win that division. So they're on thin ice there. Tampa Bay is.
Who makes the playoffs, Chicago or Detroit?
If that's my choice, Danny, I'm gonna say Detroit. They've got one more game coming up in Chicago. I think it's week 18. The Lions beat the brakes off of them in week 2, like 52-21. I mean, the turnovers are great. The running game is especially great in Chicago. I don't know that the turnover thing is necessarily a sustainable model. That stuff comes in waves and bunches, and it certainly has for the Bears this year. But I just feel like they have a component there with the passing game and much more diversity on offense against what's otherwise kind of an average defense. I think the Bears have done a great job in year 1 under Ben Johnson, but I don't think they're ready to beat the Lions. And I think, they've got the Lions, I want to say the Packers, the 49ers in the last 3 weeks. So a team that went from 1-7 on Sunday, I think it's going to have a pretty steep hill to stay in that playoff bracket, into week 19.
Obvious must win for them at home against Cleveland this week. Then they get Green Bay again, who they took to the brink, but Caleb Williams makes a bad throw there at the end. And then, as you said, San Francisco, Detroit for them. So going to be a tough road to drive. Appreciate the time as always, Nate. Thank you. Thanks, Nate.
Thanks.
All right.
Appreciate you,
brother. I don't know what happened there. Let's go to talk Commanders football. Look who's on the line. Our guy, Bill. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt on the Root guest hotline. Bill, thanks for hopping aboard, man. How's it going?
What's going on? It's going good. How you doing?
Good, buddy. We were in Minnesota, dude. That was a tough one. Walk us through what was.
It was cold, by the way.
Yeah, it was cold outside. What was the vibe like on the sideline, man, during that game? It just seemed like nobody was having a lot of fun.
It definitely wasn't the game we thought it was gonna be. So we was like, oh man, we need to tighten up real fast. So I think it was more of being locked in. We just couldn't find any momentum for real.
Bill, how does it work with the usage at running back? It seemed like early in the year it was kind of like carry here, carry there, and you guys running off the field. Now they're doing it more like quarters or halves almost. There was a lot of Rodriguez. I don't think you got a carry in the first half. Then the second half, you got a lot of work. You averaged almost 5 per carry and had some success. But are they trying to give you guys full drives to get you in rhythm? How's it working?
I'm really not sure. And I'm not really trying to question it. I'm just there to do whatever they got planned for me, and just do it to the best of my ability. And I trust them with what's going on. I just gotta whenever I get my opportunity, I just gotta make the best of it. But they have a plan and know what's going on, so I just gotta be ready when my number called.
Makes sense. I'm curious because, for those of us that haven't played in the league, do you know going into a game, all right, I probably won't be in for the first couple drives? Or is it just you're standing there and then they yell a certain word or package, or they just say, Bill, you're in? How does that actually work?
You'll never know. Just gotta be ready for whenever it's going. Whenever your number is called, it plays a lot of how to flow up the game going and things like that. So you just got to be ready whenever your name is called. So I really don't know how it's going to go going into a game, but I trust my coaches, and I'm happy to be here. And of course I want to play, but they have a plan, so I definitely trust them.
Bill, I always like to ask you, because this is such a long season. You're deep into December now, and it's more than you've played in some time, especially coming from college, et cetera. How's the body feel? How's the recovery? Just walk us through that.
Body feel good. Making sure I'm eating the right food. I feel like that's playing a big part of me, like being able to stay healthy and like just standing in the training room, like getting massages and like just doing all the small stuff so I can last this long season. I think I've been like approaching it the right way, especially like having the vets I have in my room, just saying how they go about taking care of their body and like just try to follow the steps that they do.
Bill, I'm glad we have a player on from the team to discuss this because, as you know, one of the major talking points in town is the health of Jaden Daniels, and there's this argument as to whether or not he should play or not play. Even if he's cleared and he's healthy, maybe they should shut him down. What's that like in the locker room as a player and just with other guys? Like, if you're cleared to play, and the idea that maybe you would be held out for next year or something like that.
I totally don't know or have no control over that situation, but or know what's going on. But I know in the locker room, like who's ever at quarterback, like we just gonna go out there and play and like just give our all and we still tight. Everybody's still gonna approach this week like any other game. Like everybody's like it's a brotherhood and like you don't turn on each other when like stuff isn't going your way. So who's ever number up, we just got to be ready to attack the week and get ready to win a game Sunday.
Yeah, I want to ask you about that because that's pretty remarkable to me. That you know, obviously the season hasn't gone the way that you guys would want, and you know it's 8 straight losses, but you guys still seem as tight as ever. How is that happening? How are you guys still able to be getting along so well?
That's the standard around there. I mean, everybody's brothers, and like, and if you're not in with the team, like that's the quickest way. That's the quickest way you're not gonna be with us. So I mean, we all grind together, all the brothers, all spend time on and off the field. So I mean, that's just the standard around there. Like everybody's together. It's no bad energy. We know what we signed up for, and we just gotta stick together.
To that point, and as far as sticking together, I heard Sam Cosme on our midday show earlier today talking about the fact that players still had Dan Quinn's back, even though they've lost all these games in a row, and you're going to get a lot of negativity outside your walls. What would you say to that?
Yeah, nothing matters but the people in the room. Like we the ones who got to go to war for each other, and like we all in this together. And he's definitely our leader, and like nobody would have anything bad to say about him. Like great coach, and like we all got each other back. It's the brotherhood that we in. So I mean, everybody's locked in for sure.
Bill, always awesome to catch up with you, man. Have a great week, and we'll talk to you next week.
I appreciate you.
Be good, Bill.
Sounds good, dude.
Corey Krosky Merritt of the Commanders on our Beltway Blitz right here on Grant and Danny. Next, I want to get into the college football playoff field that is set and the consternation that it has caused for sports fans all over America right here on G&D.
This update is fed by Paisanos. Not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Giants on Sunday. 8 straight losses for Washington today. Roster moves. They signed Chris Moore to the practice squad and released wide receiver River Craycraft. Phillip Rivers is unretiring. He's going to join the Colts. The 44-year-old hasn't played in the NFL since 2020. Baseball, former Mets closer Edwin Diaz is heading across the country and joining the Dodgers on a record deal, 3 years, $69 million. The $23 million AAV is the highest ever for a reliever. Kyle Schwarber, the free agent, is re-signing with the Phillies, 5 years, $150 million. No one appreciates fan listeners more than Paisanos. Now, score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pastas, salads, and more. Add it all to the cart and use promo code FAN30. Order now at Paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30, 2 hours from right now tonight on G&D. I wanted to get into the college football playoff field that got set over the weekend. In fact, while we were sitting in the stands in Minneapolis getting ready for kickoff of the Commanders and the Vikings, the field came out officially, and the JMU Dukes are dancing. They are in the NC2A college football playoff. Really cool. The 12 seed going to take on the 5 seed Oregon for local college football fans. But there is so much controversy and turmoil as expected with what happened. So to run through it, some of the stuff sorts itself out as the year goes on. Most of it does. Yeah. Indiana plays Ohio State in the Big Ten championship. And by the way, Kurt Signetti, all he does is win. Google him.
Google him.
How amazing was that?
Beyond amazing.
For them to beat Ohio State and to go from, like, everyone says Maryland could never overtake Michigan and Ohio State in the Big Ten. They're just hoping to get to 8 wins. Indiana was in a way worse spot
than
Maryland.
They were worse than that.
And Signetti comes in there and in a couple of years has them number 1 in America going into the playoff with a bye and beating Ohio State in the Big Ten championship. Then you got Georgia and Texas Tech and Oregon and Ole Miss without Lane Kiffin and some of the mainstays in the country this year. But the big debate at the back end of the field of 12, it's a 12-team playoff, was if the ACC chaos developed and came to fruition, would that open the door for Tulane to be the 11 seed and for JMU to be the 12 seed? I think when it originally was developed as this, rules for the playoff bracket, everyone always assumed it had to be the Power 5 conferences that got the auto bids. There are 5 automatic bids for winning your college conference. The difference is it doesn't have to be the Power 5. It's just the 5 highest ranked conference winners. And so in a year where the ACC is terrible and Virginia somehow plays Duke in the conference championship game, when Virginia lost and Duke was the conference champion, Virginia fell below JMU as the number 24 team in the college football playoff rankings. They're obviously well below Tulane. And so the 5 highest ranked automatic bids to conference champions get in. And Tulane and JMU got those automatic bids. Think NCAA tournament, where it doesn't matter if you're one of the 64 best teams in America. If you win the Danny Rouillet conference.
Yeah, if you are under 500 in the Horizon East League and get hot and hit a buzzer beater, you're going. You're dancing. It's beautiful.
And so in JMU's case, that was not what they were. They were really good all year long. They won 8 of their conference game by double-digit points. They haven't lost since week 2. They're on an 11-game winning streak. They're 12-1, but they win the Sun Belt, which overtook the ACC, and they got the bid. That led to immense turmoil, though, because a 2-loss Notre Dame is left out of the college football playoff. The debate for Notre Dame came down to at-large bids, basically. Them against Miami, BYU, those types of non-conference champions that are all fighting for what was 1 spot instead of 2 or 3. If Tulane, not a better team than Notre Dame, or JMU, not a better team than Notre Dame, didn't have to be in the college football playoffs, then you could have had Alabama in, who ended up getting an at-large bid. They were 9th. You could have had Miami in, who ended up getting an at-large bid. The last one, they were 10th. You could have had Notre Dame in. they would have been 11th. And maybe even, honestly, like as a 12th team, you probably could add to Texas. Something like that, like a really, really good team that lost 3 games, including a loss to Florida. But instead, they had to include, based on the rules, JMU and Tulane. And that's the debate now, Danny, is should these schools be included if you're only having a 12-team playoff? Or when you expand this thing a little bit to 16 or so, should you save a space in the playoffs for the little guy? This is what Paul Feinbaum of ESPN had to say about this very subject.
Yeah, well, it's time to get rid of the G5 schools. And I know how they got in there. It was a compromise. But America does not want to see Tulane, nor do we want to see James Madison in the college football playoff. This is great in the NCAA basketball tournament, Greeny. There are 68 schools. There are only 12 here, and we don't need them around. And I'm not going to give you the, with all due respect, because I don't really care about Tulane or James Madison. They're both going to lose by 25 to 45 points. They'll be unwatchable games, and get them out of a playoff.
So that's Paul Feinbaum, who just wants to talk about how great the SEC is all day long on ESPN.
But yeah, guy's a millionaire by saying no one's going to beat Alabama.
He speaks for a lot of people like Ryan Clary when he says that. So here is the question. We can open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067. First of all, go Dukes, and congratulations to JMU. Is this the right collection of rules? Because for all the people, I'm texting with Clary leading up to this, and he's like, you can't put JMU in. I'm like, the rules say that the top 5 conference winners that are ranked get in. He's like, but you can't put them in. I'm like, there's a rule in place. You have to put them in. Well, you can't put them in. You hate the system or the rules. That's fine. But you can't change them midstream now. You can't say, well, the ACC sucked this year, so instead of having JMU get in representing the Sun Belt, we're not going to take the top 5 teams like we said we would that won their conference. That was always the rule. So the issue is now you're taking fewer of the at-large type teams that are really, really deserving in terms of being the best 12 in America. But do we like the idea, a la the NCAA tournament, that a JMU gets in to now possibly go be cannon fodder in Eugene, Oregon on December 2nd against Oregon? Do we like a Tulane-Ole Miss matchup? It feels a little more interesting because there's no Lane Kiffin in an 11-6 game on December 20th coming up. I think it's December 2nd. On December 20th, these 2 games are going to be played. Is this the way it should be? Or should they just take the top 12 teams that we think have the best chance to win the national championship in America?
So I'm much older than everybody that's here. And I lived in an era where the little guy was screwed. And I don't mean that hyperbolically. That was the policy. This was whatever the BCS. And before that, we just, the voters just voted and you had code number 1 sometimes and all sorts of weird crap would happen, despite teams having better resumes or otherwise. The idea that they would play football against each other decided has been the most wonderful gift to those of us that still care about this broken and messed up sport. So the refusal to include Boise State, the refusal to include University of Central Florida at various times. In fact, the TCU made it to the national championship game just before they adopted this field. Now they got woodshedded by an unbelievable Georgia juggernaut.
That was such a blowout.
They made it to the national championship game. They didn't lose their way in there. They didn't back their way in. They weren't just assigned it, etc. They should aspire to be more like the most perfect sporting event we have, which is the NCAA basketball tournament. It's the best thing we have. We have mastered it. We kick everybody's ass around the world. They're all jealous of it. It's incredible. So including the little guy is perfect. The objections shouldn't be over somebody that did everything they possibly could have in a James Madison or a Tulane. The objection should be you've got Miami well behind Notre Dame for months. All of a sudden, they jump them in the final rankings. Notre Dame was ahead of Alabama, who had a middling performance against Auburn, who's 5-7. Alabama gets woodshedded by Georgia in their conference title game, jumps over Notre Dame, and they're out. That should be where the objection is. Less so than having James Madison in the field, less so than having Tulane in the field. The little guy should absolutely be a thing to try to level this stupid, uneven playing field that's only getting more uneven because of NIL and the amount of money that these major mega programs can pour in. Hundreds of millions where the little guy can't do that. It should be a great success story. That's more fun, frankly, than an overrated, bloated Notre Dame team that's always overhyped. This group is actually pretty good, by the way. And I know they made it to the national title game not too long ago. But typically, they're ranked 8th in the country. They lose to Pitt and drop another game to like Stanford somewhere along the way. Or Northern Illinois gets them, but they still get a major bowl and NBC time. I've had enough of that. I want to see James Madison. So with all due respect to Captain Fun Sponge, Mr. Feinbaum, good afternoon, Mr. Feinbaum. Wrong. I do want to see that. The country wants to see that. That's special. I know the fans in the SEC get mad. They think everybody that has an SEC schedule should automatically go. It's not your birthright. Like, to me, room for the little guys, what makes amateur, it's still amateur to a degree, sports special. So yeah, they absolutely belong. The flipping and inconsistent rhetoric, though, that's upsetting.
Yeah, so I think I've changed my mind on this a little bit over the years. I was more and have been, give me the best playoff games. I don't care who's in or who isn't. Give me, at the end of the year, who are the 12 best odds teams to win a national championship? Put them in the 12-team playoff, and let's have the best playoff possible. But why should you be so exclusionary? At the beginning of the year, why should all the other conferences other than the big boys not have any chance to win a national championship?
That's the point.
It's not fair. It's not correct. So I actually do like the automatic bids. I think it's reasonable. I would expect,
because otherwise they'd be colluded against.
Yes.
Which has happened my whole life.
Happens all the time.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that I think this year, and there's always going to be this situation, it was super complicated because you mentioned Alabama. Let me go there for a second. I think you had to put Alabama in, because if you didn't put Alabama in, conference championship games are over as we know them. That's not a world I want to live in. In other words, Alabama accepts and goes and plays in the SEC title game. Teams that don't play in a conference championship game, that just stop their season with 2 losses, don't get to go play in the Big Ten, the SEC title game, whatever, just sit back and watch Alabama try to win a championship. And now you penalize them for playing one of the best teams in America, Georgia, in a conference championship game, and they get handled, and it's a 3rd loss, and you go, see, now you don't get in. Why would anyone ever go play in an SEC title game again? If I'm going to get in by not playing in it with 2 losses, that's not the spirit of college football or what we should be doing. So you had to include Alabama, or else literally you're kissing conference championships and the power conferences goodbye forever. So I think that's a non-starter. Alabama gets in. Now, you could also say, by the way, correct me if I'm wrong, BYU played in a conference championship game. It was held against them.
Yeah.
Now, that's a little bit hypocritical.
Yeah, they got woodshedded by Texas Tech, who's real good.
I think Texas Tech beat them a little more handily, and I also just don't think, if we're being honest, I know everyone wants to make that the same argument, like analogous. BYU and Alabama are not the same. Alabama's a better football team. I think if they were favored,
I think so too.
Played on a neutral site, Alabama would be like an 8-point favorite or something.
Yeah, I think so too.
But if you want to say it was held against BYU, you're right. But I think particularly in the SEC with a team like Alabama, you cannot exclude them after they lose to Georgia, because that would have been the final SEC championship game we've seen. I think that's bad for college football. And as a fan, it's not what I want. The Notre Dame-Miami thing's really interesting too. Notre Dame played Miami earlier this year, and they lost head-to-head.
Yes, they did.
Now, why was Miami behind them in the rankings after that for so long, and then got leapt at the end when Notre Dame was ahead of them, and then Miami leaps them at the the very end to get in? I can't answer that. That you're right. I would be mad about that if I'm a Notre Dame fan. But if I'm debating these 2 teams with almost identical resumes, same record, very similar, and I won head-to-head over this team, you're going to let them in and me out? I think
it's not crazy.
When it came down to those 2, it's a tie. It's not like anybody head-to-head ever gets in. It's not like if Duke had beaten my Notre Dame, they would have gotten in over them. This was basically a tiebreaker where they literally played head-to-head, and Miami beat Notre Dame. So I think in that case, you had to put Alabama in, because you can't lose the SEC title game forever, or conference championship games. You had to put Miami in over Notre Dame because of the head-to-head in what was a tiebreaker. So I don't know what else they could have really done. I actually think, as crazy as it sounds, they actually got this right, even though someone got screwed.
So my response to Alabama is, it wasn't necessarily, to me, what it should have been is, they needed to win in the SEC championship game or have a good showing to secure their place, because of their losses and their shaky resume.
But that's not where they were in the rankings. That's not how it would have been viewed, which is still damaging to it was viewed going into the week. They are a lock to be in unless they lose, and the committee holds that against them.
Which I thought was an incorrect assessment. I guess that's kind of my point. Like, again, I have no problem on a blind taste test challenge putting Miami ahead of Notre Dame. It's the fact that they weren't, and nothing changed.
That part
Miami didn't play in their league championship.
Yep.
Notre Dame's just sitting there minding their business as much of a lock as anybody. And all of a sudden, they dropped down a whole bunch of spots, despite Alabama barely eking out a win over Auburn, who's terrible, and then losing dominated against Georgia, and now Notre Dame's outside looking in.
The only thing I can think about this, and we'll take calls on this next, 800-636-1067, is that throughout the season, they were not pitting those two head to head directly. It was just we're ranking everyone blind resume, whatever.
Mhm.
And then at the end, it came down to one of these two teams get in, Miami or Notre Dame. And they had Miami ranked, one spot behind Notre Dame or whatever. And they go, well, wait a second. Are we really going to it's these two teams who are basically tied.
Yep.
And they played head to head and Miami beat them. That ends the conversation.
Had they been tied all season long and like there's a half spot between them or whatever, it'd make more sense to me. But it's the number of spots that Miami had to jump.
I can't explain that one. I'm not telling you it all makes sense. But I will tell you that I think they got it right. I think based on the system in place. Now, if you want to change the system, and that's the question, should JMU be able to get a seat at the table out of the Sun Belt? Because everyone thinks they're going to lose to Oregon by 30 points. Should Tulane be able to get in representing their conference in a year like this? That is a reasonable enough question, and we're going to hit that one on the phones next. Do you like that these smaller conference schools got the auto bids here, or would you have rather seen Notre Dame, or I think the better example might be like a Texas than an independent like Notre Dame, who had, played 2 losable games. They lost the 2 games, and then they woodshedded everybody else the rest of the year. 800-636-1067 is how you hop in on Grant and Danny.
Yeah, well, it's time to get rid of the G5 schools. And I know how they got in there. It was a compromise. But America does not want to see Tulane, nor do we want to see James Madison in the college football playoff. This is great in the NCAA basketball tournament, Greeny. There are 68 schools. There are only 12 here, and we don't need them around. And I'm not going to give you the, with all due respect, because I don't really care about Tulane or James Madison. They're both going to lose by 25 to 45 points. They'll be unwatchable games, and get them out of a playoff.
That's Paul Feinbaum of ESPN on JMU and Tulane making the college football 12-team playoff field with Notre Dame 10-2. Texas and others on the outside looking in, including BYU. JMU in the last ranking that we got was 24th in the country via the playoffs.
Yeah, so it's not like it's some tiny mid-major, RPI number 77 or something crazy.
No, but if you were just taking the 12 best resumes,
it wouldn't be on it.
In theory, there's like 10 teams ahead of them maybe that got left out. But the rules are the rules. And it says that the 5 best conference champions get auto bids. And people have an issue with that. We want to get your thoughts. 800-636-1067. As a reminder, Friday show, we're back out and about. Friday field trip, we're going to be at Craft House in Fairfax.
Oh, we are back at Craft House. Yes, sir.
We love that spot. So come on out, Craft House Fairfax on Friday. Let's go to Tim in Arlington. What's up, Tim?
How's it going, Danny?
Hey, buddy.
So I'm a Virginia fan, so I mean, you can take this how you want. But
sorry, dude.
I personally, it's all right. It happens. It was a great year, but yeah. So the JMU, I think they deserve to be have a seat at the table. I mean, why do we play these games to begin with if there's not a chance for glory? Either they get into the playoffs, or they'll have to have some other tournament because they have a season just like any other team, and I think people want to watch those games. There's millions of fans of all those teams, and they have a chance to play. They have a chance to win. I mean, what type of storyline would it be if just take the best teams and there's no chance for an upset? I think that's what college sports are really about.
100%.
What's the betting line, by the way? Someone look that up for me. Oregon JMU opening line. I haven't seen it yet. What would you think? I'm guessing it's like 14.5 or 16.5.
Yeah, I would have said upper teens.
I think that's probably what it's
Oregon's nasty.
I disagree with Feinbaum, though, when he says nobody wants to see this. Does nobody want to see the 15 play the 2 in college basketball? Does nobody want to see the 14 play the 3? Are you crazy?
Yeah.
It's literally the whole point of the tournament. Everybody's rooting for the 3.
Nobody cared about Florida Gulf Coast until they did.
By the way, that's a bigger line than I thought. 21.5. I mean, so they're expecting just a woodshed game. JMU might cover that. Not might. I'll pick it. JMU's going to cover that number. Let's go to Kevin in Arlington. What's up, Kevin? How are you?
Hey, guys. Well, as a JMU graduate, I mean, Feinbaum couldn't be more of a fuddy-duddy, foggy-brained, foolish analyst. I mean, listen, here's the deal. They were saying mostly the same thing most of the season last year about the Indiana Hoosiers, who took our coach is on his staff, and 15 of our stud players, and showed the world they deserve to be there, and now they're the number 1 team in the nation. Okay? And what did JMU do? We immediately rebuilt, and we're back in the picture.
Yeah.
And so, listen, a couple of things. It is, to use your analogy, Grant, about March Madness and expanding the tournament, it's in the best interest of college football to continue to expand the playoff. It's not JMU's fault that it's a field is 12 and not 16 or whatever, but it's important to let mid-majors grow their programs and eventually have something that's more akin to what you have in March Madness, where you have not 12 teams, maybe you got 24 teams. And JMU has historically, in football and other sports, been able to handle the David role in the David versus Goliath matchups. It's happened many times. For you all, this is the best example I can give. We drew North Carolina in March Madness in the spring of '82, the Michael Jordan, James Worthy team, and we almost beat them. We scared the daylights out of them. They beat us by 3. And when Billy Packer, while the Carolina Tar Heels are cutting down the nets, interviews Worthy, he starts with, "We owe JMU a lot of credit for this win because they got our minds right and got us going."
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, I love that. Good story.
Appreciate you, Kev. And there's plenty of football examples before they made the leap into the Sun Belt where whether it was Tech or any of these other games that they played, they were a powerhouse at their division, and then they go up to the Sun Belt, and they've been a buzzsaw. I like giving these teams a seat at the table. It could fix itself if you go to 16 teams and then you keep the system as it is.
The argument will always be like the 17th team that didn't get in. There's always going to be somebody that's going to grouse, but it's
deeper
better.
down the board you go,
totally.
it does get better because now we're
100%.
talking about the team being upset has 4 losses, or
Totally.
and it's like, get over yourself.
Exactly. I mean, there are plenty of teams. Like if we're doing the best 12, I'd argue that Vanderbilt belongs in there. The 2 SEC losses, their schedule much tougher than a lot of these teams. You already mentioned Texas. There's plenty of great teams to go around, but I don't think that's exactly the point here. At the highest level of it, yeah, your teams that have buys reflect the best resumes in the country. After that, there should be a little bit of mix and match. The oddity of the matchup is part of the allure to me.
Should teams like JMU have a seat at the table if they don't expand to 16? Yes or no? 800-636-1067. Also, did the committee do the right thing, in your opinion? Notre Dame out, Alabama in, Miami in. Why did Miami leap them at the end? We'll finish up this conversation. I want to get back into Jaden Daniels and whether or not he's going to play on Sunday. We'll do all of that to kick off the 5 o'clock hour next.
This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Giants on Sunday. Roster moves today for the team. They signed Chris Moore to the practice squad, released wide receiver River Craycraft. Also in the NFL, Phillip Rivers is unretiring and joining the Colts. The 44-year-old hasn't played in the NFL since 2020. Monday Night Football last night, the Chargers beat the Eagles 22-19 in overtime. In baseball, former Mets closer Edwin Diaz signing a record deal with the Dodgers, 3 years, $69 million, highest AAV ever for a reliever. Kyle Schwarber is re-signing with the Phillies, 5 years, $150 million. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement, our brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The Grant and Danny radio show is brought to you by the law firm Condorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys will take care of you and your family. Schedule a consultation for free right now with their team, Fairfax-based lawyers, kmlawyers.com. They're our buddies. Tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Tell Kia that I enjoyed playing football with him at U.S. Bank Stadium, and tell Wasim that he put on a clinic. As always, planning out the trip.
It was phenomenal. I will also tell you, congratulate Kia. I thought I looked him off. So we're playing 4-on-4 foosball at, what's it called, U.S. Bank Stadium? I just called it Minnesota Stadium.
Yeah, but it's U.S. Bank
U.S.
Stadium.
Bank, yeah. And I'm looking at you.
On the field, by the way.
On the field.
We scored points. The Commanders didn't, but we did.
Yeah, we had more touchdowns than they did. I thought I looked him off. I'm throwing to Omar on an in-breaking route. Kia looked off my look-off, steps in front, and picked it off.
Bad pick.
I thought I drilled it in there. He had it all day. It looked effortless. That hurt.
It looked like one of those like rookie quarterback. Didn't see the
Never
linebacker.
saw him.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw him. I thought I looked him off, and that one bothered me.
Phones are full. We're going to hit them hard here. 800-636-1067. We're talking about the NCAA college football playoff 12-team field. Notre Dame gets left out, and its fan base is very whiny and upset. One of the members of that fan base who's been very vocal is Ryan Clary. And he won't stop complaining about Notre Dame being left out. This all started, by the way, as JMU was punching its ticket with the Virginia loss. He's in the chat on Saturday night. JMU's not going to make it. They're not going to make it. It's like, yes, they have an automatic bid. Are you new here? What do you mean? They're not going to get in. They got in because of the automatic bid, which I know Clary does not like. But Notre Dame football fan, you've been chomping at the bit to chat here to defend your 10-2 Irish, who lost the 2 losable games on their schedule this year, and then went and ran the table as we all predicted they would.
They beat Stanford.
The rest of their schedule. What do we think?
I mean, here's what I think. Like, if you want to look at it from 5,000 feet up, like, go for it. I'm looking at this thing from an airplane, man, like 30,000 feet up. This whole process is so bad. It's so bad. And again, we can argue if Notre Dame is better than Miami. I think a lot of people today would pick Notre Dame to beat Miami. If you look at that week 1 game, CJ Carr's making his first start. You watch him down the stretch. He was a second-year player. Riley Leonard was a starter last year.
Do you think they should have gotten in over Miami, who beat them? What would you have said if Notre Dame beat them and Miami got over them?
I mean, of course I'd be upset. Like, I get it. I get why Miami does have to beat them.
So
But
your
again,
issue's not Miami getting in then?
I mean, it's a little bit because, again, if you look a few years ago with Florida State was undefeated, won the ACC, but then in that moment, their quarterback had a broken leg or whatever happened to him in the final week or in the ACC championship. And they made a decision then when they were like the number 2 team. They're like, you know what? Right now, this team is not a top 4 team. What changed this year? Notre Dame was always ranked ahead in the college football playoff committee. They were ranked ahead of Miami. In the AP poll, they were ranked ahead there. Nothing has changed. And then all of a sudden, a last-second decision, you move Miami ahead of Notre Dame. So again, it is about who is the best team right now. I don't think many people are making the argument that Miami is a better team right now than Notre Dame. And that is the committee doing that.
But that's not what it was about for the committee.
It's 100% what it was about. It's not about head-to-head matchups. It is about who is the better team right now.
But
with
the
these
committee's
at-large
saying
bids.
otherwise. You're arguing with the committee who just ruled for something. They chose Miami based on the head-to-head win. They said as much.
Exactly, because it looks bad. But if you look back a few years ago, what was it for Florida State then?
So I get that there's inconsistency
There's
from years ago.
inconsistencies everywhere.
Sure.
And that is an issue.
So be upset with the hypocrisy. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is you want Notre Dame in. Who's getting out?
Miami. Bama.
So your issue is Miami. You've been screaming about JMU for 3 days.
Well,
Now
yes,
you're
because
talking
again,
about
my
Miami.
30,000 foot issue is this. JMU has zero business going to Eugene, Oregon, being a 21.5 point underdog and even thinking that they will be in any chance be in that game. No chance they will be in that game. That is an issue. And I think if you're a college football fan or a sports fan in general, let me ask you this.
So what are you worried about? That they're going to get blown out?
Yes, and it's going to be an embarrassment.
Like when Notre Dame lost to Alabama 31-14?
Yes, in the national championship.
Or when they lost to Clemson 30-3?
In the national championship.
Or when they lost to Ohio State 44-24?
Again.
Or when they lost to Alabama again 42-14?
In the national championship, a top two team that earned their way up.
When there was no playoff, when they just kind of showed up there.
Okay, but this past season, did they earn their way to the championship? Did they?
Last year?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
What about this year when they're a better team?
No, they played 2 games they could lose and they lost them both.
Yeah, they lost to a Texas A&M team.
44th hardest strength of schedule in America. If it was 22nd, they'd be in the playoff. It wasn't.
I'm not trying to argue you, Grant. Answer this question.
Yeah.
Do you want the best teams in the playoffs? Do you want, as a sports fan, do you want the best teams in the playoffs?
This is where I think I've changed my mind.
Yes or no?
I have always said yes. I now say if that means that a JMU and a Tulane can't get in, then no, I don't think that's best for college football.
What do you why do you think it's best for JMU to be going to?
Because they already are losing all their players to the power schools with the stupid system that's currently
why
in
do
place.
they? Why do they
More
lose?
money?
Because they have more money. But here's my point. It's why is it good for the sport, for college football? If only like 40 programs can make the playoffs out of 12, if only 3 or 4 conferences can do it, what a waste of time for everybody else.
But that's not our issue at this point. This is what we have. Like, you can't just jump everything.
Is what I'm talking about, which is that teams can get in, and any JMU, the entire Sun Belt's alive, the entire American is alive because there's a path with automatic bids. If you have your way and it's just the top 12 teams in America, it's over before it starts. It's the Big Ten, the ACC, the SEC. Now, the ACC sucks, but it's over right there.
So let me
12.
pull it back and piggyback here for Ryan for a second. You go back to week 11 in the college football rankings, the playoff rankings. Notre Dame is 9th. Miami is 6 spots behind them at 15th. The last 5 games of the season, Notre Dame finishes stronger than does Miami. Miami has a loss in there. Notre Dame does not. Notre Dame is playing better football, and they beat the brakes off of everybody, whereas Miami loses to SMU. So the last 5 weeks, something changed, and it wasn't based on results. If you had Miami ahead of Notre Dame all the time because they won head-to-head, that makes a lot of sense to a lot of people. You could grouse about it and be annoyed that the overall resume isn't as strong, and it's about who's playing better now, et cetera. But you look from the moment, 5 weeks ago, for example, as I said, Miami loses to SMU, beats Syracuse, beats NC State, beats Virginia Tech, and beats Pitt. Notre Dame has 5 wins, ripping off people, beat the hell out of Pitt, and killed everybody.
Here's what I wonder.
They drop out, and Miami leapfrogs them. If you did that 6, 8, 10 weeks ago,
yes,
fine. You do it now, it looks ridiculous.
So twofold. One, here's what I wonder, and I don't know the answer. Did Miami's strength of schedule improve during that time and Notre Dame's got worse? I don't know. But I know that Notre Dame had the 44th hardest schedule in the country. Is it possible that because they had played the hard games early, that maybe it went from like 19th to 44th? And over that time,
totally
that hurt. I don't know. The other thing is, I agree. I've said this since 30 minutes ago. I totally agree that the fact that Notre Dame was ahead of Miami and then ended up behind them makes no sense. I can't explain that. I think it's ridiculous. And if I was Clary, I would be livid about that. But, different sentence, when you're pitting those 2 teams, it came down to 1 spot for 2 teams, Miami and Notre Dame. They're dead even, basically, with resume. I would have said, they played head-to-head? Oh, okay, that's easy. Who won? It's over now. you're saying, why weren't they doing that 5 weeks ago? I don't know why they weren't. But they weren't saying who's better, Notre Dame or Miami, 5 weeks ago either. You see what I'm saying? They were
Sort
they were
of,
doing
yeah.
an entire ranking. But when it came down to one of the two teams get in, would you have put Notre Dame in over Miami?
Given the way the rankings had gone, yes.
Rankings excluded. I'm just saying, knowing what we know about the resumes.
If I don't, rankings aren't part of it.
Yes.
Blind taste test, I put Miami in.
See, me too. And to me, that's my point. In the end,
Which is a good point.
Right.
Totally. But the process, it makes it look so slapdash, so like, wait a minute, hold on, they beat them. We got to change it. It looks so gump.
I
it
agree.
looks so podunk amateur hour. Again, the number of spots between them, if it's 10 versus 11 in these rankings, and they leapfrogged last week, I go, okay, there are 5 teams in between them.
So, Rhino,
for these ranks.
Your issue is twofold, it sounds like. What you've been yelling at me about on text for 3 days is JMU and Tulane.
Yeah, he's chirping about the Dukes.
You're saying that you hate the system. But you're separating that now to say I'm dealing with what is.
Yeah.
And your issue with what is that Miami came from behind you to climb over you.
I want to know,
did was beat teams.
Exactly. I want to know what changed. I want to know exactly what changed. And we'll never know that. Like, again, they'll just be like, oh, well, you guys lost to them week 1. And you're like, all right, you know what? You're right. But again, I go back to Florida State a few years ago. They made the decision that right then and there, that is not a top 4 team, even though it went undefeated. They're a big-time program at Florida State. And they're like, you know what? Their quarterback broke their leg. They had some other injuries. They're not a top 4 team as of right now. So they set that standard then that we are judging how good this team is right here and right now. Notre Dame is a better football team than Miami. But what changed between this year and just 2 years ago?
So that's fine. I get that. But I think it's even a different committee. I think the people change.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, 2 years ago and now, they could have just shifted their entire philosophy.
And you're right. But
it's
then
not like
again,
it's all written on paper.
But what happened to the philosophy last Tuesday when it was Notre Dame ahead of Notre Dame?
We keep coming back to that.
I know.
I can't answer that one.
And that's the big question, though.
Here's what I'll say. If I didn't think they got it right, I would be more mad. My point is the team that beat the team head-to-head got in. I think it would be more insane if they had the same record, similar, like everything, and then the team that lost head-to-head didn't get in. But do you agree with the tough guy take that a lot of us have where we go, you lost 2 games. I do feel bad for you, but if you only lost one of those, you'd be in. Like that is a thing, right? I mean, it's not like it's like Notre Dame had the same record as JMU or one of these teams or one loss. If they went undefeated, they'd be in. They got to answer for some of this too. They lost to Miami.
Yeah,
and
they made themselves vulnerable, which is fair.
The
100%.
2 best games they played or teams they played, they lost to both of them.
100%. You're right. They did. But again, I think there is some context needed there. Like I know, and you're going to hear this saying, it's like every Notre Dame fan ever, we almost beat Texas A&M. That was a close game at home.
It was a great game.
Notre Dame lost. The week 1 game, I can excuse that one away. It's CJ Carr's first start, second-year quarterback. Jeremiah Love was not Jeremiah Love. And oh, by the way, there was a literal monsoon rainstorm happening in August in Miami for that game.
They had to play in it too. So
Exactly.
the data point's the data point. If you want to put less weight on, I think that's fine.
Here's the other thing too, Danny, that ricks me a little bit with like the Notre Dame fans. And this is just going back and forth with Rhino the last couple of days, is he goes, should be the top 12 teams. It's all that matters, blah, blah. Well, of course you want that Notre Dame guy because you go 10-2 every year because you lose the 2 teams that you play that are any damn good. And then you're not in a conference. You just rip off the rest of your schedule. And there's no reason they should ever lose 3 games except for the years that they lose to Northern Illinois. If that doesn't happen, you're going to go 10-2 every year and you just get in. So it's no wonder you want it that way. Toby, do you have any issue with what happened?
No, I think they got it right because of you don't want to set bad precedent. And unfortunately for Notre Dame, they end up in a bad spot where they get screwed because of a weak ACC champion, because of the fact that you have to go with the top 5 ranked conference champions getting an auto bid. James Madison gets in. I know Ryan's argument has been that Notre Dame's clearly better than James Madison, and no one's going to argue that. But with the auto bid, the current system, that's correct. You can't kick Alabama out because then no one's going to want to play in conference championship games. And by the way, I know people bring up the BYU thing, but Alabama also beat that same Georgia team that beat them in the SEC championship game earlier in the year. So while it wasn't a great performance for them, they've also beaten that team that they just lost to. So I'm fine with them staying in. And then head-to-head has to matter. So Miami should get in ahead of Notre Dame. And then, unfortunately, there's no more spots left. That's why Notre Dame is left right there at number 13, the first team out.
By the way, we're going to talk more about the Notre Dame part of this tomorrow. But I do just want to say, before we hit the phones, if you have anything you'd like to defend yourself with, them taking their ball and going home like children.
That's all I want to talk about, by the way.
What a joke.
I love to talk about this.
You should be, not you personally, it's not your fault.
But a little bit.
What an embarrassing thing for that program. What a bunch of children.
I'll say this.
I don't mean the kids who are actually like paid professional children, but I mean the grown-ups that decided that. What a joke.
At first,
it made me so much happier that they were left out.
I get it. I get your side of it. At first, I was like, wow, that's bad. But now after hearing everything, I'm so psyched.
You would be.
I'm so psyched.
I mean, it's just a
Fire me up, Marcus Freeman. Let's go.
Yeah, tomorrow on the show, I want to talk about that because I loved what the Vanderbilt coach said. Somebody asked, like, are you guys going to play in a bowl game? And he's like, are you kidding? We love football here. So, yeah, we're going to play in a bowl game. Like, it was just such a good answer. Meanwhile, Notre Dame's like, if we can't play the way we want to, we're not going to play at all. And they literally took the ball so no
They
one could
literally
play.
said you can't play us.
Oh, my God. Let's go rapid fire here. We got to hit the phones. Eric in Fairfax, you're up.
Hey guys, thanks for the time. I'll be quick. Basically, I don't know if I have a perfect solution to it. Like, I'm okay at its core with the smaller schools that win their conference championship to make the, playoffs, whether it's the same or expanded. My thing, or what I would tweak, is I wouldn't, and I know this will never happen just because of the money, TV ratings, and all the, they want the ranked matchups earlier on. But in my opinion, you shouldn't have any rankings within the first 3-4 weeks. Let the teams play it out, and so you can see who truly is a good team and not a bad team, because you have at Notre Dame, like you guys have been talking about, that just been inflated with the rankings based on last year or the recruiting class. They lose their 2 games, but then they have time to make up for by crushing all these average teams.
It's a good call. Thank you. What do you make of that? Like if we waited a month to do the first ranking?
Yeah, I mean, they do wait for a while. I mean, it's just so hard for me to get around certain stuff. Like Alabama lost 2 of their last 4 games and moved up 3 spots in the rankings.
Well, the college football playoff rankings start later.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, you're talking about
I'm
rankings.
If there's no rankings until a month into the season, I think that would be a bad idea.
I like that a lot, actually.
Let's go to John in D.C. John, go for it.
Hey, guys. I'll be really quick here. I just got a quick example. So I went to Longwood University, right? And this isn't a one-to-one example, but we've made the tournament a couple times now. First year was really exciting. We were like a 14 or 15, if I recall. We were going up against Tennessee. And, we all know we're going to lose by 30. But that little voice that I can't lie to you I had that said,
what if they
why not us?
Yeah.
That's why we watch sports.
It's so true, man.
Thank you.
You need that voice in your head. And when that voice goes away, we all lose. Tim in Cleveland, what's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. We could probably talk for hours on end about what's wrong with college football. And you can't compare it to March Madness. It's just not the same thing. Okay? The sizes of the players and everything. And I'll admit it, I am biased. I am a Notre Dame fan through and through. I can't necessarily argue about Miami getting in over Notre Dame entirely. I do believe you got to also look at what Miami lost. They lost to, I think it was Louisville. I mean, they lost to lesser competition. So that should also play into it as well.
Good point.
But I am also, I don't know if you guys saw the John Gruden thing, and I'm not the biggest fan of some of his opinions, but he did talk about how, hey, when he was in the NFL, you're based in divisions, and you play in every team in your division. You have teams that in their own conference that don't even play each other, and that kind of factors into it. You have conferences that are not playing the same type of competition.
The problem is now there's so many teams in some of these conferences.
Yeah.
You couldn't do that
your whole
if you wanted
schedule. If you played a Big Ten schedule, which there's 17, 18 teams, whatever, that'd be all your games.
We also, it's more than all your games. You couldn't play everybody in a college season. Let's go to Tom and Manassas on the fan. What's up, Tom?
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Ryan, you epitomized the Notre Dame fan base. Go watch that Miami game again. They had a 2.0 PFF grade on their offensive line. Miami never trailed in that game and dominated it despite the final score. So your anger needs to be with the ACC and their crazy tiebreaker rule. And What about next year when it's guaranteed that if Notre Dame finishes 12th, they get an automatic berth in the championship? Again, not fair. Notre Dame has been the darling, has got so much benefit of the doubt throughout the decades. I think it's great, and it just epitomizes them that they took their ball and went home after they lost.
Well, Tom,
so go ahead and
you know what? You bring up good points, but you hate us because you hate us. Number one, Notre Dame is just the cream of the crop of college football.
That's
and
tough.
then number two, you mentioned the PFF grades. Our offensive line was shattered. It was pouring rain. You had injuries across both lines. That does matter. That does.
It was intermittent rain at best. Miami has the
It was
best
not. It
defensive
was a
line in the
monsoon.
country.
It was a monsoon, man.
Go look at Reuben Baines' numbers. Who's going to get drafted higher? Go look at Akeem Mesidor. Keep an eye on that D-line this next weekend as they're going to dominate A&M. You can say what you want. They lost.
Future Washington defensive end, Mr. Bain.
Yeah, he might be. Thank you, Tom. I'm going back now to look at the rain that night. Ryan's acting like it's going sideways, Bubba Gump style. Let's go to Ian in Fairfax. What's up, Ian? How are you?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Hey, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to talk about the JMU thing real quick, I think, but I'm a Hurricane fan, so if you don't mind, I would like to talk about that real quick. So I think JMU should have gotten in because, I mean, obviously the conference rules, the way this works, that JMU should get in. And plus, everybody should have seen this coming because the ACC, the all crappy conference, just disperses as usual. But as far as the Miami Notre Dame debate, if this head-to-head just didn't matter, then why are we playing the games? I mean, yeah, I know it happened in August, and I heard people talking about CJ Carr was still trying to figure it out. Well, what about Carson Beck too? I mean, he was injured in the spring, he barely got to play in the fall, and yeah, I mean, we're just. I feel like we're just going back and forth.
No, I'm with you on all that. I actually think it's a good point. I mean, I can't stand that. It was CJ Carr's first game. Well, then he can't play. We're not allowed to play
By the way,
him.
look at this. So this is 24-14 in the second half. They're down 10 points.
Yeah.
There's no rain.
Look, it only rains when Notre Dame has the ball. You have to wait. You have to wait.
I'm clicking through this game. I have yet to see rain.
No, it rained some. It was squishy on the field.
I remember it raining a little bit. He's acting like the game was impacted severely
Yeah,
by a monsoon.
only Notre Dame had to play with it though. But
no,
what's irritating about this to me is all your arguments make sense for who should get in over who. The thing I will not get past, I keep bringing it back to this. The committee didn't think so for months. The people that are paid to rank these things did not have it ranked that way for months. To the last college sport, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. The Miami beat Notre Dame. They absolutely did. Their resume after beating Bethune and losing to Louisville and SMU, two of their, down the stretch, not playing particularly well. The committee decided that's not worthwhile compared to other teams that are ahead of them. They don't play, and they leapfrog Notre Dame at the very end. I cannot get past that.
That is the part of this that makes the least sense and should incense Notre Dame fans the most. That should be the number one and maybe the only good argument, I think, that they have. But I think they landed in the right place. The team that they played head-to-head, by the way, I still can't find any rain. I'll keep looking.
It was a little wet.
Guy, I'm watching in 5K high definition. It's just a bunch of dudes running around on a dry surface.
You can see it's squishy a little bit.
It was so squishy. It really was. No, seriously.
This is bad.
I know, but please, I literally have the tweet up right now of them talking about the heavy rain all day in August in Florida.
I'm clicking through the game.
I know.
I can't find rain.
It was raining. I have a highlight of you can see the rain.
Miami played it too.
Everyone needs to understand it rains sometimes. He was acting like
Poor.
It was the 49ers when Washington last got shut out at Northwest State.
And only when they had the ball.
Here's how wet it was. Look at this one-handed 20-yard catch that this guy's making on the goal line because the ball's so slick.
Well, that was good defense
so
by Notre
wet.
Dame. They had two guys watching it right there.
That's the fall
They
down.
had great
by
views
10.
of it.
Brent and Danny on the Fan did what happened with Jaden Daniels in Minnesota. Change how you feel about whether or not he should be playing moving forward. G&D on the Fan.
We're Grant and Danny would like to tell you about Window Nation. If you need to replace your windows, but maybe you put it off over the years and months because of cost, it's actually good you waited until now because you can take advantage of Window Nation's end-of-year sale. 50% off all window styles. You could get 0% interest. That's 0% interest financing for 5 years. Replace those old busted windows that are costing you money each and every month with custom-built high-quality windows from Window Nation. I've done it a couple different places I've lived. Grant's done it too.
Love me some Window Nation. They took care of me. They took care of Danny. We've sent friends to them. If you need new windows, this is your spot. You might not even know it. You want to lower those energy bills? You want to keep your house warmer in the winter? Window Nation is the way to do it. 50% off all windows, 0% interest financing for 5 years.
I got a house full of windows. I have saved thousands over the years on my utility bills. Don't wait to put an end to your window problem. Schedule a fast free estimate now at windownation.com or give them a call at 866-90Nation.
This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for the Giants. They've lost 8 straight games, looking to end that losing streak on Sunday. Roster moves for the Commanders today. They signed wide receiver Chris Moore to the practice squad, released wide receiver River Craycraft. River like the monsoon in Miami for Miami and Notre Dame. Phillip Rivers is unretiring and joining the Colts, 44 years old, hasn't played in the NFL since 2020. Baseball, former Mets closer Edwin Diaz is signing with the Dodgers. 3 years, $69 million. $23 million is the highest AAV ever for a reliever. Kyle Schwarber is re-signing with the Phillies, 5 years, $150 million. Baldino's Lock and Keys, your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
And again, a 4-man rush. It's batted into the air, and Andrew Van Ginkel gets the pick, chased by McLaurin, and down inside the 30-yard line.
And with that play, Jaden Daniels hobbled over to the sideline, got tended to by trainers, went into the blue tent, and his day was done. We await word now on what's next. Will he miss this weekend's game in the Meadowlands? Could he be right back on the field playing? If what Dan Quinn said after the game on Monday is correct and true, Danny, then there's no reason he shouldn't play Sunday. If he was ready to go right back into the game and there was no added
You would think, right?
issue, right? Then he should be able to play against the Giants. That's how I'm viewing it.
Me too.
The question I've got is, how many people are like Danny, though, and their opinion actually changed on Sunday? Last week, I advocated on these airwaves that Jaden Daniels play against the Vikings, and I'm advocating now that he plays against the Giants and in any game that he's healthy. I'll reserve the possibility, maybe if there's a bunch of injuries and a bunch of guys aren't available, that in the final week or maybe even the penultimate week of the season, maybe I shut him down a couple weeks from now. But for the most part, as of right now, until I feel like he's at a place where he doesn't desperately need more reps to not only help learn how to not get hurt, but also, more importantly, to just play ball at a higher level, I'm going to keep sending him up there, Top Gun style, and we're sending him out. I have not changed on that. But I know after seeing him get hurt for a third straight game, your opinion is different, and I just want to know if anybody else has changed as well. 800-636-1067. Pointedly, the question is, did Sunday's setback against the Vikings, where he got treatment and didn't go back in the game, shift how you feel about whether or not he should be playing, yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand your perspective on it. It's a good one. It all happened right in front of us, by the way. I mean, I'm not even being hyperbolic. Right in front of us.
It's wild, the view we had. Just to give people an idea, were we 10 rows up?
7 rows deep. We were
That's
V3, section V3, row 7.
If you watch Hard Knocks tonight, when Jaden Daniels' mom, who's 2 or 3 rows up, is on camera, just know that we're literally 4 rows behind her.
Yeah, when they show her from the field towards the stands,
look for us.
You'll see us. I was probably eating an ice cream sandwich at that moment.
It's going to be hilarious if we actually do make it. But yeah, I mean, we are behind her by 4 rows. That's where we were.
So
at the 50.
Yeah, right at the 46 or 47, depends.
And you were
Right,
4 seats down from me.
Yeah,
because I was on the midfield stretch.
you were actually right there. So like the Daniels is getting worked on right in front of me because it all happened right there. He goes down, writhing in pain. People come to check on him. Eventually, kind of comes up, holding his elbow gingerly. 5 people surround him right away. They're cutting the thing off, touching this, feeling that, making sure this is fine, etc. And I'm just going, that's it. Enough. We can't do it anymore. He's going to the blue tent. He's in there for a long time. I know he was frustrated because, maybe he could have gone back in the game, and he probably could have. But my only thought was, we're lucky it wasn't worse. We are. It's such a tenuous place that it's not because of anything we did right. It's not because of any controllable factor. It's this time was grace of God that it wasn't worse. That he's not out for longer. They cannot keep him healthy. And I go, I can't watch it anymore. And again, that's my weird proclivity. I'm the same person that was sick to his stomach watching a quote unquote cleared and healthy Alex Smith trot out there on the field. I'm going, not his fault. He's just trying to play football. I know for me, watching him was agonizing. Like in the pit of my stomach, I had a terrible feeling. And when Aaron Donald jumped on his back, I almost fainted.
For the people that didn't like my take last week that he should play, you're really not going to like this take. I feel stronger about him being able to play based on the injury suffered. Because I just view it so differently, it sounds like, than so many people. Landing on his elbow and coming out of the game, it was covered. That's not the right word. It was reacted to online as if he had just shattered every bone in his arm. It was reacted to as if, oh my God, it happened. See, I told you. He needed to protect that arm, and now it just blew into a million pieces. When what it seems like actually happened was he landed as hard as you can land on the injured elbow, and he popped up and ran off the field and got treatment and was in some pain and could have come back into the game, and they said no. And he wanted to come back into the game because while he felt some pain, his elbow was perfectly fine. Now, if we find out that's not the case and there was a more serious injury and they lied to us, then I'll reassess. But that's the information I currently have. That's what my eyes told me watching everything from 7 rows away, right behind the bench. That's what I think happened, is that his elbow got tested in a way that probably was more severe and intense and a worse test than they could have possibly imagined. Now, as a doctor, you're clearing him or not clearing him based on, I guess, the worst case scenario.
Mhm.
So you're wondering, like, what if the exact same thing happens? Maybe that would have been worse. But I think getting shoved 4 yards in the air to land directly on that left elbow, coming down with all that weight and those pounds of pressure, was about as stiff a test as you're going to take, and he passed it, as far as I'm concerned, with flying colors. So I feel better about the durability of the elbow, the readiness of the elbow to take on contact. I feel better about putting him back out there, recovered from the knee and the hamstring and the elbow. I'm not worried about those injuries. Could he suffer another injury? Sure. Just like Chris Rodriguez or Terry McLaurin or Debo Samuel or Quan Martin could suffer another injury. Is it more likely that he does because he suffered the 3 that he has? I don't necessarily think so. The doctors don't. They seem to know more than me. I defer to them. I think it's more likely that he suffers an injury than those other guys do because of his frame. That's pretty clear. I think it's more likely that he suffers an injury than those other guys I just mentioned because he carries the ball in space
Ball
and
in his
takes
hands
on
more, yeah.
contact. Those were things that we knew when they drafted him at number 2. That hasn't changed. That's not going to change. That'll be the same this week against the Giants and next week against the Eagles and Christmas Day against the Cowboys and week 1 next year against the Miami Dolphins or whoever the hell you're playing. That's not going to change. So, yeah, nothing changed for me. I have felt all along that if the doctors medically clear him and the team and the player feel like he's ready to go, that he should go. And it seems to me like a lot of people view Sunday as some detrimental blow to that or some indication that that shouldn't be the case, when in fact I think it's the exact opposite. But that is the question, and we're going to hit the phones on this next. What did Sunday do for your philosophy on how he should be handled? 800-636-1067. With Danny, I'm Grant on the Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant. FanDuel's the #1 sports book and the #1 sports book for same game parlays. FanDuel's the official sports book of the Fan. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy to use app. Right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way that you want. Head to FanDuel.com/GP to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/GP. My promo code is GP. You want to sign up today? Got to be 21. Got to be in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Sunday, Jaden Daniels left with injury. Danny now feels differently about whether or not he should play moving forward. I don't. We want to see if that game did anything for how you feel. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Disco and Laurel on Grant and Danny. What's up, Disco? How are you, buddy?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good, buddy.
Man, we haven't had a franchise quarterback in 30 years. So I get how, we just don't know what to do with him. But listen, Grant, I'm with you. He needs to play. Is Tennessee going to sit Cam Ward? Are the Giants going to sit Jackson Dart? He needs to play. If he's medically cleared to play, he's the quarterback of the team, and he should play. We haven't mentioned this word, the R word, which is ruin. You can't keep pulling him in and out of the lineup and expect him when everything is 100% right and he's 100% and everything is perfect conditions. Okay, Jaden Daniels, go be great. Football is unforgiving. It doesn't work like that. You get better at football by playing. All of the greats do. He's not exempt from that. You get greater at football by playing football. Now, if this were the last game of the season, then maybe. But maybe what they do is they scheme things a little bit more to protect him. But he's got to play football. We can't keep pulling him in out of the lineup.
Good call, buddy, as always. My response about Cam Ward is if he's been removed from 3 separate games due to injury, I'd have that conversation. He hasn't.
Well, Jackson Dart's a good example.
Dart's on his way there.
He's not getting sat because they know he's got to be playing football. He had the concussion problems. They brought him right back in. Now he got hit again because he takes too many hits.
Mm-hmm.
That's a guy that actually, where I think people overrate Jaden's risky
behavior, actions. I know what you're trying to get at.
Risky behavior.
Yeah.
People overrate how Jaden needing to be more risk averse, and they overvalue the couple of times a game where he takes a big hit, and they say, "See, I'm telling you, this guy doesn't get it." I don't actually see that with him. I saw it with Griffin. I see it with Dart. Dart's got that times 10. Like, he has no understanding.
He's like looking for contact.
100%. He does not protect himself. It's insane. And the Giants won't think for 1 second about sitting that guy down this year because they know what you know and what I know and what everybody knows. If he goes and sits, he doesn't get better. You need to be on the grass. Let's go to Brandon in Maryland. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Can you hear me good?
Yeah, man.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, I'm agreeing. He plays if he's healthy. I don't know if you guys go back and look at film, but Jaden isn't the Jaden from last year. I understand it's because of time not on grass, like my good guy Disco just said, or whoever just said it. But at the same time, he's been missing things right in front of his face. And that could be a check down, that could be a tight end on a release route, or whatever it is. Jaden has not been Jaden from last year, and he needs to play. He needs the reps. You know what I mean? The great guys, they get all the reps. Joe Burrow was 3-8 and decided to come back after foot surgery. And guess what? He's a guy that's been in and out of their lineup for 5 or 6 years now. So, yes, Jaden needs to play, and we all need to see him get better at trusting his eyes. But my question to you guys, earlier the producer told me I mixed it yesterday, and today it's a hot topic. It's DQ on the hot seat. Appreciate you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, bud.
That was our poll of the day yesterday for Metropolitan Moving and Storage. We had people voting on that on our Twitter account, Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. Local long-distance residential commercial, 3 decades best-in-class service and experience. For me, no. He has a get-out-of-jail-free card based on 2024 that covers this entire season regardless of how bad it gets. Even if they were to lose out 12 in a row, well, I think that's entirely fireable. Hell, I would say right now, this minute, 8 in a row by 21 or more, 5 times.
How uncompetitive they've been.
A year that hasn't happened in this league in 13 years by anybody. This is fireable. Would I actually put him on the hot seat? No. Would I fire him? Absolutely not. As bad as this has been, just based on last year. Last year saving his bacon. If they were 6-11 last year and this year happened, oh, he's gone. He is done. I am firing him the day the season ends. No doubt. But that's not what happened. He changed the culture. He's beloved in the locker room. All the players play hard for the guy. Even right now, I think they're playing really hard for the guy. And they did something they haven't done in my entire lifetime. They won 12 games and they got to an NFC championship game. So I give you hey, man, you get a hall pass, basically.
Now give me that hall pass back.
Yes. I've now
we're
accepted it.
even, yeah.
This is when I would have gotten really upset. I don't get to get upset because you handed me. This is the you can't get upset pass. But starting next year, it's on. So this is another problem I have with the idea of let's just sit Jaden Daniels down and we'll worry about it in September. in week 1 of next year, jobs are on the line, as far as I'm concerned. I'm not blowing anybody out in week 3 or anything. But my point is, the get out of jail free card has been used. You get off to a 2-4 start, we're having different conversations around these parts. You are 3 years into this program. You will be a year and change removed from what was a fluky, magical carpet ride, amazing run led by a quarterback who took the league by storm, who was playing at an MVP level. Last year, way more recently, will feel like more authentic. And then if the sample early next year for a quarter or 6 weeks is more like this year, then it's going to feel like 2024 was just a fluke, or the whole thing's been solved, or the offense doesn't work anymore, or Daniels is not that guy.
Especially because that's the latest trend. I mean, the most recent data points are weighted a little bit heavier because you're doing the same stuff as last year, and it's worked completely ineffectively. I mean, it's been a disaster.
This is part of my calculus on having him play right now, because I am of the belief that they probably won't play him much, if at all, in the preseason. They showed you how they feel about that this year. I think camp, they'll do a lot more, and they'll try a lot harder to get him ready with reps and how they're going to operate. Hopefully the Ravens don't accept joint practices and then decide not to have them. Great job, Baltimore.
Thanks to them for that, by the way.
Hopefully
Really
they're having a
appreciate
great
you guys.
season up in 95.
Mm.
But regardless, September, they need him to be really good, or else they're in big, big trouble. And that's part of my thinking on this. Dave, Charlottesville, home of the Virginia Cavaliers, who hooked the JMU Dukes. What's up, Dave?
Guys, love the show. Speaking of that, yeah, if we had beat Duke, a lot of this would be a lot clearer, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. Yes, it would.
There wouldn't be a whole lot to converse about at that point.
I thought that double pass was very bold.
Yeah, everybody around here, though, is all upset. You got to remember, Virginia was probably the 6th, 7th best team in the ACC. They just didn't have to play Miami, Georgia Tech, any of those guys. You know, they won 3 overtime games. They had a great year. It's okay.
They did.
But speaking of Notre Dame, you know, I'm no apologist, but you know, when the ACC reached out to them to join, they said, yeah, we'll join in every sport except football because we want to keep all our money and you know, be Notre Dame.
Well, that's sneaky. One of my favorite things about this is now they're mad at the ACC, and it's like, hey, man.
Just looking for if you had your chance or not.
I got down on a knee
there it is.
and said, will you? And you said no. And now you're mad at me? You don't get to be mad at me right now for not defending
We
you.
asked.
G&D on the Fan, taking your thoughts on Jaden Daniels. Do we think he plays against the Giants? We'll answer that question next. Also, I want to tell you about one of the wildest hooks I've ever gotten in my life. You know, I had the worst beat on betting in my existence as a sports bettor. We talked about that Raiders-Broncos game.
The whole country felt that bad beat.
The opposite
One way or the
happened while we were 30,000 feet in the air last night. I'm going to tell you about that on the Fan.